Zombie is one of the most experienced players in the game, and he's just playing like Fragger. Nebs, he's like the most gifted and most improved player this year, so I'm happy to play with him as well. Me, I'm just hard IGLing and topping.
I play as a IGL, as an in-game leader and a tarper, and Kami and Seek, they're more like fraggers and supports.
Stormride is the game leader, and me and Kiresha are the fraggers.
So in this trio, I'm playing with Kinsel and Cherokee, and Kinsel is like the leader in like whole of the game, and Cherokee and me are like fraggers.
In our trio, I usually play as a fragger and just stay close to Giannis, because Giannis IGLs and tarps and just gets us into zone. And Vadial also is our fragger.
Who's the best aimer? I think we are all on the same level.
I think the best aimer in my trio is Nebs, and I think everybody in this world can agree.
Yeah, for AR aim, I would go for me or Kinsel, but pump aim, yeah, has to be Cherokee.
Oh, this is gonna get me in trouble. So I would say I am the best aimer.
I think the best aimer in our team is definitely Kirachi.
Let's play this event, yes. Polska Góra.
We prepare with our coach, for example, we have our own coach. We play a lot of scrims, we play tournaments like Cash Cups and other like third-party tournaments, and we just play a lot. That's it.
We're preparing for the FNCS by playing customs and trios, Cash Cups. That's basically our main practice. And I'm gonna be watching all the games, all the qualifiers.
Yeah, we prepared a lot. We usually just play customs, and after these customs, we just review them and find our mistakes.
So we play scrims every day. We vote review together. We try to spend as much time together as possible to gain chemistry. And yeah, I think that's it.
So like the perfect day would be a cold shower, enough sleep, get some food in, water, and that's it.
Before we go into the games, we're like pretty loud, kind of. We just hype each other up and we go into the games really confident.
Good luck for the other trios that are playing. You're gonna need that.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? You know what this is? Sorry about that, everybody. Had to try to come in. Hold on. 1 second, please. Okay, what's going on, everybody? It's great to see you guys. This is day 2 of the finals. It's all happening, going down today. It's your favorite DJ Yonder, DJ Zeke, in the building. Great to be back with all of you. And of course, you know we had to bring the boys back. It's Levin. It's Reese. Reese?
What? Why? What are you questioning, Zeke? What are you questioning?
Do-rag Levin to you. Do-rag Levin, you get it right. Right? You know, you got to show me the respect. Look, I'm excited to be here, Zeke. Not because of that amazing intro that you just did, but because we have some of the best Fortnite players in the world looking to compete for massive amounts of money that I can't possibly imagine, I should say. And it's all happening in front of our eyes in the next 6 games. It's going to be great.
Yeah, we've already seen half of it happen already. We had fantastic 6 games yesterday. The leaderboard's definitely looking pretty chock-a-block so far, and today's 6 games. They're just going to carry on from that, and I'm sure we're about to see something absolutely spectacular.
That's right, man. Today we're crowning Trios champions, and there's a few front runners for sure that we will need to talk about. Yeah. We got about 25 minutes before we jump on the battle bus, so let's talk about a few things before we do so. You guys know we start the day off here in Europe, then we go over to NA East. We end the day in NA West. We check in with all the regions that we possibly can, of course. We'll be crowning champions in all of those regions as well. And what's going on, Party Royale? What? Party Royale, look at y'all. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo,
how y'all doing?
If you're in Party Royale, throw some bananas at your favorite talent member. Can you throw bananas? Throw some tomatoes. Throw
a balloon. Water balloons.
There you go.
Do it at Zeke.
Oh my gosh.
No, your favorite.
What have we caused? Hey, if you're watching as well, you should also check out watch.fortnite.com. Another great place to view the broadcast here. You're already doing it, but on watch.fortnite.com, there's also a leaderboard there on the right side of your screen, some soft trivia as well. Check it out when you have a moment. Okay, guys, let's talk about the tournament format and what has led us to this very moment in time. We came from 2 qualifier rounds, semifinals, and yesterday we kicked off the first day of the finals. Now we're back for another 6 matches, Levin, and these are going to be a true test for all of these trios.
Well, yeah, day 1, we got to see some of the best Fortnite we've ever seen. Day 2, I can't imagine will be any less fantastic. We have a bunch of trios, right? We have a bunch of trios, 33 trios to be exact, and they all came from different places. We have the top 3 from last season. You know, we've got some players from qualifiers. More than half of our trios came from the semifinals. But today, it's all about those 6 games. Everybody is trying to play for first place to be crowned the champions of Chapter 2 Season 8.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Look, the second day of the finals is always the best time to be around some of the most hyped games overall. And look, let's go on to that next page. We're going to see exactly the format. If you've been here long enough, I'm sure you're used to this right now. 2 elimination points for every single elimination. Once you get to those top 24 teams, that's when those elimination points are going to start to kick in. And once you get into that 17th, then every threshold from there on out, you're going to get more and more cumulative points. So if you actually, you know, I'll spoil a little bit of the leaderboard, what it looks like. Our first place team is a 17 elimination victory royale ahead so far from first to second, right? So looking at these points, you can figure out how they managed to get that.
Yeah, we're going to touch on that trio in just a second. Really quick, we got to talk about this prize money on the line. Here is a breakdown of all the regions, but remember, we're here in Europe. Here's a breakdown. First place, $300,000 for that trio that walks away in first place. Now, remember as well, even if your trio can't make first place, even making top 5, top 10 is vastly different than being, say, like last, right? So all these trios will be looking to try and place as high as they possibly can because this is a life-changing amount of money on the line here. And, of course, the first place trio will walk away with the Axe of Champions and look to defend that going into the next FNCS. Now we got to keep the ball rolling here. We looked at those 7 regions. We got to touch on Asia and OCE. They have champions in those regions, and it's time to crown them rightfully so. Over in Asia, we've got Zotax, a champion from Chapter 2 Season 6, Shamoki and Swizzy.
Yeah, really great stuff from these guys. Honestly, you know, day 2, they were really, really impressive. They did enough just to clinch that first place. When I say clinch, right? Decent lead, right? Decent lead, to be fair. And it was really exciting to watch, right? I know you was watching the Asian broadcast as well. The hype from the Japanese casters is insane. Like, there's nothing that compares to it whatsoever. Be sure to go check that out if you haven't seen it already. Asia was really fun.
Yeah, it made me consider learning Japanese, like, quite genuinely. So I was like, man, I was sitting watching the final game on stream earlier, and I was like, man, I wish I could understand it. I wish I could revel in the hype moment, because it just sounded so good at the same time, right? It was just such a great moment overall. That final game from there was fantastic. You know, the team we're watching right now is a Tomes team alongside Taiuxi, who came in second place. I mean, there was a 55-point gap between first and second. Like, Swizzy's team up on top alongside Zokas and Shimoki dominated this region. They even won their final game, which is obviously just the icing on top of the cake with 8 eliminations. Even without that final game, they still would have managed to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's really the extent at which they were dominant. You know, and that feeling as well, knowing you win the last game, and like that's the culmination of how phenomenal you were over the past 12 games. Very satisfying stuff. Congratulations to them, the winners of Asia FNCS. And if we take a look at how the pricing actually breaks down for Asia as well, you can see some of the, you know, Asian trios that many of you may be familiar with if you've been paying attention to the broadcast. You know, the likes of Compelling, Rara, and Yusi, who've been really impressive over this season. Of course, Wildhawk, Muffin, and Rimmer as well, who are definitely one of the better known teams out of Asia. Didn't get the result they would have wanted. Of course, you always want to get first place, but top 5 isn't too bad either.
You've also got to remember that for like Muffin, Rimmer, and Wildhawks team, they came through the reboot style games in that second half of the semi-finals. So it's like they were the last opportunity to make it through, and they've really managed to pop off. And, you know, I'm thinking when we come over to OCE, we may, or sorry, onto EU, we may see something similar, but let's throw it over to the OCE region, which is also finished. So we've crowned our champions there as well. We're going to start off with the team who ended up actually in 3rd place overall. We've got Zdox, CO, and Raikou. And these guys managed to pick up 2 victory rounds overall. You know, they were doing really good out of day 1, but they kind of slipped up a little bit onto day number 2.
Yeah, these things happen, man. It's so hard, right? Especially after having a great day 1. It can be so difficult to hold on and retain it after the second day. But a team who are looking to try and steal up first place, Vortex, Jace, Tayson, not able to do it. They are the returning champions, right? They won FNCS last season. They wanted to come and do it again. They got so close, right? 3 points behind first place, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't get that back-to-back championship. Very close, though, and I'm sure they will be proud of how they did. Under different circumstances, who knows? Maybe they would have been able to take it. Very fine margins, Reese.
Yeah, remember they also won that last game, right? So it's like very similar. They won the last game, didn't manage to hit that first place, which is tough, right? That's rough for any team, especially coming back to back. But the champions on the region, Spiker, Fab, and Kimo, man, in that final game, Kimo had such a good solo clutch. He then went live on stream and it showed the whole thing. He was super happy. And what I loved is, like, I went straight up to his stream afterwards. He was hyped up. He got the Axe of Champions instantly. He was straight into creative, and he was freaking out about it, right? He was loving it. It's so good. Like, I swear, a lot of the people they love the Axe of Champions almost more than the title of winning and being a champion, and also the money.
No, most definitely, right? Like, you see players on Twitter just like, yeah, when am I getting my Axe of Champions? Not when am I getting the prizing, nothing about the money, nothing about the fame and the recognition. It's when do I get the Axe of Champions? That's what, you know, the real prize is, especially with the way Zeke hypes it up, right? How could you not want it? You can see there in first place, right? This is what I was talking about. 3 points being the difference between first and second. Very fine margins. And look, we expected something like this. When you looked at the standings of OCE after day 1, we knew it was going to be anybody's to take. We knew it was going to be a tight affair. It didn't disappoint. OCE was a great to watch. You know, I had to wake up really early to catch it, but it was worth it. It was incredibly worth it. OCE was really fun. Congrats to all the players who were able to steal some prize, not steal prizing, but to be able to win some prizing out of OCE.
Absolutely. Now, gents, we got to talk about EU, and we need to kind of recap some things that happened yesterday. Seti, Cammy, and Teak setting an unprecedented score, 235 points in just 6 games on day 1 yesterday. Now, Levin, Reese, do we think this trio can kind of continue that momentum? Can they continue this reign of absolute just dominance? This ridiculously, we've never seen anything like this before performance.
Well, they'd have to have a massive blunder to not be able to do that, right? Something would have to go terribly wrong for them to not retain first place. This is a trio I'm so happy for, right? A trio that stuck together throughout the whole year. And Reese, you know, this is something I've always talked about. I was so excited at the start of the year to be able to watch trios from the start and see how they progress throughout the year. Hasn't been able to happen due to many trios splitting up and whatnot, but these guys have stuck together and they are reaping the benefits in the final big FNCS of the year where, you know, it just looks phenomenal. I don't think anything's going to change.
Yeah, and I think that's like the story arc that me and you both want, realistically. The team who's stuck together, been so good all year. One of the very many few teams who've stuck together all this time. And now in the final FNCS of the year, obviously before the Grand Royale, they managed to pick up first. Like, this would be such a good story. If we look at their spotlight stats from the previous day, obviously 20 plus games that they had, they lead across all regions and players, the most 20 plus games. Same, their average placement, they had the best average placement on every single region. They managed to get 0 games where they were on height. They won 2 games, 2 victory royales, and they didn't even hold height for a single part of any of those games, because that's not in their play style. If you've watched them at all, they're a very low to mid team as well. And overall points, 235. Like, the winners from last season on the same format in EU had 295. So it's like they already have 235, 60 points behind that. It's nuts.
And we saw a team get a 60-point game yesterday, right? With Diox's trio. So it's not impossible for them to just total last season's point final winning record after game 1. Like, that would be absolutely insane. But I'm really excited to see how these guys do, because I think a lot of people look at them and go, this is the low ground team. You talked about them not having height in any of those games and winning games from height. You know, that's not something we see commonly in the EU. We've seen great low ground teams in other regions. This is sort of the one team that people go, could be that great low ground team in EU. And they're finally showing that off in this competition. Really going to set, you know, a big example for a lot of the other teams. Now, anybody that wants to play low ground will be bothering these guys, right? And rightfully so, they're so good.
And I think I've talked about the story arc for them across the entire year, because they are one of the only teams who've had that story arc, like we said earlier. But the story arc just this season has been great, because they've looked not good, right? Well, I think we'll both happily say that they've not looked good this season when we come to their qualifiers so far. When I was looking at the predictions of them, they were contested, obviously, originally, but I also didn't even put them in my top 10. They yesterday, have turned up, they've showed up, they've put on an absolute show and shown, like, we shouldn't have doubted this team at all. We should have put them up. We should have known that in every single set lobby finals like this, like, they are going to perform to the level that we should expect.
Absolutely. Let's get a bigger picture here. Let's take a look at the standings as we prepare for these games. So remember, we got another 6 ahead of us. But yeah, just to kind of put it in numbers, a 60-point lead starting off the day, right? You look from top to bottom, first to 10th. That is over 100 points difference. All right. So there's no doubt in my mind at the end of today, they will absolutely be potentially in your top 5, right? I feel like if everything were to go terribly wrong, I couldn't see them outside of top 5. But, I want to see them continue I'm just like, there's really no way to properly quantify this, because we've never seen this happen before, Like, it's so weird, but I'm like all for it. Let's see more of that.
Fortnite fan, when Zeke is struggling for words, something is really off the chain, right? Like, something is off the scale. It's a dazzling performance, right? It's the kind of thing that you don't see very often. These kind of things come around, very rarely, it seems like. These sort of historic performances, I don't know if it eclipses. I know yesterday I was getting a bit excited and I'm saying, this is similar to Booga at the World Cup, different stakes, different scenarios, but this is definitely the kind of performance that, is in the history books. People will talk about this many seasons to come, because it is, it's just so insane.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy, okay?
Oh, no.
Season, I kind of like being that guy sometimes. Chapter 2, season 5. They were first, but only by a margin, 4 points, right? Day 2, the whole game plan switched up for other teams, and they ended up managing to push around where Kami and Antique were. Now, in previous seasons, their split was way wider, right? So players could easily more take advantage of that. I don't want to see that happen this time, right? From Diox's team, who's in second so far, like I mentioned earlier, a 17 elimination victory royale will be the difference between those two, right? And these guys absolutely are capable of that. It's like, when you think about, 17 elimination victory royale, you're like, that doesn't seem like a very feasible gameplay. But these guys yesterday had one game where they came third with 16 elims and another game where they won with 15. So when we're talking about that kind of gap between them, although Kami and Antique are so far ahead, if they blunder in a single game, like, Diox's team 100% can catch up.
No, most definitely. These guys were incredible yesterday. The big question mark around those guys, though, is, of course, yesterday they had the hot hand. When you have a team that's getting games like that, 16 elim games, 15 elim games, it's all good and well doing that yesterday, but you now need to come through and do that again today. not gonna lie, I think they have the ability to do it. I know you've watched some of their games recently. They seem fundamentally incredibly strong. They seem to be well prepared. They seem to have a plan. But of course, will they have that same hot hand? Will they have the ability to roll through in any given game and just get, near a 20 elim game? Who knows?
Yeah. I want to add, like, I think these guys are really fundamentally sound, right? Like, when you watch teams, and in particular watch the Tarper and Endgame, and you watch how good the positions get put into, like, man, this team is really impressive. And it's one of the reasons why they can just keep fragging out repeatedly, right? Because they're in the positions to do so. So, there's a lot of memes about them going around right now, but these guys are great, and they're really, really showing it right now. In 5th place, like, we have to talk about also Kariachi, Stormy Right, and Toos are coming back champions from last season. They won 2 games and are in 5th so far. So, like, the all of the points necessarily haven't been there in the other games, but like, you can't say that they're not off to like a really good form on day number 1.
Yeah, let's not sugarcoat things. People came into this, even with them being the reigning champions, sort of going, don't know if they can really do good like they did last season. Not sure if they've really been working hard enough to be able to retain the AXA champion. But they've come in and they've proven people wrong, to be fair. They've really impressed me thus far. They could have been a bit higher up in the standings if a couple other things went their way. Sometimes you do need a bit of luck on your side, but they definitely are a lot more, sort of fundamentally sound per se than I thought they would be. A lot of cohesion. The teamwork is still on point. Loving how well these guys have performed thus far. And look, will they be able to catch up to Camisea and Teak? Not impossible, gonna be really hard, but definitely a team to watch out for in terms of pushing into the top 3, really reaching that upper echelon of teams. Another team that I'm really excited about, though, Resub, a team that I think could be a threat to Camisea and Teak on low ground, Floki, Clement, and the C2S8, right? Yeah. This is a team who, they won the first game yesterday, right? And, very impressive stuff. Definitely a team that was always gonna do well in some capacity, right? But when it comes to low ground teams in the EU, we obviously talk about Camisea and Teak being one of the best ones. This one would also be the next one that people sort of refer to, right? This is a team that very much dominate mid and low ground. And, if these guys are having a really good day on low ground, that could be, a bit of a factor into maybe Camisea and Teak not being able to dominate the low ground the way they did yesterday.
Yeah, like I'm expecting, like, both these teams in the same game can't necessarily win, obviously, because only one team can win, but do extremely well because they kind of hold up that same position. So I'm looking to see how those battles go today. If we move over to the next page, we'll see the teams that go from 11th, currently down till 20th. A lot of teams here, I think they've disappointed themselves right now. I think, we're looking at Taste and Chapik's recent a lot. In my particular, I put them in 2nd to do really, really well. And they're obviously underperforming a little bit. Let's see how the game plans change today. And in 12th, I'm looking there, Queasy and Nas Thomas HD. A lot of people would have thought that these guys would have won overall the entire tournament. But so far, they've been contested by Nate's team in Kenny Corner, which I'm not really surprised by. That drop spot is really, really powerful. And thinking you're going to get uncontested in this kind of region is rough because it's very, very rarely like that. So for them, it's tough to see them being in 12th when, they could have potentially won, but it's the lay of the land. It's the drop spot they picked.
Well, let's talk about, sort of why that's happening. I think you look at the Catty Corner fights that we typically see. These are fights that are so quick, right? It's, very much dependent on your drop. If you don't have a good drop, you lose that fight. We've analyzed this hundreds and hundreds of times. But the fights that we saw, at least, whenever we see on the broadcast, typically, more long drawn out fights, not as reliant on drop, right? The team's both taking things a bit slow, and sometimes that plays in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately for Queasy, it just hasn't really played into their favor, even though they are in theory one of the better teams in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one more tier that we'll come back to that I'd like to touch on that's very similar. Really quickly, let's do a drawing board, okay? Reese, you pointed out the storm circles in games 1 through 6 yesterday. Talk to me about some of the trios that can kind of utilizing this to perform well.
Yes, this is the 3rd zone from all 6 games yesterday. It looks like a nice Christmas tree, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One of the things I want to note is that a lot of people always meme the south zones, but so far we've seen none of them. Maybe today is just going to be full of them. I think maybe we saved them all for any East. Like, any East was full of these kind of catty corner zones. But what I kind of point out is like how that benefits some of the teams. Obviously, sometimes you're going to get some good zone RNG. Obviously, being Cammy's, well, he's first right now, and we both know that the zones in these 3rd zone positions aren't the reason for their success. But overall, you can obviously tell that based on where their drop is, they're definitely going to have a bit of an advantage from there on out. Same with Aqua's team, who's currently in 3rd. Like the Boney Burbs team, they have a lot of opportunity to rotate early to these positions. A lot of teams will be rotating past them, which obviously allows them more opportunities for surge in the early game, and they don't necessarily have to go as far, and they can spend a little bit more time looting.
Nah, I think some of the zones have been really favorable to these teams. I think a big thing to sort of almost think about is, with these zones maybe not being as, grueling as some others we've seen in different competitions, you'd expect actually certain teams to maybe be doing a bit better, right? Maybe you'd expect teams from the northern areas to maybe, be a bit higher up in the standings, which really hasn't gone their way for the most part. But yeah, we talk about zones a lot. I think zones are very important. I think maybe people rely too much on zones in terms of, talking about, oh, well, we did bad because we didn't get many zones. And yeah, maybe that can affect you and stop you from doing as well as you maybe would have thought you could. But ultimately, these are things you prepare for. You play hundreds of hours of scrims and practice to be able to understand different zones and the way they all play out. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully we don't get all, 6 South zones and people can meme about that. But as the person that writes the script, I can't guarantee that won't happen. So we'll see what happens when it comes to the zones.
I want to say, another one of the last team I want to actually mention on there is like Kirianchi's team, right? When you look at these zones, because they're relatively central, you've got to think they're probably one of the teams who have the worst zones, right? Roughly the worst. Maybe Catty Corner, maybe even down in the further south, the Misty would you say was worse, but they're 5th so far, They've managed to win game 4 and 5, which as you can see are the two kind of westmost, which is the zones that have probably benefited them, but I don't necessarily think that's why they've won at all. They've managed to play really well through all of the remainder of the other games too, so it's just because they're not getting that favorable zones for them, it's you're still very easily able to perform up to a top level and currently be 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's talk about one of these trios. So we kind of touched on trios that aren't performing well, and you guys actually talked about them on the leaderboards. It's Tayson, it's Reason, it's Chapix, right? Everyone knows at this point, Tayson, Reason, names synonymous with greatness, but they haven't quite performed up to the level we would have anticipated yet. But this is a brand new day. This is a fresh start, Levin. So how do we think they could kind of change things up going into today?
Well, I think the big thing is when you look at this trio, right, is at any given day, either one of these guys could be called the best player in the world and you'd believe it. And not a lot of trios, even not a lot of the top trios have that same privilege. But you can see in moments like this, they aren't clicking. Things are sort of falling apart. Things weren't working yesterday. The identity of this trio seemed to be lost. And I think they very much understand that. They very much have worked on that. I've spoken to Reason. He said he VOD reviewed for 5 hours. I don't know where he found the time to VOD review for 5 hours after yesterday. But he said that they said that they're going to switch things up in terms of their play style and what they actually do when it comes to strategically rotations, all of these things. And so I'm looking forward to seeing a new version of them in day 2, because this is a team that many people expected to do much better. I know, Reese, you had them predicted at 2nd place, right? So they should be doing a lot better.
Yeah, I'm looking for it in day 2. I'm looking for the comeback. There's 6 games total. It'll be rough for them to see if they can try and pick up a 1st overall, because obviously they are exactly middle way basically throughout the leaderboard so far. So it will be tough to see them have such a huge comeback. But like you mentioned, they are an all-star team. They're a team that has full potential players, like you mentioned, be the best in the world. And we often see these teams not necessarily working out so well when it comes to these lobbies because they don't fill the roles that they necessarily need to.
Yeah, and I think the big thing will be, sort of that bounce back in the mentality, right? The biggest fear in any given tournament, especially across multiple days, is can you reset mentally? Yeah, yesterday was rubbish, but can we come back tomorrow and actually fight hard and build off of the foundation? You've spent the whole season working hard to get to this point. There's no point giving up now, right? You got to go out there and perform to the best you possibly can, and I hope they will do that. Those rumblings and rumors that maybe they'll be contested at Craggy Cliffs today, I don't want to believe anything yet. We'll see. I'm guessing a couple minutes because the time will soon be upon us. But I really am optimistic about these guys doing better. We've seen it before. Last season, Anderlecht had a stinky day 1, did much better day 2, right? So it's never out of the realms of possibility. I'm going to be rooting for these guys.
Yeah, sometimes we do see trios like that. Because there's a 2-day format, they tend to do better on one of the 2 days, right? Sometimes it's better day 1, and then they kind of play catch up day 2, and vice versa, right? So I think you're right, and I really want to see them perform well, right? They've already made it to finals. They've already proven, hey, we're some of the very best. That's why we're here at all. But now it's can they perform at the level that we anticipated, right? Now, really quickly, we have a minute and a half before we go. Let's talk predictions before we jump on the bus. So these are the trios we think will take all of it home. Levin, Durag, Lev, you started us off. Queasy, Anas, and Tom Sage D.
Yeah, and obviously we discussed why this prediction hasn't maybe played out. I really am interested to see how these catty fights look in the next 6 games. But, I still got to give them their credit. Over the course of the season, they've been phenomenal, and hopefully today can be a good bounce back for them.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Nate's team drop down to the south side, because realistically it's not been working out for them either. But let's have a look at Andlex 4-0 X-Squeeze. So far in the top 10, we've already mentioned yesterday multiple times how they performed so much better on the second day. So let's see if that comes through for them. Rashio's pick, he's going to Accuracy or for Strokey, who are currently sitting in third place, which is, I mean, realistically, Shah's been on point with the predictions the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Shai is really, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's the one writing the scripts, right? He clearly knows more than I do. Sundown's gone with Pink, Nebs, and Stompy, who are sitting in 11th. They obviously did incredibly well last season. A team that works very hard. They prepare well. Hopefully today can be a bit of a better day where they can push themselves into that top 10.
It's a new day 11. It's a brand new set of 6 games. Whatever happened yesterday, let that wash off. Today, it is time to leave your mark on history as a trio. And let's see which of these trios can really pull out stops. And again, it's just all about that confidence, keeping going. If something goes wrong, just ignore that. Keep yourselves focused on target, and we'll see how things end up. But you heard the battle bus. It means we're kicking off day number 2 of the finals. After 6 games, we'll know who the new Trios champions is. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. Let's go hang out with Sundown and Shia Wager to kick off the day.
Thank you so much, Zeke. 11 and Reese, 6 matches down yesterday. We've already given out Acts of Champions in 3 regions, and EU is going to kickstart the action yet again here on day 2. My name's Sundown, joined by Shao Wager to call all the action.
Absolutely, Sundown. Day 1 gave us a story we haven't really seen in EU so far. A leader with such a huge lead that everyone is now playing catch up. Can they hold on to the race? That's Steady, Kemi, and Teak towards the top, or will they falter on day 2 when everyone else has a fresh mental reset?
And realistically, too, we're going to be looking. We talked a little bit yesterday. If you joined us again for the first time, welcome. Also, if you're in Party Royale, what's up, Party Royale? How you doing? It's nice to be back wherever you're watching. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Thank you for tuning in to catch all this amazing action. Yesterday, we kind of talked about that being the first installment of the story. Well, it's really kind of building up towards that final climax, because they built up such a huge lead that they could get that crowning moment where they save the city, they get the Acts of Champions, they walk away with all the riches, rather than happening in kind of a game 11, maybe game 12 moment where we've seen a lot of past FNCSs. It'll flip over, and then right off the bat, yet again, Shayo. I mean, yeah, we want to tune in with these guys, but the action doesn't stop on over at Believer Beach as Jonas and Arian Lee just butting heads for what feels like the 8th time, 7th time. I think one time they finally disengaged yesterday.
Yeah, absolute war. Even when they disengage, they end up finding each other in the mid game, and Mitro is going to go down. There's going to be a trade back and forth already. Dennis is gone. Arian Lee is the activator in these fights all the time. He just starts them up, gets that first pick. And the thing is, if they do wait too long, there's many teams waiting to see if this fight breaks out to come through and invade as third parties.
Arian Lee's been playing disgustingly well. I'd love to get a little bit of a dig into how, in terms of these first eliminations, like how much of them has been him solo, because every single time it seems like we tune back in over, he's always one elim right into a second elim, and now he's gone over, gotten Micho's reboot card. They're going to loop back over and get control, and it seems like in this battle, day 1 here, they're going to kick it off and win the beach. It'd be, honestly, a little bit of a disappointment if they didn't right now.
Absolutely. The variation in the way he actually wins these fights as well. Sometimes it's the 50-50 right with the chest. He's faster, lands the shots. Other times it's all organized. He's still the first one to get that knockdown, to get the full elimination, and he always confirms on it too, which is crazy. Here he is again engaging on Noah Riley, landing that first shot, 2v1, making sure the pinch always stays secure. You have 2 sides at least of this, you know, if the person's in a box or in a building, secured at all times, so you know exactly where Noah Riley's going to run.
Right now, this is going to be our main focus in EU, because again, there's only a few spots where there are contested drops, 33 trios in the lobby, so 99 players, and we've seen mainly over the course of yesterday. Again, this is our second set of 6 games. 6 were played previously. Again, a little bit of a short FNCS, but some shots coming down a little bit from, that was the west, and there is a team to the north postured, but the contestants generally have happened right around this Believer Beach area, and then fights over in Caddy. The Caddy fight, though, seems to have gone more towards the disengaged type style, Shao.
For now, yeah, and we saw a little bit of that at the very end of the day, in day number 1. The big thing, too, as well, for the team that's coming into Believer Beach, I believe that should be the Oxy, Crow, and Jose, who usually end up rotating in late to the basketball court. And they also have, I think they're leading the pack in terms of trying to catch up and take things over. Meanwhile, though, the last fight we really like to watch a lot, has been going back and forth, is that Steamy Stacks. Malabuka versus Benji Fishy. They always end up trading lives, either one, but this time both are up. It's a elongated fight. It's not stopping now just yet, but Benji's wall-to-wall against two different people, caught in a maze. He does not solve the puzzle. He goes down. Savage and Andretta now are in major trouble. Savage no shields, but has a medkit to pop to stay alive. They have to redeem this, and it's not possible. Savage, with the desperation, goes inside the box. It's unfortunate. They're going to have this situation every time one of these teams has one player left over, and they end up just, you know, at a scenic route, enjoying the nature of the island instead of actually playing the game for points.
Yeah, and trying to get disengage going through there, but unfortunately being dropped out via that instance to the stack, so unable to actually make it all the way to the water, which typically in this circumstance, what you want to do is get in the water and just start swimming. Hope you can find a boat, create a little bit of distance. He's going to be able to potentially do that here. But I mean, it's just not a situation you want to be in, whether you're a fish in a barrel, a rat in a trap. Benji doing his best impression of both there, and then Savage just desperately trying to claw him out. And Dretton now just going to try and extend the life, because we talked about a little bit. Oh, what's up there? Nice little jump pad right around the side. We talked about it a little bit yesterday with the changes coming to reboot vans this season. We're now 5 minutes on those cars. You don't have to actually press to pick them up, just walk over the top of them. And a couple of reboot vans added around the map, there's always kind of a chance you can loop back around. However, seems like, yeah, and right as I say that, Andretta's going to turn around and say, like, oh, that seems like it's been about enough time. I can go back over. The benefit, though, having two boats there means you can kind of burn out the gas tank of one and still have the option to flee. We're going to switch back on over to your prediction, Chayo.
Yes, they are Aqua Fast Roki. When it comes to this trio, they're playing a very different game compared to everyone else. A very central spot, uncontested. They have a lot of choice on what they want to do every game, but doesn't mean they don't have patterns. So obviously, and usually ending up at this bridge to get all their metal farmed up. It does take a while, which somewhat hinders them in gameplay. And if you see a zone like this, the Western one, really good for him, but the game is really coming to them fast. Look at the minimap on the left. There's so many trios already here. Usually they're solo for a bit. They get to talk, get their game plan set up, but now they're really just thrown into the fire.
Yeah, and if now we don't have any fights, we see second place in the bottom right, third place in the top right, might be a decent opportunity to check in with our first place trio, see what they got going on, see whether Storm Surges end up going to be a threat to them again. We'll have about 2.5 minutes before that first morning pops, and then we'll explain and get in the nuances of that. You'll hear us talking about it. For now, the only thing you need to worry about is teams are going to be looking to trade AR damage and not be too worried as long as their shields won't get broken. As long as the shield crack doesn't end up coming through, you're more than often going to be safe from any form of aggression. Currently, we're tuning on board this KPI, Jose, his trio mates, Crow and Deoxy. They're the only trio inside of the only first-time trio who's placed inside of the top 20 right now. And Child, they're in second.
The way they did it, too, is just so cool because they ended up contesting the first-place team for at least the first few games, so they swapped to the other side of the map to pick everything up, right? So the fact that that even happened remotely and they're still this so far, like, you know, in the lead kind of all the way at the top with one game completely down, I mean, that's huge.
It was like one in like a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But they realized, hey, this probably isn't the best of decision. Then they figured out a different spot, which can really commend them for, especially picking on a fight at Believer Beach, where we've seen in other regions when you have two top trios who are just going to butt heads. It's very accessible to go in. There's a lots of sight lines. Then with the cross sight to the north, you now have that accessible way of just popping one of those shadow cubes and then just raining down on top of them. You can see right now the Spanish trio just trying to occupy a little bit more of that western side. Micho, Arian Lee, Milan back up nearly to full strength. Arian Lee, yep, as I say, that is going to be popping one of the big pots there so you can pick up the extra one outside the box. And they're going to be content to trade shots here because they did get some early elims. Deoxy and co. needs Storm Surgeon. As long as they're able to attack over the top of it, they'll be fine. Wings picking up a knock there onto Koro in the feed. That'll be a confirmation. We'll have our 8th player going down, but we've still only seen 2 trios fall so far.
A core elimination is kind of weird as well because usually both those trios end up surviving for so long. So surge routes might have changed. Spanish one starting to get active. This is also somewhat irregular, at least inside Believer Beach. They always fight somewhere far away after hunting for a little bit. No strangers to this fight, though. I think Spanish trio has taken out Mitros at least twice yesterday. This was on the shores itself. Think about this team, too. That's so cool. They're a win-more team and very flip-floppy, which which is appropriate for the environment they're in right now at Believer Beach. But basically, the games that they don't do too well, they don't get too many points, not even inside the top 10. But those games where they're really set up to win, double-digit elims, it's huge inside the top 5 or just a win overall. That's why they're really so far ahead of everyone else.
See, you said flip-flop, and my brain immediately went to floppers. It took me a good little 3 count to be like, oh, he meant like the shoes, flip-flops, the colloquialism for sandals. Yeah, that was fantastic. There you go. That's, you know what? Generally, I'm not a super big fan, but that was 10 out of 10. I rated 8 out of 8, mate. Great bait.
No, the reason it might have taken a while, right, is because in your prehistoric time age, the flip-flops aren't invented, right? As dinosaurs, you don't.
Oh, that's true. We were walking around barefoot. We got real callous feet, just like Cammy said, and Teak on their rotation. I mean, they're always hitting the ground, running, whether they got to walk, but they're really good about finding the IO cars, trying to add those chonkers tires to cut down the rotation time. But we're going to swing back over a fight wall to wall here, and this could have big leaderboard implications as the Oxy loses everything but a sliver of HP. Jose being down to no shield. Crow also no shield, so the aggression coming out, but Ironly is down but not out. And as I say that, he gets knocked out as well. The Oxy going to get the confirmation over, so it's going to be on Milan and Mitra to try and get aggressive, but with the Siphon and some chug splashes, they're back up to effective HP very quickly.
They have a lot of time too. Zone is very close by, so definitely we'll see this fight go the whole mile. Thing is though, how do they respond to this? Kind of all the way on the backside. It's looking rough. Actually a disengage from the side of Ironly, so not really interested in anything but the damage, which is smart because that's really all you need for Surge. Maybe Milan's just running around. They don't have the shields to upkeep with the war of attrition the way the Spaniards have. I mean, they're fully shielded, like Sundown mentioned. Mitro is still way under half, and they're beaming at the car as well. Could be a trap setup too.
They're either looking for a quick ambush opportunity, but the way Fortnite players, you set multiple options here. So Milan dipped. Milan is gone. He's safe, knowing that other teams are going to be rotating him based off of where the zone is. Mitro's hanging out. The reason Mitro's hanging out, Aaron Lee's car is still there. The reboot van is still there. All the other teams are going to see the Spanish trio rotating back in. The KPR trio, like, they need to move. And right as we say that, Vettel and Surprise come over the side. Mitro now has the opportunity to just pick up Aaron Lee and then go meet back up with Milan. So while that trade didn't look so great in the end, like, yeah, you're going to give over a little bit of resources, they'll be able to refarm there. They should get Aaron Lee back up on their feet, and as long as Vettel and Surprise, so do a nice little surprise attack over on the side, like, the next thing they really have to worry about is meeting up with Milan and getting a safe zone in, but he's on the safer side of the zone, so he should be able to communicate where the path is. Overall, great situation, and you can see the reboot is going to end up coming out, but some fights happening around the map as Hellfire will get a knock onto Stormy right in the feet.
Like sending a bodyguard out and then having them relay information to you, basically catch up and make sure you have a secure route. Absolutely. Big thing too with Surge now active, the threshold on the right, basically you're gonna have to deal enough damage to stay ahead of the threshold, or you're gonna start taking damage in the form of lightning. I think it's 25 a pop, so gotta be careful, gotta stay active, is to make sure teams are engaging with each other across the field. Everyone's gonna be looking for that damage, and I saw 400 below when it first popped, wondering what team it was. Kiriachi, Stormy right 2's completely uncontested spot, not near anyone, and usually that would sound really good, but if you need to get damage and engage with other teams, I mean, if you don't find any, you're going to be in trouble.
Especially with still 92 players up in the lobby, so Storm Surge will punish the trios who have been the most passive, the ones who have done the least amount of damage. The damage to get above that threshold then appears on the right-hand side. If you are below that threshold when it ticks over, that's going to start in Zone 3 in 25 seconds. You can see the counter in the bottom right-hand corner. 25 damage every 5 seconds, so action is going to happen. We are going to tune into the teams who are below, because regardless, they're going to try and do something, whether it's throwing AR shots out, or more than likely when they're this far below, trying to get wall-to-wall and trade. You can see now that number has dropped. Somebody on their trio is trading shots out and getting get there. You can see players are getting hit in the lobby, but Toos, they need to gauge. Don't forget, Shio, they won 2 matches yesterday. These are defending FNCS champs. They got to go, and it's Full Net Wings and Karmi they're fighting against.
Yeah, it's the second fight they're rolling in with. Also in defeat, I saw Aryan Lee go down, and big fights happening on the north side of zone as well, so the story there continues. Thomas HD finally finds something to activate with. Toos, actually, Stormy right still in trouble. Sure, that won 2 games yesterday, that won that FNCS as well, is just having issues getting day number 2 started. Stormy right can't even stay on his feet right now. Toos gets knocked down too. All down to Kiriachi, but against 3 players who now have siphons while lightning strikes, there's no chance. 1 pumps to the face. He's gone too.
Cammy also got a confirmation going on there. Not sure if they ended up picking up a knock, but this is something we saw them do incredibly well yesterday, where they'll position the situation knowing they're above Surge from the early tags they get based off their landing spot. And they go and they posture up against a trio who is forced to fight against Surge. And they are fantastic when it comes to the defensive fights against Surge. So 3 eliminations, plus if you keep an eye on the top left corner, Surge is turned off, and we're inside 24 trios going down. So that's an additional 5 points going through. That's already 11 points on the day. Our first place trio, they're looking great.
We focus on the top left for a bit. Numbers will keep dwindling down. You focus on the bottom middle. You can see the loadouts that he's rolling in with. The HP of the car's a little bit low. Also focus on the bottom right, the mini map right now. This zone is kind of a complete mimic of game number 1 of yesterday. This is the same game that Steady, Cammy, and Teak are playing. And if today ends up exactly like yesterday, this team might break a record for how many points you can just accrue inside the FNCS finals on any region. This is huge for Steady, Cammy, and Teak. They're experts on this natural low ground zone, especially even if they're rivers. They know exactly how to adapt, stay ahead of it, and stay ahead of every team, both in position and in points. If day 2's like day 1, I mean, they must be smiling so wide right now.
And the only thing that is really going to stop them, because based on how they play their game plan, they land on the eastern side of the map, they land in a split position and land at very high points and just try and get first shot accuracy weapons to accrue Surge early on, and then kind of go along this interior scavenger route. It's something they've been doing for seasons and had so much practice in. Because of that strategy, the only real opportunity to punish them is kind of inside this threshold right now when they tunnel interior to the zone on the low ground. If the rest of the lobby recognize that, and they should know where they're coming from zone, they're always on pretty much the southeastern side of the zone, regardless of where it is, with very few exceptions. Just start shooting at them. Like, they don't do anything special. They literally put up a box that's maybe like 4 metal by 4 metal wide. Just start burning into their resources, but nobody ever looks that way. Everyone else is always so concerned about looking towards the outside, trying to catch these cheeky eliminations and stuff. But at some point, you're not just playing the lobby. You're trying to play the tournament, but instead, they're going to be able to walk away with the Axe of Champions and 100 grand in their pocket if somebody doesn't do something different.
It is so similar what they do to every team. I think the trick for them is that they find whatever cluster there is, like of these many players, right? And they end up right beside everyone by themselves, never editing. The players just focus on the main dish in front of them, right? They kind of look like a pet to the main character. You're not going to ever focus on the pet of the main character. You want to fight the big boss, right? So, no one's focusing on the ads. It's easy distraction for them to even capitalize on those clusters. It's huge for Steady, Cammy, Teak, and this is also something they love to do. I've seen it every single season. This long tarp, it's impossible to even find them in pressure. They have a whole map worth of room here.
Well, it's impossible to ignore the unicycling lobster who's yelling, "Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me," when these guys just end up chilling and sitting in here, right? But on the flip side, you talked about it. You see them do this all the time. You're like, oh, it's hard to know where they are. No, it's not. They're at the end of this very long tunnel in the middle. They're in the same spot every time. They do it every single game. And finally, it looks like a little bit of pressure going down. I don't necessarily want to leave that area. If Andalex is pushing onto that wall and we just saw a shield break going through, if they do end up confirming that, we will want to take an eye out. We do see Aqua for Co currently sitting in 3rd place, 9 points going through the 2 eliminations, and a legendary pump on Aqua. They're set up in a situation to potentially make plays, but we're pulling relatively to the interior with only one real high ground bourbon play, and they're actually going to base up directly on top. I think it's a different stack towards the side, so they're going to be okay right now. You can see the right-hand side, 176 below. No, I said they were going to be okay. That's a lie. They're just 12 above.
We're surfing on those threshold points. They're going to get a little bit of tags back and forth here. No, not at all. Is that a knock, actually, to Fasroki? I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but a little bit of a mini disaster. Chapix with the aim looks really good right now. Maybe that was reason too, but it doesn't even matter. Fasroki, he's going to be back on his feet.
No, it's Trippin. Trippin ended up picking up, and I'm not surprised with that because Trippin does end up carrying that silent semi-auto sniper, which if you end up getting a beat on the headshots of 70s, those add up real quick, right? Like, you get through kind of the right line of sight. You can see the top left corner. We talked about Andalex pushing through. It's going to be EGRM who he ends up on the other side of, which means Cammy Steady Teak likely stay from the aggression. You can see Fastroki, Aqua, and CRR still on the right-hand side, 28 below, 5 seconds, bottom right-hand corner, so that 25 damage every 5 seconds. It's going to come through. And on top of the fact, they just had to get a revive out, so they already burned some of their excess stuff. They're only 5 5 above. They're desperately trying to throw shots out. Queasy ends up getting knocked by Andalex in the feed in the top left-hand corner. Tons of eliminations coming out as Hottie Tripper and Ilocraft are completely eliminated. Rifle and Co. trying to throw some shots at that. CRR gets knocked yet again, but I think he's just desperately trying to trade out the surge shots, knowing that it doesn't matter. I can go down but not out as long as I get us above the threshold.
I'm just wondering how they play out the rest of the game. I mean, they barely have any ammunition. That's CR, Fast Rookie, Aqua. They've gone through so many different shields as well because they're doing these over-peaking strats desperately to try to get something happen. Even Savage, who got back into a game, gets shaken out. Thomas HD, who was knocked before, is back for now, but can't find any damage either. This is the toughest I've seen Surge be for so many teams.
Yes, it's because the lobby is so fast, but it should end up turning off here as Andretta, Savage, and Benji go down, and they go down outside of the cascading placement point. So now we've gotten kind of into that back half. We talk about how getting in the top 24 is kind of, hey, congratulations, you made it through the early game. Well, getting in the cascading placement points as well, congratulations, you made it through the mid game. Here's the transition to the end game, and Thomas and Anas are trying to make do with more than just the one placement point they got. Each trio that falls will be an additional placement point, but the one thing we're going to start talking about, it's going to be every single game we get to this point. If Seti, Cammy, and Teak are still up, every single one of those placement points you get, you might feel awesome about getting a 5th place game. It doesn't matter if Cammy, Seti, and Teak are getting a 4th or a 3rd again, or they're winning a game again, right? Like, if they're able to just keep converting and turning these into placement points, you have to close the gap on them at some point, as Murstache is going to end up picking up Thomas, leaving Anas to be by himself, solo dolo. 5th zone will close. We'll have the moving zone, and we're going to have another thick surge, Shio.
Absolutely. This is 49 players. Only one really went down to that half and half moving. Not sure how every team adapted, especially because so many of them were taking damage. This is going to be one of the times that Seti, Cammy, Teak don't actually have the front side of the zone. They still will find it somehow. And once again, I feel like I'm having deja vu. It's Aqua, Vasroki, CR on height. They're looking completely fine now. The surge issues were merely just an entertainment factor of play for them, and they made things slightly interesting. On low ground as well, we'll have Seti, Cammy, and Teak matching the front side of the zone. It's literally exactly what we saw yesterday, with a few solos here and there like Anas, trying to get as much placement as possible. I mean, it's going to be good for them if they do get it, but if Seti, Cammy, Teak stay alive, the whole lobby is just going to be frozen in time.
As long as they're up on their feet, they're gaining forward. And again, we talked about it a little bit at the start of this match. At some point, we're going to have to crown victors in the EUF NCS. We like to call out that moment when, like, hey, nobody can catch them, and it might come sooner rather than later. They're taking the skies, but need to be aware, Teak has absolutely no shield right now. They do a great job, though, of finding a layer and then just getting back together. They'll invest plenty of their shields to get him back up, make sure that he's taking the minis, then prioritize over on the chug splashes so they don't waste any of it. Deoxy goes down. Wow. So it's something to keep an eye on. And Anas going to play a little bit of spoiler as he gets a full confirmation onto Pink. And they're going to use a full pad to bonk their head at the top and then go down to the low ground. And it looks semi-intentional as Aqua also going to get a knock under Scram in the top left. We still will need players to go down, but for Stroke and Aqua doing a good job of ramping out, but they're already onto wood and only really building out a double layer. Luckily, it looks like Zone is going to pull back over and they're going to get a solid connection. So a little bit of respite, more control given to them. And the question is, will somebody be able to actually challenge, and what happens on the low ground?
Aqua's mats are bleeding out here. So are Fast Rokies, no utility options either in terms of anything cool, a shield or something like that. And Fast Rokies inventory is ammo so low as well, so they're gonna need a siphon and they're gonna need a refresh. They're gonna have to actually touch down to earth and do something. Look at Hellfire, look at the chop, it's coming through, barely even connected. High ground will get affected in just a second. They're below though for Cammy, Seti, Teak. The surge does start to answer and give this top team trouble. They have splashes though. They're gonna try to out heal it. 8 players need to go down. This is gonna be a timed situation for these guys. All they have to do is survive. They're gonna break into a box fully. All the sprays fine, nothing, almost out of shield. One more tick and that crack, yes, it's heard by the entire lobby now. Maximum defense, big Cammy down, be lethal. Cammy goes down. Seti's about to go down to a sub 20 point game. He's a solo for the moment, and Aqua, Fast Rokies, CRR, they've figured things out again. Another bounce back blesses them on high ground.
So Cammy hasn't been full converted over. You still have Surge hitting in on Seti, but this is the problem when you play a little bit too passive. Surge will finally turn off, and we saw yesterday in match number 2, Seti had an absurd individual run to just get them more placement points and to continue that and to get them the top 7 placement. Can they do it again on the low ground? The issue is Shio. Yesterday, he had a bunch of shields to go with it. He had a bunch of utility. They had to burn all of those to try and get Teak back up to healthy before they fought against Storm Surge. So now he's dealing with with no shields, a pad to try and get around to the outside, but around the outside he goes. Kinzel's right there. However, a stiff breeze will be able to knock him over. Don't forget, up on the high ground, we still have our third place team looking to close the gap. He has 1 HP worth of Storm Tick. Any single weapon in the game, if it hits him, will knock him over. All he wants to do is just stay in his box and keep going through. 23 builds, all wood, but as long as Zone keeps pulling away, he can just hang out. He's looking for right hand. There's a trio right on the other side. Will this be the first time we see them fall outside the top 10? Doesn't matter. Still gets our second place trio going down, hops into the box, and he goes down. But a couple other trios fell before him. I think he snuck a top 8 in there anyway, so we talk about efficiency. That said, we're going to swing back on over. Murstache, Malabuka, Shizo trying to put a stamp on it right on the start of the day. They have 12 eliminations so far here right now. No, I lied, Shia. They have 14 eliminations and still counting. Kinzo picks up 4 ZR in the feed. You see Andalex also going down. Aqua CR still up on the high ground, though. Raining shots is for Strokey. Is going to get to Verax, and we're about to have our top 3. But Murstache is doing so well finding these shots and weaving them in between the edits.
There's so many souls just continually going down, trying to clutch for this team. This entire trio still alive. The Murstache with the 8th elimination. Another big pump. That's 9. Can we get it? 10 on the solo man himself. Almost with the beams back and forth. Like a seesaw, he's balanced, but it's not going to be enough to win the game. That's a huge amount of eliminations, though. It's Aqua, Fast Roki, CRR that take that VR. But Sundown, so many elims, so many fragmented solo players clutching for their teams. That'll be huge for the boards.
Fragmented solo players clutching for their teams, but it also looked like all of the top 3 got through. We saw our third place team pick up the VR. We saw our leaders, I think Seti snuck in the 8th there, and we also saw Jose end up getting a 10th place, so there might be a little bit of a shake-up, but we're going to kick it on over to the desk. Zeke, Reese, Levin, what you got for us?
An extremely strong start. Levin, you asked for a 15 elimination victory out at the start of the day. We almost got that from Murstache, Malabuka, and Shizo. They started the day in 13th place with 108 points, but now they will certainly be climbing the leaderboard. Congratulations, though, to Aqua, CR, Fast Roki, a 7 elim victory royale. Aqua's coming back. He's coming back strong, Levin.
Yeah, they had a really good day one, and I think the big thing with them was it was always going to be, with Queasy being contested, there isn't that much of a threat for high ground, and so you'd expect Aqua to really dominate it throughout the day, and yeah, the high ground wasn't as dominant as it typically is yesterday, but definitely a great start for these guys. That victory royale will very much be helpful in terms of the race to catch Cammy, Seti, and Teak. Really good stuff from Seti to be able to stay alive as long as he did as well, right? So props to him. Probably one of their worst games, but it still wasn't a bad game. Like in the context of like general Fortnite competitive, not a bad game, but probably one of their worst games considering how good they were yesterday. Standard first game though. I'm like what I'm seeing so far from you.
Yeah, an Aqua win. They didn't manage to pick up a single victory royale yesterday, so it's like, you know what? It's about time that Aqua, man, and I keep saying Aqua and Co. Aqua, that's even worse almost. Aqua, Fastroki, and CRR managed to pick up a victory royale, and they do it in day one, and that's obviously going to close the gap big time because important thing, you know, you mentioned this set, he managed to clutch up a bunch of points as a solo. They had 19 when basically the rest of the trio went down, so he himself got 9 additional points. So just remember that later on in the leaderboards. If he's just above and they win by 9 points, like that is why Seti right there. Yeah. But on top of that, most importantly, the team in second, Dioxy's team, got 20 points, right? So they actually distanced the gap between Dioxy's team there too. So like, you know, the gap, even though it wasn't a great game, distanced themselves a little bit from that first and second place team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the old, literally after yesterday's performances, they didn't have a game outside of top 7. So now we just make that top 8. Like, that's still good. They've not dropped outside of the top 10 yet. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case. Guys, were there any differences from day 1 to day 2 as far as like early game, drop spots? Talk me through some of that.
So, most importantly, right, it's all the same. Right now, everything's the same. I was going in, are we seeing change in drop spots? Are we seeing change in strategies? No, we're just seeing the same old stuff. And this is what it was yesterday, right? Nate's team alongside Queasy's team in Catty Corner fighting it out here. And towards that later in half of the day, we saw a third party coming in from the south-hand side there. This is actually a really sweet clutch because notice Queasy's actually now as a solo because Anasa's just gone down. And he managed to pick up, you think what I thought was going to be a 1v2, right? He managed to pick up Skype, but Vanyak's team actually ends up rolling in from the south side, being a third party and just easily picking up Nate there. So this Kenny corner is becoming even more of a mess. And Steamy Stacks, we kind of saw this engagement going on as well, where Malabuka managed to pick up Benji Fishy the first time, and then it's like it's just kind of just happening at that point, right? Shai's just trying to fly away, and he kind of takes an eye onto where I think it was Andretta was dipping, over there at that side. So they managed to pick up that second lead. Andretta dipped out, didn't do too much either. And over in Believer Beach, we kind of caught the tail end of this at the same time. Ariane Lee started to absolutely frag out. He picked up 2 of the eliminations. That was onto Janice and Vidil, leaving Noah left as a solo. And you can see him, he's moved his way to Risky Reels, just crouching in a corner, similar to Game 2 yesterday, but unfortunately was not able to really get much out of that.
Yeah, and if you take a look here at the standings, Seti, Kami, and Teak remain in first place. Another team has broken 200 points, though. That is for Strokey, CR, and Aqua. And the thought of CR, Aqua, for Strokey winning in FNCS, it would be absolutely magical if they could do it. They still got a decent way to catch up with Seti, Kami, and Teak, but if they can keep having games like the one they just had, they're going to be on the right path. So all in all, really great stuff. Flowis, Hellfire, and Scram as well, a team that's really impressed me this season. They've been, it's almost been like they've been quiet, right? I don't want to say they've been quiet because they've been great, but all in all, really, really decent team. Let's take a look at the next page though, because we have some more teams that have impressed as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the likes of Queasy, Anas, and Thomas, because we've seen with some of the off-spawn fights, like the off-spawn fights between Mustache's trio and Benji's trio at Steamy, it's like we're still seeing a team seemingly do well out of that, right? With Mustache's team, they go out and they get a second place, 6th elimination mad game. With the Catty fights, everybody just seems to be shambles out of that, right? Like nobody seems to be profiting or winning in any capacity. So hopefully we can see one of those 2 teams at the very least start to step up a bit more.
You got to do it right. We only have 5 more games, so something needs to change if we're looking to contest even that top 5, right? Okay, Fortnite fam, you heard the battle bus, which means we're going back in all the action. Shio Wager Sundown, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. 1 match down on the day, 7 down total, 5 more to go. 3 active champions will be handed out here in Europe, and so far it looks like Cammy, Seti, and Teak are doing their best to hold on, but Chayo, that was their worst game in a while with let me check. Yes, it was their worst game since their 7th place 1 elim performance, and Seti did end up clutching in the 8th place, so his 8th place was still 5 elim, so it's not like that was insignificant. They're still piling on the lead, and all right, flip a coin, who wins it this time?
This is going to be Nate winning, easy peasy clap. As I say that, he's doing all the juice with these tires. Thomas and Anas and Queasy have the guns, so wondering how even Nate got away in the situation and isn't knocked. I mean, that's crazy. No weapons running. All these big movement things are coming through from Anas' side too. I'm just flabbergasted in the fact that Thomas HD just got caught right there. Skite with a huge shot. Nate now down, but the trade is okay for their team. They're gonna have a lot of control here, and Anas is now left as a solo. I'm not sure how this happened. It just felt like Queasy, Anas, and Thomas had a little bit of control there, but with the power they had, they couldn't find anyone or get any shots, and then as a result, they get more surprised than I was.
Yeah, it seemed like the quick lever action pickup from Skype. He was able to loop back around to find his teammate, and a little bit of a change. We've seen them typically pick up 1 elimination right off the bat. Instead, 2 very quick knocks, and Shizo down to just 20 effective HP. He's going to try and hit the backstack, and like we talked about, create a little bit of distance towards that north side, but it's a very predictable rotation out. And when Mustache and Malabuko and no effective HP, it's going to be a tough rotation. Will at least find a blue lever and some minis, so looks like he might actually just try and deny these minis a little bit. I don't necessarily hate that play. He's unable to pop them, and at least pop the 2, then maybe chuck the other one away, however you might have a chance to get it. You can see, doesn't necessarily want to commit to going in the sky, because as soon as he does that, he is going to get called out, and Jetta should see him. He should have just saw him right there, and yeah, she's going to try and trade it out, potentially take a 1v1 while he has the opportunity to, but it's going to be a difficult push. He finds a great shot, the rare lever action. You can see that rate of fire in the wall-to-wall prowess there. You can see him trying to chase this down, wants to get an opportunity to get one more shot on to Andretta before his teammates are able to help, and that's not going to happen as Essatem. Nope, never mind. I thought Essatem snuck that away. He just got a knock in the feed as well. That should have been Savage who cleaned that up, the only one with a shot. We're going to swing on over here. You can see the Spanish trio getting aggro real quick here.
Yeah,
going up against.
Not regular at all for the Spanish trio whatsoever. When they come rolling in, it's always at Believer Beach on their own time. This time, going to be absolutely invaded at their spot near the castle. Jose already low. He decides to just go, and now it's Crow. What's he going to do next? absolutely nothing with this inventory. This is for long-range shots, not a close-range fight, and he gets taken out. Dennis changing things up. Noah Riley are moving away from Believer Beach on that fight. They're actually doing what classic teams used to do from Believer Beach, bullying the teams on the left side at that solo house at Castle. But so fast, I think that's a direct off-spawn contestation. They just win it up.
So did Mitro and Ironly finally force them to lead? It feels weird for that to happen after 7 games, but I guess better late than never if you're looking to just make a play in the money right now. You can see Advise trying to do his best to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in the play, and he's doing a good job of that, picking up 1 full confirmation, trying to get on the wall with that rare pistol. We talked about how good it can be in close quarter situation, not necessarily that epic or legendary variant, but still has a ton of prowess, still has that 2 times headshot multiplier. And right now Advise doing a really good job. This looks like it's just a stream cleanup 1v1 according to the bottom part of the map. Does end up taking a 72 shot there, so it's going to pop the mini. He has plenty of excess there. Stacitos picks up Nate in the feed. That will end up being a knock. We've only had 2 full trios go down as Nate does get confirmed. A lot faster paced game than we saw in the previous one, Chow. I guess teams don't want to be following the Storm Surge so late, as Fi's able to just pick that one up there. Good finish up on the fight, and he's going to head right on over to the reboot.
And it might sound like a broken record here, but this exact same situation happened yesterday. A first game where Surge was crazy and it was so tough for teams to find damage. A second game where people get frustrated, insta-switch drops or go for faster fights. It gets kind of insane. Nice reboot, though, to get this team back up on board. The big thing, too, for the teams that are alive at Steamy Stacks, yeah, we saw Mursash's team lose, and that might be bad for them, good for Benji, but that's also very good for Camiseti and Teak. The one way they can get stopped today is if these teams were having an absolute display of power in the first early games, continue that and keep racking up more and more points, get BRs or double-digit elims over and over again. If you're at a 50-50 spawn and your team doesn't get to show off that power in the end game, in even one game, it allows people in the league to just keep that lead for so much longer.
Well, so at this point, too, with the Spanish trio just absolutely floundering here. Yes, they were the newcomers on the scene. Their performance was fantastic yesterday, but they needed to repeat that performance and better in order to pass Camiseti and T. They have had 2 bad matches today. That is not going to happen. However, we did see Frostroki, CRR, and Aqua able to pick up the match #1 victory royale. They did close that gap a little bit. Not a ton, but they closed the gap. They made up a little bit of delta in that point. If they can keep doing that, there's a chance. The best chance is going to happen right now. Like I said, they're plus 16 points based off the command. You can see it right now. 28 for Tikiko, 44 in Aqua. That is just the day #1 numbers. I mean, if anybody's going to catch him, Shayo, I think it's this trio.
Yeah, and the way they're going to be doing it, if they want to, cement it in game 1 with just 7 elims, they have to just keep going for wins here. That's literally what it has to be. I would say 3 victory royales. They have to win half the games minimum to make that space up first, and then maybe win more after that as well. I mean, it's a tough task. Based on game 1, though, and the way these zones are going, they keep getting these home zones at Boney Burbs. Get to take their time, do what they want, come back to the POI. It's really good for Aqua, an IGL that likes to have that setup. Choose specifically where he wants these bases at the highest points in the map. They're delaying the game right now, too, Sundown. Usually we already see them at a base, ready to shoot. They're still looting up.
Yeah, looting up, trying to get around. They do have that legendary shotgun onto Aqua. We've seen him holding that a number of times. So actually going to head down towards the convergence, which once you have mass materials is very efficient. You can see that counter just a little bit under his elimination total. Anytime we do flip over to a player, it gives us a little bit more detail. We know he only needs to farm upon wood, but the convergence has very little materials by it. Makes it a good spot to rotate past and potentially look for tags, but not a good spot to go unless you've maxed up on your mats.
This is going to be a pit stop for them. Definitely not exactly the spot they want to be. So Aqua actually moves up, just trying to get some brick. One more team to talk about as well, who still have their spot in the conversation to maybe contest Seti Kenny is Flowis, Hellfire, and Scram. They've been playing very consistent. Even coming in to this next day, they're right beside Aqua in terms of points. Maybe not in a display of skill completely to own a game, but this last game they came 3rd with 7 elims. They were one of those teams that had a solo survive for so long. So they're right there side by side. If they continue their game and then maybe Seti Kemitik flop a little bit, they literally just get top 3s over and over and over again. Might be a definite possibility.
Yeah, you can see out of the 6 games yesterday on EU, 2 were won via the high ground crown and 2 being the ones to be able to do that. I think largely we've seen high ground just being a safe control and a way to kind of get a passage into at least kind of those top 3 situations. However, you need to be able to execute after the fact, because EU is filled with teams who are more than happy to just hang out on the mid and low ground and play for that last fight. They'll play for second place knowing that, like, hey, if we take a 3v3 at the end and we get all 3 of those eliminations, that plus maybe a couple early on, like 5 elims VR, 40 points, that sounds pretty good, right, Shia?
It just has to stay consistent. That's all it is, and that's the toughest thing for all these teams, because we saw yesterday even a little bit. Every single team basically gave up at least one game, other than really Steady Kemi and Teak. They were just rolling in the whole way too. So, I mean, they have to basically play perfectly, and that's just to be beside the team that's in first place. Just haven't really seen this before anywhere but really NA West and sometimes Brazil as well. So it's going to be tough.
Yeah, team down in Brazil ended up opening up a huge lead. PHZen and his trio, I mean, they played phenomenally yesterday. And if you haven't checked out some of the other regions Fortnite, I highly recommend it. There was a Japanese broadcast for the Asian finals last night. You can tune into. I know a couple people were streaming the OC. If you want to check out your favorite players, I recommend checking out any of the watch parties wherever you're tuning in to catch the action. That's all we care about. Just watch some Fortnite. Give these players the credit. This is the premier event. We got the Grand Royale coming up as well, so don't forget to keep your eye on the announcements, all of the Twitter, see what's going to go on with that, because we're going to be rolling right into another competition. But right now, it's all about EU. 5 games left. We're going to have that storm surge warning popping up here on the right side a little bit. Again, that's for the trios who have done the least amount of damage, and they're going to be pressured. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds, but Noah Riley doing some pressuring himself right now, picking up the full elim. That's Roban, who, him and Fnayan, they've had a really tough time. Their trio, who I really had high hopes for, but it just seems like there's either a little bit of not only communication barrier going on there, not necessarily calming in their native languages, but just not having necessarily the time and chemistry that a normal season would have been able to develop for a full trio, as we see Mitro and Arian Lee also going down there to Coral and Splash.
One thing I feel like Roban did really well is filling in the gaps of some of the big teams when they weren't actually there in the qualifiers. They looked really good when they were in control and didn't have some of the big names to face, but as soon as those names start taking up the low ground, as soon as Steady Kemi Teak start to be ahead of you faster, and Aqu was a little bit more dominant on height, it's tough for some of the teams, as you're saying, might have those comms issues, those identity issues, to find a spot on the map. Floki, Sipos, and Clement, I'm not going to add that tag to them completely, but it seems like they're kind of going completely under the radar. They don't have a sense of control completely in the game when they're playing. They are adapting really well to every situation, but I feel like you need a little bit more than that if you want to win. To stay top 5, they can definitely play how they're playing, but to elevate the game, I think they need to be a little bit harder towards these end games.
Yeah, but we've seen it in particular when it comes to French Fortnite trios, and when they do end up putting it all together, it's terrifying. Like, it's almost a different breed that sometimes they play. They do have a little bit of a practice situation for the core group who ends up playing together. And when they are able to just put together a full 6 or 12 game performance, it really adds up to something that's impressive. But right now, it's Steady, Kami, and Tiku, the ones who are setting the pace, so it doesn't matter how fast you're playing. You have to play at their level. As you see Storm Surge, the warning is going to tick on the right-hand side. They're 646 above, so no pressure on them, as Nakos is going to get the knock on Stompy. We already saw Nebs go down, so it should just be pink over there. You can see Aware, Karma trying to spray some shots around, getting the priority position on top of Convergence, knowing refarming is going to be tough, as Andalix, Xsqueeze, and 4ZR also trying to add a little bit to their total. The question is, who is below? They're just ticking above. We will end up now having 3 trios who could be impacted, and Storm Surge will start in about 75 seconds.
Storm Surge, I feel like, has been the trip up for 4ZR, Xsqueeze, and Andalix. Just in a few games. One thing that hasn't really kept them super consistent, you can see too in this game, it's not going to be, you know, the comfortable 200 damage above. The nice message you want to see on the right side of your screen. They're going to still have to fight to upkeep with the rest of the teams around them. And it might just be the zones that are tripping these guys up. We've been in the north side so long right now, it feels like we're not even watching EU. We're in Canada, but it is what it is. These guys will dive into these boxes, try to pick up that damage, get close and personal. This is a way to rack things up. It is riskier, though, because you put your body on the line. It's not like a long-range base. Sometimes you don't have the luxury to do that if you're rotating late, having to go north, having to go towards the center every single time.
Yeah, it makes it a little tough. You can see Benji pick up the knock there onto Hadi. Elocrats getting the confirmation onto Zendaya, but Skite going down to himself there, so not necessarily going to end up being happy. That could have been chopped out. You can see Estetom will confirm too by himself, but Right now, 4CR, Xsqueeze, and Alex are just trying to survive. They are wall-to-wall with this trio. They don't necessarily have to be taking this fight, but they do want to end up well above the wall. And actually, as I say that, Xsqueeze actually ends up getting a knock onto Poly. They're going to try and see if they can't pull that down, but not out player back and end up taking all their resources, and they're going to be able to do it.
A nice bootleg harpoon. Sometimes you just got to use your hands. Get that refresh to 395, so the situation just completely changes. Sky, although, is going down. Nebs does clap back under Birdo. TQ still having a thing to say to Carmi, who was actually at a high elevation, so I'm wondering exactly how that fight even broke out. But now 600 damage above Surge. And Alex Xsqueeze 4-0 are doing so well. And I'm waiting to see exactly how this game really goes for them. Every time they end up inside these top 10 situations, they rack up around 7-6 eliminations and do change how the top 10 looks overall.
Hellfire and Flonada also picked up a pair of elimination confirmations there, so should be a nice little round of points. Storm Surge does turn off, but unlike last game, not as many fragmented trios and full trios going down, so lots of still duos and solos were up on their feet, meaning no placement points given out yet. We still have 28 trios in play trying to compete for that, so a little bit of a different lobby, a little bit of some solo dolos running around. You can see Scram was one to get one of the elimination points. Hellfire ended up picking up the other. That's +4 for them. We are dropping down below that 70 number. Not too many reboot vans in play as well. I think there might be one like slightly in that northwest corner that should play out in the next zone. Otherwise, we'll have the normal players in. No, actually, I don't think. Yeah, there is one all the way on just kind of like that little western border there. But otherwise, not going to be super acceptable as there are tons of players who are there. There is still one in Boney that could potentially get a player as we see a yellow triangle there. We have flown it out in the top right-hand corner and Scram. Hellfire actually got knocked, but they're going to try and pull him away and get a revive, and they're pulling him way back into the tunnels.
What is this space? It's huge. There's so many weird things going on in the zone. Every time it's central and it keeps pulling in, it just makes things awkward. You can't really move. You don't have a reason to overall. It's like watching a high school dance. Everyone's just kind of littered around in different spaces and no one really knows what to do. Do I walk up and say hello to someone? Do I bust a move? What's going on?
I mean, it's exactly like what's going on in the bottom right-hand corner there. You see No Riley throwing up the infinite dab. We got some dance moves, a little bit of a fanning going on, the high school dance all over. But right now we can see the zone is pulling kind of just towards the south. There's a little bit of change of verticality in that area, but it's the first time we've really seen the zone anywhere near the convergence, Shio. And the late games in this situation can be a little awkward as the building does get weird at times.
If you own the mountains, you basically own the zone. I think we saw one of these zones happen in the semifinals day one. It was Mitro as well, who just took things away by sneaking around everyone and then staying up top. Axe Force also going down. It's going to cost them a walk-up, but there's a reboot right here, and it still even looks... I know it's a 2-tick, but it feels like a 1-tick to me. It's barely even any damage. Completely nominal. I'm not sure if Koro has a medkit to pop, but he should do it soon. There it is. Nice. They're going to be fine. But yeah, when it comes to the zone, the more south you are, it feels like the more options you have, the more you can do. You can keep beaming people, and the ground will just always be right under your feet and higher than everyone else.
Gives you plenty of line of sight to be able to rain down on the lobby. And again, line of sight in the exact same spot they always are.
It's a random box.
Just a random box right in the middle of the zone on the low grounds. In the south corner of the zone. Like, it's so weird that they haven't been shot at once. It's not like people don't know where they are. They've done the same thing every single game. But I mean, they just get plenty of room to do it. And you can see the key on their positioning is too, it might look completely random, but they're not necessarily in the direct line of fire from the people who are in power positions, right? They create enough of a distance where like those teams up there, yeah, they could shoot at them, but they're just going to be able to throw a cone to the floor above their head. It's a tough angle to really get the spray onto the wall, which is where you want the damage. And then on top of it, they get great lines of sight on everyone else who needs to rotate into the zone. So it just sets them up to really, I don't want to say they don't have to play the game until kind of the fifth zone in the moving circles, but it's so formulaic beforehand that you just are kind of going through the motions. And that's what happens when you've practiced this so much. You just leave it down to the high level of execution. I mean, if anybody can execute, it's these two players.
I'm just so confused as to how they're not running into any teams to get to this point. Like a perfect example of interruption so far has been Aqua's team. They were trying to move past the convergence. One team saw them, then to change their whole game plan. They're not going to be on height this time. Snako, sneak off an egg room. This is exactly where they land too. So I hope that they do have control of this entire area, but it's like, how are City Kemi and Teak allowed to just move around as much as possible? Is it super early? Like,
So the chonkers up the IO cars. So we talk about it. The IO cars, when you're rotating through, they are a little bit faster when you're able to go. They're more efficient when you get through in terms of the gas. But you see those chonkers all over the place, and you might think, oh wow, those are just tires. Those are great. I guess I can use them to like break some fall damage or something. No, if you get chonkers, throw them on whatever car you're rotating on. It makes getting over these mountains, gets over the hills. You lose no damage. You get a ton of extra distance. And again, they subscribe to the theory of you either go super early or go super late. Except they never go super late. It's always super early. They're always inside the zone way ahead of time, and they play for the middle of the zone. They don't care if they get half and half out, drop directly on top of the head. They basically head towards the southern middle part of the zone, and then they play from there. So this is the part in time where now they actually have to start making decisions. Otherwise, they do the exact same thing. Otherwise, and it's been working. It's perfect.
Yeah, and the decisions they're making aren't as complicated as everyone else. They're always by themselves. Look at Aqua, 7 different teams around him. Yeah, he pulled zone 2, so some of his options are basically solved for him overall. But Resetti, Kemi, and Teak, they're usually 1,000 damage almost above Surge. They can just primarily focus on position. It's just a free game for them overall. Aqua, though, I mean, just talked about his situation. It's looking kind of weird. The thing is, though, this is fine. These are actually the games this trio does really well in, when they start on low a little bit and then boost up and go for that retake on height.
But one thing to note, as we do talk about the tournament management mode, despite how Kami, Steady, and Teak are playing, their strategy in the way they get eliminations relies on them making it all the way through into the end game, right? They're not going to be picking up eliminations almost ever in the early and mid game unless they're manufacturing the ones that we've seen in Storm Surge that we've talked about a few times, where they kind of post up next to a team who they reliably think might be underneath it, and they take that fight if they have the advantage. Other than that, they don't really pick them up. Whereas these other teams are putting themselves in the zone, as we saw Hellfire picking up yet another elimination, so they do have the opportunity to close the gap that way. Noah Riley getting a knock onto Pink. We do have Storm Surge coming through. We have Reason Tayson trying to find a little bit of room. Jerky also up on the high ground. He's got a riflet directly behind him. Excuse me, with Kinzo posted up. We're going to swing back on over. Yeah, they're sitting on 3 eliminations, but Hellfire is down. Flonata, very low HP. They're actually going to be able to pull him back and be forced to use Chug Splashes early on, and Scram takes a ton of damage. He's going to get harpooned back in, so Flonata maybe potentially able to save him, but down to a solo and a duo, and instead looks like he's going to leave him.
Every top team has to risk it all for their positions. They're in trouble. Some of their teammates are down. They don't have the spot they want to be in. Meanwhile, Steady, Kemi, and Teak, we're talking about gaps over and over again. They're still keeping it wide open by themselves on a perfect lair, uninterrupted. If they do well this game, they can eclipse 300 points, which is a threshold some FNCS winners have never hit before. In game 2 of day 2.
I mean, is it too, I don't want to say is it too early to call it, but like, I mean, if they get a win, I'm like, do we start celebrating now? Like,
pay attention to the bottom left number whenever we go to their trio. If it hits 70 points or somewhere near 80 this game, I feel like it's already wraps. That being said, though, there's so many different teams flying up in the sky. They're gonna have to survive for a long time. It's not the same situation as last game where there was so many teams dropping all the way towards the very end, a lot of solos. There are organized trio clusters all around, 18 teams, 45 players. The math almost adds up perfectly, and now the shots are coming through from Adil, Janice, and Noah Riley too. They're already at, what is this, 11 eliminations? And there's 45 players alive.
I was going to say, Noah's sitting on 8 himself, and they just got 2 more knocks there on that rotation. So they're saying, hey, we got nothing to lose. We've been battling it out every single game off a drop with us over at the beach, and they just fought the trio that came in the day in 2nd place. But now Noah Riley says, I need a little bit of that best fighter in EU talk going back to my name. It's been awful quiet for a while, so let's pump the volume up. Give me the soundbite, Sundown. But it doesn't matter, because we talk about all of this. Look at the low ground. Look at them, the hip to hip, the entire time, priority position, building out with metal. They're going to low pad to end up just taking a small amount of space to make sure that they don't end up extending there, because there's no other time they're going to end up using it. And they're going to go up above the convergence. This rotation is going to be so hard for everyone who's behind them. That's why they wanted to make sure they're in the front. As Janice picks up yet another elimination onto Vettel. Storms are still hamming away. Rodeo picks up another one. I believe that's 16 they're pushing on. We could potentially see a 20 elimination game coming out from them. Tripper ends up getting the confirmation onto Rifle. Still one full trio end up being hit by Storm Surge. At least you can see a shot does come through in terms of the charge with the edit, but no confirmation as they continue rotating up towards the convergence.
Every team is trying to play catch up to a moving target that's better, faster, and stronger. At height, it's going all the way up to the skies, maybe even the max build limit if they don't stop soon. Hirachi down, Noah Riley traded, Stormer and Toos now have control, and they might be able to get that revive to if they play their cards right. If they do go for that, though, it's only going to be Toos dropping down the pressure. He goes for a reconnect as well. They have to give Kiriachi a little bit of a letdown. A big chop is going to come through. So right still has his footing. It's looking good. Aqua is the one that actually take down Kiriachi. Is this a second chop that might come through as well? I'm not sure, but Aqua's definitely in the situation, in a position to maybe play for retake. The launch pads will come, and I'm not sure which trio this is. It is actually Aqua, Sir, and Fastroki, and they're going for it. Remember, they have to win games over and over to keep up with the people in first place, and they're trying to take things into their own hands.
And Cammy has fallen, but they're inside the top 10 again, and Seti and Teak are still up on their feet. It's something they do, and now that we've pulled towards the convergence, and we're going to pull out and away here in a second, Fastroki ends up getting knocked. That's going to be awful for their chance to try and win the game, and that's Teak who's going to end up picking that up. Aqua comes down the chop. It's just too far away. They try and get going. It's going to end up Stormray who picks it up. It's all going to end up going towards the low ground. You can see pushing into the top 10, and Teak ends up hitting a launch pad, finds a recycle, and finds a perch from the high ground. He says, I'm the one on the high, raining shots down. He wants the champion. He wants to secure it right now with a victory royale. A brilliant shot from the perch. He ends up picking up Stormy Ray. That's a full Elam. He gets the mats to go with it, Child. This looks like their game.
They haven't done it like this before. This is flashy, confident. Sometimes they're just kind of gifted height overall. This time they take it in the most perfect fashion we've seen, understanding that the two teams there fall down. Another pad for Teak. I called around 70, 80 points. We're almost right there. A top 3 situation. They're at 62 just on the day. That's more than some of the teams made on the first one. And this is just game number 2. Seti and Teak as a duo will break it down the same way we've seen them take apart so many competitions just as a duo sometimes. The solos sometimes. They're used to being champions. Benji, Fishy, Savage, and Dreda will have a big task all the way on low. It's a convergence. You can't break through half these cubes. You have to play the position. There's a sneaky rat down on the low ground too. Edison is the one going to get uncharged after that. He's going to get completely taken out. Teak is actually getting close and personal. Seti is playing insurance, but it's going to be a 1v3 for Teak down on low. He gets one. Looking for the next. 4 seconds in zone. Gets pumped down, and now it's all down to Seti playing that heal game.
Seti will get the first med kit off, but then
No!
Seti will not get the med kit off and will get second place there, but still as a duo, we talked about it, their worst placements have been a 7th and a 1st, an 8th and a 5th. Well, I'm sure they will take a second to continue rocking it up there, but Benji, Fishy, and Dreta and Savage take away match number 8 there with a little bit of shenanigans towards the end, a little bit of missed execution, but I think they'll be fine with second.
Life is a comedy sometimes. That game was a funny one. Or a tragedy. We'll see what emotions Zeke, Levin, and Reese have on the desk for that game number 2.
All right, yeah, it's only game number 2 here on the day. You already got me losing my mind. I cannot believe what happened there toward the end. I mean, like, obviously, congratulations, Savage, Benji, and Dreda. 14 elimination victory royale. A very spicy pickup here, especially in game number 211. That's the jump start that this trio needs for the day.
Oh, but we knew they were this good, and I think that's the frustration for all of their fans, knowing that when they can get out of off-spawn comfortably, they are one of the best teams in the world. And the medkit play, Seti, big man, look, I love you, Seti. You're one of the best players out there. You had a phenomenal day.
You would have won, dude.
Big man, you can't be messing up the medkit at this thing. Now, you know what? That's fine, because second place, you know, I think they had a 36-point game. They're fine, like, they are fine. They're still continuing on the track. If anything, right, they'll be licking their lips. They'll be smiling still after that, right? They're perfectly fine. But the teams that sort of have now had better games, the likes of Endretta, Savage, Benji, the likes of No Riley's True, who's been pretty pedestrian for all of yesterday, they had 17 eliminations that game. They actually had the second most points of anybody in that last game, right? So madness. I really want to see more of that from those two teams in particular. Really great off-spawns leading to them having really good games overall. I just want to see it being more competitive for the teams lower down. We know Cammy and Teak are going to run away with it, but the teams lower down, can you fight now to get into that conversation?
Yeah, and I think what was interesting there was the fact that, I mean, we saw the height turnovers repeatedly, and obviously that led to Seti's team being able to take it. But like, Aqua's team was poised to get another victory round. They almost had a height. They were a full trio with a duo up above them at that moment, and it could have been theirs for the taking, but obviously we saw Teak start to spray them all out, and eventually he picked up a bunch of eliminations from the knockdowns there, and Now that's going to close the gap, because remember, coming into this, Aqua was second, Seti was first. Obviously, they've gone even further, deeper into it, so I'm sure Aqua's going to fall a little bit down in the leaderboards too.
I can't take you seriously with the costume. I can't. You just is this bad, man.
We're trying. We'll take a look at the standings in a second. We got to talk about two trios in the top 10 that fell early in that game that just allowed other trios to operate freely in this game.
But that's the beauty of it, right? Because you look at the two teams that actually really did well off spawn, right? They're the two teams that scored the most points in this game. Andrea, Mr. Savage, and Benji finally winning Steamy Stacks, taking down Malabuka's trio. Malabuka's trio, who was in the top 10 coming into this game, they go down off spawn. Benji goes on to have a massive game, right? You know, we see this where teams, you know, who struggle off spawn, when they do have that one game, they use it well. Another example here, Vidil's trio, they take down Diox's trio, who've been phenomenal over the past 2 days. But they go down, then Vidil's trio go out and have a game similar to the kind of game you'd expect Diox's trio to have, where they get, you know, a mad amount of eliminations, 17 eliminations, they come 6th place. If these two teams can continue to have these kind of games, they are going to really start to catch up and put themselves in position, to have much better games. You see here, even though both those teams didn't have great games, Diox still in the top 5, Mustache still in the top 8, not too shabby.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, I just want to harp on it because I don't get to talk about Vidil's team yet, so I want to talk about them. Like, they were 32nd coming into this. That's almost last to the point, and picking up so many points. Like, you know, I'm sure if we switch over that next page, we'll be able to actually see. I'm sure they don't want me to switch over, but want to see anyway, to see exactly how much they've actually moved up there at that moment. So I'm sure they've flown up big time.
Yeah, really great stuff from them. Actually, to note, 17 elimination actually is the tied record for most eliminations in any region, right, in a game in the final. So, you know, really big game, and that's what you expect from a team that is very much, you know, hailed as the best fighting team, you know, having the most talented players in the region. You expect these kind of games from them. Yesterday was a nightmare, you know, a bit of a howler on their half. But today you can come out and have an absolute corker, right? A really good game. That's what you expect from these guys. Hopefully moving forward, they have more of them. Hopefully not at the expense of Diox's trio, because I'm enjoying watching them play and not going down on spawn. But, you know, such is life, I guess.
Such is life. Like my life seeing Reese Subspace every day, man. This guy's, I'm telling you, I might not make it all the way to the day.
Which one do you prefer?
Send help, please.
Such is life, CS la vie. Gracias, Zeke, Levin, and Reese, whatever language you're watching and however you're watching effing CS. We're coming to the halfway point here for day number 2. 4 more matches left, including this one, and we'll crown the champions. And still, Seti, Cammy, and Teak, if anything, that lead looking a little bit more comfortable. 70 points need to be surmounted by the teams in second and third, and then you got another 20-point drop-off. So realistically, like, maybe this game or next game, we might start talking about champions crowned and then the battle for second.
Definitely have that moment. The battle for these spots is the main thing for all these teams. They're kind of sharing games, basically. Like, who can play which game? Is it going to be you this time, and we're basically going to have half the points that we could all totally have if we had our own spots? That's the question. The caddy corner fight starts fast. This time Nate is going to be the one picked up first. Thomas HD is not going to miss them off the rip. Got the weapon, got the elimination. It is over. Savage also is going to miss a few shots, crucial ones. Not going to have any mats to be able to live. He's thrown into a completely different atmosphere, a different world. No way to actually build out from the backside. He has to climb his way back up. Bench is going to be there to help him out a little bit. Malabuka's going to start to run around. Is it already a 1v3? Maybe. It looks like it. Malabuka's trying to run away. No, his teammates are all the way on the backside. Kind of being a slower fight overall here at Steamy Stacks.
Slower fight until Benji decides to get wall-to-wall with that epic lever action shotgun. That thing is, that's going to hurt if he's able to get up in that situation, particularly once he gets this medkit on the effective HP in that regard. You're just able to rip through some of these early game engagements, but you can see she's a Mustache and Malabuka do a good job creating some space, and instead we see a little bit of a fight going on over here. 4ZR also rotating over, so people deciding they need Elim points and they need them now, Shio.
Yeah, usually Misty's kind of a ghost town. Some spooky noises of harvesting happening left and right of just one team. There's never really any super action dropping down. Clement, Floki, Deceptos have had enough of just being and lurking in the shadows. want to take the game by their own hands. I mean, the last 3 games, if you have a backup plan, a plan D, a plan Z almost, it's time to break it down and get aggressive, get those points in. Doesn't completely work out for them. We're going to lose Floki for now, but that car is going to be there for 5 total minutes. They'll turn back to the town and see what's up. Meanwhile, that's Steamy Stacks. Yeah, Benji's almost wall to wall. We're getting there. The first shot will come soon.
Patience is a virtue. It's okay. It'll come. We've seen these fights happen before, and once they do end up resolving, they go pretty quickly. But one thing you've noted about how these teams, they've kind of traded games, and I feel like about like 60% of the case that's been true. We've also seen about 40%, 1 or 2 elims will be traded, and somebody just dips. Somebody just leaves, and they get whatever reboot they can, and they play it out with either a solo or a duo or just like a rebooted shambles trio. We've seen that happen at least 2 or 3 times from these trios, so not always 100% relentless and required to clean up the fight all the way, which Steamy Stacks is one of those places that if you decide to disengage, it's just really hard to stop you. There's so many different ways you can end up going, where if you break line of sight once, it's like, do I really want to spend the time chasing this person? Are we really going to cue the yakety stacks up here, get the Benny Hill music going on, and just like, it's not going to happen, right? But I was to say, wall to wall, Benji Fishy goes to the Savage, is going to be the first one to go to Sam. Benji does end up getting in and gets obliterated. Just absolutely bopped right there. Malibuka doing a fantastic job in the wall-to-wall fight, taking down 2 of what are some of the most notarized fighters out of EU, Benji and Mr. Savage.
I kind of felt like a team finisher right there. They all edited and dropped down at the same time and landed the shot in a very cinematic fashion. I'm liking it. Still upkeeping with style. Even if these fights are kind of brutal, maybe frustrating for the teams back and forth, because they will miss out on a game here or there. I'm wondering exactly how the Caddy team looks. We'll tune in with Steady Kemi at some point whenever in late game. They'll be low ground or in a solo box. We know how that goes.
No, we know exactly where they'll be. We've been over this, right? They will be on the southern side of the zone, a little bit more towards the central, in an area where the high ground isn't looking directly at them. Every single time. We don't need to look at them towards now. I promise you. We'll tune in. Let's tune in about. We can say 20 seconds after third zone closes, right, observers? We'll put that on the clock, right? 20 seconds after third zone closes. I promise you that's where they're.
Atro actually picking one up in the feed. Wondering how his off spawn's going now, where they're actually getting surge. It should be very different, because usually they're fighting a team or at least have people to shoot. That's not going to be the case if a deal's literally not landing there, right? Hold on, we have a little bit of a time advance too. Not quite the third zone, but in the first, a little bit of farming going down. But yeah, my focus, I really want to see what Metro's up to right now. I want to see exactly if Aqua has his game plan locked down. Some of those top 2 teams who still have one game, this game, a chance to contest and close the gap. If Teek's team does fall, trying to build somewhat of a last chance comeback narrative. And some other teams too are in that situation. Michael, Astro, Verox, top 6, uncontested, Dirty Docs. They kind of come from the same side. Azteek on the top right, Flois, Hellfire, and Scram, who look very aggressive and nice on the day. They get in trouble, and here it is. Steady Kemi Teek. Teek a little bit lower. I think someone's finally answered the call, Sundown. He kind of put the Teek signal in the air. Someone stop these guys, and this might be the chance to hold down first place.
A little bit undisciplined on this rotation. They got very split going out there. Teek was a little bit far ahead. I was about to say, this is the one situation where the zone being revealed here, I'm glad we popped over, because we are pulling a little bit farther to the southwest for what's really been the first time in EU. Like, unless we get a really far north zone, this should be the farthest side we're going towards Sludgy Swamp. With that being the case, most of the teams who are rotating away from the north and rotating through the docks, if they are a little bit slower and a little bit more split on the rotation, this is where they could get jumped on. And the fortunate thing is you're never going to commit to a fight in this circumstance, right? The team who ends up coming out late doesn't have any more of an advantage other than just throwing a couple AR shots that way. So unless they're able to really effectively be like, all right, 1, 2, 3, we all shoot Teek, which we saw there for a second, they're not going to burn a launch pad to then jump right down on top of them. They're going to be like, oh yeah, we got 90 damage. Sweet, that Storm Surge is great. And they're going to go next.
Will definitely be a little bit different. I'm wondering if we get that map shot up again too. One thing I do want to note, this is the yellow arrow team that's moving in Teeks all the way on the right. Look at the way teams are actually set up in the map. Sometimes we're used to watching Steady Kemi and Teek go straight towards the center usually of the zone, maybe somewhat a little bit more south. there's basically a line of teams smack dab in the middle, left to right. We're going to be watching them rotate with that vehicle. They're not going to get as far as before. And there's a huge line of teams vertically as well, top down from the Convergence to Misty Meadows. I wish I could draw on this map. It's basically two security lines stopping this first place team from playing the usual game they do. And I don't see chonker tires on an IO car. I see a truck with what is it, Cammy riding on the backside. This is a much different game for that first place team.
Yeah, and largely, again, this is the first time we've seen a zone pulling this far to the southwest. We saw it during the pre-show, how we had that little almost pine tree posted up in the middle of the map, and we are keeping an eye in the bottom right-hand corner as well. There's our current second-place team, just by 1 point ahead of Aqua after their performance in the last game, pulling out that Hellfire and Scram. So our top three, Tiki's in the top corner right now, second place Flonata there in the bottom right hand corner, and then Aqua and Fastroki. We've seen a lot of them in the past 2 games. They've played great so far today. Currently not shown on the screen, but this zone will close here. This will be the end of the first, and then where the second zone is actually going to dictate a lot, and potentially whether or not Ketty, Sammy, and Tiki, you can see they are trying to get the Chonkers Tower onto at least some form of car that are going to end up fueling it up, knowing that the rotation is so key. Don't have the IO car, so a little bit of a less fortunate rotation, but adding the Chonkers is largely the bigger difference. As Flonata actually ends up, no, that was Hellfire taking a bunch of damage to the bottom right-hand corner, and we're going even farther to the southwest, Shao. This is a tough rotation for them.
Definitely. The south is definitely the key for all these Misty teams. Kind of doing a bottom curve might be the best bet. Getting somewhere strong and then looking upwards north, getting any tags you can. The gaming team will follow the water for now. Slow rotating in. The majority of these north teams will have a huge cluster to deal with as well. Cars riding, this might be the game that they just confirm the fact that they're going to be these European FNCS champions overall. 64 points on the day. If they get 40 more, I think they could break 400. It's insane. Flowis, Hellfire, Scram, a little bit of a different situation. They are inside the zone. They control the way people move around a little bit. But man, the one thing that is kind of different with this pulling all the way towards the south and being slightly new, a lot of the trees have not been taken care of. The slipstream is active. No one's really farming them. They usually just skip them and go straight up to a spire like Aqua's team did, or use that fast movement to start dip around. C2S does take one of them out, but it's going to be so hard to actually see anything from a high ground perspective like Aqua's down to a lower base because there's so many leaves in the way.
Yeah, utilizing those side streams to just dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge around all the shots, but not a whole lot of farming. And also, it's about a 50-50 shot when you do get towards these Weeping Wood zones. Somebody's picked up a bunch of Fireflies and just chucked them around, kind of going for the Scorched Earth policy, saying, hey, if you can't have it, neither can I. Right now, we do have a little bit of a tense situation here. Hellfire, Flonata, and Scram wall to wall. It's Noah, Riley, Janice, and Medeal, who we saw no strangers to fighting well at any point in the games. Whether it's the end game, last game, or early on. And as I say that, Janice just wipes Scram with little to no return, and it's going to be tough now for Flonata to fight. Has that charge shocker, but not able to get in a situation where he can use it. Boom, as I say that, does open a wall, gets a 115, but defensively really hard to fight with that weapon. And that was fast, Shio.
That's the operating word right there. Super speed even. All they did is just waited for Flowis to drop down to a refarm, interrupted that process in spectacular fashion. That was just so quick. Meanwhile, other teams aren't going to have the same luxury. They'll have to actually climb up to these bases and take fights one-on-one. Reason definitely has to. They were just below Surge before that elimination came in. Their first one of the game so far, really stretching the way they have to rotate as well. All the way over at Craggy Cliffs. They're barely just that bony, and they need to get down to Sludgy Swamp, so they've got still quite a journey to go. One Elam picked along the way. This is also going pretty well for them overall. They just need to upkeep that pace. Once again, yeah, winning is huge, but getting yourself up to the highest placement possible at the end of the 2 days to really bump up the total prize money you end up walking out with. So that's exactly what's on the mind for Falcons. Duo rolling in here alongside Reason, and they're going to really stretch out this fight. It's actually Mutual Milan and Arian who are on the other side from one way, and Axe Force is just hiding amongst these two God squads trying not to go down.
Well, they also only had 8 damage above Storm Surge. You saw on the right-hand side, so Reason around the corner. Now only 58 above, so they know they need to get in zone. They thought maybe they could have been safe for that 101, but they don't necessarily want to have to deal with rotating and Storm Surge. They want to pick one and then have to deal with the other. So get to the edge of zone where you can then about face, throw some rifle tags, and worst case scenario, get wall to wall. But Luckily for them, Sorcerer Special does end up picking up a little bit some rifle tags being thrown over there, and I think they might have actually been able to get on a knock. It looks like they're trying to fish for the finish. Don't see anything in the feed. Some good tags coming out there. Again, we talk about Storm Surge. That's the mechanic that punishes the most passive trios in the lobby. 25 damage every 5 seconds. It occurs at the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. It will turn off when we have 70 players. Then the 5th zone will turn off when we have 50 players. After the 7th zone, it will turn off when we have 30 players remaining. So just keeping an eye on that, forcing the action going through. Right now, we're going to take a look at some of the trios who might potentially either be engaged or be underneath threat of Storm Surge. We've seen this fight a number of times where Cammy, Steady, and Teak just take a defensive fight against somebody who has to press forward. But it's Andalex and his trio who are on the opposite side of the wall. And what did I say? 3rd zone, south side, a little bit towards the central, Shayo?
I'm just so confused as to how they passed every team in front of them. We were watching that map. They were behind everyone. This shouldn't be allowed. And in terms of the way they're playing, yeah, 10 points in every single game is huge for this trio and Vetlays overall, but it's more than 10 for Steady, Cammy, Teak every game. We know that based on where they are overall. And they're going to stop Forza and Analyze like squeeze on their walls. I mean, they're somehow facing up against a team that's low on Surge every time, using that pressure to get free elims or a full refresh. Then they can make their super long base. I don't even know what to call it. We have to coin it some type of term, but they have that huge worm base, I guess.
It's the runway, man.
It's the runway. I like
it's
that.
The runway to the end game. It takes them off of the end game. They either put a launch pad at the end or they just chill on it, and Andalex is going to go down. But here, think about the reasoning behind it, right? If you're basing up in the middle of the zone in the low ground, right, and you're next to a team, there are 2 options. Either that team is above Surge and they're not going to fight you wall to wall, right? They're going to do the exact same thing you're doing, where they're just going to about face and try and throw some shots through something on the backside, or that team is below Surge and they have to push you. Either way, if you're the one who's there first and somebody opts in next to you, you're still not in a bad situation. Your worst situation is the team below Surge gets on your wall and they're taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. They're more than good enough to just fight this defensively, as right now Axforce is one of the players being hit, so there could be a full another trio taking Storm Surge damage. He's hoping that 2 more players go down. He does have the medkit, gonna have to wait for the damage to come through because you have to be below 100 effective HP. We'll have the zone added on top of it. That is only a 2 tick for now, but I mean, it does all add up. Gets the medkit, is potentially thinking about a reboot, but with 70 players up left, if he does reboot, it's actually just going to turn Storm Surge right back on. 69 players left now, so not necessarily the best of situations to be in. So he's going to get whatever materials he can and rotate to... Oh!
I still don't think it's possible. It's going to be a 5 tick after this lock-in, right? So getting the whole team all the way there with the medkits, there's just not enough time. He's got the pads, but they're playing with gray pistols and just a little bit of void, so it'll be trouble.
Hey, man, so you're saying there's a chance? I mean, about as much of a chance as somebody upset at Cammy, Steady, and Teak at this point. We do have Jose Crow and Deoxy upset, and Cammy actually jumps down. He smells a little bit of blood in the water. He wants to get involved. He's going to create a little bit of distance, but needs to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. We are inside that top 24 trio, so 5 points has been given out, already 69 points on the day for our current leaders. We talked about it, how if we saw kind of that 70-ish point last game, they might have been safe, and now we start talking about how they go 100 points on this day in the first 3 games. I mean, that should be more than enough based on the statistics, but they've been playing so disciplined. I want to just see them try and roll out the most consistent batch of 12 games we've ever seen.
Even one slip up is not completely unheard of, but in this fashion, I'm not even talking about slips, it's just basically perfection in the way they're playing. It's huge. Now they're going to have a little bit of a tough zone to climb. Usually it's just, running forward, staying on the edge of the circle overall. They have to kind of do a center cut here, and it's all vertical. So,
launch pad away.
How did Axforce live? Never mind.
He didn't.
Hold on that one real quick.
Yeah, he sent right back to the lobby, got the little drone over his head. He said, you know what? It looks like you missed your teammates. Why don't you go talk with them? You got your 5 points. Congratulations. But the Speed are no longer on the island in that regard. Unfortunately, eliminated away. But as we said, made the first round of placement points. We're going to tune back on in. You talk about them needing to make the rotation. They just burned a launch pad. They have no problem utilizing the resources they have. They said, hey, if you got it, and they have more than enough being able to utilize so many resources, and now they're doing what they do best, just trying to farm, look for shots, looking towards the outside of the zone and getting an angle. So we're going to get a little bit of a look, see who's above them. We do have my prediction, who was a little slow on day one, just a little bit slow overall, really looking to try and push towards the top 10 now. We see Jose going down. It's just going to be Crow up from that Spanish trio who started off so hot, but just like my tamales, going very cold now. You know, they're much worse when they're not fresh off the plate, and just having a tough time here, stuck in a wooden cone, praying nobody notices them, but it's not going to be good enough when Storm Surge comes hammering through here. 63 players up left, remember, turns off when it gets to 50, and that will turn on in the 5th zone in 30 seconds.
Just like when you heat up food in the microwave as well, if this zone was a plate, it's just the edges that are really hot, right? There's no one really in the center at all. The convection, the heat waves aren't really making people move towards the center as much. That spot will be the most cold. Aqua, Sierra, Fast-Roki gonna get challenged for hype. Malaka likes to do this once every 4 games. Maybe they have a contract to do that or something, I'm not sure, but they end up interrupting things all the way towards the top. It's going to be a desperate fight for Surge, it seems like, from their trio side, and it might be good for Aqua, Sierra, Fast-Roki overall, because 165 above will dwindle down very fast. They do get a lot of damage done afterwards, though. Jerky finally going down to Nebs, who is active, full trio up. It's looking good so far for them rolling in this game. Nice shot from Aqua to get Korok down all the way towards the back. They have another one to take, too. Aqua really putting on the damage here. Full trio is actually working side by side. Steady taking out Clement, so another team falling right towards, I would assume, next to their box. Janice also is taking out Kinzel, another nice low ground team. Is gonna have so much more room now for Steady Kami to operate if Kinzel's not there playing too. Aquastar, Fast-Roki are going to be dealing with Mitro now. That's a very different box fight. It's not going to be, will they, might they, if they decide to go for the fight, they're not going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but I'm pretty sure they just both Reason real quick right there. So, I mean, doesn't look like they're necessarily too worried. 77 points on the day. I was talking about how they're actually a little bit behind Steady, Cammy, and Teak. But now with 5 eliminations, they bounce that delta back a little bit. But again, they need lots of games, right? They need wins, and they need big wins. As we flip on over to the low ground, you can see Steady, Cammy, Teak just raining the shots down to BL GXR players, being able to put some shots in. And this is something they do incredibly well. They just happen to pick up eliminations here or there. They're up to 3 on the day as right now, or 3 on this game, excuse me.
Already have a ramp to kind of start off with. Already have that vertical momentum to go straight towards the top, and they find another one inside these boxes. It's not going to be their elim, but they might be able to get that refresh. All these builds, it's fine for Cammy to keep holding down as long as they get maybe get their hands on that knocked body. No, it's not going to be possible. The fully eliminated Siphon is going to be a little bit in front of them. The Brick is there. I think Teak might have picked up everything in front. So where does the zone go, though, in just a second? Are they blessed? Somehow they are. I guess we're on the final page of the script now. They get that free bounce. It's over a mountain, though, so Steady's going to have to start doing those vertical tarps. They're so brilliant to watch. Deceptos lonely by himself, no Floki. I mean, a little bit of trouble. 80 points on the day is still so good, though. Aqua actually going down. Noah Riley taking out Mitro. A little bit of a revenge all the way towards the top side. They'll get that revive up very fast. And once again, we have Steady pulling zone. Aqua on height. This is another game in the Season 8 finals.
But we're already into the cascading placement points, and we talked about that delta and needing to shift. And despite the fact that CR, Aqua, and Fast-Roki are in a great position, Steady, Cammy, and Teak are still in a fine position, and that's not good enough if they want to take over the top. So despite doing their best for that battle for second, they want to keep their eyes on the prize, as we're going to keep our eyes on a nice little wide shot and see what the rest of the lobby looks like. You can see how High Ground is waiting delayed. Noah looking to try and go up and cut off a little bit. Deceptos is a solo towards the backside of the zone. Will pick up one before he goes down that 16th place, picking up just 1 additional point for Studio Steady. Beginning his rotation out, but Aqua looking to cut him off. That's the late pad from the High Ground, and they're going to try and take it away, building him off. And Cammy, Steady, and Teak, they're just like, sounds good. See you guys.
Building boxes, just keep moving forward. No issues whatsoever. This is beautiful from Cammy every time as well. Just has such a huge amount of time, a long opportunity to get as many shots down as possible. Somehow actually ahead of the team now. They're actually going to claim low ground from multiple different angles, set up a trap maybe for a different team. They're going all the way down towards the ground because we're going down to the swamps, to the waters. Controlling low, you can become so incognito, it's crazy. You can surprise people just like Cammy tried to right there. They have so much space. They don't have the zone. Everyone's still trapped back. Haven't even made it past the bridge yet. This is insane.
I mean, the amount of waterfront property they have is criminal right now. Yes, they might have to worry about floods in a second, but I think they'll have more than enough money to be able to build a moat and keep everyone out. He's picking up more eliminations in the feed. You can see Caesar going down. The chop comes through, and Janice instantly gets knocked. That's the fall damage taking advantage of him. You can see front side of the zone. We do have the Irish trio playing a little bit of a start here. You can see Fastroki did end up getting knocked down and separated for a second here. They're on 7 eliminations, though, so trying to push the pace a little bit as Aqua picks up another one, but Cammy also picks up another one. They're just yo-yoing it back and forth, but it doesn't matter if they keep making an endgame shy. That's another top 10 for Cammy, Seti, and Teak, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down as they have priority position again.
Low ground with 3 different teams. They all actually got invaded inside the boxes and had a beautiful display of defense against another team just moments ago. Still Nebs popping off, Edison popping off, 92 points on day 2, just halfway through. Nebs finally down now, fully eliminated. Reese 11 broke it down. Every time they see a team, it's 6 eyes, 3 beams on the same target. They get deleted before they even touch the ground. Cammy, Seti, Teak, they're not fooling anyone right now, and they're just convincing every person across all regions that they're one of the best teams in the world. This low ground style of play, their game plan overall is untouchable. 60 limbs on Cammy, 1 pair for each for Seti and Teak. It's huge. They're at 8, almost double digit. Another player in their box. A big pump. Seti will be able to just confirm it fully. They're basically even unchallenged. Teak actually is going to be the cost of that. They'll explore the zone for a little bit and find another knock. That's going to be huge eliminations coming through. 104 points for Cammy, eating the cabbages. He's not going down just yet. He finds 4 more floppers and still has those veggies to eat. Somehow, he is alive. They're not going to fail heal game this time. It's not a complicated mech kit. Look at the tags on a Fastroki who's a solo. It's now 2 of the hottest teams going toe-to-toe against each other. Cammy and Seti are going to be down a teammate for now. Aqua is going to be all the way on height looking to just stop these guys in momentum, in force, but they're not going to stop them on the boards. The second place will be enough. A big pump onto Fastroki. It's going to be Cammy.
No builds.
One-on-one, no builds.
No builds for first and second, trying to close the gap a little bit here, but you have to imagine second place would be enough. He's trying to find the shot. No builds, you can see Aqua 1v2, but it's not a lot of effective HP. Cammy can do it. Won't get the siphon coming out, and they deny it, and they'll be able to do it with 10 eliminations in the VR. But on the other side, second place with what I believe was at least 8, maybe 9 elims. Teddy, Cammy, and Teak. Again, pushing the average placement up, pushing their average points up, and I'm not going to call it yet. We still have 3 more games, Shio, but the only team who could possibly catch them has got to be Aqua, CRR, and Fastroki.
They just had a mini conversation in that endgame Aqua, basically saying, I'm not done yet. Absolutely, there is still a microcosm of a chance. At the same time, though, Levin, Zeke, Reese, talk to me about what's going down. How big really is this lead?
You know, okay, should we just shut the competition down? Let's just turn off the
Zeke,
you know,
Zeke, do you know what is so frustrating, right? Like, imagine being Aqua, right? And Fastroki and CR, and you're going, we're here. We're going to give them a run for our money. We're going to make sure every single game we're competing with one of the best. But then you're going up against them every endgame, so no matter how good you do, like, you could do, like, no matter what you do, you can't beat them because they're the team there with you in the final moments. Like, I'd be fuming if I was them. Like, great stuff. Honestly, I'm so impressed with like Sierra and Fastroki. Like, really, they have been, you know, so incredible coming through the second day of semi-finals and being easily one of the best teams in the lobby. But it just shows how great Cammy, Seti, and Teak are. I can't even, you know, sort of quantify how words can't.
I'll catch you, because you know what's funny? I was thinking the exact same thing, right? I was thinking, like, you are in the moment, you're Aqua, you're Syria for Stroker, you're clutching up the solo 1v1 to finish off, and you know you're about to hit that shot, you hit it, you see the victory royale bit come up, and you go, yeah, and then you wait and you pause and you see, wait a second, you just see it's like you limited Cammy, and you're just like, come on, please, bro.
Just go down early once or something. Give me a chance to actually catch up. Like, it's so mad how good these guys really are. Look, you got to commend them for, you know, putting on their best like attempt. But at this stage, we're getting closer and closer to the inevitable. It just, at this point, you got to question what can stop these guys from winning FNCS now.
Well, they're still holding their 70-point lead, so I don't have an answer for you, Levin. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take the spotlight off of Steady Cammy for just a moment? Let's talk about someone else in this lobby that we think is performing well. Floki, Clement, Disiptos, a trio that we think could very easily make it up into that top 10 spot. What's going on here?
I want to show you something, right? Because this is a team that should be contending against Camisay in the end game for that low ground positioning, but I'm showing you what's going to happen here, right? Floki goes down. I want to note something here, right? Floki, Clement, Disiptos, if you didn't get that, was the team we're talking about. They're being contested by 4ZR, Andless, Xweez. Notice this, right? Look in this feed. Usually, if you're not familiar with replay mode, there'd be a little exclamation mark to show exactly what there's a knock there, right? Now, Andlex, exactly the same thing. Xweez, the same thing too. So you think, where's this elimination coming from? You see there's no other players around, but if we scroll over, hold on, who's that? Who's this down here? We've got Kraid's team, who ends up just being the full third party for this. And look, one single shot will pick up that knock at the start, right? So it's like, despite the fact that here you have a ton of easiest, right? It should be a relatively simple 3v3 fight off spawn. It's not, because you have guys at Kraid's team who are third partying in from the distance. And like, this is why they were in fourth coming into this. They are still fourth now because they managed to make it to first moving. But look, they could have absolutely flown up the leaderboards.
Yeah, take a look at that leaderboard as well. 347 points, first place. I've never seen anything like this, man. For Stroke, ECR, Aqua in second, trying their hardest, a valiant effort at that. Flois, Hellfire, and Scram, who were at one point in the picture, they had a really sort of disappointing game. They went down relatively early to the Deals trio, and so once again, almost losing a foot in this race. But look, it's a two-horse race, but at the same time, it's not a two-horse race because you just sort of have like, you know, an absolute stallion just being, you know, trailed by donkeys, not in a bad way or anything, but yeah, I mean, like you got just a monstrous trio in first place that really can't be, you know, tested right now.
You know, I was sitting there and I was like, I'm sure I can do the maths here. Is that a 70-point gap? And there's some big numbers, so I mean, I had to double question myself and use the calculator on my computer, and I'm like, that's a 70-point swing between first and second with 3 points left. And basically, like, now I think if we see Camisay staying in this and doing well into the end game for one more game, like, I think it's almost mathematically not going to be possible unless there's two victory royales or two top teams, depending on, of course, from like how Aqua's team ends up doing in both of those games. So it's like this next game and then the one after that will absolutely be the defining ones for who's going to be crowned the champions.
And this is all off of what Levin actually talked about yesterday, that this trio is completely uncontested. No one is getting in their way at all. They're just letting them roam around, claim whatever spot on the map they want, set up in zone. Like, no one's doing anything to stop them. But if anyone can, I guess it might be Aqua and company. But for now, you heard the Battle Bus streams are going back in a game. 3 more, and then we crown champions. But we already might know who they are. Sundown. Back over to you, friend.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. In 3 games left, we've set the stage. We've made the analogy to an epic high fantasy novel a number of times. And right now, Shayo, where we're at is the dragon has just breathed fire on everybody, and the rest of the lobby was burnt to a crisp. Except Aqua, Ciara, and Fastroki raised their shields, covered themselves just enough, and they said, once more, and if they can hit those 3 shots, if they can win these 3 games and put up numbers, there is the smallest of chances they can slay the dragon and free EU from what has been an absurd run from Steady Cammy and Teak. But that's it. There's one other horse in this race. There is one other competitor standing who could potentially unthrone it. They passed the Chapter 2 Season 7 victors point total last match before they were even to get that top 2. As we hop on board another fight over here in Steamy, and Doretta gets to trade out onto Malabuka, but at the cost of his own presence in the match. Mustache going to be able to pick it up, and we'll have a 2v2.
Insane setup, and we're basically at a final game before the final game kind of even starts. Chizo, Mustache, Malabuka. It's always a trade back and forth here. You're right, Stompy actually going down to Crow, so there's even newer revelations happening on the other side of the map. Different matchups you haven't even seen happen before, still here on the back side of games. Now, when it comes to this fight, it'll go either which way. We'll let it simmer for a moment. Savage looks to be in a little bit of trouble. He's playing hopscotch kind of to land these shots. Shizo's low. They both basically have no mats. One player does have a shotgun, the other has a harpoon. Savage. This fish was too big to fry. Unfortunate. Shizo had so much HP. He wins it out.
That was close. That was real close because he ends up getting the siphon going over. One more. I mean, the harpoon hits like a truck. You don't necessarily think about it, but unfortunately for Shizo, yeah, they're able to clean up the fight, but you see those purple triangles come in. That's not the same team. So Benjinko going down, but he's going to try and disengage, get on a right hand, and potentially just camp out on this chest. Now, if you hear the chest buzzing, you assume somebody's not in there. They're going to look for somebody else, but somebody's going to open this door eventually. You just don't not check a chest spawn, right? Unless you're super unfamiliar with a route, they should know there's something in here. So that's why he's sitting right on the right hand, just hoping he can kind of get a quick advantage with that lever into a swap, but he's going to down but not out somebody first, and with 200 HP targets, it's going to be really difficult. We're going to swing on over to our heroic challenges, the 1-2. Again, not only do they need to win, they need to win big, and then eventually Cammy, Steady, and Teak have to place outside the top 10. They have to.
Everything has to line up, but this squad of Aqua, Sierra, Fastroki still need to get that VR. The trickiest thing about that is sometimes, I mean, now it's the ultimate win condition, right? And sometimes they kind of overthrow for it. You see them go down in that 8 zone, really fighting for height and pushing things. At the same time, too, for Aqua specifically over here, he is no stranger to this exact circumstance. I vividly remember this all the way in Season X for Aqua when he went through and won it over. The first 3 games didn't look too hot. There was no chance for them to really come back. They switched up the strategy entirely in terms of off-spawn to be able to make the later games. Had a very consistent running in those 3, and then ended up taking things the whole way home in that season. So, I mean, when it comes to the back 3 games of the day, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 for the 2-day format, it is Aqua's strong suit. The thing is, though, it's not an issue off spawn. It's not an issue with the team they're dealing with on height. Yeah, they're basically boxing against their own shadow, against the ghost, someone they can't hit. And they need to win and knock him out.
And having to press for that late round knockout is so hard. You're exhausted the entire time. You've already been battling. You're behind, right? Like, that's what you don't think of when you go into one of those fighting situations, whether it's MMA, boxing, any of those, when you're down in points, right? You've been losing the entire time. You have been getting beaten literally physically, mentally, probably emotionally, but you're just like, okay, if I could put all of that behind me and just be better for the moment it matters, but not only be better, but be better enough to put it all away. That takes heart, it takes the right set of circumstances, and it takes just constantly pressing forward with it. Because yes, you have to be lucky, but you also have to be good enough to seize the opportunity that luck presents. And that's true with everything in life. Whether it's Fortnite, your career, whether you're playing in a sports game, it does not matter. If the opportunity presents itself and you're not prepared to be able to seize it, then it doesn't matter that you got the opportunity.
And the chance, that opportunity is coming early, so much earlier for Aqua side and for a lot of these teams to really start climbing up. Everyone is at an accelerated pace here today. In last season, it was neck and neck to the last game, up to 296 points. Every team right now had about 30 or 40 less points overall by the halfway point of day 2. Everyone's playing so well, so things are starting to accelerate for a lot of different teams. If you want to hit that top 10 threshold at the end, you really have to activate now like you would towards the end of the competition. Every secret strat you have might have to come out to play. Scramble Fire, Flowist, I mean, we've kind of seen the desperation for the big strats for them come out a little bit here and there. They've bitten off more than they can chew a couple of times. They're trying their best to keep things situated. It's working so far. They're in 3rd, but to really keep that spot and boost up, they have to stay consistent.
Yeah, but again, we need to set the stage where the fact that because Seti, Cammy, and Teak are 70 points up on Aqua and Co. Aqua and Co are 70 points up on everyone else. Like, in any other circumstance, any other leaderboard, we'd be talking about how Aqua and them could have been winning the FNCS right now. at the fact that Steady Industry weren't playing so absurdly well. So yes, we have the 2-horse race at the top, and that may or may not basically get decided this game if they're first and second going through, right? Like, we could have that resolution happen now. But then what happens in the denouement? Let's go back. We're the epic high fantasy novel. Let's say that the dragon ends up finally stomping out the hero, right? And he lords over his rest of his keep. Well, because the dragon and the 3 main heroes have been taken out, there's now this big power vacuum in the form of all of the points that they sucked up in the first 10 matches are now gone. Like, nobody is able to get those. And if you look at the rest of the leaderboard from basically 3rd to say like 15th, 16th or so, that's really up in the air. So you have that 70-point drop from 1st to 2nd. You have a 70-point drop from 2nd to 3rd. And then there's a 70-point drop from like 3rd to 15th or 16th. So any of those teams can really make a play. As we get the quick stat on the left-hand side, Floki has more eliminations going through. So the individual performance by himself, I mean, brilliant for the French player, really showing up on the day and keeping his team in it, pushing into that double-digit elimination mark with 10.
I mean, the reason he's probably matching up against so many people in the top 10 is because that's switching over. You're talking about how close it is, right? Every game, there's probably new trios who they're fighting, but are also just there for that one game inside the top 10. It's definitely very close towards not even the bottom of the board, but just the top half. And all the way till game 12, that's a huge shift in prize money as well. From like 4th down to 9th, it's almost $100,000 of a difference for these teams. Like, that is huge. It's going to be neck and neck the whole time. I already see a bunch of ties and points. I see people side by side on tiebreakers as well. 1-point differentials, 5-point differentials. That's barely even, you know, one big placement or one trio wipe. It's huge in terms of all the way down to the last moment for a lot of these teams. And 2 Stormy Red Kiriachi, they're one of them. They used to be all the way towards the very top, no questions asked. Now they're kind of in the middle of the pack with those top teams. 214 points on the day. Floki coming to slip those are right above them by almost about 10. And then they're going to be up against Mustache at a lead as well of about 10 points with that team. And this is the team right on screen. Good job, Observers. Let's go. In the Storm, taking their time all the way over at what looks to be Dirty Dock. Sometimes it is confusing. You know, when the purple hues are there, it kind of looks like Sludgy Swamp on certain angles, but they'll roll in 6th place, 100 points on the day. It looks good. Tayson actually going down to Deoxy, so Spanish strength does not stop across the map. Reason will clap back, and Skype is part of the situation too. Tidy's there too. Can we see that fight? Seems like a 4-way trio fight going on somewhere across the map. Fanyan's also involved. What is going on?
You can see right now she's out just trying to get to a spot where he's going to be able to pop the medkit, but with the 1-tick zone should be okay. There's plenty of storm surge trades happening on here, so not necessarily too worried about the players off in the zone. Malbuka also going to be able to get his own medkit off as they do just continue this rotation, trying to get out of what was a decently dragged out fight over in the corner of Steamy Stacks. But the reality of the situation is, as you talked about last game, where these teams have been splitting in terms of their points. They're going to hit the Shadow Keep for that bounce pad added rotation and take to the sky Shio like the Wraiths.
Seeing some big surprises there when it comes to those Shadow Flopper strats. I think it was Janus' team that might have even got a 25 elim win if that strat fully worked. It's huge. On this map, to understand this team is majority in the lead. I really want to tune in with Aqua's position for this zone. They really have some very cool high ground bases and control a lot of the lobby, and through their lens, we can also see some of the other teams. One that's kind of gone under the radar that's been really active today, for me at least, in the way they've been playing, Rifla, Kinzel, and Jerky. They've kind of done this type of steady cami thing on low ground, but at the same time, been really active when that end game starts and getting eliminations, and that half and half. Rifla's picked up so many, I think, elims in that first game that started on the day. It got them a 4th overall. It's been tough for them to translate those Sundown, those 5th zone elims into a win overall. They don't really get that many more eliminations once those zones start to move.
Yeah, the Become Legends player, Rifle, has really been seeing his name up in the feed in the left-hand corner. Of course, having representation across a number of players here. Seti also playing for the same org. You can see we do get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side, but they've never had to worry about it. It's built into the gameplay, and it was kind of the defining factor in why they started this split in the first place.
Yeah, they're a little bit more passive in play overall, like they usually do, looking for a few shots. Another team to mention, too, if we can check in with them, Sean VP Xenolith Remix. I think one of the most drastic differences in gameplay styles from game 1 or from day one to day two, excuse me. On day one, they were looking to just trying to interrupt teams, trying to go for these fast third-party fights, especially over at Believer Beach. Once that conflict stopped, they kind of had to switch up their game plan. They're looking to be alive as a trio more, focusing on the end game a lot, kind of playing like Aqua 2 towards the mid with these big bases. They're not getting into trouble as, you know, per usual.
And Aqua has now won 2 FNCS finals in every single one he played. Don't forget, he did take a little bit of a break there when he had the wrist injury for a while, but that's absurdly impressive. Again, largely it has been the 12-game format, but still winning 1/6 of the games you play in the finals every single time you show up, knowing that outside of eliminations, like assuming no eliminations come with it, you're still guaranteeing your team 60 points in every finals. That's an impressive chunk.
Scram Hellfire have not had that guarantee, but have been very scrappy and aggressive with a lot of teams. That's what their storyline has maybe succumbed to sometimes as well, because that scrappiness sometimes elevates too far to take one extra fight they maybe don't need to. But there are some of the reasons a lot of these teams on the lobby are getting lobby focused. They're one of the ones to start that pressure first. The Voxy as well, next to Ferox, both in the same situations from the same side of the map, are going to go head to head, and Astro's actually going to take him out. That is huge. You can really be the king in the East when it comes to entering this end game. Only one trio will be able to survive this fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Astro, Varix, and Michael, they're going to be fine with that. They'll pick up as many of the resources as possible. They're well above Storm Surge. They're also in one of the natural high ground positions, so if they want to invest some of the extra mass they get from that elimination to just build out their base a little bit, they can make themselves kind of on that bear defense, you know, where you make yourself look absolutely monstrous, and you're like, wow, there's got to be like 6 or 7 trios over there. In reality, it's like 2 trios boxed up underneath and 1 trio who just happen to wipe another 2 who are under the bottom. We do see Floki, Clement, and Deceptos. We talked about how Floki has had a lot of eliminations against that top 10 today. That's just because they've been making it into those end game scenarios, and we've had the consistent trios, as well as the little swap that's been happening on the bottom part of the table. You can basically cement the fact that Steady Cammy and Teak, as well as Aqua, CR, and Frostroki are going to be one of those 2. And while he's had decent trades going out against them, he's really cleaned up against the rest of that kind of 2 through 10 spot. As we do have 5 points going over to the rest of the lobby with Shizo finally going down. Elocrast is going to be the one to pick that up. So that's another 5 points that Cammy, Steady, and Teak get. And Shio, so now everybody is watching. We have 3 games left, right? This is a 12-game series. We played 6 yesterday. Steady, Cammy, and Teak, if they make it into this endgame, and Aqua and CRR don't win the game handily, that's it. It's over. All they have to do is make it there. Anywhere near kind of the top 5, top 10-ish. If Aqua, CRR, and Frostroki go down without winning the game, that's it. It's over. Because they'll be opening up into a 80+ a gap going into the last game. So we could have that final moment coming up here in a little bit. These little moments, the little pressures that end up happening could crown an FNCS champion here.
Well, look at the pattern for Steady, Cammy, Teak on the day. I give us a little bit of an insight to where they placed in this game. Started it off rough. I think they fell off Sundown. 8th place, 5 elims. What is this? What a terrible game, right?
But we saw that game, right? That was their worst game since the 7th and the 1st, and they were very lucky to have gotten that. That could have also been a 13th, 14th place performance. Steady went down just on the opposite side of 2 other solos getting picked up, but he's done that a number of times, and if you're going to win an FNCS, those things have to happen, and just things like that too. That's going to be potentially another 2 points being picked up as Trippin decides, you know what, no, I'm going to keep my whip here in the 3rd zone with a bunch of teams already posted up. Because again, they're on the southern part of the zone, but because they rotated early and because of the change in geography, instead they took one of these natural high grounds. So yes, they're only 1 layer off of the floor, but they have great lines of sight again.
I just witnessed Cammy aiding and abetting kidnapping right there. That was actually insane how fast Harpoon came out. Goodbye, Chipper. Barely got to see you. I don't think any security cams got that footage either. Will not be able to do anything about it. This team's going to be so far away to try to help. And then past that game as well, right? The 8th one where said he had a few issues. I mean, it's just been so bad. A second with 5 elims and then another second with 11. And there's no chance to get another second, right? It's just been terrible. They can't even win a game. Who is this team?
But one thing to note, so Aqua, CR, and Frostroki have won 2 out of the 3 games today. But look at the point totals you see on the right-hand side of your screen. 117 for Cammy FN, 117 for Aqua. They literally have scored the exact same number of points today. So while the rest of the lobby has fallen behind, they have kept that distance between them the same and putting the pressure. And now Frostroki's gone. Frostroki gets picked up on the rotation. If they go down, that's it. Anas potentially playing spoiler and calling it. I was going to say, this rotation is going to be really tough for the team to go east. And we talked about going early or going too late, and they went too early. Nobody had moved yet. So everybody, both on the outside and the inside of the zone, turns, picks them up. No reboot van in play. Shio, the EU FNCS could get decided right here, right now.
This is also just so good for Steady Cammy Teak in particular to survive. This is a trio that has a lot of respect on the region. When everyone knows that they're alive, they don't play height in certain ways. There were no other elims happening at that specific moment. Everyone saw Frostroki go down, so that might entice a lot of people to leave the low ground, maybe push for height. Gotta remember, it's not just the top 2 we're watching fight, it's everyone, and a lot of people want to just get on top, and right now Aqua are only 40 above Storm Surge overall. So to not have a teammate, to be able to put under this pressurized situation of winning a game against a trio that's doing the impossible right now in terms of points, and to be able to have to deal with damage as well, this is too big of an ask for Aqua and CRR alone.
They would literally not only be defying the odds in terms of the math. We talked about a statistic over on NA West. We brought it over a little bit yesterday. No trio has won a game where they have lost a member before the 5th zone closes. We are in the 4th zone reveal. It has never happened. However, there's always an exception to the rule. And I mean, Steady Cammy and T have been the exception to the rule before, but they're below Storm Surge. This could be it. 5-second Storm Surge turns on Aqua. He does this all the time. He'll put himself all the way up at the top and just challenge people to shoot him, saying my aim is good enough, I'll trade my shields for your blows. Max distance pull to the opposite side. 4 more players will need to go down, but an FNCS champion could be crowned right now on the back of the purple laser from the sky. 25 every 5 seconds, only a big pot. Chug Splash is coming out as well. 3 more players will need to fall as Scram ends up picking up an Elam. We're nearly into the cascading placement points, so the Delta is also going to close, but 113 below. The time is against them. This could be it, Shio.
Number falls lower and lower. One team goes down. They get cut in half. Still 74 below. Aqua is dipping into the 50 pots every 5 seconds. Their bones hurt more. The mental might get a little bit more distraught. CRR is desperate for a tag anywhere on the bottom side. They have no teams to watch. They're not inside the zone. They're not playing the spot they're usually at. They have a teammate down, running a race with a broken leg right now. Everyone's patting the air. This is where Aqua can really do some damage, but he's on a clock as well. They have to rotate themselves. They're finding nothing right now. 38 below 2. CRR, he's under a few crucial shots. Aqua is looking for maybe a recycled pad. He's jumping into the zone while taking Storm Surge. They're only 2 below in the air. 29, 25 HP. He gets ticked down by Surge. The captain has gone down. The knight in shining armor. The sword snapped in half. There is no chance. It has to be Steady Cammy Antique taking that lead.
But CRR is still up. He's wounded. He's on the ground. He's saying, I'm not done yet. You don't have any legs. You can't stand up. There's no shields. There's no builds. There's no rotation. Actually, I lied. He has plenty of builds. But there's no shields. There's no HP. There's very little chance the FNCS could be decided right here, right now. CRR has to win this game. We talk about doing the impossible. Well, can he do it? Surely not, Shio. Surely Steady Cammy Antique walk away. We're into the top 17. It's another +1 point going down. CRR has to find a refresh. He has to find shields, and he does get a little bit of respite towards the zone. So a chance to kind of take in the moment, a chance to say, all right, guys, do you believe? Do you believe in magic? Is there somebody in the backlines? Is there a little bit of a spell he can cast? If there was ever a day for it to end up pulling out some hocus pocus, you need a victory royale? Can you pull it out of the hat? But it looks like it's the wrong season. The leaves will change, the snow will come down, but CRR trying to extend the run, do anything he can. Storm Surge ticks on below. You talk about the insurmountable odds climbing even more. Storm at his back, Storm Surge warning, looming on the right-hand side. We have the leaders in the top right. They'll know as soon as he goes down that the winner is over. CRR, recycle pass towards the outside. Keep an eye on the bottom right, Chow, because as long as he's up, there's a chance.
All in a hand where he has no cards. CRR, no shields, 1 launch pad. out of 500 builds. 25 seconds to find 200 damage. He's going to have to face down a trio, stare into their soul, and survive with no shields. One pump shot might be able to equalize, but have to follow up with a few taps of that AR as well. He's rotating perfectly, but not finding any damage. 9 seconds left. Down low on low ground. 8 seconds left. 6. Down to 4. 3. 2 seconds. CRR finds someone. Break into a box. Do something. 35 HP is going to start to take through. 354 damage below. It is done. The second place team is out. The chances for any type of close race ended. The Dragons of EU, the mythical beasts, Cammy, Seti, and Teak definitely have the competition, the finals on lock.
They let out a roar, and they want to do it by continuing, not placing outside, let alone the top 10. It hasn't been outside the top 8. As I say that, Seti ends up eating a big shot, but they're just protecting their horde at this point. They'll walk away with all of the spoils, the Axe of Champions, the 100 grand per player, and everything else that comes with it. The notoriety, the Twitter post that said first day 1, first day 2, first the entire time. Congratulations to Seti, Cammy, and Teak. But Shio, like we talked about before, first is basically locked up. Second is basically locked up. What happens in the denouement? Who else will be able to slide in the falling action? Who will then sit as the squire in the New World Order that they put forward? And again, what individual efforts do they have left to continue the absurd streak they're on?
Lots of fuel in the tank for many different teams. Milan's actually going all the way for height, actually fighting Thomas HD, and they actually wiped the whole trio. Not sure if Mitro's alive, but they have such a nice pedestal all the way up top. Meanwhile, Cammy and Teak as a duo will try to take a victory lap and see what they can do on the low ground. Astro still popping up against Aiku, and Noah Riley is going down in the feed. The mid ground is actually so volatile, basically erupting like a volcano with the amount of eliminations that are going on in that entire zone. Arian Lee's taking out Noah Riley, so he's not done just staying up top. He's not content of having high ground. He wants to end this game himself as well. Meanwhile, no one is touching Cammy and Teak. They're mid-ground against many different teams, but there are no edits that are actually offensive against them. They can take their time and do whatever they want. Hotty's actually going down in the zone. Foki is down too. Mitro is alive with Milan and Ari only up top. Cammy finds a full refresh. They're still up. It's Rifle they take out.
That's the third elimination pushing through. Does get a decent amount of the mass, but doesn't find all of them. Trying to push through out of the metal. Going to get taken down. It's all going to be on Teak. But hey, they pushed through. Another top 8 performance. I believe they went down in 7th. You can see Mitro raining down the shots. Aaron Lee goes down the backside of the zone. Scram trying to push forward. This is one of the teams who could be looking to battle for that third place shot. And a huge shot from Scram as he's going to be able to reset. Try and find a right hand on the zone. He picks up the solo on the backside. 2v1. They're the only duo who's trying to go up and find who's up on the high ground. They're dropping down. It's Milan and Mitro. No, it's just a straight 2v2. You got Mitro and Milan versus Scram and Flonata to try and take home the match number 10 here. We know who the winner is. We know who second is, but this has huge implications for who could be third. Able to pick up one on the Mitro, and Milan is going to try and clutch it up. Scram, very low HP, but it doesn't matter because Flonata puts in all the work, and with a 9 elimination victory royale, they're tossed their name in the bucket for the third place. But the story of match number 10 is the crowning moment. Cammy, Seti, and Teak, congratulations. They will be the EU FNCS Chapter 2 Season 8 winners. Aqua, Fastroki, and CRR, a valiant effort. Maybe enough points any other season to win it, but they've effectively locked up the second place spot. With 2 games to go, Shio, though, third and everything else is up in the air.
Yeah, if you notice in that last game, all the top 10, 15 teams still alive, really shaking things up as to how the back half of day 2 really performs. Zeke, Levin, and Reese, they've got the insights. They know exactly what happened last game. Let's tune in with them and see what they think of our champions.
I mean, I never would have imagined that this would have all gone this way. Congratulations to this trio with 2 games left. I mean, mathematically speaking, it would take the greatest miracle of this lifetime to pull out a win against them. And I don't know that that's possible. So for the last 2 games, Seti, Cammy, and Teak, it's just going to be a victory lap for them, right, Levin?
Yeah, at this point, it really does feel that way. I talked about it being inevitable. It was only a matter of time when the only other team that really had a chance to maybe even eclipse them, was the team that they were battling with. It's like, it was written in the stars. These guys truly have been phenomenal over the past 2 days. A performance like no other. Just hats. If I had a hat, I'd take it off and say hats off.
Bananas off to you. See if I can take this thing off. It's a bit bigger there. It's kind of under a lot. Maybe take my bow tie off or something instead. But no, like, honestly, massive congrats, obviously, to Seti Kamitik. Like, let's be real though. I mean, you know, we still want to close the last two games. Remember, we want to see something absolutely crazy coming out of the second place teams. But let's be real. Flawless, Hellfire, and Scram, after that last game, picking up the victory royale, they're definitely flying up the leaderboards. Like, Fasroki, Sierra, Aqua, I'm not entirely sure how many points they actually managed to accumulate that game at all, but it can't have been much, which definitely means they're going to close that gap there. So, you know, fighting for second place is definitely still in line here.
Yeah, I believe Fastroki's team only got 8 points from that game, right? Which isn't going a long way. So, yeah.
It adds up. But yeah.
It adds up, right? It will help them continue to solidify second. But in terms of, you know, the other teams, of course, Flawless's trios really impressed me. The past 2 days, very much quiet because all we're talking about is Kami Seti because of how great they are. But that trio has been really, really impressive as well. So props to them. If they can push up, maybe even challenge for second place as well, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's at this point, we're just playing for second, right? Like, we already know who has won. They are so far out ahead while everyone else has tried to catch up. And again, it's just, they're uncontested. Everyone has just allowed this trio to do whatever they want in these games, right? Making it to these end games consistently. It doesn't matter where they are. They just say, this is now our game. They've not placed outside of a top 10 yet. I mean, wow, just a performance.
Yeah, look, everybody play your favorite sad music, right? You know, Aqua, Fastroki, so we will remember you for being, you know, valiant triers, right? You know, really doing everything you can to stop the immovable force, or movable object, I should say, that is Kami, Seti, and Teak in first place. Look, I really have been impressed by these guys, Reese, because, you know, we knew that Queasy having issues, you know, off spawn was going to mean there's going to be an available spot on high ground most games. And we know who is going to look to occupy that. And they've done that without fail.
Here's the question, though. Everyone's saying that Kami Seti have won, but there's a strategy that no one's thinking of yet. Fasroki, CRR, Aqua, switch up your drop spots. Land on Kami Seti.
No. 87 points? Is that real?
Hear me out. Right? This isn't a grief, blah, 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 if anyone says that. This is a legitimate strategy to win the tournament. This is exactly what happened 2 seasons ago with Mongrel's team moving over to Andalex's team to try and ensure that they could keep that gap, keep the first place between them. But remember, Rick, if they manage to win that off spawn, that takes them out of it. And that allows then Fastroki, CR, and Aqua, if they manage to have 2 fantastic games doing that in a row, they can win. So it's a decision now. Does Aqua, CR, Fastroki play for the win, or do they play for second?
You know what? That you do make a fair point there. I think that would be very courageous. I think if we were in a scenario where maybe second place was more locked up, maybe you make that risk, right? Because 100%. That is a massive risk. Because if you go and contest them and you lose, now second place is getting taken by Flawless's trio. Maybe you even get bumped down all the way to fourth if you're not careful. So I think the safer option would be to play for second. It's still an insane amount of money. But if they were to do that, look, life-changing money, even at second place, I don't think we'll see them try that. But you're right. I think that's a fair point. That would be the only way now to stop Seti, Kami, and Teak.
I think play for second, man. Reese is right. This is a life-changing amount of money. For everyone else, you know they have to just do everything they can to get those final placement points, because there's a lot of prize money on the line. I want to see these trio take it the limits, though, because in OCE Chapter 2 Season 6, the last time we saw something like this was 418 points. And they're well on track, man. Muzz, Speedy, and Looter over in OCE, they set that record. We could very well see that broken today. Sundown, Shia Wager. We got 2 more games. Back over to you, friends.
2 more games. We go. We feel like we know who the winner is. We talked about where there's a little bit of a scenario if they get landed on right away. But I did misspeak. We're saying second was a little bit more wrapped up. We saw there on the leaderboard, hey, third and fourth, they're saying, nope, we're not done yet. We want to fill a little bit of that power vacuum, make things interesting. So we'll tune on in. And it looks like, Reese, they decide to stay towards a little bit more of the cautious side over at Boney Burbs. Not going to hop on top of them, Shia.
Not at all. Things will be slightly different overall, but at the side of Misty Meadows, it's going to be completely real. The Siptos Floki actually changing the exact side they land on. Usually it is the left, but they go towards the right, actually taking over a lot of the supermarket houses. That's going to be nice, but at the same time, Forza and Electric Squeeze separate them from any extra loot, and the back option of, you know, disengaging, going towards Misty. I see another trio actually landing over at the crash site, so it looks like the Siptos Clement and Floki are absolutely trapped here, and this is huge for them overall. 4th place. They can't really mess up in a game and in an instance where every other team is about 5 points away from them.
Yes, is that finding, falling action that Dynamo, we talked about it, trying to push through, trying to find where you'll end up. And again, the change in prize money between second and third, between third and fourth and fifth, it ends up being a huge difference. And it comes down to just a couple of eliminations here and there. Again, we're not talking about the first place with a massive 90-point swing or 80-plus point lead going on right now. We're talking 4, 5, 10 points, which is just a couple of elims. A couple better placements. A victory royale is 30, so like, come on.
Just push a bit.
Yeah, just win the game. Just win the game, right? Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Just, drop in, outlast your opponent, shoot your gun better. It's not that hard.
Easy breakdowns. I mean, it could be difficult for Malabuka. Hard to play a game if your computer gets waterlogged, right?
I mean, he's doing his best Sundown impression right now. I've done this a number of times. You just hang out on the side. Everybody has decided, they realize, they're like, wait, he really likes fishing routes. If I see him thank the bus driver in the game, just go over the southeastern side. I'll be hanging out fishing over there. I'm a free elimination. I promise. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, somebody shoots at me. I'm like, oh no, time to just run away. But Malabuka, knowing that with only 2 games left, trying to get as many points as possible, doesn't want to move to check the inventory, and knowing that he can loop back around. You might think he's like, well, shouldn't he be trying to go somewhere else? Well, if you create any more distance and create any additional noise, there's a potential somebody around there could be looking for you. Now, I'm not a huge fan of standing by your own previous builds because people generally look by it, but because it was a ramp there, they might think it kind of like jumped up and ended up rotating away. But he wants to go back and pick up the reboot cards, right? That's the long play. That's the end goal.
So reverse psychology staying on that ramp, right? And then it's reverse if you keep diving deeper into the hole. Would he be under the ramp if he was there? But that's what he wants me to think. But at the same time, is he making me think what I want me to think? It's tough. And so that confusion, Gene Savage should not be able to find him. Don't even want to get into all that math. Lazy Lake-wise. Scram Hellfire. They're looking really good. 3rd place overall right now. About 9 points behind second. And they're really just getting better every game. That win they just had is just going to elevate them completely in terms of morale. Thing is, though, they have bad games and good games. It's never just fully consistent. So you want to make sure they're staying on that good side overall. Like Sweet Sports are and Alex, this fight finally going towards its end. No eliminations just yet. They haven't really landed a knock in this fight either. And it's getting kind of desperate now. No balls on the side of X Squeeze. When you have to start eating corn and mushrooms, you really know you're down bad inside a fight.
Yeah, it's tough when you're like, oh yeah, the extra 5 shield, that's going to help me out a lot. Really need that efficiency, because in a lot of circumstances, that's not actually going to end up pushing you over a threshold that matters. A lot of the guns you end up facing off, and the Spanish trio had such a great day 1, is now basically done like a tour of El Island Day Fortnite, and they've just been like going around trying to find a drop spot they can land, because they just can't get at home. Every single one of these fights, they looked really good yesterday, but now they've been pushed out, and without having a solidified drop spot, yes, their fighting has been great, but they're not converting it into anything, and Jose is really being pushed back under here, and I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to take up this fight. Like Neb, Stompy, and Pink should be able to close this out, as Malabuka does end up getting cleaned up. Mr. Savage going to eventually find that one, so the reverse psychology coming into effect.
They have their undergrads. They understand the entire process of the mind.
I have my undergrad, and I don't understand any of that. I took psych and brain and behavior. Let me know. I was like, yep, brain chemicals make brain do brain things. As we see, Jose unfortunately does not get to do brain things anymore. Instead, he just gets to twiddle his thumbs back in the lobby. Pink and Neb's gonna pick that one up.
The tour guide for that Spanish trio too, I think, has been Badil Noah Riley, right? Just rolling in overall. The issue for Crow was the fact that, or the thing that was going good for them was the fact that they got to just dive into Believer Beach whenever they want as a third party. Issue for Deal overall was they were losing the fight in Believer Beach. Let's analyze why also we're getting a third party. Wait, there's a trio here that might be bad at fighting if we get aggressive. Let's push them. And now, yeah, they have that free bus ride. They stop every 5 seconds to check out maybe Corny Complex, maybe another POI. Unfortunate overall for X, Sweet Sports and Alex as well. I mean, the economy in Misty Metals used to be so good, right? Everything was thriving. The supermarket, hustling, bustling. The people were happy. Suddenly, different teams want to come in and enact different policies overall. They want to treat the POI differently. Maybe someone doesn't really like the way the supermarkets were rolling out. Maybe they like the residential side a little bit more. As a result, lots of conflict, lots of tension, lots of beef. Now no one's really happy at Misty Meadows at all. All the 3 teams living here are very sad boys and always fighting 24/7.
Yeah, when life gives you a bunch of beef, just make some tacos, man. That's what it's about. 11-2K knows what's up. He's all about that taco time going on. But you can see with this zone dropping really towards the north and a little bit up towards the west, I would anticipate that Cammy, Steady, and Teak are that kind of set of pale orangish triangles. I apologize, I am slightly colorblind. On the far eastern side, who's just been roaming back and forth, either that or the pink ones. But we're going to hop on board with one of the teams who they're just going to be happy their name is in the conversation for that top 2 right now, because going into the day, you wouldn't have necessarily think that would have been the case, but they've put up 128 points so far.
Very consistent. One of the only teams that is dipping into those top 12s and top 16s semi-regularly on this day. The day one, they had 2 games as well where they were kind of out of points completely. Just one game that was 24th, another one that was 27th. That is fully coming to Sucos we're talking about. For Michael Astro Verox, I actually expected a lot better in overall performance. Because, seriously, having Dirty Docks really uncontested, buffed by the fact that there's an entire crash site there now, having control of the entire east side. I understand maybe sometimes you're getting bullied off the beam. I want it to be high. I wanted them to be one of the teams that were contesting in second place to take over Seti, Kemi, and Teak. I've seen teams like Thomas and Austin Flick in the past dominate off that spot when the POI is absolutely free. And have like a clear line inside the top.
Yeah,
3.
but that's
for them to be this close.
But that's without
zones.
But that's without like, so you're not considering the fact that Steady, Cammy, and Teak are playing so absurdly well. They're doing all of that with the fact that their entire interior route is just being eaten up by them every single time. When you have the team who has 372 points coming into this match, right, eating up all of the loot on the inside, eating up all of those tags, raining shots down as you're trying to land. And you still end up like looking at their average placement. I believe they're like 5th or 6th on average placement. They're solid in terms of elims. They're on the top 10. Their name is in the hat for at least top 3 and easily in the top 5 conversation with 2 games left. That's great for me. And it's not like they've been a trio who's been playing together all the time. Like, yeah, Michael and Barracks have been there and Astro's been kind of mixing in, but like, this is a good performance for them so far.
I just want them to be better.
This is we're talking Europe, best of the best, pressing top 5 the entire time in both like top 5 or 6 in elims and average placements. You want more than that, man? Chayo, you are a greedy man. You are tough to please.
I just don't think at this point with that type of POI there should be surge issues happening in any game whatsoever.
How? You're on the far east side of the map and everything's pulling central. Of course there's going to be surge issues.
You have cars. It's easy rotates. Cammy said Teak have no problems.
Yeah, they're like 20k units interior to it, and they're taking shots on you the whole time.
That's true. That's true.
And to be fair, they also don't have to deal with the just absolute clown fiesta that's going on over at Steamy Stacks that tends to rotate or pour in, right? So yeah, you could rotate up north into that in most circumstances, but I don't think anybody with a reasonable head on their shoulders, and based on the fact that they're in 5th/6th right now, they have a pretty good head on their shoulders. They're not going to look at that fight up at Steamy Stacks and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to voluntarily go head towards that to take shots. That sounds like a great idea. No, it doesn't.
All right, I'll back down. It's true then. They're doing fine.
All right,
I'm just a little bit of a...
Actually, give them their props. You're like, oh, I want them. Like, yeah, you can say I want them to win. I want them to do better. But they're playing great. They're playing some solid Fortnite right now.
It's just my bias for Dirty from previous seasons, but even still, regardless of all of that, it is a phenomenal performance.
I mean, Boston born and bred, you know I love that dirty water, but the reality of the situation right now is that the center of the map has been what has dictated so much in EU. Your ability to get positioning around here, and most particularly it's the positioning, not even in the 4th zone, but where you're at in the 3rd zone, and just not ending up in a situation where you have to go so far. If you're stuck on the outside of the zone in the 3rd, it's so incredibly difficult in the lobbies and the matches we've seen to get up not just a priority position, but any form of position where your fate isn't in someone else's hands, right? That's why you're seeing so many of these teams move central in, but you can only afford to do that if you've already figured out your storm surge plan. Otherwise, you end up being one of those bait teams for Cammy, Steady, and Teak, where they post up next to you and they're like, hey, do you need shots on someone? And then if they hear a bunch of rifle fire going out, they just get ready to fight defensively. It's a brilliant strategy. It's super simple. And I'm glad we're able to see it and explain it. But it's just like, man, you feel like somebody should have interrupted it.
I'm also trying to like imagine it from the perspective of like a team that's down bad on surge doing that desperate rotate. Like they finally see one team coming towards them. Guys, there's a chance. It's just 3 boxes of metal. Wait a minute. This is a familiar sight. It can't be, can it? They try to rattle on the walls. No one moves. It's all passive. Oh God, we're that trio. We're the trio that's down bad. Oh no, this is bad. Said he can't be Teak and they can't do anything.
It's just you open up the door expecting a surprise party and you just walk into a horror movie fitting for Halloween right there. It's just like, I'm going to go. The door is already shut behind you. The lock clicks in place. All of a sudden, there's no door handle. And just on the other side, it was that dragon we've talked about too. Again, locked up first place. Axe of Champions freshly gleaming right behind him. They say, welcome to our lair. And that's a fresh 6 points. I mean, again, and they don't do it every game, right? They don't end up picking those eliminations. But every time they've had mid-game eliminations, that's how they've happened. We talk about how the top teams, they find a way to either manufacture points, manufacture end games, manufacture situations where we can get into these 3v3s at the end and know that, like, hey, as long as we're together at the end, we'll flip a coin. We'll take the chance to get the victory royale, as Andalex is going to take a chance trying his teammates back into play here, right towards the edge of the zone with those a little bit of buffed reboots.
Wondering what exactly they can find, because this mini dish station is not going to have much at all for him. As that too, that Storm Surge strat also kind of works both ways with a late base up, because even if you don't engage in the team that's right next to you, any team that's editing open, trying to focus them, you can also kind of get tags and beams on. So you have so many options in both ways. I think Analex, Squeeze 4ZR here are kind of out of options, out of time a little bit. They're going to have to jump into another team's box. 14 damage above. With 4 different players that need to go down, it's not going to be the craziest issue of getting dealt damage in this Storm Surge circle, but we're definitely down on damage overall. We'll have to get desperate for a fight. Lots of ammunition in Analex's inventory, so maybe he can land some good beams. 33 is a good start, but needs to get, or just do that, I guess, I don't know, 8 more times, and this should be fine.
I mean, for this zone, because it's only one other trio, it could be moderately quick. If that trio is kind of lower on HP and they're full going through, you could end up with a fast changeover. You just don't want to dance back and forth on the line. But in particular, again, you can see what will be our past champions passing over the throne to our current champions who are boxed up just above them on the opposite side. We will have a convergence zone. And I think one thing to talk about, we've talked about the Cammy split, Cammy, Steady, and Teak so much, but getting, just because we will have a little bit of time here, with only one Storm Surge trio having to go down, to dive into the analytical part behind it. What ends up making it so successful? Why are they able to game plan? We've alluded to a little bit how they get this free pass through. They land up in an area of the map where they know not only is there chest spawns, but there's floor loot spawns. And they'll land directly on top of it, knowing that the teams flying in for dirty for ideal drops will still be on a line of sight for them. So that's their first opportunity to get shots. If they don't end up getting shots there, they'll call out whether or not they have them, and then they end up grouping up, looting as fast as they can to get the materials they know they won't be able to farm on their interior path. And then they just hop in the car and they head towards the teams in the interior of the map. Because of how the interior of the map has been in Chapter 2, teams generally will loot outside in towards the POI to establish their place, and they're not afraid of taking shots, knowing that if they're going outside in, they'll be able to top back up on their shields. But what that means is they've now looted and thrown shots, all while moving towards, most times, the center part of the zone, and then they don't have to worry about those two situations. Then it goes in the next thing we were just talking about, Shia, where they base up in metal in roughly a 2x4 kind of space, and then they just wait, and they react to the teams that then are pressured by Storm Surge. And because they've been together for so long, their reactions are so much better and so much more well executed than all the other trios. When you put it all together, it looks like this. The
big thing and the large factor as well that no other team really has that this first place team sometimes talking about, City Kamitik do, is they get to section out the times they deal with players, the times they get to just play for themselves by themselves. So the entire interior path, them farming off spawn, they never have to deal with anyone. All their search strats is just their positioning where they want to go. You look at other POIs, Coral Castle, you're really dealing with where other teams are going in terms of crash sites for your surge. You look at even Believer Beach, you're always dealing with some type of condensation off spawn, or will a team rotate into us? City Kamitik are so fast and their drop spots positioned in a certain way where that doesn't matter. And so the first part of the game, they don't deal with people, and then the rest of the game is just focused on other people because they have everything else set and ready. Talked about that surge strat, just, you know, landing smack dab in the southwest side of the zone and just chilling out there on the southeast side and focusing on the team. It's all just based off of other players. Meanwhile, everyone else, they have to adapt to their situations. They're always dealing with players and with their own team at all times. They have to farm up, get their damage done around other people's game plans as well. Scramflow's Hellfire have kind of felt privy to this issue of dealing with, you know, their own situation and other teams around them. Sometimes they go for surge and they might overpeak a little bit. A team gets a drop on him, one person gets knocked, they have full issues. Other times they're looking good and want to rotate for their position overall, but there's other players already on it. They get to a disadvantageous position. It's a little bit more low groundy, and in those spots they don't survive. Right now they're actually above another team, that's Astros, on the right side there you see at the bottom. And this is a position they look really good in for Aqua, Fast Rookie CR as well, a position they're very used to, just making sure they're somewhat central, have a slightly elevated base. It looks really good.
And don't forget, after the last match, Aqua Co did go down relatively early. We were watching that, and we almost called it mathematically. Now we're getting into the actual mathematical impossibility. But because they went down so early, and Scram & Co. picked up a huge victory royale, they only had a 9-point lead in terms of second place coming into this match. So I was a little bit more confident about it, but that leaderboard shakeup makes kind of that second through fourth battle something to really keep an eye on here in match number 11 and 12. Again, the story behind Seti, Cami, and Zeke is what records will they end up breaking at this point. It's all but done and dusted with them coming into the match at over a 97% chance to win. The second through fourth trios have fractions of percents to their name, but let's be honest, we about know how this one is going to end, especially after the first 5 placement points have gone through and we've seen the state of the lobby. So we'll touch on that. We'll congratulate them one more time as we go through, but we're keeping a much closer eye on that second place battle. And Hellfire, Scram, Flonata, they're right on top of that right now, but Michael and Astros want to play a little bit of spoiler in there. We're going to keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as 5 trios are going to be hammered by this Storm Surge Child.
Stranders will be safe for now, and Alex will go down, so that reboot not working out in the best way, but giving Clement, Stormy Right, and Vanyak a little bit of boost on the overall points they'll have. Looks like Thomas HD's the only base that actually doesn't have a hat on it. They're the only ones over peaking vertically at everyone else. Everyone else is just kind of chilling inside, making sure everything is safe and secured. Even with the damage, though, it's not enough for Floki Clement and Deceptos. Might have got 1 free elimination, might have got a little bit of damage on a knocked body, but unfortunately, they're going to be 105 below Surge in the convergence. You can't refarm, you can't really super reposition. You have to go straight for other people's builds, and because of that situation, you'll see the 4th place trio go down in this second last game of EU. Nikov, Egram, and Nakos, they're up and they're alive right now. They're kind of in home turf as well. This is very close to where they drop next to that gorge. It's very central. They have a good lay of the land. But the people who have a very good lay of the airspace and how these end games work, Fast Roki, Aqua, CRR still level of percentage chance they can make the whole competition even, but their main focus right now is to just make sure they make second place untouchable by any other team. They didn't go down a little bit earlier in the last game, and that 3rd place team won the game overall, making things super close. All that has to happen right now is making sure that retake or whatever it is, everyone's on the same page. Last time, Basroki went down a little bit too early, and the whole trio cracked under the pressure.
We saw that a common theme during the qualifier as well, just opening up edits at the wrong time. But our match number 10 winner, we talk about opening up edits at the wrong time. Flonata opens up his, and it's just like whap, whap, whap right away. A couple headshots and a body shot. Destroy any semblance of shield. A couple of chug splashes going to be used, but I don't actually like that call. Should have held those on. Yes, Scram did need a little bit of a top off on the opposite side. But you could have accomplished that with minis and the med kits that they have there. They also have the big pots, Chug Splash being so effective in the later game. Michael picking up a triplet of elims there in the feed in the top left-hand corner, trying to close the gap, doing his +6, and Chayo. We're into the cascading placement point. So each trio that falls is an additional point. And Seti, Cammy, and Teak are there yet again. They haven't placed outside the top 10. They are your champions at this point. Nobody can catch them. There's no math. Nothing could happen unless literally they went out last game and Aqua ended up getting like 45 plus eliminations. But it doesn't matter because Aqua gets bopped. Top right-hand corner, goes to take the launch pad. We've seen the traps come out before, and now it's going to be on CRR and Strokey to try and keep a little bit of a lead. But honestly, Flonata, Scrim, and Hellfire, they've looked much better. My eyes are in the bottom right-hand corner as they're rotating towards the front side of the zone. But don't forget the top left-hand, as you can see, players taking to the sky and trying to get up on the high ground of CRR. Also going to launch pad and trying to catch back up. Eyes on the bottom right-hand, though, Shayo.
Yep, a very close battle between second and third. The third place team on the bottom right of Flowis, Scram, and Hellfire are in a better spot. As soon as I say that, a little bit of rat-a-tat on the Flowis back. Unfortunately, loses a little bit of that shield, but has the harpoon and a launch pad to make a big play. All they have to do is wait 5 seconds for the zone to lock in. Korok, Splash, and Milwaukee on the left side of your screen have high ground, but notice they're not doing much with it in terms of pressure. Why? There's a trap falling from the skies, and Austin Thomas HD flopper plays all the way in the shadow formation, end up dropping down and taking control of height. Meanwhile, lots of people flying towards the skies, the third place team being one of them. Big fights for Ice though. Queasy ends up mashing through and they're going fine. Flowis on the low ground on the bottom right of your screen. They're actually under surge damage. It's getting tough now, just 50 above. They survive somehow, slightly, are ahead of the zone, but have to really make it past another obstacle. It's a different team they're fighting on the bottom right. Just pay attention to your feeds right now. It's getting crazy. They actually pick up that elimination, stay alive. Meanwhile, CRR is actually just running through the whole lobby. 500 damage above on the top right of your screen. Still alive with Fast Roki. As a duo, they're doing the impossible and keeping the dream of second place secured for their team.
And CRR picked up 2 fantastic solo eliminations by diving down in the box, but he did it when he had the SMG on swap with the charge. Now opting to only have the burst makes his individual clutches much more difficult, and as he loses his teammate, it's going to be that much harder for Strokey going down. CRR trying to continue that battle for the second place spot. You can see that Flowis ended up going down, so it's not Hellfire and Scram in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to tune in with Hellfire, just doing the tarping, keeping them in front of the zone. We're into the top 7 for Strokey. Does finally end up going down. I don't think I've seen Seti, Cammy, and Teak go down, so they got yet another top 8 performance going through, but CRR is not stopping. Gets another knock onto Wickle, but CRR will finally get taken down. That's a 7th place spot for him. Keeping an eye though, Hellfire and Scram, they're going to be able to pass here. There are tons of eliminations on CRR, but they should be able to make up the difference in placement points, assuming they can outlast. They will be able to pick up an elim there, but they need to get the confirmation, and no, they go down in 6. So actually, I think CRR and Co might have stretched that lead out a little bit, but Seti, Cammy, and Teak trying to close it with a VR. Cammy already down. Teak sitting on 3 eliminations, has the legendary pump as well as the rare AR and a harpoon combo to go with it, but no more builds, so he's going to open up. It's a 3v2 v1 to close out match number 11 here. They will be our winners in the end, but the question is, can they do it with a little bit of a stamp? Looking up on the high ground, gets the first spray, finds the low ground, Steady, gets bounced back, but Teak ends up finding that stomping, but the drop down comes out, needs to find the siphon, not going to be able to do it, and they get picked up. It's a 1v1. Nebs versus Nos to close out match number 11. Seti, Cammy, and Teak, they won it. It's done in terms of the math, but Anas, Thomas, and Queasy just trying to throw their hat one more time. 84 points on the day. A nice 6 elim victory royale. And Chayo, we got one more match. We know who the winner is. The battle for second is close. Third and fourth is right around there as well. And then we got a whole bunch of teams between around 5th and 13th who have one more match to impact their destiny and their wallets.
Yeah, 3rd, 2nd, and 5th all popping off in that game. The winners continue to flex. It'll be cool to not try to get blinded by their fashionable jewelry and everything they're going to have after this win. It's going to be insane. But Zeke, Levin, and Reese, right before that last game, talk to us about what we have in store.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast as always. Yeah, so just to be clear, in case you're tuning in late, Seti, Cammy, and Teak are flying real high right now. In fact, too high. In fact, the only way that someone could catch up in game number 6 here on the day would be a 50 bomb and a VR, which I don't think is likely. So they've already won, which is totally great. They'll hold the Axe of Champions high. Congratulations to them. However, we still have all these other trios, right? They're competing for top 5. Some outside toward the end, top 20 are saying, we want to make it in top 10. That's a lot of life-changing amount of money up there, Zeke. We'd like to compete for this as possible. So, Levin, Reese, we saw this. Queasy and Oz, Thomas HG, they finally come out, man. They got themselves a victory royale here in game number 5.
Well, yeah, look, it's Halloween, but they took off their ghost costumes pretty early. I thought they would have kept them on. It's been a bit of a slow 2 days for them. But on a serious note, it's been hard, right? It has been hard because out of Catty Corner, they've been getting contested. They've obviously had teams third party in them. The one game they get out of it, they have a good game, which once again is quite telling of how good they really are. It's a shame they haven't really been able to be anything of significance in the finals, but they won a game, so good, right?
Yeah. Like, I want to give props to them 100%, but let's be real, we're going to the last game now. Let's get the storylines that are relevant. C2S8, we know they've won. We know they've ticked all the boxes so far, unless the impossible happens, which is not happening. I mean, if it does, let's go for it. I'm all down, but I won't. They've won right now.
50 bomb.
But let's look for the second place. Remember, for individually, each player, they play second, $70,000, right, for each player, so $210,000 total. But it does jump down to 45 each when you go to that next threshold. So the difference between second and third is massive right now. So obviously for Strokey CRR's team was around there. We had Flo as a team, we had Floki's team too. So many top teams in that area that are just ready to do it and have had such a good series of 2 days so far.
Absolutely. We got to continue this talk of bubble teams, though, Reese. Again, that's kind of where we have to shift our views, right? Because Steady, Cammy, and Teak have already won.
They have, right. Floki come in to sip those, like, these coming into this were 4th, right? They were kind of up there. We'd been seen a lot in the discussion today. They ended up placing 6th last season, and they've honestly just been sitting in top 5 all day.
Yeah, really been very impressive. Flowist, Hellfire, and Scram, another example of a team that's been incredibly impressive. Once again, just been floating around that top 5 all day long. And I think, getting a top 5 for them would be huge. Pushing to get second, if possible, as well, would be absolutely insane as well. For Strokey, CR, and Aqua as well, we've talked about them a bunch, how impressive they've been. They just need to sort of hold on, right? Like, going into the tough game now, you just got to hold on at this point.
Top 10 is important. Let's see the points. What's the differences here? So, obviously, we know C2S8 and Teak have won. They have been, honestly, probably some of the best 12 games or 11 games so far I've ever seen in an FNCS so far, making history here today. In second, for Strokey CRR and Aqua, 309. So they are 11 points ahead of Flawless, Hellfire, and Scram, who have a considerable 20-point gap between Floki, Clement, Deceptos, and themselves. So for the top 3, 100%, like, obviously, for Strokey, CR, and Aqua have that lead. But if we see them go down early, even in that first moving zone, like, Flawless' team can absolutely capitalize on that and overtake.
Yeah, look, in our top 5, we have 2 teams who came from semi-finals day 2, right? 2 teams who, you could argue had no business being here, but yet have really impressed with the likes of Michael, Astro, Verox, and of course Floki, for Strokey, not Floki, for Strokey, CR, and Aqua. Yeah, similar, same difference, really. Look, let's take a look at that next page, because of course anybody will be wanting to push their way into the top 10. Reese was talking about the differences in second to third. There's massive differences as well, even in those lower thresholds. The likes of Sean VP, Queasy, and us, and Thomas, if they could sneak their way in to the top 10, I would very much commend them for that, because I think they were saying, you said they were saying in 23rd or something before this game. They were low. They were down low, right? And so to get that kind of game is huge, but they got to build off it as well. Some teams, not some teams, a lot of teams will be disappointed to be on this page.
Yes, I mean, most of the teams, I would say. Honestly, like, a lot of the teams that are here, you could have if you showed me this as your top 10, like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, honestly. I honestly would just be like, I could believe that this would be a top 10, but it's 11th down till 20th. And that's just goes to show how much the depth in the competition there is, right? That top 10 teams are so incredibly good. All of them belong to be there. But when you look at the teams who are 11th down the 20th, you could see them also being in that top 10. So it's going to be rough, and I'm interested to see what teams do after this season as well.
Dude, the competition very steep in EU, and especially with the big shakeup, man. So many teams. Honestly, even just making it this far is a testament to each trio and their skill set. But now it's about one final game to try and attack all of these other placements. Where can we end? How much prize money can we walk away with? It's time to find out. Fortnite fam, one last time here in EU. This is the FNCS Finals. Sundown, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. My name's Sundown, joined by Shy Wager. And once more onto the islands we go. We've read all the chapters in the book. We're getting down. It's the final pages and then into the little epilogue. We know that the dragon was able to overcome all the challengers. Which one of the heroes from the top is going to be able to limp away and still establish their kingdom underneath our new dragon ruler, who I accept greatly. They were nice. They played their game plan out well. They lit fire to everything, but the lands are fertile and everybody seems pretty happy with the consistent performance they've put out. But looking at the leaderboard, Chayo, super close here. Now, the battle between second is just separated by 11 points. After that, you get a little bit of a drop-off to Floki, Clement, and Deceptos, who are about 20 off the pace. Then 5th and 6th are 1 point separating each other. And then 7th through 9th have just 12 points separating them. So a lot can change between 2nd and 9th, depending on what goes on. I mean, everyone between basically 10th and 16th is also only about 20 points from each other. So the entire top half of the table still up for grabs.
Yeah, the way I look at it right now for all these teams, past kind of, the first place, obviously, is they all have like a dancing partner they're going to be paying attention to and making sure, how is our matchup going? And then all of them are kind of in different tiers. Everyone down below is trying to get higher a little bit, but they're going to have to take care of their individual problems inside the game first. Some of them happen off spawn. For a lot of these teams inside the top 15, that's not really the case. There are some in some sort of head-to-head matchups, but they have these big swing games, and a lot of the teams inside the top 15 also rely on these huge swing games. It's not going to be possible for every single team to have that, to maintain the way they're playing these end games. You might have to go towards that consistent type route. As a result, only one team has gone down so far. Everyone's playing it a little bit more closer to the chest rather than just going all in their POI. We might see a lot more disengages overall around the map. I'm curious to see exactly how Caddy looks like, what does Steamy Stacks look like, who are we going to have actually playing this game out of a lot of those 50-50s we've been watching off spawn.
And if you're just tuning in now, what's up, Fortnite fam? Thank you for watching and catching the end of the action. And I think a little bit beneficial because our boys across the pond in EU did have, most of them jump back to just some daylight savings time shenanigans going on. I don't know. I can't tell time. I don't know how any of that works. The only thing that matters is the impact on you, which is you don't have to wait for NA East after this. That show is going to get rolling pretty much directly after this. Reese is going to do his best to just get right on over there, but the action doesn't stop today. After this match, we'll have 6 more over in NA East. We're going to check in with BR, or if you speak any Portuguese, check out the Brazilian broadcast as well. They do a fantastic job catching what is a great region to watch, and then we'll close out the day over on NA West and give out the last 3 of those AXA champions as we tune in down by Camp Cod with Clement, Floki, and Deceptos.
Well, hidey hole strat. I'm not sure if something happened last game to warrant this, but maybe they've just been chased by Queasy, Thomas HD the entire time. I'm not sure why they switched up things entirely to the contesting over at Misty Meadows, but something has happened in the last 4 minutes of gameplay. And now we find ourselves here. I think Thomas HD understands what's going down in terms of these guys hiding up in this house.
Does he?
Did the third zone lock in on only Camp Cod Island? Are we basing up here now? What is going on?
I think they might be just trying to manufacture a couple other points. We talked about just trying to get eliminations. I mean, the 6 points could end up being a decent swing. We talked about them needing about, I think they're 20 points off the pace with 31 points off second place right now. So 6 points, that goes a long way in terms of cutting into that lead, right? If you're able to get the drop on somebody who's not expecting to be there, who's been a little bit looser in their looting paths, that's generally worth, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be the case. As you see, Benji does end up getting the knock onto Malibuka with Mustache being down, and Chizo is going to do what we always talk about, try and get the disengage out, but he's heading directly towards another team, which you have to be very careful about rotating towards the north side, and he has to know. He just saw that tree get broken down.
He's not going towards the team. He's trying to hit that pool again. Take some ramps up, right? Chill in the water for a hot minute. He's on vacation. I'm not sure if they heard that glide, though. Might just ruin things completely. This is not the lifeguard you're going to want on duty. Slove rolling in, switching up his drop again from the start of the day. They were at the middle of the map, had a lot of favorable zones, didn't go too well, and now are looking at maybe investing in some retail property up in the north. Meanwhile, Clement, Deceptos, Floki, Thomas Ishi, and Squeezy. The most interesting thing about this is that, everyone's full shields. I guess Clement might have taken some damage and used them, which is why he has missing inventory slots, but, Now there's a third team coming in, or maybe a fourth. I can't count all the different colored arrows. There's at least 3 here. What? It's Analytics Squeeze. They don't want to let the fight get away. We're talking about the difference in points. Definitely want to get aggressive. Definitely want to have that difference, especially if it's this isolated and free. I mean, a good fight for everyone, but if everyone's involved, it's a bad fight for everyone, no?
Bad fight for everybody except the winner, depending on the circumstance, right? Like all these teams could use the points. We talked about how close the leaderboard is. I mean, the rotation out of here, though, is so tough. Right, it's just so much change in verticality to not really and ever even out. Like it's so much less tall on the opposite side once you get on that mountain, that dropping down and committing over here is a lot. And when there's a team on either angle, when you're the team underneath, you now don't get a whole lot of decisions. You basically have to wait for the team above to do something. And what they're going to do is they're going to launch pad away, but I don't think they realize they're launch padding directly into another ambush.
Simple doesn't know exactly how that fight's going to go either. They're going to hear the bullets actually rail now, so I'm not sure if the game plan changes. Yeah, I think they're going to go straight towards the boat or towards the river to catch up and maybe move with the zone, but they decide to maybe just run on the island, see if they can get some free tags, a few third-party shots. Look at how dense this kind of field is, though, with a few of these trees. Deciduous? I'm not sure. Either way, the big thing is going to be that there's no chance they're going to be able to have sight lines without getting close and personal and wasting their own time inside the zone. I think it was Thomas and Us and Queasy to hit that glide first off, and as a result, they do get stopped in the air. I think maybe they were also, I mean, it's one of 2 choices, right? So either way, there's a breakdown there to talk about. But also either way, that team is in trouble. Symptoms Clement Floki, this might be good for them overall. There is a very efficient way to get into the zone. They could just hold off on it and hope that Analyx's team rolls in and then still get the fight that I guess they were trying to avoid right off the rip.
It's just you don't want to end up getting bogged down in a fight when you're being forced to rotate particularly far away. We can see the zone, even if you're down by Weeping, is still pulling a little bit towards the north. So they have a decent amount to go. And the boats there are also awkwardly spaced where you can't necessarily follow them all the way up without the gas cans just barely running out. And boats are also very loud. And when there's other trios over there, you don't necessarily want them to know how far ahead you are. Or if you are ahead of them, it's very easy to then get the shots. As you're going uphill, the boats, they offer protection, but not a ton, as you can see. Kenzel with the pepper pop trying to create a little bit of distance, but the pepper pop is not going to protect him from the points that he's going to give over to his opponents. There's a lot of P's really quickly. I hope you're keeping up with me there, as the points will end up coming through. That's 2 + 2 is 4, and Rifle is saying, well, that means it's time for me to go. I know how math works, and they really have been trying to push their way up the leaderboard here and really need at least the +5 from top 24 if they're going to feel even halfway decent about this finals.
And my name's not Peter Piper, but I will pull up a seat and play the same game. But at the same time, Rifle Jerky, I mean, lots of aggression across the field. You'll always lose teammates here and there. Maybe pick up free shields from time to time as well. Interesting that like every zone we've seen so far too has just been completely central. Best case scenario for a lot of teams. For Jerky specifically, he was talking about it on social media. Was not liking the fact that it's super central. Wanted a little bit more of the crazy stuff, a chance to maybe do the unexpected. And we saw this entire team actually picking up more eliminations once we were, you know, towards that sludgy swamp zone, one of the most variations we've had so far earlier on in the day. So they definitely have a chance, you know, having a correct argument and, hey, maybe we like those irregular zones. They wanted a few more of those. This is what it is, though. Everyone has kind of figured out exactly how to play this type of rotation now when the second zone kind of locks in, maybe near their convergence. So many teams central now, whereas last game we saw a lot of them still scattered around the outsides. Everyone's prepped up, ready to take this last game home.
Yeah, even Rifle in the top right-hand corner. Students supposed to rotate around, and actually don't like that early medkit pop. If you're going to be hanging out in the zone, you want to make sure you're getting as much efficient travel time out of it as possible. So either one to be popping at that 21 or 11 breakpoints as it goes through. You see Scram trying to find some shots there. Does have that rare semi-auto suppressed Cypher, so able to rip through. That's 36 to the body, 72 to the head if they're able to get those shots through. And you see we are actually going to end up pulling out of the game for just a little bit, so it's okay. We're going to kick it back on over the desk. Zeke, Levin, Reese, take us away.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that, Fortnite fan. We got to restart that game. A trio did not make it in, so we're going to take a kind of step back. remake that game, and then jump back in. We don't want to miss any of the action, but until then, we will jump back in once the time is ready. For now, you're hanging out with your favorite DJ Zeke. You do Reg Levin and
some perfectly normal Reese, you know, nothing,
perfectly normal,
nothing unusual, nothing out of the normal.
Nothing like a bit of potassium to lighten the spirits. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so let's pretend this match never existed. Okay, let's kind of take a step back and kind of take a look at the standings, and let's set up what is going to happen and what we could expect to see going into this final game. All right. So in case you guys are just tuning in, you missed out. Steady Cam Teak, they're so far ahead that mathematically it's basically impossible for any trio to catch up to them and win. So let's just set them aside. They are your champions. Once again, congratulations to them. But we've got to turn our attention to 2nd through 5th, right? Because this is where a lot of that prize money is as well. And if you could jump in from, say, top 15 into 5th, Levin, I mean, that's a massive swing in prize money.
Yeah, and that's not out of the realms of possibility for some of these teams, right? You know, maybe the margins aren't as fine as we saw in some of the other regions like OCE, etc., but still some fine margins, still plenty of room for a team to potentially move their way up significantly in the standings and get some of that extra prizing. And I think when you look at the form, particularly of some of these teams, you could see that happening. In terms of, 2nd to 3rd, right? Let's say Aqua was to have a bit of a stinker in one of these next games. Flowers, Hellfire, and Scram have really been consistent and really effective in getting into endgame and accruing a lot of points, right? So there's no slip-ups affordable. Everybody has to look behind them, right? Look over your shoulder and go, they're not going to stop, so we can't, right? You have to go out swinging in these last couple games.
Yeah, and like they said, a 10-point lead, or sorry, an 11-point lead from Fastroki, CRR, and Aqua. It's significant. It definitely is significant. It really, really adds up when you start getting into those placement thresholds. And if we have to keep an eye out for those teams, right? It's like those top 2nd to 3rd teams, we really just have to, every single time we see that elimination board coming up, we're like, is this one more person? Are they in? Are they out? Are they out? Because it's going to impact so big. For Kami-Seitik, we can just watch them. We know they're going to do good already at the same time. It's like we don't have to pay such close attention to them. But these teams further down, because remember, once you get into the top 10, every single threshold from here on out gives you more and more placement, right? Or sorry, more and more prizing, more and more earnings. So everything you see here is super important. One of the things I actually want to touch on from this page in particular, Levin, is Diox's team, right? They, at the start, obviously were, in terms of yesterday, the first 6 games, dominant. They were 2nd coming into this. And they were almost at a run for Kami-Seitik. They were in contention for that first place spot. And now, obviously, we've seen switch-ups in the drop spot, and they've obviously dropped consistently far down. What do you think about them today?
It's one of these things where, I talked about at the top of the show, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but these things happen, right? I said at the top of the show, yeah, cool, yesterday, they have the hot hand, but it's all going to well having the hot hand on day 1. You got to come out swinging in day 2 as well when they failed to do that. Look, it's one of these things where at the end of the day, they can always look back at how they performed day 1 and go, we got to be proud of ourselves, right? We got to be really, really proud of ourselves because nobody expected us to do that, and we did it, right? But so far, they came in today, they got contested off spawn a couple times, didn't quite work out for them, right? They've struggled to sort of be as effective as they were, and we talked about them having great fundamentals at the top of the show. These haven't been able to carry them through, right? And to some extent, maybe I'm overreacting because they're still in the top 10, which is magnificent, right? I will do anything to get in the top 10 of an FNCS. Don't get that, twisted. But, the drop-off's been rather significant, and they're definitely going to have to hit the drawing board. But there's always, further competitions, Grand Royales coming up. I'll be interested to see how they develop and how they do then, assuming they don't split up. I want to take a look at the next page, though, Risa, because, we talked about this a bit earlier, we alluded to it, but a lot of the teams on this page are literally the all-star teams, the blockbuster teams within EU, and it hasn't panned out the way any of them would have wanted to, right? When you look at 12th to 14th, right, those 3 teams, that literally should be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in an episode. I think if you were to go, everybody does their predictions on Twitter and whatnot. If you go and look at people's predictions, I'm sure there were many people that had that as their, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Well, here you go. My 1st and 2nd is literally 13th and 14th.
Yeah. So, it's been one of these things where, I'm sure they will have their, reasonings, excuses as to why it's not gone so well. Sometimes there are complications and not everybody's reasonings are the same, right? You look at Queasy's trio, for example, they've been heavily contested, sort of a situation out of their control. It's been hard to deal with. You look at and Alexis trio, right, where the circumstances looked to be perfect for them, right? In a way, we were paralleling them to Floki's trio, where both of those teams, you know, Misty Meadows, you know, there's sort of the everything around you is very similar to how it was last finals. So then just do what you did last final and come out there and get a top 10 or get a top 5, but it hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think another team we obviously have to talk about, Vidil, Janice, and Noah, that so far that, you know, the off-spawn battles have been really rough for them when they came to, will I say Aryan Lee Sands? Dare I mention that? Dare I say Aryan Lee Sands or Mitro Sands, let's call it. But let's be real, you know, give them full credit. Like, Mitro's team has been absolutely dominating off spawn. Now, obviously, after that first game today, pushed Vidil's team out to the west side to the castle split, where obviously that was then basically the downfall for Dioxa's team as well, right? We saw them be contested and then not have a home spot to be able to push in for, because they were obviously the team coming in a third party in this fight alongside Sean VP's team. You know, it became a mess in Believers Beach in that drop slot so far. So for Vidil, Janice, and Noah, they've obviously climbed up with that big 17 elimination game that they had, but again, 17th place for a team who should have had a running at winning. Like that's, you know, they're not going to be very happy about it.
It's okay, man. You just got to take what you learned. That's experience. Come back stronger next time, right? Or do something crazy this last game. Just say, you know what? Let's just switch it up, guys. What do we got to lose, you know? But Fortnite fam, as we prepare ourselves for this last game here in EU, what we're going to do is go to a break. We'll return. We'll have game number 6 or 12 here in the last game of finals day number 2. And of course, we'll crown ourselves some champions. So stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we can. See you guys in a little bit. What's going on, Fortnite fan? Welcome back to the FNCS. Guess what, guys? Agent Reese had to split, so he is jumping into NA East. He'll be casting the games there, and if you want to catch NA East as it begins, check out our YouTube channel. It's going live there. But for now, if you want to watch the end of EU, we got to stay here, right, Levin? I mean, this is it.
Look, when you think about it, right, we've had 3 other FNCS, so this is like the 4th one of the year, and it's sort of sad that we're at the last game, right? It's been such a beautiful journey from the start of the year to now, and to see the conclusion, and what a conclusion it really is, right, with the way Cammy, City, and Tika performed, it's bittersweet almost, because I'm happy we're here, but at the same time, I want there to be more.
That's right, man. This is it, the final game. Now, we did have a quick restart as one trio did not make it into that last game, so we just kind of rolled it back, and now we're going into this final game. Now, for all you guys watching at home, once again, after this is done, Levin and I will come back. We'll say hello. We'll crown some champions. We'll take a look at all the pricing breakdown and how everything unfolded here in EU. Then we're going right into the action in NAE. So another 6 games there. Plenty more Fortnite. So if you want to watch, if you like it, seeing all this incredible finals action and to see what NA East has to bring to the table, make sure you stick around. Now, we talked about the leaderboards right before we went to break. So let's just not mince words here. Let's get into the game. And to do that, we have Shiowager, Sundown standing by. They're going to get us up to speed, set the stage for us as we prepare for game number 6. Over to you, friends. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Thank you so much, Levin. My name's Sundown, joined by Shiowager. We're going to chat it up a little bit. We got a little bit of time. We're going to get into what will now be game number 12. And if we go back to that kind of epic novel we talked about, Shio, well, we kicked it on over the editors. We thought we were done with the script, and the editors were like, there was a typo here. So we're going to finish up the book there. No worries. All the teams look to play their games out, and then we'll figure out where all of the coins fall.
Yeah, but how did the story really start? Where are we, basically? If you guys are just also tuning in wondering, whoa, EU's went on a little bit longer. Yeah, in this final game we have rolling in, the first place team is ahead by miles, if not countries of kilometers. They're ahead by 100 points at Steady, Kemi, and Teak. Past that, everyone else is kind of close side by side. They have one team that's very close to them in points. There's a little bit of a dip. And then after that, there's so many of that repeated pattern going on across the whole leaderboard.
Yeah, so what are we going to be keeping an eye on as we head into match number 12? Well, the battle for second is currently separated by just 11 points. Then there's a little bit of a drop-off, but Floki and Clement and their trio have done a fantastic job of putting themselves into the conversation. After that, 5th and 6th is a toss-up right now, being down to just a singular point. So we'll keep an eye on that battle. Then basically everyone from 7th to 15th is within a game's worth of points of each other. So any of the top half of the leaderboard could really shake up with just one game left to play. What do we know, though? Cammy, Seti, and Teak, done, dusted champions. One of the best 11-game performances going through. They could not even load in and not play the game and not have to worry about it. Nearly 100 points clear. I believe the final number there was like 94 or 96 going in here. And that just that would be a record by like plus 50% on Mitro's absurd. I think it was like 17 or 21 eliminations, second place game that they had. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Not at all. I think the only like statistical chance is that like they would have to get 0 points and then a team would have to win with 33 eliminations. Never ever going to be a case. And the big thing for a lot of these teams right now, also, Steady, Kemi, Teak, although they've won, they can really affect the competition. They just suck away so many points from everyone else. There's still a very active force inside these games. And for everyone else, the VR has never mattered more. There are a lot of teams inside the top 3, the top 5 that have Victory Royales, multiple Victory Royales even, for some of these teams like Aquas, like you're looking at Kiriachis as well. So the VR will matter a lot for those tiebreakers. It'll be a huge swing in placement as well. This is kind of like its own game and its own universe that really has a huge say on how your story ends.
And the Copenhagen's Flames player there, Flonada, aka Flo, is going to be happy with his second roll of the dice here in game number 12. The first one wasn't so good. He walked away with a little bit of SMG and nothing left. That time came up with a nat 20 there, getting the high roll with the legendary lever action shotgun. But Deceptos, Clement, and Floki, they need to be careful. Very long glide and bust path. And right now, Deceptos took a shot coming in. Trippin, unfortunately, is going to get knocked right off of the start there. You can see Chrissy getting knocked on the rifle. Malbuka picking up in the Retta. Chrissy will end up getting the confirmation onto rifle as well. We've had 3 players fall so far, but no full trios. As you can see, Deceptos, Cloaky, and Foment doing a good job about maximizing their shared health efficiency by hitting those barrels.
Yeah, they're really going around the world here in terms of POIs. Before, We saw them in that restarted game at Camp Cod. They've been kind of jumping around the map, trying to affect different teams the whole time too. Meanwhile, all the way over at the stacks, it will be Shizo, Mustache, and Malabuka to have the win inside the final game. Not going to have zone entirely, but they finished this one so fast, they could just keep rolling and playing the game.
This will be the last game that they get to play, and unfortunately for Benji, Savage, and Adreta, that was their final game going up with the contestation over at Steamy Stacks, and coin did not come up on their side. And honestly, they lost, I think, more than they won over there, but the games they were able to win, they capitalized on. The games they were able to get out, they still got decent points, so not a great performance, but you know, you got to question the game plan of going up against a trio who has been just so incredibly good fighting at Stacks. It seemed like their game plan came down to just like, well, we hope they don't win one of those semifinal day 2 games, but unfortunately, they're a team who is very capable of winning matches. So we're going to swing on over to somebody who's no stranger to winning matches. He's won 2 in every single FNCS final he's competed in, and trying to hold on to that second place spot. Aqua, CRR, and Pastroki out of Bergs.
About to make it a 3-peat. I feel like, in terms of VRs on the day. Feeling good about this next one, especially because they don't really have to focus on trying to win the entire day, just winning this game, right? They know there's a big gap in front of them for first place. In their eyes, they're basically first in their position overall, right? They just have to defend and hold on, and that's what Aqua is really good at doing, not only, you know, in game mechanics, but on the board as well.
See, left-hand side of your screen is the right-hand side. They farm up, hit the metal, hit that brick, the stuff to end up getting you the hard mats you need in order to make the end game. We do get a southern pull. I think this is one of the most southern kind of first zone reveals we've seen pulling over there, which is, if anything, a little bit more beneficial for Aqua, CRR, and Pastroki, because they're just a hop, skip, and the jump, and then the Believer, Beach Trio, the team from the crash site over them, Pleasant Park, Stealthy, and Coral, as well as kind of that Fort Carpet split over the side. They all have to rotate in towards them or towards the woods, and most players opt to pass through burbs and see what got left around there.
Going to be delayed until they actually hit the burbs, though. Still a lot of time for people to end up looting their own POIs. This is a very early check-in with that zone. South Swim will be very interesting to watch, though. Aqua, CRR, first rookie are in second overall, as mentioned before. The point difference is just about 3. This is the last game. Folky can let the Siptos switching things up will be the 4th place team. Aqua went head-to-head with Flows, Hellfire, and Scram, who've basically filled in the gaps anytime Aqua Vestroki are not in the game. We find them actually taking over, maybe stealing the VR overall, or stopping them in their tracks. If Aqua is alive, though, I don't feel like we see the best and most pop-off potentials from Flowers, Hellfire, and Scram. They do operate very well as, you know, one of those final showdown teams on high ground. But to have high ground, this team on your screen has to go down first, which has not been the case. Speaking of teams really going down, only one has so far. We got 92 players rolling in as the first zone starts to close in. Everyone's really switched up the drops to be super safe. Meanwhile, it's same old for this team, just farming things over at the bridge. Going to be tough to find any shots on them whatsoever. And there's barely even anyone in their sights.
Yeah, very similar kind of elimination pattern to match number 1 on the day here, match number 7 overall, where slow and steady, one contestation off of the start that got cleaned up pretty quick. But other than that, everybody finding a little bit of room to operate, a little bit of room to loot up, kind of get your builds, which makes that first Storm Surge that much more important. Now, again, if you are just joining us, welcome. This is our final match. Don't forget the NA East action is going on right now. You can tune in over on our YouTube channel. You can check out any of your favorite streamers and the viewing parties that are going on in catching it. We'll be hopping into that right after our conclusion here in EU. We have already seen that number 1 spot wrapped up. And Shai, I just want to take a second to, again, talk about just how absurd of a performance this was. Their worst performance on the day point-wise, or of the tournament, of the weekend, was 7th place with 1 elimination. They didn't place worse than 8th the entire time. They had the best average placement by over double coming into this last game, 4.09. The next closest was Flawless, Hellfire, and Scram at 8.36. On top of that, they are above a full elimination on the next closest trio in terms of average elim, which has been Floki, Clement, and Deceptos. They have 6.64, just under 6 2/3 elims per matches. This is absurd. And on top of that, they have a win. They have 3 second places, with 2 of their second places having 11 eliminations. I mean, this is honestly the most complete 11-game performance, and I don't think they're going to slow down here in game number 12.
There's no one to slow them down. And yeah, usually teams in first have a little bit of an imbalance. They might be missing VRs. They might be missing a little bit of the impact of eliminations. But yeah, Seti, Cammy, and Teak are literally doing it all and still have one more game to go. This is so impressive, but they still even haven't played their final game, and they're already at 404 points in total. They've breached a sector barely any teams in the world get to arrive at, let alone on the European region, or something that, I think every single region in the world, every single analyst undisputedly feels like it's one of the hardest regions to play in, some of the most elevated game styles overall across the board. And they're making it look so easy overall. The coolest thing about it is that it's the same game plan every game, going uninterrupted. Sometimes they end up with height all the way at the end. They're adapting to different processes in that 8th and 9th zone. It's not just do the same thing the whole time. It's be in the same good position and then just play excellently afterwards. They're also not just doing it as a full team Sundown. There've been clutches as a 2-man operation. Seti's done things absolutely alone by himself towards getting a 6th, 7th place at the end of the day, right? That was the most recent game almost I think we watched. Yeah, the second last game, game number 10, was Seti by himself in like the 6th zone, and he went all the way over to the 9th.
I think that was at least the second time, if not the third, he was able to do that. It was match number 2 yesterday, when after their amazing first game performance, he was that solo at, I believe, top 15, and he wrote it out into a top 7. And I mean, hey, sometimes all the cards just fall your way. And right now, teams are hoping for a little bit of help. Loki, Clement, and Deceptors, they are the second best in terms of eliminations. They've really, and I mean really, turned on the gas here in D number 2. Not that their D number 1 was poor, but they got off to a little bit of a slower start today. That has not been the case. They've been finding everything, and when they don't find the stuff they need, they're at least disengaging correctly enough to be able to get the right revives, get resources up, and just make it farther in the game. That's why they've made themselves kind of that outside shot of the top 2 part of the competition, and have been really one of the flagship French trios to push forward this season after what honestly for Clement has been 2 really disappointing seasons. So nice to see them bounce back and put themselves in that top 3, top 2-ish conversation.
Conversation too, if we're really looking at the dialogue between all the teams, once again, it's so close. They're just about 20 points behind 3rd place overall, so this team on your screen needs the big swing. But they're kind of on, I think this is actually the most unique perspective we have in EU right now, in terms of the, the top 10, the top 5. They're on their own island of so a little bit far behind the people in front of them and so far ahead of the people behind them. 5th place is almost a 30-point drop-off, a 32-point drop-off, so they're clearly ahead and should hopefully stay in top 5 if there are no mistakes. No wonder they're really just, going to any open spot across the map. For Fogi coming to C2S8, I mean, they were kind of the bucket everyone was taking water from, right? In terms of Siphon or in terms of Storm Surge. Over and over again last season. They had some great packages on it as well. Even in some of the quals overall, like it was just, or not the quals, just last season in general. It was just tough for Fogi coming to C2S8 to really make it out of Misty Meadows. They find themselves back home right now. The ground is on fire, so might have to step back a little bit. Look fine though overall, and with them just being really passive in that early game, they know exactly where they need to be to really, play for their strengths and avoid their weaknesses.
And avoiding the weaknesses has been the story of EU, just trying to kind of negate those factors that could impede you from picking up points. Aqua's done a pretty good job of that so far today. And again, if you look at their performance against any other region, it would have been enough points, but unfortunately still stuck in a tough battle for 2nd place right now, though. Plenty of high ground positioning and 1, 2, 3 tags for Aqua. He's got no problem leaving himself out there. Look at all the shields he's holding on to. He'll pop plenty of that 2nd stack of minis he's got there, and you see 156 below, but it's going to update 398 above. They're fine. Looks like we're going to be pulling out of the game one more time here real quick, so we'll get a little bit of an update on what is going on in that situation. So unfortunately there, we're going to kick it back on over to Zeke and Levin to give us an update.
Thank you so much, Sundown. Fortnite fan, that same trio that did not make it into the game before, they did not make it in once again. So we're going to restart. We want to make sure this is done correctly. There's a lot of prize money on the line. So we truly appreciate your patience as we sort all of this out with the bus driver. Now, do keep in mind, the next time we'll be able to jump into game is about 18 minutes from now. So what we're going to do is go to a break. And then once we come back, we'll set everything back up, make sure it's all good to go. And then we'll jump back into this game. You don't want to miss this. I'm telling you, it's going to be a game changer. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thanks again.
Unfortunately, Bugha has more. They're trying to split, so we know he's not capped. They're going to look stacked. 5 elims for him. 7-0 so far on the team is really good. All the hard bets on Bugha as the Tarper. First moving zone is going to be absolutely critical for them, though.
Hey, 14 points off the elims already, and the game's just getting started. That's not adding up the placement points that they've definitely earned themselves so far. But Peterbot, Bucky, and Mac with the strong iron grip here on the lobby as they start to claim this high ground, solidify the grounds that they're building out on, and they do have an anchor point just underneath them. There's another team playing a relatively high second height. It seems like they don't care about it, though. They want to get right to this next high ground position, and this is how you do it. This is actually textbook job done right here. You want to get right into it and then completely solidify yourself up, but it seems like another team's thinking the same thing. Peterbot with the side angle, should have fully committed, could have had it down there, but it's okay. On high ground, Nani, Dusky, and Quanti, the last team to arrive, has officially claimed it here.
They won game 2 yesterday, but haven't been able to capitalize on that many more. On top of that, middling performance for them so far. Maybe they can change that at the start of day number 2, game number 7 overall. We're taking the wide shot across the entire region so far. Day's team still in this is duo. That was their story from yesterday, but our current leaders right now also down to a duo, losing Osp in a single elimination, and the Storm Surge starting to tag on through, tick on through. Their 89 builds, they're looking so stacked, but unfortunately that's not going to be the issue, the worry for them right now. But it's going to be over as we see Day go down in the feed to Miro, an ex-teammate. The finish is going to come through the same time. Pledge also going to pick up Nut in the feed, and up on high ground, Muzz, Miro, Bugha alive as a full trio. Nice on that second height. This could be a huge match for them.
Osman Crew only picked up 13 points. Miro, Muzz, and Bugha are at 28 points. They are surely jumped their way up and are leading the charge right now with their 8 eliminations. So with Miro continuing to just honestly stay on fire here, just coming into the day 2 is exceptional for them right now. Looks like DJ gets picked up on the mid ground, though. Has to be careful. That's the hands of Scented and company there. And down come Miro. They're jumping right onto Scented's lair. Here it is. They're going to find one. That is the quick pickup there onto Agers, what was left of the trio. And another refresher for them here. Reese, look at this. Miro just has not stopped.
Not stopped at all. He's up to plenty of builds for himself. Muzz actually now think going down behind him. Yeah, so yeah, again, left as a duo. 9 teams remaining. This is probably not the situation they want to get the victory out, losing a teammate at the back of the Storm, but Bugha and Muzz still in this as a duo. They can do what they want. On their lair, 2 more duos. Oliver, OG, and Quanti getting the one pump. Oliver goes down. Quanti drops down behind them. Miro's now starting to chase, see if they can pick up another. That's 10 eliminations as the full trio right now for Miro, Muzz, and Bugha, and they've got to be flying up into first place, but Frisk's team is still in it.
And not only that, Frisk took down someone who was on high ground, but look at this. Cold Season Elite. We said they needed a big game. We talked about them needing to have a comeback story after a rough draw spot yesterday, and they do have high ground. Confirmed here. Visuals on the low ground as a solo here, stealing away 3 placement points right now. Lucky for him that teams are getting wiped up right now, mind you, because they need these points. They do not have the elims to carry themselves up to stay in the standings up at the top.
Single elimination onto Visuals TV. He jumps into the box. Shots connected so far, but he's going to get traded out. Frisk's going to finish up the elimination so far. The siphon materials come through. That's Miro that goes down. So that's the team that they need to pick up. Bugha goes down at the same time. 2 eliminations for Frisk at that point. The full trio cease. Elise and Cold still up as a solo. Back in the tarp, we see Chucky playing the med kit at the same time. On the low ground, Rogue Shark, Clarity G now still in this. This has to be a low ground versus high ground placed out the end. The 119 comes through though from Cold at that moment. That could be the winning game for them. It's a 3v2. That's Chucky that goes down. One player drops. Cold drops down the back. He connects with the max damage. 203. He whiffs the next shot. It's Clarity goes down. He's knocked. Elite's at the top of the Storm trying to do the shots that he can, but he still has the 4 floppers that he can play. It's Rogue Shark versus Elite. Rogue Shark gets it. Elite goes down, and the victory royale's going to go to Cease, Cold, and Elite in game number 7.
Beautifully done there with the 12 elimination victory royale. Talk about a comeback. Redemption arc story here setting up for Cease, Cold, and Elite, who had that struggle of a day. The last game yesterday, they were taken out, and they said, you know what? Not today. We're coming back even better than ever. And yeah, we got to see you here for the first time now, Reese's. Things just got crazy for us.
Yo, things just got absolutely nuts in that first game. Like, obviously, we saw basically the majority of the top teams that we've got in the top 5 to the top 10 just going back and forth, trading shots left, right, and center there, and obviously picking up big elimination games. Muzz's team, obviously, with 10 eliminations overall, was a star to the second day.
Absolutely a star, but you know what? There were other stars in that game, and luckily for us, we got Adam Savage here. Give us a little run through of some of the highlights that went down.
I'm so sorry I'm late to the party as well. It took ages to do the nose, but I'll work on it. Guys, yeah, fantastic first game. What I wanted to do actually is shuffle things up and talk about the POIs. Ultimately, with the POIs, things have changed slightly, and I'm really glad we're talking about C2S8 Trio actually being the Victory Royale winners right there. Coral Castle suddenly is contested. Now you have Plague's Trio also landing. We saw that in Game 6 yesterday. Plague's Trio leaving Orchard to now contest C2S8 Trio. It didn't work out on this occasion, obviously, as C2S8 Trio has got all the way through and got the Victory Royale. However, things have changed at Corny as well, with Illis' Trio and DJ's Trio going head-to-head yesterday, and a lot of the times DJ's Trio were really giving them a lot of grief in that location. So now Illis' Trio have moved to Orchard now that Plague has moved over to Coral Castle. Those are the main change-ups when it comes to contests. Those are the main changes that come in the competition itself. Other teams, other trios are sticking to their preferred POIs, but as we all know, with this being the second day now in FNCS Finals, things have the potential to change on the fly all the time. But it's getting very exciting. We're one down, we've got 5 more to go, and I'm feeling great. I'm very hot right now, as you can imagine, but hey, it's Halloween. Happy Halloween to all you guys. I'm loving every single second. I can't wait to see the leaderboards as well. They're going to look very, very meaty indeed, considering that where C2S8 Trio have just gone all the way and got the victory. I think it was 11 eliminations as well there as well, which is going to make a huge difference to their final points tally as well. You can see here on screen the Victory Royale from C2S8 Co. The high ground, absolutely winning supreme, reigning supreme in this context. So let's take a look at the standings, and you can see exactly what is up right now. Muzz, Mira, and Boog, I'm going to say it, they were my prediction yesterday. It could go all the way, but things can change. We said are currently sat in the top spot, 138 placement points, 42 eliminations, 222 points, which is absolutely monstrous. A huge total there. In second position, you can see, though, Osperati, Visuals, and Frist coming in with 213. Same amount of eliminations. However, only 129 placement points. I'm saying only, that's still a ton of placement points. And it's looking real, real good indeed. But the rest of the leaderboard you can see as well. 3 teams now crossing that 200-point threshold. You can see in the latter half of the table between 11th and 20th position as well. Pam, Kerry, and Fatch top that with 134 points, 20 eliminations, 94 placement points. We can start to see other teams starting to move their way through the ranks as well. Dejan Ages and Canada right on their tails, 10 points behind there, 27 eliminations and 70 placement points as well. In 20th position, 88 points. Now we're looking at almost 150 points between 20th place and first place. A massive margin. 5 games. Can those teams in the bottom half start to make their way into the top 10? It's going to be tricky, but at this point in the competition, you might have to start being a little bit more aggressive, because there's no time and there's no room to wait around for a good game. You have to kind of make it happen to make this to go in your favor as well. But look at these teams in here. You can see all of these in 11th to 20th position as well, from Skittles, Nosh, and Nut to Dukes, Justice, and Users, last year's FNCS champions, currently in 13th position, showing that other teams now are having a really good finals thus far with 7 games now, and it's looking very, very good indeed. But I'm going to hand it back over to MDF and to Reese. Guys, game 2, day 2 coming our way. What a great start to proceedings. Take it away, over to you.
Yeah, listen, honestly, that was an excellent breakdown there. Adam keeping us in the loop all the way through. The replay package was perfect. We didn't really get to see that early game fight for C2S8 and his trio, but we noticed how detrimental it was to the standings for him, right? That was crucial.
Massive, right? Obviously, like we mentioned, managing them to get up and pick up a victory round because of that was so huge. I want to see how that continues at the next couple of games, because like we said, at the end of yesterday, we saw them lose that fight. And if you got 5 more games, they've already lost 1. Are you going to be able to win every single fight after that? Like I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, one thing I really want to mention there, though, we got a glimpse, and I mean a glimpse at Adam's costume. It just flew in so much. I'm already looking forward to see the breakdown of that when it comes to the next end of show.
Hey, man, everyone's came dressed to kill today. I love all the fits are coming out. You know, we're all dressed in a likeness to some of our favorite Fortnite characters here. See you, Agent Peely. I'm in the.
I didn't even see the mask. I didn't even realize the mask.
I got it, baby. Man. I'm out here. We're going all the way through with it. Listen, what a game, and an even better game, and an even better story developing now for C2S8. I'm super excited to see the vet come on back here and fight his way up the standings. Like I said yesterday, it feels very nostalgic seeing such an OG find his grip today, find his footing alongside some of the new boys he's running with. And listen, it's setting up to be an excellent day so far for the FNCS. And then let's give a hats off to Booga, who is up in the lead right now with just a ridiculous game, man. Miro does not stop.
Yeah, they've had a pretty mental match history so far. The back and forth. Remember, I'll set the scene. I'll repeat what I said yesterday about them. And when I saw this team play in the first Cash Cup of the season, they were getting a ton of 5ths till 10ths. They weren't, or 6ths till 10ths, should I say. They weren't able to keep going into that top placement thresholds. The 5th, the 4th, 3rd, 2nds, and the 1sts. But from now on out, like, they've definitely managed to fix that a lot. They got 3/3 so far, looking real strong. And let's jump back over to Coral Castle. We've seen this fight happen on that obviously breakdown from Adam there. This is going to be a critical fight for the rest of the day as well.
Yeah, this time we get to watch it from the beginning. Not looking too hot for Elite, who only has the SMG right now and very limited build. So farming here is going to be absolutely crucial. But more importantly, backing up his teammates is going to be even better. But Cold is going to get sniped out pretty quickly here. Now the real question is, does Elite and Cease run away here while they still can, tuck the tail between the legs and get out? Seems like that is going to be the play. They'll return a little later for the goods of the reboot card, but no, Elite gets picked off in the distance. The builds are going to give away Cease's position there, and it's looking like Raps right now.
Yeah, we saw the big turnovers that moved them up to 3rd place so far. If they go down now, that's going to leave way too much room open for Bucky, Peterbot, and Macwood's team to start climbing up the leaderboards too. You see Plague starting to wrap around the back as Bryce and Flucam have the angles on them. And I don't know what Cease has got. I don't know if he's been able to harvest, got that many materials from here on out, but this is going to be a rough one to turn it around.
Wait a second. There's a team shooting from the top here behind Cease, is giving them a little bit of additional coverage here. They don't seem to know that Cease is in the cone, so that team is farming effective surge right here off the trio of Bryce and company. Now, they know where Cease is, and I mean, he got some good tags here, but what's going to come about it?
Not a lot, unfortunately. So Cease is going to go down at this point. Plague's going to pick that one up. That's going to be some points on the board for them in day number 2 for them. So the fight still ended up being relatively fast. Coral Castle's a notoriously slow POI to harvest, loot, and get out of. In particular, fights here usually last a long time. We see the zones go way deep in the fights in here. So for them, that's going to be big, and hopefully maybe they can capitalize on that and actually get a big game out of this rather than fumbling like some of the other games we'd say that they have. Back over to Spexy, Zemo, and Dequented, man. These guys were just lighting up yesterday. I'd say more lighting up me and you's eyes than anything else, because they were just fighting everyone.
It's a team that's going for the record of how many teams can they fight, how many squads can they take on in a singular tournament. Zepexy's crew already have taken care of, pretty quick care of Aspect, it seems, and Ufishi's left by himself right now to try to clutch this one up. It's not looking too hot for him. Down low, Kaz is going to go ahead and be still a part of this battle going down right now. Yeah, it's just not looking too hot for them.
And Ganzo's trio is also starting to look in third party. They hear this mess. Spexy's used his final build here. He's got tons of heals that he can utilize to get back up, but if he starts getting sprayed, he's got nothing to protect himself with. And yeah, Kaz goes down to the third party on the low ground. Hoofishy's still fighting up with Spexy up above, and he's definitely got the HP advantage up there. It seems like Hoofishy's just going to try and play the angles, as we see Dequented on that far bottom right also dip on out of here. So I mean, this is just getting a bit scrappy now. Spexy's team obviously a duo, and we've like we said, we've seen his teammate just absolutely leave him behind. He's luckily managed to find a car for himself, and he'll be able to go north, the complete opposite direction. So I think this is going to be a game of 2 solos. If they manage to meet back up at some point with some good loot, I mean, that's going to be a miracle.
I mean, it might actually work out because of the disengage here from Zepexy. Gonzo's trio might not realize that Hoofishy is just kind of vibing out inside those old builds there. Yup, seems like they don't have a singular clue that he is there. So Hoofishy, as long as he can keep low profile, should be a-okay here in the moments to come. He's just got to time his exit before meeting with his team. And look at that, Gonzo finding some leftover big pots and other scrappy loot from the previous elim. So good on them to continue to just stay pretty much capped off and in a decent spot for the game. Not to mention the free elim they got.
You gotta remember, yesterday, the last time Spexy's team pushed in here, they got rolled out by Hoofishy's team. Remember, it was like veterans against obviously the new and up-and-comers, and they put them in their place. I'm actually quite surprised to see them pushing in here for a second game, honestly, because, I mean, what we saw from Spexy's team is that they were confident, right? They would push anyone. They just honestly weren't fussed who it was, the names, the reputation. They just wanted to get in and fight. And today, even after getting rolled over by them in one of the games yesterday, you know what? They're back for a little bit more of action.
Again, right back into the swing of things. But, like, are you really surprised by like, how crazy they've been playing? Oh, man. At this point, I just don't know.
That's what I mean. I'm impressed by the...
I don't know what to expect at this point. That's my take on the trio.
Yeah. They're definitely one to look out for if you're in the lobby. you know, leaderboards not so much right now. Maybe in the next season, maybe when they figure things out, you know, maybe Grand Royale, maybe they master this plan. But if you're in the lobby, you definitely got to be careful, right?
Take a look here at the fun stat for Jamper's trio, who's had 42 points in their first 3 games. Now 116 the last day 3 on, or in the last 3 on day 1. So showing the difference in the pacing of their first half of the tournament compared to the back half. The majority of their points picking up in the final 3 games. Should they be able to continue that momentum they picked up at the end of yesterday?
I mean, first game, 17 points, so kind of slowed down already. They're actually, with that 17-point first game, already on track to do exactly the same thing they did before, right? Get 42 points in the first half and then over 100 in the second. So for them, maybe they're just like later half of the tournament kind of guys, because they did the exact same thing in Qualifier 2, where they ended up actually placing second, or the qualifier that they ended up placing in, sorry. I think it was actually Qualifier 1. They did the same thing, right? Like the first half of their games, pretty poor, right? Just kind of accumulating a couple points. But the second half was, you know, a match history that you'd be in awe at if you managed to get in a tournament. So maybe they're just like second half demons. Maybe they're just like queuing late to get the low elo W key lobbies. That's probably it.
That kind of reminds me like back in the day when like Saf and company, they sort of either win the first game and then like die out and then come back at the end. Kind of how Aqua was back in the day too. Remember, Aqua was notorious to just start off so poorly on EU and then just turn on the gas and go crazy at the end.
Look at like the match history from World Cup itself from Aqua. Like that should say enough in the way that they ended up winning in the later half of that kind of tournament. And a lot of the players are the exact same, and a lot of them it's mentality based, momentum based, right? If they have a bad couple games, like some people get tilted and play worse, but for some of these players, they just, you know, they lose that edge. They're like, what's the worst that can happen if we take this fight? And if they're dominant fighters like Day's team, they get more confident and just keep dominating off spawn in these mid game fights, and then they get that momentum up and the same thing happens. So, you know, it really just depends on the team, the personalities, and everyone's different.
I'm just gonna coin it the Aqua Pace.
The Aqua Pace? Okay.
The Aqua Pace, man. And then we'll name the fast track that the SETI way. You know what I mean? We'll come up with something cool with it because we have two sides of the coin here.
Yeah, we'll work on the terminology. I think we'll work on it before we next come back.
Terminology, but EU leading the story here for me.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We'll check back in with our now second place team, right? I could have called them the winners, or not the winners. I don't want to crown them too early. The current leaders, but obviously after that previous game, they've dropped down now 9 points behind the first place team, still 11 points ahead of CISA's team in second. And we know that CISA's team's already out. They're the only team who's currently dropped out of this game. 31 teams remaining, so this is a really slow game. The teams are really pacing themselves here. So a lot of the teams up at the top, this is an opportunity for them to spread the gap and get a little bit more ahead, as we see Austin doing a good job getting some tags onto a player who's not really got much shield on there.
Well, the crazy thing is, you know, they managed to lose their first place spot, but they did so good last game. Fourth place with 3 eliminations, like just straight up consistent, picking right up off that second place. 13 elims they had in game 6 yesterday to close out the tournament. So just truly on a tear right now. But how can you compete with Booga, Miro, and Muzz's? What was it? 5th place, 11 elims. They're just on a different kind of time right now.
That they are, and like, you know, if your team, like, what was interesting, remember what flew in the stat that we saw from Visuals is that he had the most elims out of all players. So it was quite surprising to see them in that previous game have quite a low quantity in comparison to the rest. You didn't get to see too much of their actual end game from their POV to see how that went down. But obviously, you know, it's hard to catch up when you're seeing a team pop off with double digits and you're down on the low 4s, right? You know, it's rough because that's a big point swing, and that's often what we see is the big difference, right? We see those teams who are able to get it to the top 5, but the teams who are able to do that pick up a couple mid-game elims that are easy to get those points, the 5th zone ones, and then maybe 4 or 5 in the end game. Like, the teams who can do that are a scary threat to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't force it either, right? Like for Booga, Muzz, and Miro, one of the trios they wiped was quite literally the greater ones in the lobby. Pam, Carrie, and Fatch, who needed Surge, W keyed into their box, granted them 6 points in that previous game. Talking about that trio, they're in the mix right now with another 2 just absolutely deadly set of players right here who are killing the tournament right now. Edgy and Rise, who are alive up top. Seems like they're only operating as a duo. Lost a member here, but there's Commandment, Sensitive, and Stretch on the other side as well. So Carrie, Pam, and Fatch really trying to, I guess, change up the strategy a bit here. Get more proactive earlier.
See how it works out for them. Like you said, they were really good on the previous day in day number 1 at getting points every single game. That first match was a bit of an outlier for them in terms of how poor it was, and kind of causing a lot of this awkward congestion in this area. You know, for the south side near Misty on the water and the lake area here, a lot of the teams get kind of rough because someone has to swim, someone has to leave from this spot, and with 4 teams, I can count, it seems like right now, yes, 4 teams set up here, that makes anyone a target if they start to go in. They're gonna have to drain tons of their materials, so I already see this being a lot awkward. But with these south zones, this is actually one of the most difficult areas to start working around. What you got to realize is that if that zone pulls south again, all these players have to start rotating over that, and people set up in Misty will be good, and Stormsurge looking rough for them. Yeah.
Look at the feed.
Ooh, Miro.
Finds
hold on.
2 knocks, by the way. Ooh. That was onto the Baby Boss and Doles, the trio that was just nearby them. So they've either opened up massively or decided to fully commit into that box. Either way, disaster is being thrown across the map right now for some. It's not looking too hot for Rise and Edgy right now, who are not only battling a surge issue, but they're obviously down a member in threats there, who fell to the hands of Stretch, it seems, because Stretch did have a singular Elam. But back over Miro. We already saw him pick up 2 in the feed here. Look at that. They're going to make quick work of what's left.
These guys are on a tear today. Like, honestly, crazy. So far, these guys look way more confident. Like, I'm seeing so much good aggression. It is too soon to call it. Yes. We're not on EU. Come on, right? We know what happened there so far. But obviously, they're starting to take away with it, absolutely. And in the feed so far, we've also seen Bucky, Peterbot, and Naku go down on 177. So for Miro, Booga, and Muzz, like, these guys are actually living up to their reputation. These guys are all-star players, and I was even questioning them yesterday when we watched some of the games. Like, you know, how is this team dynamic working out for them? But honestly, it's working out great.
It's working out fantastic. Things are really starting to come together here. I mean, like we said yesterday, at some point it was like, hey, get Miro to endgame, let him do what he basically does. He's an individual player who's just going to find eliminations. He did that all day long, but so did Muzz, so did Booga. Like, they just ended up, everything just fully clicked. The stars aligned for them, and I think they just got their groove. I know we call them like a star-studded type of trio that, you know, kind of have their own best interests at play here, because they're inherently solo players, capable fully as solo players. But for whatever reason, it's working as a trio right now.
That it is. Gotta figure out what the rest of the lobby's gonna end up doing, because for Booga, Muzz, and Miro, they're just gonna get themselves into a nice position and just chill out, right? They just gotta sit, relax on through here, because the rest of the teams are the ones who are gonna have to start worrying. These guys have already got ahead on the leaderboards, but not only that, they've got ahead in terms of the damage, the surge, and everything. An interesting play for them to start to go to the north side of the zone. Obviously, we saw so many people centered up on this side down here, and if this next zone pulls south again, they're gonna have to start crossing back over. Now, we know there's probably not that many teams on the south, but since they were the ones who dropped there, so it shouldn't be too bad. But I just don't want them to be stuck in a situation where there's that many teams up to the north of them. They're getting held.
Yeah, that's the thing. Any one false decision, one bad placement, and that's it. Your game's pretty much over. You'll kind of end up in the cease hole, trying to bounce your way back and need to have a comeback story. For Agers, DGen, and Kanata, it seems like things are not going too hot for DGen here, who gets taken out on the push for Storm Surge. This is another kind of box-to-box type fight. We like to look at these kind of battles. If you're, if you're in a wall-to-wall kind of transaction here to find your Surge, you've not necessarily prepared properly, if you will. So it's not looking too hot right here, as they're getting big time punished, and it's cost them a ton of material. Look at all the metal that was invested here in this little fight.
Lost Canada. Same thing that happened in the previous fight, exactly in the previous game, remember. I don't know, this is what I mean. This is the contrast between what we've seen from Booga's team and now into DGen's team, where Booga's team is doing the success. They're not losing members. They're picking up elims. They're gaining momentum doing this. What I feel like, from DGen, Agers, and Canada is this strategy so far is just losing them momentum overall. They did a good job of managing to capitalize last game on the fact that they were a duo and get some points out of it. But now the whole game played as a duo, especially as the whole spray starts to come through, and DGen's now down to 52 HP, and now also Agers cracked as well. The whole lobby's going to have eyes on these two players in the center. It's Ganzos potentially picking up the first Elam, yes indeed, and Joji now wants a piece of the action, and he's going to get fully boxed up. And it seems like all the teams who are engaged in this fight initially is just not benefited from it at all.
Yeah, not at all. Look at that. The full Elam converts onto Agers. He gets taken out the lobby. It's not looking too hot for DGen right now. He's getting nicely pushed here by Domi. Domi's sliding his way on up. He's got a massive HP lead here as well. All he's got to do is catch a lick of a tag and just... It'll be pretty much it here. He'll spell wraps for DJ. And oh no, Donnie's trio now also looking for a fresh angle here. So Domi's going to back up. He doesn't want to be in that kind of crossfire. Big game right now for Domi, Gonzo, and Aviv. 6 elims already.
Huge for them, especially since we saw them again really struggle the same thing. They drop on that castle split on the far west-hand side of the map. They often struggle with early and mid-game elims. There's not often teams around them that they have the opportunity to go for. So for them, this is even bigger than it would be for a lot of the other teams so far. 31 points on day number 2. They're positioning overall on the leaderboard kind of in that bottom half so far. So, I mean, for them, like, they're definitely going to have to up it, right? This is a good start to this game with the 6 elims so far. The 12 points from that there. Got refreshes, they've got materials, but can they actually end up capitalizing on that and picking up a deep run into this game as well? They could definitely do it with the double digits if they get there, since they have 6 elims so far, but they're going to need it.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot more bounce back into this to earn themselves a big piece of the prizing. I know the prestige of number 1, finishing first place, is usually what's all sought after, but hey, there's plenty of cash for breaking into that top 3, top 5 spot. So for most... You want to just finish as best as you physically can, and even if the top number 1 slot is out of striking distance. Here's Smacked, Casker, and Niddle. We haven't really gotten to see what they've been up to here on day 2 just yet. I don't think we saw their perspective there in game 1 at all, but yesterday they were definitely making some waves.
They were. Let's see what they can end up doing today. A lot of the players are starting to make their way into this next zone, the 4th zone so far. We see a lot of our top teams still in this and looking healthy too. Up at the top there, Tabs, G, Teo, and Pledge, who auto-qualified from the previous season. Remember, they had a fantastic run. I remember to actually almost potentially winning the entire FNCS. Teo in particular left alive as a solo, I remember, in the very final game, and had a nerve-wracking run in the middle map near the bridge. Very similar, very close to this area, actually, just a little bit to the south of there, but... Other teams still in this. Nauseous team looking healthy. Bryce's team, after winning that early game fight in the far left, still in it too. Reverse 2K on the far right hand side. They're next to Suscript's team, a team that, you know, I was hoping a lot for. I'm hoping they're going to keep a run into the top 10, run deeper and away with it for the rest of the games, but we'll have to see for the rest of the day.
It's a big fight now for Ost, Visuals, and Frisk here. We're looking for some more Storm Surge. Now, keep in mind, they're definitely above here. They don't necessarily need to put the big pressure here, but they understand that they're not going to be safe forever as the surge starts to tick here. Stretch is going to find one in the feed. This is, again, a team that is up there in the running right now. But Frisk is going to get taken out. A bad peek there. He gets punished through. It's up to Austin Visuals now to fully clutch up. Looks like the Thirst is coming in onto Frisk, and Visuals is just left wounded here.
I'd like to say this is going to shake up things in the leaderboard big time, but the teams in 3rd and 4th underneath Osp right now are both out. They've both been eliminated so far. So what this is leading to is the fact that Muzz, Miro, and Buga in 1st place are probably going to take away with this even more. They're going to obviously distance the gap between them, but luckily Visuals is still in this, but they both have no heals that it would seem like at all. This is not looking good. 15 builds! Yeah.
Oh, no.
Man, they're going to need to hit some maximums with that pump right now.
Horrendous. They're down horrendous right now.
You wouldn't want to be them in this lobby, I'm telling you, so far. So right now, when I'm looking at the leaderboards, I've got my eyes on Jamper Day and Tragics for this game. They're still in it. Not sure on their positioning or on their HP situation, but given that they're in 5th place, if Osp team goes down soon, they could move up the leaderboards massively. Same with Threats, Edge, and Rise, but we know Threats is down.
Scented, Commandment, and Stretch there, making their rotate on in as well. Just briefly talking about Day. I did see Day find a couple elims in the feed, so let's see if we can catch a glimpse of him on his rotate on into new zone. Looks like Pump gets lost in the backside of the zone here. He's gonna have to catch up to Durant and Reverse UK, which are making their rotate right now, but Edgy and Rise are still up. Even without Threats, we talked about how they lost Threats a little earlier today to the hands of Stretch just a little bit ago on that Misty Lakes sort of area.
if anyone's up as a duo and I think they could get a couple points, I think if they've got good mats, which I can already see they do, I think it's going to be Rise and Edgy so far, because I know Rise, I know he's a big brain player. Even the positioning that he put himself to into in this fifth zone, he tunneled deeper in so that he's on that dead side. Look, they're the far edge right now, which means they have full freedom to rotate. And look at them, you can see them rotating already. They're getting ahead of the moving zones before anyone's even noticed. Beautiful assessment of dead side, but hold on, because he sent its team, the ex-teammate of Edgy there, padding to that front side too. Both teams will probably go to play low ground right now, alongside Avi's team, who also plays low ground, are all starting to claim it. This could be an engagement that we don't want to see, as we see multiple of our top teams trying to battle for the front side.
Now, mind you, this is 18 trios remaining inside the lobby here. For every team that falls now, big placement points are going to come out. So for Edgy and Rise, this is very, very pivotal to their tournament success. Edgy looks back on the zone there. There's a duo on this rotate here. He's going to catch a glimpse. Not only that, though, Surge is active too. 16 players are going to have to go down. This is very rough, and it's still stagnant right now, as 18 trios are still in.
Edgy's now going to go down to low, same with Rise. They're going to go through all the old builds. A lot of the players in this lobby going to hit the pads, hit the height, alongside Skittles and Nosh up top, and Nuts still in this as well. A lot of our top teams still vying for that alongside Jamper. Day still in it, but I'm seeing Tragics there. He's up the front and switching back over to Oz. Still in this as a duo, so they've lost visuals. He's managed to gain himself a blue AR and basically nothing else. He's used those 15 builds that he has, trying to connect any shots that he can. He's got above the surge tags for that, but he's just hoping that he hits the one pump. He's going to go to the back of the storm, try and hit this pad. But what's he going to do? What's he going to be able to work with this? He's the harpoon. He's jumping straight into the box with the pickaxe instead. He's trading the shots, but hitting none of them. He's going to try back out. He's going to reassess here. This is a rough situation to be in if you're Osp. No builds. That first threshold still hasn't gone down. I see in the feed, Edgy ended up being picked up, so he hasn't hit those additional 3 placement points yet.
So unfortunate here. Rise is now left by himself. Finally, another team goes down, so there it is. Rise going to find a little knock on Coop there. That's going to be massive, but 3 more players have to go down before the surge turns off, and it looks like Rise gets picked up before then. Osp on the other side here, still at 0 elims. Like we said before, this is not what we've seen so far for this trio. Great pickup there, though. That's a free siphon. He has to get in this box. He still has not managed to find any material. There it is. Finally picks up a little bulk. Wants those heals that he could not get him. He's going to have to sacrifice the heals for the positioning here on the zone, and that's a deadly trio on the low ground. Team that's contesting his position here in the lobby. They're opening fire. Should be all over. There it is. Osp gets picked up. Great way for him to clutch up, though, and earn some points.
I see a team down on low ground of this kind of zone. I know who it is. I'm layering myself to get away from them. Vivid told me very secretly once, do not play low ground if they're in there. If they're here, they will pick up easy eliminations onto you. It's a terror to fight them. It's a terror to even go near them. And Osps being the one at the end of that rain, unfortunately. Back up above, however, Miro, Booga, Muzz, 6 eliminations to their name. They're not slowing down anytime soon with the 74 points on today only. Remember, we're just showing the day 2 points, so catch up the cumulative points afterwards. They're playing second height again. They're in that close position. They're getting the shots down from Nosh Nuts team up on height, who potentially lost their third. They haven't know he's playing the ultimate high ground so far. So for Nosh's team, they're definitely set up to win this.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up to take this victory at home. They have the proper split going on, but the peaks coming out of Miro right now as he finds a couple of big tags onto Nosh right there. So that mid-ground pressure still coming out. On the low ground, though, Stretch is going to get caught up in the mix here. It doesn't look like Commandment's going to be able to get out of here alive as he gets coned in again here. And this is it. Barely with any room to play with right now. He's trying to get off this layer, and there's another trio up above. It's Deemer, who was sitting there waiting for him, and Scented and company get completely wrapped up and taken out the lobby now. Back into the things. What is Muzz, Booga, and Miro going to do? Are they going to look to go down, find these placement and elimination points, or are they going to look to go for the victory out right now? Call the bluff on Nut and crew up top and see what kind of loot they have.
Doesn't seem like they have materials to start cranking. They have a ton of old builds that are starting to work through so far. So for the players to go up, it's not looking likely so far. Nuts team is way up there on that ultimate high ground. Nuts, Skittles, and Nosh still in this too. It's going to be really hard for any of them to try and take high ground. Down on the low ground, Illist, Chucky, and Avery starting to make the huge comeback after such a not great performance in that first day. They're looking to put on a show in day number 2, but Illist is going to be picked up on the low ground now. Chucky's going to connect shots. He's picked up Booga there. Massive 2 HP down. Muzz down to the entire trio picked up by Chucky. The shots connected in a fantastic fashion. That leaves Nut up on the high ground. He's sent his attack dogs of Nosh down below, but yeah, he's going to pick up that victory royale just by playing the classic high ground playstyle with 6 eliminations over for Skittles, Nosh, and Nut.
Wait for them to have a big game for themselves, make the best of that high ground, and walk away with the victory royale. Bugha, Muzz, and Miro, though, the consistency there, the story reigns supreme. They managed to just, again, stay alive all the way through another top placing slot there. Reese, this is, I think it's starting to become a little bit of a runaway train here.
Yeah, is it? Because realistically, we lost our second, third, and fourth teams there pretty early on in the game, or even into that moving zone, which meant that Muzz's team really can't just take away with it, honestly, right? They're looking so strong today. We still have a bunch of games left, but let's throw it back to the desk to see what they've got to break down for us.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Oh, sorry, hold on a sec.
So it's on my headphones. This is my DJ Yonder mask. Sorry about that. I was in the groove. My apologies, everybody. What's going on? That's right. Your boy Zeke's up in NA East. That's right. This ain't a thing without me. How's it going, everybody? Guess what else? I brought along Levin. That's right. So now it's the British invasion. Monster Deface, we're in that minority right now. I don't know how I feel about this. EU is invading. It's not gonna happen, brother. It's gonna be me who gets the world. All right. We only have 3 minutes to the next game, so let's do this really fast. It's time for a speed run. Let's talk about the overall tournament format. Guess what? We started with an open qualifier round, semifinals round 2 days ago, and now we kick things off with a finals competition. Next one, production. Let's go, speed run, baby. That's right, this is the finals. 33, 32 trios coming through, after 6 games. 6 yesterday, 6 today. 1 will be crowned FNCS Trios champions. Here's the point format, 30 points for the victory royale. Placement all the way down to 18th, and every elimination is 2 points. Prize money? Of course there's prize money. Here is a breakdown of all 7 regions. NA East, that's where we're at. Further breakdown, boom. I got you $135,000 for the most winningest team. Whew, let's go, production. Speed run accomplished, baby. All right. We're back up in the building. Let's talk about predictions. All right, which trios we think could walk away. We talked about this not that long ago. MDF, Clicks, Tahi, Sprite. Of course, a powerful trio. Commandment, Scented, and Stretch from Vivid, who is taking the day off. Miss you, brother. Hope you're having a great time. Adam, Muzz, Miro, and Bugha, which Levin agrees with. And then finally, Jumper, yes. Day, and Tragics coming out from Reese. We got replays of this last game. That's a speed run. Levin, take over.
I just want to say I'm so impressed by that. I wasn't impressed by the bit. I had to see that twice, but I'm very impressed by the speedrun. Look, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm a bit of a glory hunter. Yep, you know, I've gone in the team in the first place. I know, you got me. But what I will say is typically this trio and the formation of this trio goes against everything I stand for in terms of analysis, right? When you have these superstars coming together, trust me, on EU, we see it all the time. And typically it doesn't work. We've just watched a season where it hasn't worked. The big thing with these guys, though, is they are so great that their individual brilliance seemingly will carry them through certain games. And we're seeing it right now, right? Where they are just able to beat out the rest of their competition through sheer just skill and talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right. And Muzz, Miro, and Bugha. I picked them too yesterday because of that reason, actually, because of this dream team element they have. Because right now they just seem to be getting themselves into an end game at every way, which in turn you can see here 50 eliminations already, 160 placement points, 262 points at the top of the table is looking mighty good indeed for these guys. I think that what happened in the last game, which was pivotal as well, was seeing Ceases and Macwood's trios both going out of the game very early. I think Ceases trio actually the first team out of game number game number 2 of day 2, which is huge, which can really affect leaderboard as well. Last thing, guys, anyone for a cuddle? No? Just
dude, you had me at Adam Savage.
I'm going to reject your cuddle. I appreciate it. I am going to reject your cuddle. Look,
I know you formally reject. That's so British. I'm formally going to reject the cuddle. Thank you, though.
Look, I got to bring more British to the broadcast. You know what I mean? We got that majority now. I'm rolling with it. Look, also, I want to say to all the people in Party Royale, if you like Adam's costume, be sure to throw a water balloon at him on the big screen.
Come on.
Would very much appreciate it. Look, I'm really impressed by some of the things I'm seeing. I'm really impressed with some of the things I'm seeing from this team in NA. I think the big thing to watch out for is this battle with low ground, right? The teams who are controlling low ground, when there's so much chaos going on, right? When you have all these solos, I feel like last game we were watching maybe a duo or solo match, right? When you have all these solos and duos dropping down to low ground, if you got either Commandments trio, whoever it's going to be, Edgy trio maybe, on low ground just dominating it, keeping control of it, it's going to get really messy, and they're just going to rise up in the standings for that particular reason. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of these games do play out.
That's right. I mean, low ground apparently shocked all of EU, right? They were not ready to handle Steadicam and Teak's low ground prowess. So we'll have to see how this continues to develop, specifically here in NA East. But you guys heard the Battle Bus, which means we're going back into the action. Don't worry, we'll slow things down next time. No more speed runs. We're all caught up. For now, we're going back over to with Reese and MDF. MDF, please send help. They're taking over. I'm here, brother. I got you. Don't worry. We'll be heard loud and clear. We'll make it happen. Yeah, we're super outnumbered, but it's okay. I love my brethren from across the way here. Listen, Reese, that could have been such a massive game for Cease Cold and Elite, because all those other top teams were shut down very early. It was their true in stride opportunity to go in and jump up. I'm super surprised to see them holding fourth right now after getting taken out off the drop.
Yeah, it's impressive for them, but a lot of that goes to show the fact that the rest of the teams didn't also perform that well in that match, honestly, right? You saw that Osprey weren't able to capitalize on the fact that a lot of the other teams went down. Jamper's team had a great clutch to move on up in the leaderboards up to third now, but I mean, the gap between second to first and even obviously like first to third and the rest is slowly starting to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's definitely climbing here. It's not completely out of the way, though, for any of these other trios. There's still plenty of opportunity here.
Bryce out the sky.
8 matches in, and yes, Bryce gets taken out the side. This is huge. This is a big development here for Cease Cold and Elite, whom, by the way, might have just been granted something huge, but Cold is going to swing on to the outside. What did he find here that he wants to play for? Okay, there's a chest, there's an AR. That's enough for him to commit to, and a shotgun there, too. Did he realize that was the player picked up? I do wonder. On the other side, Misty Metals. Seems like the same thing happened. Miro gets picked out the skies. The team manages to touch down before them. So, a couple teams just... and worked.
Wow. So
wait a second. They landed on
was that Flukeham's team that was there?
It's
I saw
a trio
Fluke in
here.
the name. Yeah, I saw a trio landed here. I was wondering if that was an engagement potentially out of the sky, but no, this happened really quickly for them. And I'd like to see a great breakdown of this to figure out what's happened here. How's this changed up in the early game? Because now we have a team landing on our first place team in Misty Meadows. Now, we know Misty Meadows is easily splittable. We've seen it season on season, even before the addition of the crash site was there on that east side. It was super easy. What most teams are doing now is that one team will land on the far east, even further east right now, so below your screen to where Muzz is landing. They'll take those houses and then they'll disengage past up to the crash site. That might be what happened as we see some pink markers over there. Potentially at the same time, we could have just seen them being beamed out of the sky from the teams landing on the crash site, right? They could have shot out the sky and had some great aim if they're able to pick up almost 2 players out of the sky. So that's probably the prediction I'm going to, since we don't see anyone here. We don't see any eliminations on them. That's just my guess.
Yeah, definitely. It makes the most sense here. Most logical conclusion of the situation, but could have spelled disaster if there would have been, again, another freak accident or aggressive launch pad somehow, some way that early in the game. Something weird could have happened there. So lucky for Booga and crew for them to stay up right now and at least have the game to continue to play out. On the other side, here's Macwood, Peterbot, and Bucky. Their draw spot, again, clear as day. Not having the best day so far, right? Like, look at this. Only 16, mounting only 16 points here. So they're... I'd say their position in the tournament kind of fragile right now.
8th is where they currently are, and they moved down 4 spots. Remember, they were 4th. I can do the quick maths on that one. And now, realistically, like, it shows how tight the leaderboard is. If one bad game drops you 4 places on the leaderboard so far, and what that means is they need another big pop-off. And this team, like, when I envisage teams who are going to get 10, 15, 20, maybe 20, I don't get carried away, eliminations, like, I don't see it being this team. You know, I see these guys being the guys who take height, get a victory royale, 5, 6 eliminations, even if they play low to mid, something similar to that. So it's harder for these kind of teams to catch up.
Yeah, they've already picked up a victory royale in this tournament series, but again, to get a little bit more, wouldn't put it past them to get another victory royale before this day is over. So with a couple more runs in front of them, we'll see how they end up playing out here. This is a team that can navigate those very difficult zones like we watched in game number 1 yesterday when things went right off the side of that cliff. They just knew how to play it. They played it pretty well. Ended up getting themselves a nice win off of it. It's a fun stat. On the side, the lowest an individual or lowest an eventual NA East champ has been after day 1 is 2nd.
Wow.
And season 6.
That's really impressive, actually. So, I mean, that kind of coincides, obviously, with what we got going on here with Muzz at the start of the day today being in 2nd place. Osp was in first. Now, obviously, they've overtaken them by over just close to 40 points. So maybe that narrative is going to continue so far. So for the OC, I was going to say for the OCE, I'm getting carried away when I see Muzz's name there. For the NA East region, it seems like, you know, the teams who are doing well on day one are just consistent all the way through. We're not seeing a huge amount of shakeups.
That's the thing. And if that reigns true, then again, we kind of know who to continue to keep our eyes out on, who we honestly have been this entire time. They've just been playing so much better than everyone else here. We get to get a little glimpse at Sicko, who's been, again, just kind of third-partying Cold, Cease, and Elite from a distance, farming them for tags. Luckily, again, for Elite, Cold, and Cease, this time around, Bryce's trio got a player wiped out the sky, which is Bryce himself, and then seems like the Cease and Cold did the rest there.
And like I said, this opens it up too. I like the really continued effort from Focus, Oliver, and Chimp. Oh, yeah.
They might have stolen these elims from them.
They may have actually ended up going back. Man, we've had an interesting early game here. Like, we've had some real third parties coming wide with the AR tags so far, and I'm guessing that's probably is what happened, because out of the sky, there's no way that they managed to pick up the first elimination. We saw that coming all the way from Believers Beach instead. So for them, they've obviously just sat third party at a distance. Potentially even we saw a push up onto this distance from Elite, and that's maybe why they'd... Or sorry, from the team contesting. That's why Elite's team had moved on over here. I like the concentrated effort of 3-2-1, the shots there as well. From Focus' team up above, where they were taking their time, right? They knew they had limited windows to take these tags, because as soon as Cease's team down here is aware that they're third party and that they've got their eyes on it, they know that they're just going to build to cover themselves. So they managed to maximize the amount of tags they got in such a small time frame.
It's super interesting how Cease, Elite, and Cold will fight for the back half of the loot here that's like dangerously close to the shark area. And they'll take the risk of getting tagged just to run up and get, you know, the ammo and stuff like what you're watching Elite do right now. This is literally a fight for that couple of floor loot drop spawns right there, the extra minis. You can see them tossing back and forth. And then now, of course, for the surge tags that they can get in the process. So kind of watching it all unfold here. Is this enough, though? Cease, Cold, and Elite did not get any elims here on the drop, but hey, at least they are alive. They're in 4th place now after slipping out of their 3rd place hold. Can they do it?
Well, you see, they're already set up for a Vic Roy with the old Shadow Flopper play that we've been seeing. I'm actually surprised this final's more than any of the qualifiers so far. I think a lot of the teams are starting to adapt to how to utilize this in a trios environment. So they're set up definitely to do well in this game, similarly to Edgy, Threats, and Rise, who, man... Last game, they did really well as a duo, obviously losing Threats earlier. They maintained their position of 6th throughout the entire leaderboard so far, but they're on 181 points total. Man, a long way away from first.
Definitely a ways out here. Donnie Knifer and Joji on the other side, sitting on top of another trio. So all teams just trying to set themselves up. Find these surge tags here. Just continue to stay active right now.
I don't want to say it again, but one of the games they had from the qualifiers, I saw them have, or last season's finals, sorry, 25 damage. They'd done 21 damage to be precise. They'd done one single AR shot by the time it came to the surge being active. Now, or the first warning appearing, sorry. Now, for this team, like, they're on the west-hand side. Remember, in one of the previous games, we saw them with 6 eliminations in the early and mid-game, which is huge for them. But this is a team known for struggling with Storm Surge with a ton of damage difficulties and setting themselves up here next to a lot of teams that are already boxed up. You're not going to get tags on Edgy's team. And notice they're looking over to the west side, right? You've got to imagine the angles and the vision they have. They're looking over to Holy Hedges. They're looking over to also to the west split. Now, you got to think, who's rotating from that side? No one, because they are the team who is in the west split, in the castle side, so they're not going to get tags in there because no one's going to rotate from there. They're not going to get tags onto the Holy Hedges team because the Holy Hedges team is boxed up right next to them. So with the sight lines that they have and the way that they're looking, obviously there was a team who ended up rotating through there, but they're not setting themselves up in a position for success with 360 degrees of vision.
Yeah, these last 2 games for Threats, Edgy, and Rise, not too hot. 26th place, 14 minutes in. That screams surge to me. And then a 15th place singular elimination, so not too hot there either.
Look at the map. Exactly what I said, right? They are the team right almost to the center at the middle there, right? Notice their position that they can look out to the west side with the green arrows, the green markers. That's a single team that they were taking shots at, and look how empty that entire west side of the map is. So for them to try and use this as their main focus, we're obviously referencing Donnie's team, who was even the further ones, not Edge's team. They have nothing, just nothing they can get tags on, so they have to look to the east, which I can now see their markers are now finally facing this direction. So fingers crossed for them.
Yeah, definitely going to need a little bit more, and that's the difference in key positioning, ladies and gentlemen. But that's also why you see teams do some what looks like odd rotate sometimes. Like, man, these guys are just like going, like, where do they think they're going? They're just committing to a position where they know there's going to be high density, big traffic, can open up some opportunities for them. On the other side, Miro, Bugha, and Maz have been a team that have done just that as well. They're in a completely different area. It looks like they have beelined their way into what might be the streets of Holly Hedges. Yes.
How they managed to get into this engagement, I'm guessing maybe confident that a little bit of a dead side rotate coming from the south side of the zone, and they've taken this engagement in the last few games, not in this obviously particular situation, but any engagement here. And Miro sitting in a sticky situation. He's known for sneaking around the builds, getting max damage shots off. It'll be a 161 with this green pump in his inventory, and that can turn the tides of a fight massively. So I want to see for them what they're going to do here. He's been sneaking. He's obviously got that angle there the other team knows. They're below this time, so they need this. Oh, the player starts to walk right in front. Slacks' team is one manages to chunk him back. They managed to pick up Baby Boss's team the previous game, so we know that Muz's team has won this previously. But they've just lost the advantage so far, given they chunked Miro, and things are going to slow down a little bit here. Both teams can need to figure out what they're going to do.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see some splashes come out. There it is.
Yeah.
Now they're only 21 above the surge here. 93 players alive, so they're surely feeling the pressure right now and want to finish this battle here. Miro once again working a brand new angle, going all the way around, looking to wrap his way out the outskirts here. And this is a three-way fire coming in here from different sides, targeting different walls, just trying to see if they can sneak any kind of shots in right now. The surge has warned them. They are definitely below right now, and Muz gets punished again here. Finally, some big tags come in onto Baby Boss and Doles. It's looking winnable now.
Looking winnable from them. They've obviously can disengage now at this moment, but I doubt they'll still have enough tags on them at all. And Miro's team's definitely going to be confident they can win this. They have a knock inside of that base actually here, so they're going to try and take the wall, go through, playing wall to wall with this team. They got in the box. 36 tag starts to come through, and now the pressure's really on. They're going to have to start getting deep inside the box, and yeah, the shots connect. The 112, but Miro gets chunked back in return. He's trying to back himself out here, still playing pumps out, seeing what he can hit at the moment. Now it's still that Dolzier down. He's trying to get his way out, and he's going to be finished. That's going to be the siphon coming through the points too. Slacks really weak and dipping out the back there, as we see E-Rog. By the way, we called him Baby Boss. I know he's been branding himself as Baby Boss this whole time, but his Twitter is actually E-Rog, and he's got it in his name. But I'm telling you, I'm sticking with Baby Boss. It's way cooler.
I like Baby Boss a lot more. We'll see if he ends up deciding it. That happened back in the day, by the way, with Coolest Carrot. He just became the Coolest Carrot. It's such a sick name.
It's so good.
This is yeah, I can see now. Baby Boss Era. Yeah, you know, when you pick a long name with that many syllables, it's kind of going to end up committing usually to the beginning if it's not an org. But back into things here. Miro's going to put down the Baby Boss himself. That's going to be 3 eliminations for them, the full team wipe. Great read that they had the advantage there, and they were going to earn those points.
I also really liked it. Remember, we did the whole breakdown of the Storm Surge where it came to looking at that dead side of the map there, that there was no one rotating. And unlike that a veteran team like Muz's team understood that was the dead side of the zone was and could take an isolated fight there. They took the long engagement with no one third-partying them at all, which is really smart. That's how you get those fights that aren't third party with a bunch of teams rotating in. And for that, they're going to gain themselves 6 points, all the tags in the world, and a ton of heals too. So they're going to be set up in such a good spot. I definitely am, like I already said this, but I'm ready to say it again, way more impressed with Muz, Miro, and Bugha today so far in the early and mid game, or mainly, most importantly, in the mid game, than I have been in previous day one.
Let's watch this play out here on the other side. Smack Niddle and Casker, Nut Justice and Users, or excuse me, Skittles here on the roof right now. It'll rotate with the river. No one paying attention. Looks good to me.
Trying to get themselves deep, but they've lost Nosh. I'm always combining this team's names. Anytime I try to say one of them names, they just blend together so well. Nosh. They've lost Nosh. So it's just going to be Nuts alongside Skittles, who's left remaining. Good position with everything else in their loot, but just they have to get through a tirade of teams up ahead of them. You can see them all starting to rotate through. Nut holding his builds out just in case. Swappy's team alongside Sippo there. Scented up a front, also being tagged big time. Wondering if they have the heals for him, because he's not started to rotate and move in yet. He's going to pop the med kit. A lot of the big names on top of the leaderboard. Jukes, our current leading FNCS champion around there too, who definitely wasn't happy with their performance yesterday. I think the IGLing on the team wasn't par, and he owned up to that as well and said it wasn't good enough. Hopefully they can turn it around today, and I doubt they can win it based on the amount of games we've got left, but a top 10? Winning and then getting a top 10 to FNCSs in a row is a huge effort, especially for a more like underrated and unknown team, I would say.
Yeah, but just to kind of touch on Duke, Justin, users, they started off very strong. Like, they were in our conversation leading all the way into game 3 before they finally kind of fizzled out there. So it's not that they don't have it, it's just things fell apart. Pamsla's trio is the only returning trio from last season inside the top 10. One of the few trios that decided to stick together all the way through. That actually performed very well.
Like the versatility of this season, right? Like how much teams have switched up just over and over, and it's been the story all the way through. And what's funny is EU, keep harping on EU, it's like the winners stuck together for season on season have done well on any East. Like all the teams switching up have really seemed to benefit from it.
Yeah, definitely. All these new trios, I mean, honestly, it's inevitable with how much the landscape has changed. Those teams are going to float to the top. There's just too many, I'd say, like, power trios come together. Trios like we talked about before that you never think would get with one another. Like Stretch just joining up with Sensitive Command is a perfect example of just a tier 1 player, S-tier player pairing up with S-tier players, which makes for ridiculous trio comps. Booga, Miro, and Muzz, another great example of that. But here, the tried and true Fatch, Carry, and Pam are going to get taken out, unfortunately, wrapped up to the hands of Pledge, Teo, and Tabs. Aegis, Legion, and Kanata listening close by, thinking about whether or not this is a fight they want to take. But the wind tunnels got their attention here, as they might be making their rotate soon.
You know, the top 10 teams so far, only Bucky, Peter, Bot, and Macwood are out. Actually, out the top 12 teams, they're the only 2 teams who are out. Oh, as you see, actually, sorry, Pam, Carry, and Fatch did go down as well, so I put my foot in my mouth as I say that there. But a lot of the top 5 still in it, so the top of the leaderboard still ready to shake up a ton so far. A lot of our teams in good positions too. Knifer's team, who we saw set up very well earlier, obviously I was mentioning their angles seem to have made it through. They're in 28th, so not a huge first day for them. Same with the second so far. Maybe they can climb back up, get somewhere to the top 15. Every threshold gives you obviously more prize money as well. Once you get that top 20, top 15, and then top 10, it becomes every single threshold. So 9th, 8th, and etc. So
anywhere from 30,000 upwards to 100,000+, like just for a couple placements. So yeah, it's a big difference. That's why I highlighted that earlier. I said, hey, listen, first place may seem like it's out of striking distance, but that top 10, man, you want to get there no matter what. You want to play your best these games, so you can't be upset at teams that are landing on teams up in the top, because at the end of the day, there is huge cash to be made for anyone on the standings as long as they can have their good day in the sun.
Absolutely. Move back over to Tragic's team here. We see them getting in a spicy engagement. And that's huge for them, and this is what they are built for. I was so impressed, Cash Cup #1 of this season, watching this team do exactly that. Be so confident in the fights. That was just the simplest case of it, right? We saw the pre-edit being held, and then just from obviously Tragic's POV, he's just holding the charged shotgun. He has mastered the charged shotgun this season, and honestly, it is some of the reason to their success. His ability to hit shots with it, get massive damage from huge distances, and pick up refreshes is honestly, I don't want to say this finals potentially hasn't shown it, but very close to the best on the region at picking up those refreshes as a fragger team, just particularly this season. So I'm hugely impressed with him so far. That's why they're my prediction so far. They're looking really good up in 3rd.
Looking great in 3rd right now. 71 points earned today for Tragic's Day in Jamper. Just huge points, and that's a massive stride on the standing. Again, we talked about a team that had their moments, and then of course, like every other trio so far in the last 2 days, you know, some games just didn't go their way, but so far looking very good, keeping on par with the likes of Booga and company, who were around that 70+ point earning points today as well. Maybe a little more now, obviously, after the additional placement points have been given out from this particular game, but we'll see. They're right there on the periphery of our scene. Seems like they may have pulled the opposite zone. They're probably going to have to make a little rotate here soon. Is the free Elam getting granted to them? Hold up.
Yeah.
Knight just pulled up out of nowhere. What just happened?
said, yo, you guys don't have enough HP, enough loot right now. I'm just going to give you a little bit more. To be honest, they could do the AR ammo for this, so, you know, that might be a blessing. Chimp actually ended up picking up the elimination, if you see in the feed there. Visuals now going down 2, so yeah, again, our second place team, also Visuals and Frisk, starting to lose teammates before zones even start moving, and this is, man, looking like a much dicier day 2 for them. They were so solid in that first day, managing to stay as a full trio for so long, but now, not looking so good going into this game.
Yeah, we call that a problem. Osman Frisk are right in the mix right there, right in the middle of all these builds here. Seems like they might have picked one up, though, as Skittles gets taken down there from Nosh and Nuts trio. So Osman Frisk still getting active in that mid area. Don't count them out just yet, but for them at this current moment, this next full moving zone is going to be an important one, depending on how things play out. Joji, Donnie, and Knifer have covered their tops, so did they pull zone is the real question here. Or are they going to set up like a super mega short pad to try to get across? I'm kind of confused right now.
I don't think
they actually pull zone.
They haven't moved since like first zone. They're stayed here. This is basically the position they've been in the entire time for them. So let's have a look at how it's going on the 67 above going into the zones. They're not interested in taking height. They're interested in taking faces as the teams start to rotate through. Not connecting with too many shots in the padders. They've highlighted the player down below, and this is where things start to get interesting for them. Our team currently in the mid 20s, the low 20s so far, so we definitely have some other teams right now in more commanding positions. Up on height, Tahi, Sprite, and Clicks, another team in 18th place so far, so this could be a big game for them if they manage to pick up the victory royale. Down on low ground, we have definitely some interesting debates going down. We have Rise's team down on the ultimate low ground still, with Paper's team trying to land at the front side here. Oliver OG's team also still in it, and I see Muzz's team still looking healthy too.
Definitely on high ground. Tahi, Clicks, and Sprite looking very good. Oh, I was going to say, but Cold seems to have wanted to contest them. Cease is going to fall there just for a moment there on second height, getting into a bit of a battle, a scuffle with Paper and Iamzo's trio. Muzz, Booga, and Mira on the other side don't have a thing to worry about. They're sitting on so many elims already. This is nine eliminations. My gosh, coming into the moving zones right now. They have the loot that it takes as well to kind of extend this as Miro gets chunked down, but they have 6 chug splashes. Shouldn't be a single issue to go ahead and bounce them right back into the swing of things here.
Shouldn't be an issue at all. See what they can do with it. Muzz following this tart beautifully that Booga's been made for them so far. Positions now claiming the front side of zone. Now the zone transition starts to move on through, and this is where I want to see the shots connect. The players on their layer, they don't have it free to themselves, as Muzz and Miro are going to start going for the angles, going for the shots, going for the pickups, the refreshes on those players. Let's see what that next moving zone goes. 4 seconds to find out. It's Coop's team who's challenged them the layer below. Canada's team still in this as well. And that next zone starts to pull far, so Booga's team, another great job getting fully ahead, trying to cut off Chimp's team, and they seem to have managed to claim the front side of zone, the best position they can possibly be in, but I don't know how many materials they still have in the inventory. But hold on, up ahead, Jamper goes down, so it's Tragic's now left as a solo. No builds to his name, connects the 52 shot onto the opposing player, harpoons him down, but no, misses the engagement. He's a little bit too late with it. He's got to work with something, and almost nothing here.
I was going to say, I think the best bet might be to get in the cone here. He thought about it. Instead, he goes for the little protection from above. You can see Tragic's perspective down there. The weakest player in the lobby right now as the moving zone comes. AV is going to find him, take him right on out. Granted, a free elimination there. Miro's still alive here by himself as a solo. He's going to find Eden in the feed there, even without any HP. Click, Sprite, and Elite here, though. Elite Tahi already looking to get themselves a nice little victory out here. They've only earned 44 points today, so this could be another big swing in the right direction, at least get them somewhat on track, put their wheels on the tracks here a little bit.
Miro's down. Miro goes down on the mid ground so far. I think he's traded with Canada's team. There's a bunch of teams in the box, so now Booga and Muzz left in this as a duo. Yeah, again, we've seen them perform multiple games as a duo so far, but Muzz now goes down at the same time, so that's left Booga as a solo, and it's to the hands of Canada, who's picked up the finish with 8 eliminations on Canada so far. Ejin and Dangerous, one apiece being 10 total. They have been absolutely popping off in the mid and ground layers here, just using that box fighting prowess that Canada has to absolutely keep them moving in this zone. Booga now, he's seen it back, playing the medkit, playing the heals, and Canada's team starting to get pressure. He jumps to the box, Donnie goes down, another team knocks him out. Aegis now picking up the refresh in the return. He's going to keep on moving. That's Joji, it goes down. He's found himself a clean layer, but almost no HP to his name. The eliminations this game almost definitely being enough to keep them flying up the leaderboards.
Unfortunately, Booga's going to take himself out there with a mistimed medkit, it seems like. So down he goes, but he has out-survived the other opponents that were up at the top of the standings. Looking very, very good for them coming out the back half of this. For Chimp, Sicko, and Oliver, who have an exceptional day. Also at 10 eliminations right now, seeing how much more they can find. That's a down body Agers, but it's not going to grant them the siphon to stay alive here. And now it's Sicko versus Sprite, and somehow, some way, high ground of clicks. Tahi and Sprite was not going to be enough here. Sicko, Oliver, and Chimp catch a victory royale from the reboot round to the final stage in game number 9.
That is massive for them. Huge, huge. Remember, we said at the top of the show that they were almost at the bottom of the leaderboard coming out of this day, right? They were so close to almost just being bottom of the barrel. So far, they've gained almost some of the most points, maybe the most points. We'll have to find out from the desk on that second day so far. So huge for them, moving up the leaderboards and obviously gaining themselves some more moolah, hopefully at the end of the day.
Yeah, just a massive game number 9 there. We're going to toss it over to the desk so we get these numbers crunched here, and of course, a couple highlights from the last game.
I've been seeing Reese since EU, dude. I can't, man. I can't. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, first off, Sicko, Oliver, OG, and Chip, congratulations. 10 Elim victory royale here in game number 9. Remember, this is a very wide competition, right? We know there's trios trying to take that first place spot. For some trios, though, they're trying to just make it in your top 10, right? There's a big amount of prize money to try and play for. And for right now, this is like exactly what this trio needs, right? Surge in confidence, surge in points, which is going to help them go up the standings.
No, most definitely, right? Of course, when you have such a bad day one, right? I don't want to say it, but it was a bit of a stinky day one. You need to come out and find rhythm. I think this is going to be a big talking point. I think we're seeing a lot of the teams who maybe started off slowly have better starts to today. Of course, now you're getting yourself back into the competition for 10th place or top 10 at the very least. You know, these things become very difficult. Can you now keep this up? Do you have the hot hand for one game, or are you actually just really good today? These are the questions we have to start answering.
Yeah, it was great to see Chimp's trio, progress through the reboot stages early in the competition. Now here they are, 27th position before this game began, which is not a great position to be with only 4 games to go, or 5 games to go. But now what we're looking at now is a real kind of like hop up in the leaderboard. We heard the guys a second ago talking about kind of like the prize pool alone is a massive incentive to get further to the table, and these guys have really done that. But I'm just taking some notes as well from the last game. We saw like the likes of like Canada, 9 eliminations on his own in that last game, which is just absolutely fantastic for them. Regardless of standings, to get that from the table 11 is massive. Those points counting for double, like 2 points each, 18 points alone. And that's going to give you a lot of clout moving further up.
Yeah, and I wanted to specifically show this trio because I think this is a trio that is a perfect example of that adaptation, right? Can you find rhythm in day 2, where, you know, they started off with the first 2 games and Reese was asking, you know, who's got the most points of the day so far. After game 2, these guys had the most points of any trio. They had a really bad game 3, but this is the problem, right? You know, you can't just come in and have a hot hand. You can see the fundamentals weren't necessarily right, and I think that's the key for the teams who maybe had a bad day 1 that want to have a better day 2. Reset your mental, get the fundamentals right. They were struggling on Surge, they weren't necessarily cohesive in endgame, and so you sort of get caught out. You know, we just saw right there from Sicko's trio where they do benefit, right? They have that really good game. Make sure you have the fundamentals and you're getting those right moving forward. You will slowly, I say slowly, not many games left, but you will quickly see yourself rising up them standings. And that's where you want to be at the end of the day. Because, you know, we see here, of course, yes, Muzz, Mira, Booga, maybe they are starting to run away with things. But as you start to get lower on this leaderboard, very much potential for teams to sort of jump in and get involved in the top 10 at the very least.
Yeah, huge. I think Illis trio as well, changing POIs from yesterday, obviously against DJ and Ages and Canada at Corny, now going into Orchard, has definitely given them a bit of wind in their sails. You know, 2nd and a 3rd place in the first 2 games of today as well. But looking at the standings, you can see on screen here, again, Muzz, Mira and Booga retain their 1st place position right now, 183 points, 61 eliminations. Levin, Zeke, 61! That's
big number.
300, big number, 305 points right now, which is an enormous amount. I mean, or 60 almost. over second place, which is Osperati's trio there. But we can start to see now there are some fluctuations. DJ, Aegis, and Canada, with those we talked about, those big eliminations, have edged their way into the top 10 now as well. Other teams we've highlighted like Macwoods and Nosh and Nut and Skittles are all doing very, very well, and there's a few games left to play now as well. We do want to spotlight and highlight a few players as well, one particular trio. Nani, Kwanti, and Dusky's trio here. You can see some stats on the screen. They had not a great first day in the first couple of games, but since those first 2 games, they have really picked up. I think the average place now you can see here, games 1 to 3 was 17th. Games 1 to 3, you can see they're a 9th now. That's where they're kind of sitting. Eliminations, sorry. They're having 9 eliminations, total eliminations, you can see that, which is, I've gone all over the place there with stats. But they were doing very well. If you can see that on screen, I think that's the great thing about all these teams now is they are actually starting to really progress forward. Some teams are starting to tail off. Others are really starting to catch up now. And the last few games have been very, very exciting indeed.
Oh, man. And I think for me, dude, this biggest storyline is Muzz, Miro, and Bugha, right? Bugha, your World Cup champion that hasn't found that FNCS win, right? And now of him, Miro, who has one, and now Muzz, who's come over from OCE, won their wins here with Bugha. This could be the craziest FNCS yet. But for more action, we're going back over. We got Reese MDF standing by. Over to you, Peely Boy.
Peely Boy. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got to say about that, Reese?
You see this DJ trying to throw shade at me when he's teamed up with Levin and a pink guy. You know?
The pink guy. Oh, no.
Cuddly
I will
man,
not tolerate the slander, guys.
Cuddly man. And he's mocking a banana.
Oh, man. Oh, here we are. Here we are.
No, let's not talk about that. Not the games yet. Like, the deaths look great. Let's be real.
The desk looks awesome. Everyone's putting in that extra conscious effort to come up and make it feel very homely, make the vibes feel nice. But this is not the nice vibes going on here. These are not the greatest vibes for Seas Cold and Elite, because man, oh man, they have the pressure, the weight of a mountain on their shoulders here as they have to just continuously win this fight here out the gate.
This might be how some of it's going down. Remember, we saw Chimp land on that far side there, trying to get that third party, and I think it is from that position there. The color of the... Yeah, there we go. That is the third party. Yeah, I was trying to figure out the colors of the arrows are very, very similar to the same teams. He could be... Oh, God, production's just on point. As I say, he goes over here trying to get shots, and he hits a couple onto Plague here.
Huge.
This could be huge indeed. This is changing the tide of this for Elite. Alongside Cold and Cease now definitely will start to get enough materials to start angling it. They know they're going to have the HP advantage as Plague now is down to basically nothing. Flucam's going to split the heals over to him. He's popped the med kit, going to pop some minis. Luckily, he's managed to get himself back up. But that's big for Chimp's team as well. But now for Cease, like, trying to hold down this main section. They seem to have enough shotguns, enough ammos, enough materials. Like, there's so much brick in that main building there that you can get, so that you can get into these engagements really fast. But it seems like... Did I just see them pad out from there? Or they hit one of the little bounce pads down below, and they seem to be dipping. But Cease's team is hot on their tail.
Yeah, they're going to go in and push this here. They know that they might have a little bit of a loot advantage, but they have to be careful. The floor loot from here to there can definitely be different for the story that's unfolding here. But you know what? These are tags that they're going to need. So I like how it's playing out. At least they have a little bit of a footing here as the league gets punished a bit from the return fire from up above.
See how this end up turning out. Honestly, this fight is just going to delay and not work out too well for anyone. And you know, we've got to imagine right now for Elite's team, even if we see the contesting Flucam's team disengage, Flucam's team has all the metal, right? For Cease's team, they've got nowhere else that they can basically get metal from here, so they're going to have to try and figure out what they can really do about it. The positions they can get themselves into as we move over to Stretch, Commandment, and Scented, who seem to be looking to get a third party onto some of the players down in, obviously, Misty Meadows, which we know is Muzz's team, but Sippo's team is potentially now going to be on the harsh end of this spray from Stretch as they spotted where he is what seems to be like a solo. I'm not sure if potentially his teammates were picked up. Yeah, we see one elimination on Descent, and so maybe out of the sky he's gone down here. This can look tough for him.
Definitely looking pretty tough here, but as things start to settle in the feed, Stretch, Scented, and Commandment managed to find a pretty solid loadout, a little compact found there. Most pros will opt to drop this eventually for better loot. But all in all, a great starter loadout to definitely get into a little engagement should they wish it. We've seen them be, I feel like, pretty active in these early games. Last game, they took on Threats, Jamper, and Rise, which, again, that's no pushover trio by, you know, by anyone's standards. They're definitely up in the running right now, so they're definitely feeling confident. They're not afraid of anyone in the lobby.
They're not, but you could see the indecisiveness from them there. They kept going back into the slipstream, coming back out, back forth, back out. It seemed like they were thinking about moving on into Misty Meadows, but they know Muzz's team's there who you do not want to fight. Like, they will run through the majority of the teams in early mid-game fight. If you can pick like one team in this whole lobby to avoid, it's going to be them so far. I think because they were shooting at that other player, they potentially might have thought that they'd tagged up Muzz. They were weak, but we'll see how that one ends up going later. They end up disengaging and move back over. Spexy's team, the highlight of my tournament, to be honest with you, just has made every early game so interesting to me to see where they've pushed. This is now the third game of both days that I've seen them move in here to Pleasant. Potentially they've been in more, and it doesn't seem like I can see where Whofish's team is. Spexy's team potentially may have cleaned them up, because we do see Ganzo's teams rotating in for the crash site to the west. So this engagement's over and gone a little bit worse now.
Let's see this here. Pleasant Park fight. Spexy's Emma and DeQuinted. They have a bit of a distraction going on, though, as there's another trio looking on in. This time, they don't want their game to end so early. Where does this come from? Peterbot, Bucky, and Mac would have gotten here pretty quickly this time around with a quick and swift rotate. The last few times we've tuned in, they've been at their draw spot at this moment in the game. So for them to already be here looking for a fight is very, very interesting. Now the question is, can they actually best Gonzo, Aviv, and Domi, who's had a pretty okay day? We've seen him in a couple end games, right?
We have indeed, you know. Not obviously a team who are vying for a first place slot overall, but looking pretty good so far for them in terms of just how they've turned it around. They're basically middling. They're in 15th so far, but maintaining that over the last game. So making some end games, not making some other. Just the classic. We see a bunch of other teams rotating in here. Zemo's team's rotating out. Macwood's team also came by to see what was all happening down in this PY, and also going to decide to disengage down to the south, get their rotates on and find a better position, because all the action's already stopped happening down there, which means that they've not really got any chances to clean up or to really get anything much out of it. They're marking into the risky reels. Looks like potentially can go for some engagement there, but this power position they're going to maybe claim instead. They kind of just going in circles here. Not sure if they've been undecisive on what they want to do, but they're certainly taking their time.
All right. Rise, Edgy, and Threats. 32 points. What has gone wrong today in day 2?
A lot. You know, we keep seeing the one go down. Someone's down somewhere. And what was it, the first game? I think Threats went down relatively early. We see them kind of repeatedly not making it through to end game as a full trio, and that's not something that you want to see for a trio like Rise, Edge, and Threats, because this team really works best when they can be led by Rise in the end game. Good materials when they're set up properly. It's like, although you have a lot of firepower with Edge and Threats, like I'm not fully confident that if they're a duo, they're going to be able to get those refreshes enough to keep themselves going in the end game. So you know what, I do want to see them keep together, have a good successful mid game, which is obviously much more difficult than I'm making it out to be, and then absolutely pop off.
And here's the thing, they only have 3 more games to do it, to figure it out, make it all come to life. The clock is starting to tick here. Talking about Muzz, Miro, and Booga, they're once again confidently pressing on to another team. It seems like they have chosen to fight squads that linger in this area near their drop spot and pretty much commit to it in full, with the knowledge that no one else is really going to be here to bother them, right?
We saw them doing that obviously before, like we mentioned, when we saw that beautifully timed map view over to the west hand side of the map. So they're obviously taking these dead sand engagements. If you look at the quick stat of the team so far, Muir had more eliminations than any East player, Chapter 2 Season 4 to Chapter 2 Season 6. And I didn't read the stat fast enough to finish it off, but that sounds intense. He's leading today.
Again now. So it seems like, you know, Visuals...
Yeah.
I was going to say, Visuals might have had it, you know, was giving them a run for the money early on, but now as things have developed, Miro's has been on fire.
This is why he's the fragger, though. You can see him. He struggled to use that little bounce pad there, though. You know, he's got the fragging ability, but this is why he doesn't make the decisions.
He goes click, click. No, that's not it.
Yeah. I mean, not surprised. I mean, that's what, 4 seasons in a row now? That all year. All year he's led in finals performances for Elims. Wow.
Incredible.
Talk about a perform. I mean, like, the more I think about that, the more impressive that gets. Obviously, 2 of those seasons, Miro won. which is nutty to me. Another one he placed 4th, so yeah, crazy.
No one's really got a history like he does.
No. Oh no, it was. Yeah. Sorry, I'm waffling. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to send my memory back to Chapter 2, Season 4. That was a year ago. You know, I can barely remember yesterday's games. But yeah, indeed, 1st, 4th, and a 1st. So that's very impressive.
I was ready for I could barely remember today's breakfast.
No, I remember food. I'm good at food. That's why I'm a banana.
In the checkbox there, we got.
Oh
that.
yeah. Had a lot of bananas for breakfast. Anyway, we move on back to skills. Still in their home drop spot right now. The Cami split alongside Durant's team. There've been a couple engagements across the weekend from these two guys, and Reverse 2K seems not necessarily come out on top very often. They're in 25th. That last game pushed them down 3 places. They've had a lot of issues. I mean, generally because of the structure of their teams, Reverse 2K always picking up seems to be 2 really, really high quality controller players that usually struggle with these long range Surge. And I'm not sure, maybe Reverse 2K doesn't have the best plan for Surge on top of that. Not entirely sure. I haven't watched his comms in particular. But obviously, to do things like skills, it's much more difficult when you've got 2 controller players. You usually have to close that gap, get much closer, and either take engagements, go for triple sprays, look for better opportunities, take fights is what, in particular, when Reverse 2K with his previous, obviously, Day and Miro were doing, and successfully, kind of similar to what Muzz, Miro, and Booger are doing right now, right? They're taking engagements on a dead side, you know, being very, very specific about where you do this. And I don't feel like we've been seeing now Reverse 2K's trio today, and that's potentially what's put them down in the 25th. And I really like this trio too. I really think all 3 players are very, very talented, so I want to see them succeed.
I mean, yesterday their opening games were like literally pretty solid. They were up at the top of the standings. They were doing everything they had to do, and then something stopped connecting. You know, I follow Reverse socials pretty, probably, but I follow his socials pretty closely, and you know, outside of him going like pretty much radio silent for FNCS competitive season, I mean, he was tweeting about, I think him just having some personal issues, so he might just not be like mentally all there because that little bit of disconnect, you know.
Look, I love Reverse 2K, I do. Criminally underrated. I don't think anyone will ever put respect on his name in terms of how good he truly is, and more importantly, has been across the entire history of Fortnite competitive. Always a player I love watching, honestly.
End of the day, if he was just to open the bank account, yeah, here's my earnings, my friend. What more can you say about it?
With the earnings check, baby.
That's earnings check, man. That's all you have to do at that point. He's definitely earned his stripes here on the scene.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worrying too much about the trolls online if I was Reverse 2K. You know, he's proven himself to many people that know they understand the scene, you know.
Is he solo right now? Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Durancy. Maybe he's just tarping ahead. You see the mark coming out from Jamper's team. If you look at the map, they are solo. I'm not sure how they managed to get over here. Obviously, they were a little bit further. Potentially, they were just on the rotate. You can see tons of builds at the backside there, so they're having a rough rotate to make, and maybe this is his teammates, actually. We'll see when the map comes through and see what the color is. Yes, so Reverse 2K is still in this, but now Reverse is actually getting pushed down by himself as his teammates, Durant and Co, are way further back, so this rotate has split them off too far, and here we go, they're padding, they're white and weak out the sky, and Day picks up Reverse out in that box fight down below there, actually, and now that seems to be teammates going down to Tragics. Yeah, picks up Reverse, but there's a finish onto him, that is. Man, this isn't a good position if you're Reverse 2K's team right now, stuck in the back of the zone.
And it makes sense. We saw yesterday that big engagement between Day and Reverse 2K. Day's trio using the Shadow Bomb strategy to go ahead and land directly on top of them, to kind of initiate a massive opener, which resulted in a respectful disengage, but it seems like carrying into today, yeah, that didn't go very far. It's happening on the same area, right? This Dirty Dock section of the map. So they're pretty much cutting them off. The rotate, they know exactly what team this is, who they are, what they're capable of, and the fact that they have that range advantage here, you can see how they're putting that to full use right now.
And this is like a really common engagement between teams that happen in Steamy Stacks and Dirty Docks. Last season, we saw Reverse 2K do the opposite and be the team that was pushing all the way up into Dirty Docks, but now it's because there was a mess of teams and fights going on in there. So we always seem to have, you know, PYs that are close to each other. You're usually going to have these interactions when it comes to the mid-game of where they position themselves, if they fight, if they tag each other up. And it's one of the things that when it comes to being an IGL and planning out is the most difficult, right? You're going to figure out what other teams' strategies are and how they play and how to counter that. But I don't know if there's going to be much countering this as we see Day starting to move on in closer to Durant and Pump here. It's going to be a 3v2 fight, and Durant's creating a ton of space, but the tag's already starting to come through. He's down to wood so far, although he does have brick in his inventory. This is going to be rough.
Yeah, at this point, he's just burning through it here. It's not going to result in much as Day is officially entered into the fight. This is, of course, his comfort zone where he wants to be, close front and center. Out comes the cone control right there. Doesn't quite hit the shot he's looking for, but it's not a player in sight here. Tragic's is cut off there. Pump's going to get caught. Durant gets caught. GG's.
I think the goal there was to get top 24. They actually went down in 25th, so they gained 0 placement points from that game. And I didn't see any eliminations in there either, which means they gained essentially nothing from that match. I think they're just going to waste their materials, create as much space as possible, and just ensure they just got some placement, but didn't end up happening. Day's team ended up pushing on in, and a good push from Day. They knew they had the advantage. They knew they tagged them up earlier. There was just 0 reason not to take that fight if you're Day's team and if you're one of the most confident fighting teams in the regions. And that's 6 points now, right? That's an additional 6 points they'd put on the leaderboard for a team who was already third. That'll almost overtake them 100% into second place now and close the gap between first down to second. But here's that first place team
versus the second place team right now. Ospen, Visuals, and Frisk. This is a full-on engagement potentially from Bugamiro and Muzz. This might be one of the bigger fights we'll see unfold today. Now, mind you, this entire barn has been set ablaze here. Frisk has lost a lot of HP because of it. So the advantage is definitely on the World Cup champs trio here. Miro and Muzz fending off users Duke and Justice on the side. Little do they know, you shut that team down right there and you just about put another nail in the coffin.
Which team, though? If you put down Booga's team, you open up the gates for Jamper's team to hugely swing back because they already have that momentum for a big game. First team obviously in second, but seems like they're in a little bit more of a difficult situation. If they shut down Visual's team so far, obviously, I mean, it's going to make it really tough for anyone to start catching up to Muzz, assuming Day's team and doesn't have a massive one. But hold on, look at the loot, look at the inventory. 19 builds on Muzz. We already knew that Boog had used the most of his materials too. Now they haven't been successful in taking that dead side fight like they have previously. This means they now have to just box dive or get into another engagement here. They have to win one of these fights. And you know the most difficult part of this is they're doing this in the complete opposite way that they have. Remember, obviously, we've talked about the dead side fights. They're in the congested side of zone, the worst place you could possibly take a fight. Look at how many teams are around, have eyes, who could possibly get tags up, who could basically end your game. In particular, Lupian's team there, Villet's team. I think he's just as a solo Osp, obviously one of the players that you don't want to go for. They're going to hit the... Ooh, a little bit of a scuffed short pad here. And this actually might not be a great landing spot. They're fully in the open. Every single team that's congested behind them should have eyes on them. And I'm very surprised that they've not been lobby focused right now.
Yeah, just so happened to end up working out. Edgy and crew were more focused on Osp, Frisk, and Visuals, who rotated directly next to them. And because of that, the focus was brought off of Boog and company, who quite honestly landed in a pretty terrible spot right in the open.
Yeah, right.
As there are teams based up on Zate Hill off to the side there as well. So things just so happen to connect there. Like I said at the start of this whole thing, sometimes you have to count your lucky stars. And that's just one of those moments where the right attention wasn't on them, so it works out. And they might even pick up Villets, who has to rotate from the barn. So if they keep looking back that way, that could be the refresher they need too.
Fingers crossed. I doubt they'll get enough from it. Let's be real low. Single solo left. I can't imagine he's can't capped on the materials and with tons of shield left if he's left in it as a solo. So it'll be good to get the points from it, but I doubt they'll be able to get them in the position they need to. They need a full 3-on-3 engagement as we go over to DGen, Aegis, and Canada. Currently in 8th place. They moved up 8 positions, so they were 16th before that previous game. They flew up the leaderboard with 179 total points. So for them, like, struggling in this game, being a little bit below Surge. Again, another team who may need to take an engagement, but now they've moved above. I'm thinking this could be a pop-off in the end game if they manage to make it through with the current materials they have.
And that's what happens, right? When you have a game in like 4th, 5th, 6th, they all end up, like, all those top teams go down really early. The teams that are outside the top 10, the teams on the bubble, manage to jump right back into the swing of things. So you can't ever count anyone out. As Nut goes down, looks like Nick is left by himself right now. And ooh, Muzz, Miro, and Booga are in the mix of this battle here. They might have been the players who can actually pick up the loot here. Nick now getting focused up on the side. If they can single out that as well. There's plenty of loot here to play for, but it doesn't seem like they understand the situation at hand. Instead, they're going to be looking to take the full-on engagement up against Users, Duke, and Crew. On the other side of that wall, Commandment stretches Sentinel right in the middle as well. They might just be looking to put a little bit more of that vice grip pressure, but no, they're going to get out of here. They have the surge. They have everything they need. They're good to go.
Yeah, they're going to try and make a good landing spot, but Stretch being beamed out the sky. We can't see him go down at this point. This could be crucially bad for them if they end up losing it, but seems to get a good landing position. Stretch seems to be okay. They've given themselves a lot of space to work with. They're right above their ex-teammate of Edgy in this down low ground position in the hill here. This is a really awkward zone. I want to see who's going to end up taking the height all the way up on the hill, because if they pull that zone goes back, for a lot of the teams it could be rough.
Oh, no refresher. No refresher for them.
Nothing. But they do the chili chug splash, and because everyone's just launch padding at this time, they can just relatively freely just go all the way through. And this is a great lair choice for them too, just to get away from all those people who they saw pad and land down low. Luckily, no one just landed in that opening they left open for Muzz to get in. So I like it.
But they have to take a fight now. Boog's out of mats, and he has landed right on top of Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite, and then, of course, Osprey and Visual. So, big fights. Villets, how are you alive, my friend? But he is. He's alive down at the low ground right now, snaking and ratting his way through. And look, Sentin and company, they're all still here. Booga, Muzz, and Miro essentially has to pick their poison right now. What team are they going to jump on and just ruin their day? Because, you know, this is where Miro shines best. Getting in the box, fully committing.
I'm not sure they can make it through first moving with what they got. So you're right. They're going to have to get in someone's box, and someone's going to have to make an angry tweet about it, right? So I'm wondering who's the victim here. We see Visuals team is the last team that they obviously want. Well, for Visuals, they want that. They don't want that to happen to them first moving at all. They've got plenty of materials. They've got enough loot to keep it moving.
I was gonna say, that's the first team they want. That's their biggest competition. They take them out, and that's it. It's off to the races, depending on where Jamper and Crew are. So
let's see. We haven't checked in with them in a while. I'm sure they're sitting pretty so far. First moving, this is where all the action starts to go down. You can see Visuals prepping to hit the launch pad so far. They're absolutely chilling with this game so far. And look, everyone's up. Boog's team hits the launch pad.
Oh, Jamper got knocked.
Still fully on the low ground so far, and that could change up the leaderboards big time. So we've got to watch. And Visuals and Frisk are going to have a big game this game.
Pay close attention to Miro, Muzz, and Booga. They just hit a launch pad. They're going to be looking to dive in on someone. Tragic's, Jamper, and Day are fully taken out of the competition. That is third place out of the running right now. For Scented, Stretch, and Commandment now, they're in the mix here. 6 eliminations, not bad at all. And they have just enough loot to continue to snake their way through this side area here. Surge is completely active. 12 players are going to have to go down. All they need to do is just stay up right here, right? Get this free placement point.
Yep, and they're in a good position to do so far. Justice is still in this as well. Rise up the front of the zone, looking to have a great game from them too at the back of the zone. Sentinel's team, where we just checked in on. I see Muzz went down. Actually, no, sorry. Miro and Boog have gone down. Muzz now left with 2 builds to his name. The chili effect still in. Every single team that goes down right now is going to gain more and more placements. This could be the game that we see Osp, Visuals, and Frist catch up massively on the leaderboards.
Hard to tell, though, as Muzz stays alive right now. He's earning placement points here. For every team that goes down, it's a free point, a hard-earned point. It seems like Surge is still active, so there should be another one on high ground. Big fight going down as Justice gets taken out here. Users left to defend the ultimate high by himself, but Qua just a little bit better right now as he manages to do enough work here. They're going to bring down Users, and it seems like they should be able to take things out there up top, but hold up. Visuals, Frisk, and Os, they use that launch pad X-Shadow play there to make it all the way onto height. They land. Big 190 right there. That's a great tag, and Visuals looking to set this up. It's their high ground. This could be the comeback now.
Learning from the Finnish players in EU on what to do and how to take height, in particular affecting that as a trio so far. Now that zone starts to pull back and they have all of these builds to work with, and this could be a run where if we see Muzz go down on low ground, which we've just seen right at the backside of zone there, this could be massive for Osp's team to be able to close that gap. I doubt they'll be able to make sure they overtake the first, but this could put them back in it. But on the low ground, the creative play starts to come out from Stretch. He's holding that low wall. He manages to get it at the same time. Another team manages to get it from them. Oh no, now at the same time to get another elimination. Yes, Senat's going to pick up Knight in the feet here. Let's see, we're just going to start to move on through. If they can start to claim a layer, a ton of the materials starting to trade between hands. Ager's still in this as well. Frist holding it down up on the high ground. No issues for them whatsoever. We know they have a ton of materials. Starting to spray down on the Peterbog's team in second, and Bucky also needs a big game this game.
Yeah, mind you, Bucky looking very good right now, but he is low on material here. Harpoon's out, though, so they're already committed to a box. Here comes the marker. He's got the backup. They're on the layer. Can they get these full finishes here? They absolutely need it. It's been a rough day for Bucky, Macwood, and Peter Bot. No, it's not looking too hot as he just gets slammed by 2 players in 2 pumps. That's Oliver, OG, and Chimp, who have been on a meteoric rise here after their last victory, and they're coming right back into the swing of things. But first place is looking to be cracked wide open here by Visuals, Frisp, and Oz, who has now officially gotten themselves 6 eliminations in a top 5, and it's still rolling here. Look at how many mats he's got, the wing condition and everything. This is beautiful for them to be this kind of spot right here when they need it most.
We know that the high ground has the heal-off blade down below. The chaos is starting to ensue. Ganzo picks up 1 in the feed. His teammates go down.
That sounds
it's Osp that he's picked up as well, which is crazy big for it. Frisk now fighting for it with Ganzo down on the low ground. He's going to trade shot for shot, blow for blow. But Frisk goes down as Ganzo now versus the high ground team so far. And it's just Visuals. The zone starts to tick. We know Visuals has the heal-off play with the 3 floppers. They're going to win another game. So it's Visuals, Frisk, and Osp who manages to pick up the victory royale in game number 10 of the FNCS.
They did that with 9 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. So a big win right there. 48-point swing. Mind you, Booga, Muzz, and Miro finished just outside the top 10 there. So yes, as Muzz was clutching up and he earned a couple points, and they had Elims, I mean, the points alone there, Reese, it's going to take them pretty far.
I mean, they came into this, let me do my mental arithmetic very slowly, 44 points ahead. Sorry, 64, I got it wrong at the same time. Less fantastic at the same time. So Muzz's team were really far ahead, so that's definitely going to close the gap. But look, clearly, my maths can't stay on in this old brain of mine. Let's throw it back to the people who should be able to do the numbers, the analyst desks.
Saying old, man. Is he calling me a relic? What's happening here? I feel personally attacked by this, Adrian Pili. I feel personally attacked. I will not forget this. Wow, I cannot believe it. So we're talking about this lead developing out of Booga, Muzz, and Miro, and now we might see the patented sundown shoop that is known to happen from time to time on the leaderboards. And I mean, a huge win out of Osp, Visuals, and Frisk. 9 eliminations as well. That's the point.
No, honestly, that is going to be really huge for them, right? I think when you look at the standings, we are definitely going to see that. And it makes things really fun going into the penultimate game, because you have a situation where I think we were starting to get to the point where we were questioning, is Booga's Trio going to run away with things? I don't necessarily think so anymore. I think now we actually have a bit of a competition on our hands for first place.
I think we do where the fruit guy was talking all about the maths there and the points, and it got really close. I think, you know, the fact that we had Osp's Trio coming in first position there. I think this is the last thing you want to see as Booga, Muzz, and Miro right now. Is the one team you do not want getting the victory royale and a ton of eliminations as well is the team just behind you chasing your tail, and that's exactly what's just happened. As Monster said as well, you know, they finished just outside the top 10, but leaderboard wise, it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how that affects things going into the last part of the competition. 2 games left to go, fellas, but we do want to actually highlight our top trio right now, Muzz, Miro, and Booga. You know, this is a trio we talked about as well as a dream team that come together. Obviously, Muzz coming from OCE as a previous FNCS champion. You have Miro, a previous FNCS champion on a couple of occasions, as with Muzz. Booga, a current solo World Cup champion. They have everything that you would assume was going to make the ultimate when it comes to a team, but they are managing at this point in time to be cohesive, to work together incredibly well. You can see them driving through builds, so you can see them going high when they need to, working mid when they need to as well. But I think what's a really interesting stat here as well from Miro, which we found, is Miro has more eliminations than any ANAE player throughout Chapter 2, Season 4, 5, and 6, and again leads all players this season as well. That just goes to show, when you've got a GOAT like that in your team 11 who can continuously bring you elimination points, I mean, you absolutely stand a big chance of going all the way to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I think when the team has that much firepower, it does make it very hard to go toe-to-toe with them in late game scenarios. Look, Muzz, Miro, and Booga only picked up 15 points from that game, right? You know, basically a low point game for them, right? Based off how they've been performing. And it does help in terms of closing the gap for Osp's Trio, but you know, they gotta hope for a bit more good luck, right? They gotta hope that these guys continue to have a couple more lower point games. I'm looking at the leaderboard and I'm saying to myself, you know, we got some really fine margins. Of course, yes, the first, second, and third battles are very, very interesting and something to watch out for moving forward. But when you have from 4th to 6th, you know, difference of 7 points, that's not a lot whatsoever. Like, we're gonna see a lot of switching up in these last 2 games, and I'm all for it, Adam.
Yeah. What's really interesting as well, as you can see there, on the top 6 teams there, I think every single team has at least one victory royale. The top team does not right now. The same exact thing happened with Reverse Day and Miro a couple of seasons ago as well. We saw they didn't have any victory royales, but that consistency with those eliminations plus standing points throughout the course of FNCS finals is what got them over the line and got them that championship, the AXA champion. So, you know, I think this is what's going to be really exciting now, is to see whether or not they can sustain. You know, it's I think a 31-point lead right now, so it's all to play for. Zeke, it's getting very exciting. This is the penultimate game in this competition as well, and OSP is hot on their tails as other teams are as well, so I can't wait to see exactly how this is going to pan out.
I just find it really funny how we constantly talk about this tree in the context of, yeah, they rely too much on individual brilliance. They can't continue to do this. Like, they shouldn't really have much consistency. And then they continue to be incredibly consistent. In fact, more consistent than most teams in lobbies. Like, you know, it contradicts it. But, you know, I hope people know what we're getting at when we do talk about some of the deficiencies in their play style. So I'll tell you what, they won't be worried about any deficiencies if they're walking away with the AXA champions. I'll tell you that much.
That's right. We'll have to see, man. A few more games to go, and you know what? I think we know what we want to do right now. Let's go back over to Asian Peely. We got MDF chilling. Let's do this again, boys.
All right, look. Talking about deficiencies, I'm certainly not one to have a potassium one, I must say. Look, this second last game is looking like it's going to be an absolute whirlwind with the way the leaderboard is set up so far. Right now, we have a lot of our top teams looking to do so good, and we've really got to be watching out in the top 10, right? We have Maz's team. It's looking so good up on top, 320 points, like we mentioned. But also, team is now starting to catch on up to them. They're starting to get real close. And I'm looking forward to Japper's team. Look, I'm not one to talk too much about predictions. You know, clearly, I've never started to do that at any point in my life. Never been a prediction man. But for them, like, they're mine, and I want to see them do good. But let's check back in with our Coral Castle. This is one of the many engagements we've been looking at multiple times throughout today. I gotta see how this one's gonna end up working out. We see Cold's team managing to land, and this time not having a third party shoot them in the back, take the tags, do any damage to them at all. But we see Chimp's team now actually got that full surround of them. Okus on that far north side up onto Shark as well. It's going to be rough for the teams. They're going to figure out what they're going to do here. Getting that full harvested brick in before they start the engagement. And, you know, for a lot of the teams in here, they're starting to slowly fall down the leaderboard. It seems like CISA's team is doing a great job still being in 4th after this. But Falucan's team's just deciding, you know what? We're getting out of here. We're leaving. We're dipping. Sorry, boys. We don't want anything to do with this, hitting the pad and going. And hopefully Elite's team can get a couple tags. They've managed to get some great RNG on the shields so far, being able to be almost capped. And yeah, you're going to see the tags coming out of the sky. Oh, potentially maybe even a knock out of the sky so far. They're going to chase this one down. Remember, I mentioned last time the metal from this drop spot is really tough so far. Really hard to gain from here. So we're going to have to figure out what they end up doing, what they end up working with. And quick stat flying, Cold and Elite are the only players in the top 10 playing in their first finals. Very interesting. So we have a lot of players who are playing in their first finals generally so far. But it's good to see that these guys obviously are really not so experienced, we'll say, and have gone with a veteran player like Cease and have managed to do so well.
Yeah, I agree. This is crazy to see this team finding so much success here now, here in live, but we're getting back into things. Looks like Click, Sprite, and Tahi put a little bit of friction as well. This is onto that Bryce trio, another trio that has just been trying to find their footing. Seems like they hit a big clash here at Believer Beach.
I'm not surprised. You know, we've been seeing Believers Beach manage to take advantage of this many times in a row, and it's Cold who's now on the receiving end of these tags. He's really starting to get lit up in the HP bar. Tahi's team taking good advantage of this because they have struggled a lot with Surge so far, and I'm surprised we've not seen them push on in, but hold on, Dom's team is now rotating in and starting to third party this as well. This is becoming much more of a Storm Surge damage sandwich than we had originally started to figure out, and the bananas in the middle is Cease's team.
Yeah, they're right in the middle here. About to get split as well. Cold doesn't have much HP, no builds either. He's trying to get any kind of heals up. I don't know if that's really going to work. I think at this point, you have someone put a floorboard down for you and at least help Cease get out of this kind of situation here. Is at least trying to come up, and there it is. They finally pick off Cold. Mind you, he did have that launch pad, and I don't think he had time to drop it. That's what I was trying to hint at here. So this is just not looking good right now for Cease and crew, whom again have just hit another bit of an unlucky strike here.
I mean, this is what's going to happen, though, right? If you're fighting off spawn every time, the damage doesn't necessarily come from the actual fighting, usually, that happens with the team there. It's the fact that there are so minimal teams who are contested in the drop spots that they know that teams are going to rotate around them, right? We've seen, what, now three teams be engaged in this fight that wasn't the 2 teams contested. This was a 5-man party, or a 5-team party, a 15-man party, should we say, right? We got the 6 players landing inside Coral Castle. We have now Ganzo's trio rotating from that drop on the far right. We had Clix's trio from Believer's Beach at the bottom, and then we also had the trio was Okus's trio from up north, and Shark third party in too. So, I mean, this is just not a situation you want to be in. And I've got to give full props to Cold, Elite, and Cease for being 4th, given this is the situation that they have to deal with off spawn.
Yeah, it's not only that, but I also want to just give a little bit of props to Gonzo and company, who they didn't have a great day yesterday, but today, man, they're just playing like a different kind of caliber. I'm trying to find them on the standings here to just see where to put them up at 11. They had a terrible day 1 and just like a pretty decent day 2 with big eliminations here. They put them right inside the top 11.
The last game, they moved up 4 slots. So that was huge for them. So, like, you know, the 12-game format, you really, really can have some big shakeups. And I think this is one of the biggest ones we've seen, actually. Avery's team, who, you know, again, very similar story. Really poor performance in that first day overall. But today, they've definitely managed to change things up a bit. Now, they have slowed down a little bit. They're now down to 21st. They were nearing that top 10 at some point, but they've kind of started to drop a little bit more. But maybe this game's the one that changes it round as they get into another engagement with Reverse 2K's team.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, they've earned 100 points today alone, and yesterday only picked up about 40 or so. So the track that they're on right now is clearly miles ahead of whatever they were doing yesterday. So a little too late for things to click now. Mind you, Illis crew was the one that was contesting the corny complex there, so we kind of remember those early engagements. It just didn't really work out for them yesterday. Back over to Clix, though, who's taking a full-on fight here, this time onto Donnie's trio. That was the trio that was just putting that extra additional pressure onto Cease and crew, so they've made it into Believer Beach, and now the clash is underway here.
Trying to get into a fight. We haven't really seen this in the early game. Knifer's team, like we mentioned, struggling multiple times to surge, and Clix's team not wanting to be a part of this fight at all. They're just wanting to dip on out. They're going to actually steal that car away, but the material's looking so low. I'm not sure how long this fight's been going on. If Clix's team's only got 20 builds now, and that was after being split. They did manage to pick up 3 eliminations total, which I'm pretty sure was to the team dipping away. Blue Cam's team, that'll be from Coral Castle. So for them, man, like, this is a rough start. Obviously great for eliminations, tags, but now they have to figure out where we're going to get 1,500 metal from when every other part of it's been taken. It seems like they're thinking Coral Castle's the place, but we know in the map something they don't, that we see a ton of teams. There's probably Ganzo's team still sitting up there on the, what we call the Free Islands.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're lurking about here. They could have been trying to play the reboot cards there from Cease's trio to make sure that they didn't get a free pickup, but seems like Elite did manage to pick them up, and now he's going to rotate into Believer Beach here. Now, this is still very, very interesting for Elite because he does not have whites to play off of either. So this is going to be a straight clean pickup and then a scramble for HP, a scramble for heals, and maybe a rotate on up to the fireplace that could be to the north of this location.
He already running. You saw him just go straight away. He's like, I got to get something. They got the 2 barrels, which will give him the 20 HP, and Cease is taking his time. Come on, Cease. Cease.
You're throwing.
This is more time. No, stop harvesting.
Oh, gosh.
Just break it. Just get out of there. Like, that's probably what. Oh, they're
right there. Hello? Oh, gosh.
Oh, we are going to need an awareness check on this team so far. We're going to need to figure out what's happening here. They're going to go and try and grab some of the fruit. I mean, if you're one of these teammates right now, your heart's starting to increase the rate rather rapidly. You're getting like a You're starting to go over 100 BPM right now. It's starting to get scary.
I've seen some streams that actually have, you know, the streamer wearing that, and it's pretty cool. I wonder what it'd be like in a pro player setting like this. It must be pretty intense. Pretty clear that they were under some serious pressure right there.
But hold on, one of the teams we're really looking out for right now, Frisk, Osp, and Visuals, our second place team. Now actually having a bit of a rough early game. Mid game, sorry, where we see one of the teams go down. It was Osp getting them picked up, which could be a ton of materials drained for him, and a lot of shields and HP too. That must have been a tag that wasn't worth it, but so is Visuals now also getting tagged up above. They've got the eyes of Smacked, Kasker, and Nittle also looming over them just to figure out which position they are currently in. And for them, Nittle, Kasker, and Smacked, I feel like they started off really well in day number 1. I was going to say that, but not necessarily. They've only had one game in the top 10 overall so far today, and that was the first game. So maybe I just was thinking a ton of them in that game, and they only got one elimination. So they're pretty low down there when it comes to fragging ability, and definitely in this lobby so far.
Yeah, what it was is that moment that we had them on camera in game 1, we said so many good things about them. It just left a great impression on us with how they were. Yeah, it left such a great impression. But it's like, since then, it's been pretty rough the last couple rounds of Fortnite here. DJH is in Canada, another team that's pushed well over 100 points here on day number 2.
What was the change up of their early game? My memory is obviously questionable. I remember obviously because they were fighting, like we said, with Chucky's team, and it seems to, I remember looking at the map and thinking, man, where do these guys go? Where do they dip? Like, what's the solution to this early game engagement? And clearly those two teams have figured it out.
We haven't watched them off the drop though to see exactly what their loot patterns have been. We only got to see the mid game decision or the early game decision making, how they were just full diving on teams and it wasn't working. Remember, in particular, it wasn't working for this trio, and we saw it working for others. So it's coming down to them just, I guess, receiving too much punishment, losing Kanata a lot of the times in the process.
Got the confirmation. Illis' team has gone to the north, so Illis' team has actually moved up to Orchard Split and that kind of north side of the Cami Split, whereas DJ's just stayed in the Corny Crop. So they've actually not left the drop spot. So really good decision for Illis' team to disengage. It's definitely benefited both teams on the second day. And overall, like, now that I look at the map of the drop spots, C2S8's team is the only team fighting off spawn.
The only true contested team.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams who are near stealing the loot.
Yesterday it was DJ's in Kanata, and then you had like Illis and that whole clash go down, and Zipoxy and Zemo and them, they were rotating in. Yeah, and then they tried to land across the river. That didn't work out, right? By the gas station. They didn't really, find too much success there. So it seems like Illis going up to Orchard was like the key little swap in the gameplay there.
I'm not really sure why they didn't do that yesterday, rather than trying to go to the east side in the North Cami Split, because it's only AV's team who's landing up above them north. And I'm not saying only AV's team and they're like, oh, easy team. Like, these guys are really scary to fight off spawn. We saw that in the qualifiers. It's just more like they could easily grab Orchard, which is clearly more important.
Users Duke and Justice though in a big fight right now. It's not full finish here. Great tag onto some toes here, so he's got a nice little angle working this low ground position. Duke's pretty lit up though. It's already picked up slacks there. This is on to Baby Boss and Doles. We've seen them have a bit of a hard time today up against the more veteran trios, and doesn't look like the narrative's going to change too much right here as Justice just connects with a huge pump shot to come in clutch for the save before the points are awarded to Baby Boss there. So users will get saved here. Surge has been ticked off, and they'll be A-OK for the remainder of the game here. Back over to Illis. We talked about their draw spot, how much success they've been finding. Take a look here. Key positioning on the early rotate down south.
Yeah, they're moving into that catty corner where we know Justice, Users, and Jukes are. Great position to be sitting themselves. This is a long rotate for them too. They're obviously coming from Orchard up at the north and rotating down south. That next zone's pulled, and Surge is now going to be active for 11 players who are going to need to go down. They're going to need to rotate pretty far, and we see in the vicinity Muzz's team. Really common for Misty Meadows teams generally to rotate in this direction to third party fight. We've not seen it too much from Muzz's team, but obviously the zones haven't really favored that so far. They're going to be one of the first teams in. Don't know how many tags they've managed to get so far. Sent his team also here. A lot of the top teams, the big names on the region that we're used to seeing, all already slightly making an early rotate to zone and not stuck on that kind of far west congestion.
Last couple games right here, Reese. This is it. Game number 11. No more chances after this next big one. So pretty much it.
This is where things get exciting too, right? Because if we see Muzz's team start to dip down a little bit in the leaderboards this game and things get a little bit closer, man, that final game gets real exciting. And if we see them take away with it, like, okay, we kind of know who our winners are, but then there's a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 5th, and all of those other places down, basically all the way to 32nd, realistically, but because it's so tight so far underneath that first place slot. So this game, really got to keep an eye on Muzz's team alongside that top 3, most importantly, to see how they end up playing out.
Yeah, the point difference right now, just around that 30 mark. And then just beyond that, about another 30 separates them from Jamper Day and Tragix, who's currently maintaining the 3rd place slot. Now for Cease, Cold and Elite, we saw Elite survive and get the pickup. We haven't quite caught the update, but I did see Storm Surge off in the distance. Yeah, I was going to say, so
yeah,
could have been it. They valiantly held on to their top 4 for quite some time with the bad games, but it should be it. They should be dropping pretty significantly now as the other teams have, quite honestly, caught up a fair amount.
Yeah, because Nani's team, alongside Quanti and Dusky, the guys who are landing on that kind of west-hand side of the map, in that kind of crash site zone, they're only 4 points behind. Commandment's team is only 3 points behind that. And we see Commandment's team in this situation in a great spot.
Yeah.
Unlike Frisk's team, though. Man, north side of the zone in 3rd. They have been struggling these last 2 games. And this is like, it's that mid-game. It's just that mid-game setup that's just not doing wonders for them.
You said last 2 games, but I just like in general, like the elims today have been very light from off visuals and Frisk. So
wow,
definitely a much slower pace today than the rocket ship that they were on yesterday. Now, it doesn't mean they're out of the competition, but hold up, they might just be out of this game right here, right now. Great little pivot here to get behind the natural cover. That is going to be the difference between them surviving right now. Visuals goes toe-to-toe with Paper. He exchanges some deadly tags there. And the zone now. The zone is going to continue to do big damage here. Now, there is some heals that you can find here. Cabbage and things of the like, but yeah, it seems like this has all been completely farmed out.
I mean, the fact that they're in wood is scary. Having to heal while sitting in wood gives me the EBGBs, because you know that anyone can just look at that and will triple spray that. Obviously, they're on a low ground layer, not many sight lines on them, so they should be okay from that position that they moved down to. And now you can see that they are. They managed to get a little bit of heal off. Hopefully, medkit available for us, but I don't think so, which shows me how low these guys' heal are split across the entire trio for them. Got a little bit of rotate to make, and we know that they don't have much to work with, and these are where some of the power teams are positioned right now. Tragix, the team that they're fighting for on the leaderboard, who is 29 points behind. 0 eliminations so far, but this could be a huge game for them. And yeah, we switch back over to our 2nd place team. So far, off down. So is Frisk. This engagement really starting to go on. It's Zemo's team. The team has just been causing chaos so far throughout the entire weekend. Is not stopping anytime soon, and they're going to pick up Visual's entire trio so far. And this opens things wide open for Jamper in 3rd to catch up, and obviously for Muzz's team to pull apart. And also in the feed, we just see Quanti's team going down. So the top 3, well, I was going to say top 3 in it, but no, we just saw us team. 1st and 3rd are still in it, and after that, it's 6th and 7th. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is really going to open things up for any team from 6th below to jump on up and get inside that top 3 conversation. But most importantly for Muzz, Mirror, and Booga, if they can just hold on at this point, they might be on that runaway train we were just talking about. They just might be too far to get overtaken, which is so exciting to think that Muzz might be, correct me if I'm wrong, the first person to go international and take a FNCS on multiple
2 regions. He will be the first.
Which is insane.
I want to keep checking in with these guys in this end game. I want to watch them, and I want to watch them because this could be the run that qualifies them for winning the overall tournament, right? This could separate them so farther ahead of any other team that it's not even possible for a comeback right now. So during the end game, right now, my eyes are set on 2 teams, Muzz's team and Jamper's team, right? These are the 2 who are the key important ones to keep your eyes out on. Commandment's team and Threat's team are definitely really important too, but the top teams in terms of Muzz and Jamper are the 2 that we have to keep our eyes on overall.
We're gonna do a Miro. all these championship rings. He's just like filling up his hands, dude, at this point.
Yeah, he won't be able to fit them on the controller anymore. Man, those virtual trophies got to be heavy, you know?
So heavy.
No point in giving the pickaxe to anyone else at this point. Just keep it with this man.
Get the man something permanent at this point. They deserve it. Oh, hey, Booga's got the permanent. I'm surprised he's actually not in the fit, to be honest. The icon skin, but...
Right? I mean, you're getting focused if you're in a Booga skin in this lobby. Let's be real.
True.
First place, being like, hey, by the way, you know who I am.
No, he's queuing into the final game with it. I'm willing to bet. If not, someone at him on Twitter to give him the idea. Plant the seed, guys. We need the victory lap in the full icon fit.
But here's the thing, this is where it could be difficult. The rotates are starting to come into the 5th zone. Here we go. Basically, all of our top teams hitting the launch pads out. We want to see their landing positions here. How are Muz's team going to be able to play this? Are they going to go for up onto a high ground position? The sprays are starting to come out from Kasker's team, but if only they knew how weak Kasker was spraying him. Almost one AR shot would have picked him up. Miro's been tagged on that rotate. Down pretty weak so far as the... Kasker's going to go down to Surge, as we see in the feed as well. Same threats, picking up elimination. They're going to be the ones up on the high ground, sent to the ex-teammates right beside them as well. And our current FNCS champions of Users, Jukes, and Justice also in the mix here. Some of the biggest names on the region all sitting beside each other. And this second last game is, you know, really what's going to decide what the leaderboard ends up looking like for, I think, the top 2.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very pivotal moment right now. And notice that Booga, Muzz, and Miro have completely changed their playstyle here in the last game, or these final games now. They have slowed down completely. Now that they have a strong and comfortable lead, it's really up to everyone else to be exceptional players. For Stretch, Sense, and Commandment, they are on a tear today. 116 points already earned on the second day, and we talked about how they have that realistic chance to hop on up the standings now that the bulk of the competition at the top is out, right? Nani, Quanti, Dusky, Cease, Cold, and Lead, they're out. Jamper, Day, Tragics, nowhere to be found right now. Actually, right here on the sidelines, just holding on at this point, and they're actually looking pretty nice, so not bad at all, considering Osvizer and Frisk are no longer in the competition, so 30 more points separate them from where they were and up at the top here.
Let's see. I want to see how the top teams are rolling into the second last game. Game number 11 of the FNCS finals for season 8 right now, and Jamper Tragic and Day, our third place team, going to hit that launch pad, tries to land far ahead. A lot of the other teams hitting the pads at the same time. On the far left, importantly, Miro, Muzz, and Booga still flying through. Suscript's team up in the air as well, and Ganzel's team's going to be taking height this game. Look at the front side of zone on that far right side. Edgy, Threats, and Rise, who are 7th place teams, still definitely in the running, have an opportunity. But the back of the zone, Day's team's going to hit that second pad.
Mind you, Senta did pick up Rise, so that's one other player down. Booga is below the Surge now. They're going to have to continue to scramble here. In the front side, though, Muzz is up. Muzz is leading here. Great tag. Muzz is going to find one. Booga doesn't find any. They're going to need a little bit more, though. And this is a 3-man team on the low ground there, so they are going to give it up here. Booga making the call here to continue to rotate here. They have the zone pressure as well in the back half. Commandment and Senseit are picked up. Stretch is now by himself here in this end game here. Take a look at Booga's position. 7 players separate them from the Surge. Miro. That's a huge tag, and yes, they did lose Miro as well. It's not looking too hot here.
This is huge. This is pivotal for the entire leaderboard. This opens things so much up for Jamper, Day, and Tragics. And Muzz, the entire trio has gone down to Surge in the first, moving that more casual playstyle, the not aggressive, has not worked out for them. This means Jamper, Day, and Tragics, if they have a big game, can clutch up huge. But for Stretch's team, they've also, our current 6th place team, down as a solo so far for them. And Stretch is going to have to clutch up big for their team as well. We still see Edgy's team in this. Let's see what Stretch can do. Absolutely nothing, it would seem like. We also see the same time Tetro's team still in this. We see Spexy's team. Where is Jamper? Has he managed? Yes. Look up on the second height. They're battling for height with Kanada's team as a full trio down below. I am ready to see the victory royale and that leaderboard really start to close the gaps.
Mind you, Dusky is also still alive in the low ground. Keep an eye on him. They might be breaking their way into top 3 as we approach this final game. Can Jamper, Tragic, and Day really do enough here? Can they pop off here and pop themselves into that number 1 slot? Overtake Booga, Miro, and Muzz, who did not earn much outside of the placement points there. Oh my gosh, look at the scramble that's happening here on the mid ground as Tragics gets the pressure from second height. Kanata and DJ putting that extra additional shot fire down to go ahead and force them into this can of players, and Jamper's finding all kinds of elims here. They're gonna go ahead and pick some up, brings them up to 3, and the loot that they need to at least close this game out here.
Looking so strong. Tons of material still on the Harpoon play. Converted, but the player's on the wall. He misses the shot. He doesn't get the full box. He's in a scuffed layer at this point. He needs to get himself up ahead, and he's trying to layer. It's Nil who's somehow still alive in this. Threats chunked up. Day now picks up Threats alongside Japper. He's popping off in the back of the tarp. They've got 5 eliminations apiece so far. The spray coming out from the high ground. 4 teams remain, 9 players total. They're looking up to height the chop.
Nice.
Now, and the big pump, the connects, and Japper starts to go for high ground. They're going to be the nice ramp flip to go up. Cone starts to come out. He flicks up to the front side. He's cranking up. He's trying to claim height. They have it. They've managed to take height in this game. This victory royale, if they manage to get it, could be absolutely pivotal for them on the leaderboards.
This is it. The very crucial moment right now as DGen falls as well. They are officially the only full trio left in this game with a proper height retake. Tragics and Day are now working their way on down. Kanata's going to find a huge tag there, but that's not going to be enough. Not enough to take on this full trio. They're going to have to go toe-to-toe here. It's going to come down to whether or not they can hit all of these shots here. Tragics, Jamper, and Day have the foothold onto the backs of Hazers and Kanata here, and they're looking to win this one out.
We absolutely have ourselves a trio tournament right here. Day's gonna drop down and even just instantly win it so far. The shots all connect from a perfect pinch from every single angle right there. 7 eliminations total for Jamper, Day, and Tragics. And hold on a second, going into the final game, we have ourselves a tournament.
Yes, sir. That's a 44-point lead, or swing for them, I should say. It pushes them right on up into things. We talked about them needing those big games, and it looks like they have done it. They're keeping it close.
Look, you know what's important here? Ex-teammate versus ex-teammate. We have Miro versus Day going into it for a championship fightal. Fightal? They're going to fight for it, title, whatever it is. Look, there are better rewards on the desk. Let's throw it back to them.
This guy just hit me with final. Yes, Reese. This is the innovation we need. They're fighting for a championship title final. There you go, Levin. This is your best friend, man. He's making up these words. My goodness. This last game. This last game is about to be wild. And it's crazy to think that there was such a lead for so long. And now with 1 game left. This is so close. Adam, you literally said yesterday, and before the show even started, we're getting ready, we're about to go live, and you're like, dude, you know what? I think at the end of it all, it's going to be super close. And I was like, Adam, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, it's going to be like by a handful of points. I'm telling you, watch that last leaderboard. It's going to be a handful of points. It's not going to be a blowout. And I said, okay, Adam, we'll see, Adam, of course. He knew what he was talking about. He knew. I don't know how. He knew.
Well, Adam knows the stuff clearly, right? Look, I think we have exactly what you want. Personally, right, I'm being selfish here. You know, I got to watch EU, 1 team just dominate, run away with it. Now I get to watch, you know, 2 teams really go at it into this final game. Everything I could possibly ask for, right? I think you look at the battle between Day and Miro, we're talking about firepower, right? 2 teams that have plenty of it. This can't get any better, I don't think.
It really can't. I think yesterday, I was saying, I reckon, I called it will come down to 3 points. I said there will be 3 points in first and second place. We're going to see that after this next game. But, you know, the boys mentioned on the casting desk there as well that, you know, we have 44 points coming in from Jamper's trio there. I think there was only, 60 between them and the top spot there, between Booga's trio. So I reckon that, 15, 20 points tops difference between first and second place now. So it is so tight. We couldn't have asked for any more from a finals here. Using our foresight, Levin, we actually went ahead at mid-game. We're like, I think we should look at Jamper's trio for a little bit, maybe Osps as well. And here you go, the Victory Royale winners themselves here. And it wasn't just a case of just holding out. It was a case of going for broke here. I think they finished on a bunch of eliminations. I think there's about 11 eliminations or so in that last game alone. You know, this is a trio as well that, you know, Reese predicted at the beginning of this whole competition as well to go the distance. And, you know, we saw the switch up as well in their trio. We see Jamper now with Tragics and Day. We obviously know Day. We talked about Mira earlier on, part of that old trio. And Levin, they're an impressive front here, and Jamper joining the mix as well is making for an awesome prospect for the future.
Yeah, I think when you look at the specifics in game, right, you're looking at a team that very much thrives in the chaos, and I think that's a factor that you definitely have in Day. I think Day is one of those people who I always watch, and I'm always amazed at how he seems to find, you know, peace and calm in absolute madness and chaos. You know, you look at that last game where, you know, they go for the late height take, the awareness to realize what is around them. This is another team, right, that has had plenty of awareness throughout this tournament, you know, where I think you look at these situations and you sort of go to yourself, okay, This is a team that really has a very good understanding of their competition, has an understanding of who in the lobby is doing what, where, and when, and they can capitalize on that. The problem now becomes, in this final game, if they all have to run into each other, then what does that look like? Especially when you're fighting for more than just the win. You're fighting for a position at leaderboard. You're fighting for first four that acts the champions. It gets really intense. It gets very, very intense. I'm looking forward to it because, 30 points difference. I'm not going to do the exact math. I've learned to never try and do exact math on the broadcast. I always embarrass myself. 28, thank you, Zika Miss Prime. Look, these are fine margins, right? Of course, yes, assuming Muzz, Miro, and Bugha have a decent game, you'd think they'd maybe be able to hold on, but, you can't afford to have a decent game. You have to go out there and really, really take things by the scruff of the neck and win this game, right? You don't want to leave any doubt. I don't want to see, Monster and Reese are going to be sitting there trying to do the maths. Nah, none of that. We're just going to win this game. You guys don't have to worry about any of the maths. That's what they should be aiming to do.
Yeah, so we highlight Osperati's trio as well there in the post match, and they actually for the first time I think I want to say since yesterday they've actually dropped into third position out and trio have gone into second. So we're talking about 28 points here, which we've seen absolutely in the last game. Jampers trio with 44, so absolutely doable going into this last game. But this is what we're all here for. At the end of this next game, we're going to crown the new FNCS champions, and is that going to be the top boys right now, Bugha, Miro, and Muzz, or is someone else going to take it over? I mean, who knows? But Zeke, I'm hyped, dude. I've never been more hyped in my life.
Dude, this is so wild right now. I mean, just envision these two trios coming together, going head to head. Trio, Mesa is split up, and now for them to say we're going to be the ones, it's going to be you or it's going to be me. This is it. 28 points separate first and second place for a championship title. Let's do this one last time. NA East Reese, MDF, over to you.
Let's get right into it. This is it, the final game number 12 after 2 long grueling days here. Who's going to take home the lion's share of the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that are available here, and of course the prestige of the FNCS Finals Championship, the NA East region. It's coming down to a 3-way race here, Reese.
That it is, and I tell you what, I've got the dock open. I'm keeping track. I've got the Excel trying to figure out what exactly the points are so that we can keep track here ourselves. We'll try to do the best we can, but what you've got to keep in mind most importantly is the fact that Miro, Day, and Osp right now have so close to the leaderboards, especially when it comes to Day and Osp, right? But for Miro's team, if they go down very early, ooh man, they could still potentially win, but it just depends on how good Day and Osp play overall. Honestly, just from start to finish, this is going to be an absolutely incredibly intense day.
We get to touchdown with the early drop of Bugha, Miro, and Muzz, just to give you guys one more good idea of how their spy's been working out. This time, uncontested, no friction. Last game, they definitely had a little bit of a jump scare as Miro was picked out this sky before they even touched down and get onto their looting paths. But the real question is, Jamper, Day, and Tragics, what a comeback for them as they've just really managed to find their footing here today. Os, Visual, and Frisk have been honestly struggling today. It breaks my heart to see them have such a good, strong, powerful lead and wonderful day one, and then day two have been hit with all kinds of resistance here. Their path has not been an easy one by any means, but if there's a time to dig in, pop off, it's right here, it's right now, it's the last game. Can they find a little bit of that magic that they had in day one?
If you're this team, right? If you're Bugha, you're Miro, you're Muzz, what do you think you're feeling right now? Because if you got to think, the pressure is on every single one of these players. For Muzz, he's obviously held in such high regard on the OCE region, having to prove himself that region can perform in a larger region like NA East. For Miro, 2-time FNCS champion, and for Bugha, the World Cup champion, and no times obviously FNCS champion yet, but a huge performer. Like, the pressure's on.
Last game showed that pressure, I think, in spades. We really got to see how much of a different playstyle they approached that endgame with, and how it backfired, right? That unruling confidence they had all the way up until that moment was clearly being what kind of separated them from the pack. And then bam, shut down due to the lack of pushing onto trios like they were doing up until that moment. Like, you looked at day one and we just constantly, I guess, criticized them on, man, these guys are low on material. What are they going to do? Bam, jump in a box, wipe a team, come back all of a sudden in the end games, right? They did that all the way up until game 11 of the FNCS finals, and they continue that trend. I mean, we could see it come down to another surge issue for them here.
I am worried, right? Like you said, exactly that point where Miro's team wasn't that aggressive day number one in those early to mid. Day number two at the start, they picked it up and they got so confident. They got the biggest games, most successful games. And then, like you said, that last game being a bit more slower, a bit more riskier, then pulling up, going down to surge. And we could easily see that again here. For Day and Osp, like, I don't see Day's team in particular them slowing down much, right? They're taking early game engagements, they're getting the tags, they're getting the elims as well, which is obviously what's caught them up so much so far. And honestly, I'm most concerned for Osp's team because they were first after yesterday with 185, and they've only gained 109 points today, which is like 10th if you're just looking at the day two results overall. So like, they've not been on a roll, they're not got that momentum that a lot of the other teams do have right now, like Miro and Day, to pick up the first place slot. So it's getting tense, it really is.
Crazy to think that if DGen, Aegis, and Kanata just didn't go down like immediately in game number one, like their tournament run would be in such a different place right now. They just came off of a third with 12 eliminations, a 6 with 3 eliminations, and a second with 7 elims. One of the biggest comebacks on day two that we have seen. Yeah, they're sitting at 143 points already coming into this last game here off of 5 games of performance. So just incredible. We're definitely seeing other teams that have had exceptional overall tournaments here on the back half, but just being weighed down by that day one performance.
I mean, day two is really starting to light things up. I feel like a lot of the big names in the region, right? A lot of the guys like Canada's teams who I feel like we know should have been up there in contention for that first place are now starting to perform.
As vets should. This is the first NAE's finals where former teammates are first and second going into the last game. Those former teammates being Day and Miro for a fight for the title. Coming off of course, as we know, a multi-FNCS championship run that they've had in the past. Incredible to think that that's even a thing. Go ahead.
About that stat, right? It's not even the fact about the teams are in it. If you read that stat out 3 days ago, do you know what most people would have said? They would have been like, oh, I bet that's about Sented's team going up against Edgy's team. But they're not in the discussion for first and second, right? Obviously, potentially, they can still push on all the way up. They need a massive game for them to get up into a second. They're both in the top 5 right now, which is obviously very, very impressive so far. So we have ex-teammates going first and second and, you know, 4th and 5th right now, which is super, super cool to see. But I just, I'm interested in how this has worked out with Day's team doing so well.
All in all, just proves that these are the greatest players on the region, hands down, no matter how you cut it, regardless of what teams they're a part of, they bring tremendous value. And that's what this entire season has really proven to us.
Yeah, and with all the team switch-ups, I feel like if you've got a team dynamic that works well, as long as you fit to another team that also has that similar dynamic with your roles, what you can play, and you have that level of talent, like, it's just gonna work. It's just gonna work out real nice.
Take a look at this. Clicks, Tahi, and Sprite. Once again, that early team wipe onto Bryce's trio here at the Believer Beach with a quick rotate on out. There's another trio looking inwards, though. They're looking to play spoiler. Gonzo and crew rotate to that same corner island here, trying to play that third-party battle onto Cease and his trio, whom have also fallen out of grace here just a bit the last half of the day here today. On the other side, Who Fishy, Aspect, and Kaz setting themselves up mid-game. They have Tabs G, Hungry, parked on top of them.
Another team that's not necessarily been shining bright like we would have expected, you know. Veteran teams, easy getting a top 10 in some of these finals and other seasons, but so far, middling, you know. Remember, they were roughly around the 15th the last time I looked at them on the leaderboards. They're down to 23rd. So yeah, they've dropped quite a considerable amount on day two, only getting around 50 points. But for them, obviously for Kaz making it to every single FNCS finals, he has nothing to prove to the rest of the lobby at all. But I'm sure he definitely still wants to hit a top performance and win an FNCS.
I mean, the real issue is when you look at what separates 20th to first place, there is nothing but banger teams. Like, this is such a big NA East finals we're looking at here. Even some of the new names like Iamzo, Paper, and Claw, right? Like the up and comers of Nosh alongside, you know, the vet Skittles and the vet Nut. And then you have Subscript, who's been putting in hard work, right? New players there, Villets and Little Ale. Like, there are notable names and there are true grinders in between where Kaz, the true vet, sit in the top of the standings. So someone's going to be upset. Someone's got to be at the bottom.
Someone is. Like, when you stack 33 or 32 in this instance of the best teams in the region together, only one team can win, and unfortunately one team has to come dead last on top of that as well. So we'll check out the full standings obviously once this final game is over. Take it back over to Reverse 2K's team, getting into another engagement, this time with Beef's team, who I'm not seeing this engagement given Beef's team is often landing down to Camp Cod area. Now Reverse team obviously being the dirty team, seems to have, these teams are making much earlier rotates than we've seen them make in previous games, or they've just changed up that early game drop.
Reverse Pump and Durant just haven't quite found it here today.
Or yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday a little bit better than today, though. Today, 16 points. Yesterday, well over 80, or like around 70 or so. So, you know, they could have had one of those climb back stories, kind of like we saw from DJ and Aegis and Kanata. But right now, the Quentin and Nuts trios, they're just putting in the mega pressure here from both angles. It looks like the team's starting to run low on material as Kanata switches back over to Wood. That's a telltale sign. Aegis tries to step in to save him, but all the builds are weak. Too much firepower coming in. We try to set the stage up for Kanata, Aegis, and DJ to be that trio that can just come back on day 2 and finish inside the top 5, but it looked like that dream might just be shut down here and now.
Might be indeed. The huge clutch potential may not continue off as DJ actually connects onto Nosh. He picks up Nosh in the feed. He's way down to low on the HP, and Skittles is going to see if he can try and pick up that revive, as Nut pushes on through back into the box. So there still is a full trio if they manage to get them out. Revive up onto Nosh. Just, yeah, again, Spexy's team's involved in this. Probably absolutely no surprise to anyone who's watched the last 2 days. And a team who's just been a nuisance to the entire lobby, and I love them. I love the playstyle. They're ballsy. They're really getting involved.
Hey, not many teams can say they've reached top 10 multiple times in a FNCS finals. They've had a 4th yesterday and a 6 today, that 6 being that the previous game, 6 with 8 eliminations. So they have true champion stride in them. It's just about putting it together, that confidence to take these fights. I mean, listen, I think the experience they're picking up right now is not going to go unforgotten, and DeQuentin, Zemo, and Zapoxy is going to be a true issue in the upcoming year to come.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Nosh's team, hope they stay together. I've seen good performances from them. See what the rest of this game ends up working out for them and how they end up playing the rest of this out. Team that's been not often that high up. We see obviously Beef's team out in the feed. 3 teams down so far. 4 now total. Obviously as DJ's team went down, we're down to 81 players as this storm surge eventually will start to go through. For Reverse's team, finally then picking up that engagement, picking up that fight, has now put them into a good position. We'll see. Don't manage to do that in many of the other games.
I'm just thinking, like, how big of a game would Reverse 2K and company need to at least end in a pretty respectable position you can hang your hat on? It just doesn't seem like it's very possible considering everyone else is still earning points. Just a little too far off the mark here today.
Wonder if that's why they're taking that engagement. They're just like, you know what? 11 games. It's not been great. And they're just going to sit and say, you know what we're going to do instead? We're just going to be confident. We're going to fight. Maybe that was a bit what they were lacking throughout the rest of the games. They just didn't have that, you know, low care attitude that they potentially should have had.
Yeah, the difference sometimes can just be how you approach the game. What's your ultimate goal? You know, when you're just having fun with it, you do tend to see players honestly perform pretty well. See it happen, I think, most often in like cash cups, right, where the pressure is a little bit less, and then, you know, there's teams that just are up there consistent.
I think that also is really important for teams who play on other regions, right? Like cross-region cash cups. A lot of people say, in particular, solo cash cups. I mean, we know what the mentality is like there. When you go to another region, play like NA East, if you're an EU player, for example, they're like, I play so much better. It's just because they have that calm attitude. And for teams like this, when they're in this final game, but hold on, wait 1 second. We got to get important. Maris Miro is picked down in the mid game in this engagement. They rolled on up here a little bit late and fully finished. And Casca's now rotating too. This is now way too many players in this. This could be absolutely devastating for them. Indeed, if they've lost on their biggest players, they're below the surge. This is exactly what we were worried about happening in the final game. As the Storm Surge starts to take through, they're trying to out-heal it. One of the worst things they could do, but no, Bugha is going for the tags. He's trying to get what he can. I think that's Nittle being tagged underneath. No, it is still Bugha. 44, they need 2 AR shots. That's only one that they've connected to. That's still going to be down below. The active surge still causing an absolute terror onto them. Here, the chug splash is now starting to go out. Kasker hears it. He's also desperate, so they're going to start to climb up and go for the fight, but no, Bugha's starting to trade back. 11 below so far. 76, he's hit the shots. Bugha has hit the shots he needed to so far. That momentarily will keep them above. They need to heal and keep going because this will not keep them above. Kasker's starting to go. He picks up the big shot onto Bugha, but 26 HP still left. He's 35 above. He won't be tagged for Storm Surge, but now they have to just hope that they can stay above this.
This is a winnable fight right here, though. Kasker's not that healthy. A 2v1 situation. Can they get this elim? The points here matter even more, too. I'm pretty sure they're on the placement point threshold. If a team falls, they should get 5 points for surviving and weathering the storm here. So this means so much more than just a simple elimination. There are a tremendous amount of points here that can quite literally be the lifeline of their tournament run here. Yes, there is a team separating them from 5 more points, which they quite honestly absolutely have to pick up here. Muzz is trapped in the past. It seems like he just barely inches out of there, and they do manage to stay alive for a little bit longer. What a very, very nail-biting moment there for the team that can quite honestly be the FNCS champions of this season. It's not over yet, but at least they have a moment here to just figure it out.
They're going to get the reboot off too, which is huge, but I think they've used up all of their heals. They need to take an engagement and win it. And with what they have so far, with the loot, it's nothing. Like 29 builds, no heals on Bugha, 76 effective HP. Luckily, there's not that many teams in their way. I'm wondering, do you use the sideways? Is this what Bugha's thinking? We go in the sideways, but no, Miro's being tagged up on the rotate there too. I think that was Tragic's teams. It's damn Tragic's teams. If only they knew who this was, they would instantly.
But they do. They heard the reboot go off. They turned around. They hit the shot. It's a white tag. That has to be the assurance. They absolutely know.
They're rotating through. They're coming through in. This could be one of the biggest game-changing moments of the NE's history. They're starting to get into this fight. They're trying to engage. Bugha's team starting to dip on out. We know who this is. Day's team has heard the reboot. They potentially saw it in the feed. Who is back up here? And this could strike danger for them. Here we go. The Sharks are in the water. Tragic's, Jamper, and Day are starting to bring. But Village team has come on in as a third party.
This is going to come down to whether or not Ale and Villas decide to continue to look at this fight. And those shots are just enough for them to understand that, you know what? Is it worth it to take out team number 1 when we can get taken out too and lose our chance at first place? And just like that, we have a little slight extension into the story here today, and Bugha, Muzz, and Miro managed to get away with murder. They get to stay alive a little bit longer. I kept using this call. It's just the lucky stars aligning right now. Another just interesting moment that manages to keep them alive a little longer to earn a little more.
If Muzz's team, along with Bugha and Miro, win this,
you have to get away.
You send 50% your earnings over to Village team. They just saved that game right here, right? They just clutched that entire game up. I don't think Village team even has an understanding of what they've done. They came in looking for some tags, looking for a third party potential and players late rotating, and they honestly just saved the entire game for Bugha so far. This has given them a second life to try and a rebirth into this match.
Now, mind you, because of that little bit of extra time too, take a look. 5 more placement points finally awarded here to Bugha and company, so they did just make it over that threshold. This was nearly a 0-point game for them. So many things just happened all at once there. It's incredible to see them even in the game right now, and honestly, in a fighting position to get back into the round here with the surge and everything here. They're not completely out. They're just in a desperate position now.
They're now below as well, 215 down. That means the team that was taken out was one of the teams that they were above in the leaderboards here, which is making things way more difficult for them. So not only do they have no heals, they have to do something. And if you're this team, you've got to think the heart's got to be racing, the brain's got to be confused. You're in one of the most difficult situations you will ever be in your life. And Booga's been tagged up. Now the entire trio has no shield. And I think you've got to think it's potentially Jamper's trio that hit that. They're going in the back of the tart. They're going for a sneaky play here to try and see what they can do. 69 players still alive. That is nice. A lot of these teams will have to be still up in this, and this surge is going to be active in almost 12 seconds. No, it's active. Muzz goes down. Nice time. Booga hits the shots. He connects. He gets a knock and manages to hit even more damage onto that body, but they're still. Oh my god! The finish comes out from Booga. That's probably going to be the most incredible fight of his life, which will clutch up, but they are still below so far, and Muzz is still down as well.
Still below, though. They need 86 more. They need another tag here, a big one to stay alive. But hey, they did earn some placement points, so it's not completely over. Miro's going to get tagged once again there. Surge is completely active here. They are just above, so they'll have a moment to breathe. They also pulled a pretty decent zone here, so something can still come about from this. Now, with not much shields or builds to work with here, Booga has to go on the offensive here to keep the teams off them. Suscript's team is also under Surge. They are under pressure here. They're going to be looking to hunt here soon, and 10 players have to go down. 1 HP left. Can Miro find some tags for his trio? He can. It's more points as well. That could be the difference maker. Booga's still going here, and down he goes. He has earned 7 points for his team there. They have done a little bit, so at least earn some points this game.
They went down on 339 points. Tragic goes down. You're right.
Oh my gosh.
Jamper Day now left as a duo in this.
Wait, they're holding a body here.
What they can do.
They might get the pickup.
They got the revive. They have the heals. They can manage to get him up too.
Oof. Okay, we can breathe. That was the most intense mid game I think we've ever seen on the NAE stage for a finals. But what we can take away is our first place team is definitely out. The leaderboard, the standings, the opportunity is completely open. Osp, Visuals, and Frisk have high ground right now. Oh my gosh. Could this be the game where Osp, Frisk, and Visuals finally make everything click? They had a great day one, a rough day two, and all it can be now for them is to make it all work in the last game again. One pop off.
Quick maths. The day 1 points or the day 2 points, if you see at the bottom of your screen from Day's team 182, that'll put them over that'll get them to 340 points or more, which will guarantee that they've overtaken Miro's teams. For Osp's team, if it says 155 at the bottom, we know they've overtaken Miro's team. So 182, 155.
Austria will need a victory royale in roughly, I think, 8 or so eliminations to really punch their way through. This is possible because, again, they pulled that half and half out. They have the material to work with. First takes a little bit of fall damage there on this movement on in. Tragic is punished again. This is my Clistahian Sprite this time. 5 damage above the surge. 15 players have to go down. They're going to have to fight here. Once again, they're going to have to push a trio. It's going to take some Storm Surge. Oh no, the failed wall there. That could be a difference maker right there. In they go. They have the marker where they want to land planned out. They touch down. The cones come out. They're sitting between some enemy builds. As cautious as ever. They're alive.
Materials still in the inventory, though. Look at what they got to work with. So much. Tragics has the firepower to be able to pick up these eliminations at the same time. I'm looking forward to what Jamper's team could do. They're in the great position to front the zone on height. Fatch's team, but I'm not worried about them so far. I'm looking at Tragics. I want to know what they can do with this. All the hard match.
Visuals is down.
The next one pulls down. Visuals does go down. That's our 3rd place team so far, losing a member.
Frisk found a single elimination, though. They did need that. That was something to keep an eye out on, as Peterbot goes down as well to carry there. 18 damage Vanilla now for Tragic, Jamper, and Day. Minigun's going to start to come out here. They're really desperate to find some tags. It's going to come down to whether or not they can get this pressure. Look across or look down is the decision they have to make right now. And Tragic takes his focus down to the low ground teams. Can he find something? Can the shots pierce through? Surge is definitely active right now, taking some players. The single team has to go down. There it is. Someone finally falls. Pressure is alleviated for a moment here. They have the builds. winnable now. Elite Cease and Cold on the high ground. They want this top 3. They want to fight their way back into tens of thousands of additional dollars here.
190's magic number. Apparently we got to be looking out for. My math's horribly wrong as always, so we'll keep it out looking for days. So far that should be the guaranteed. They were on 150ish on that second day. Still the low ground. We see Commandment's team still in this. They're still fighting up for a higher position in this as well. They're picking up shot for shot. Commandment did a good job getting himself targeted head clean in the front side of zone, as we see Stretch still with him. Tragic is up on high ground. Tragic, Jamper, they have managed to claim the height. They get knocked out at the same time. They are in a position to not only win this game, but win the entire tournament. But they have no elims. They are going to need elims if they want to win the entire tournament. This is not enough for them to do it just to pick up the victory royale. They're going to need at least 4 or 5.
That's not enough. They're going to definitely need some eliminations here. The pressure's at an all-time high considering they have the high ground. Do they understand the situation at hand is the true question. On the low ground, Commandment Stretch is scented, making no waste of the position they've been granted, the key position of that low ground, and doubling back and forth the zone. This is where they barrel over the best. They know how to play this. Singling out a team up above them, they should be setting up a big elim here shortly. Thinking of knocking this trio down. They don't have control of that. Frisk is still in this game. Frisk still clutching up placement points here. They have 3 eliminations. They have definitely closed some kind of gap here between them and Jamper. First 2K founds ceasing to feed there.
Go second. We'll see if it's enough to go second. Still up on height. Tragic Jamper. I know they're feeling super excited about this height, but we need to see them pick up some eliminations in the feed. But Frisk at the same time managing to crack shot after shot here, but down the low ground still has a solo. He's going to have to connect more shots than that. Oh, the player comes up from the box. He doesn't connect it. The spray comes from above. The walls start to go through. He puts the edit. He's looking for the players on the brom, but the squad's up on high ground. He's missing the shot with the player. It's Ganzo who picks him up too, so it wasn't even Jamper's team. Jamper from his POV, they managed to get elimination, and it's Day's POV from here on out.
2 elims now. Tragic's found another one. Jamper's in the box. This is a crucial elim right here. He has to get it. He does not. Can Day finish it off? Will the zone do the rest? Of the true question. They have lost 2 members now. It's up to Day. It's all on Day's shoulders here. He wants to be the FNCS champion. How badly does he want it? No more time left on the clock. He has to jump down and fully commit here. A siphon is going to be what separates him to stay alive. And no, it's not enough. He falls. And instead, Users and Justice win the game by default for staying alive just long enough on the low ground.
Look, the numbers were going flying there. We obviously saw the huge victory roll come out from Jukes, Justice, and Users. But I want to see what that final leaderboard's looking like. I want to see what it's shaping up like so far.
Oh man, what a game. What an exciting game. Broke the immersion. It's all good. It was very much worth it. 12 games of FNCS, man. NAs did not disappoint.
They absolutely did not, right? So close to the top, all the way down to that final game. Incredible matches we've seen today across today and yesterday, the whole weekend.
Listen, we're gonna have to wrap up here from MDF and Reese. We're just gonna toss on over. I need to see the point. Zeke, bring us home.
Adios.
I can't believe that Reese did not broke our immersion. How dare you, Reese? How dare you? Wow, that's not the story here. Okay, we have to see these final results. We're gonna take a look at the Victory Royale moments before, as we kind of prepare to see which trio did walk away with a win. Okay, it's very close. Adam, you might have called
the 3 points.
Exactly.
I'm not even lying. I think it could be 3 points.
I think it might actually be.
I can't believe. I actually think it is. This is crazy. I mean, fellas, we have just witnessed. What was really ironic as well is we just seen Users trio in that last part of the game there win the Victory Royale. Last season's FNCS champions could potentially go head-to-head against this season's FNCS champions in the last game on the last day of finals. I mean, this is absolutely huge, Levin. Crazy.
Honestly, I'm shell-shocked. I am just in absolute awe of what could be, some sort of astounding history on our hands, right? Where you look at the way today's played out, you look at the way yesterday and today both played out together. Honestly, just some of the best Fortnite you will see. And it might have taken us a year to get here, right? We've seen some great Fortnite across the year, especially out of NAEs. But, the culmination of all of that leading to what is this ending, it doesn't get much better than this. Once again, like you guys, I really want to see the standings. You sort of have an idea of what it is, but you're never too sure. I really just want to get to that point right now.
Is it okay? Here we go. It's time. By 7 points, your champions in Chapter 2, Season 8. It's Muzz, a winner from OCE. Come on over to NA East to get a win. It is Miro, another winner yet again, 3-time champion in NA East. And your World Cup champion, Booga! Yeah! I can't believe it, Levin! The boys did it!
I can't believe
it. This is what it's all about. This is why we watch. This is why they play. For moments like this, for Booga, who everybody knows as the World Cup champion, to finally win an FNCS. For Muzz to win an FNCS, to travel all the way across the world into unknown territory where many people doubted his ability to replicate the success he had in OCE. And for Miro to just show time and time again that he is one of the most prolific fraggers in the world. I am so happy for these guys. Well deserved. Congratulations, guys.
Unbelievable, fellas. Like, this has been one of the greatest, like 12 games. We've seen here the consistency as well from Muzz, Miro, Booga, who've pretty much been at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. Then they dropped off a little bit today in terms of where they stood. And then the Jamper and Day and Tragics, GG's boys for putting it down to the wire right there at the end we saw. But Muzz, as you mentioned, Miro has won previous FNCS, as we've seen. Booga is a welcome champion. Muzz as well, in his own right as well, has been a champion in OCE, but to come and to compete with these guys, look at the prize pool alone as well. The difference this makes to Muzz's future as well is huge in comparison with in this region. It's just absolutely incredible. These are the champions you can see on the screen right now of each and every different region. Of course, Levin, Reese earlier on the broadcast for Europe. You see Seti, Kami, and Teak in Europe there winning with a massive score in the 400-point region there as well. Here on the broadcast, NA East, Muzz, Miro, and Booga. I still cannot believe it. Champs to be crowned in some of the regions here as well, Oceania, Asia, and Middle East as well confirmed. Levin, a team like this, Muzz, Miro, Booga, we talked about this at the beginning of the whole competition, when we went back to qualifier 1. These guys here are technically a dream team in some degrees. We're looking at, all these accolades that kind of follow them in the past. Them coming together and doing this and this, so quickly and cohesively as well, just goes to show not only are they the greatest when it comes to solo play as well as it is as a team, but the fact that they could just instinctively make this happen, getting an FNCS title as well. What a feat this is.
Look, it's one of those situations where we constantly see teams try and create the winning formula, right? We see teams switching things up. I've talked about this before. You come play with me. You're talented, yeah, you come play with me. Oh, you're a good player, you come play with me. And we've seen it fail many, many times, right? But this is an example of where, you're sort of in the right place at the right time. They work incredibly hard. They're reaping the benefits of that now. Honestly, I'd love to see how this works out for them moving forward. Of course, we've got Grand Royale around the corner. Let me not get too ahead of myself. Let's stay in the moment for a second. This was a great performance. They had to make it a bit entertaining for us, right? We just saw in the EU, Kami C2S8 running away with it. Over here in NA East, they just said, you know what, guys, we want it to be a bit of fun. Let's give the casters a bit of a tough time trying to count the numbers, see if we're reaching that threshold. But still, really, really impressive performance, especially over the 2 days. These guys are the real deal.
So insane. I cannot believe this happened. I literally, halfway through game 3, I'm like, guys, what if these guys win? What if they won? What would that look like? Everyone's like, nah, Nizzy, come on. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the World Cup champion. Booga has looked for this win. He walks away. Muzz and Miro, both 3-time FNCS champions. Muzz coming over. He's like, hey, you know what, OCE, this has been fun, but I need to take something else, man. I need to come in. I need to just challenge myself. He had to relearn a meta, relearn a new region, and then says, hey, Booga, hey, Miro, you guys want to try and win an FNCS Geo's champion title? Seems pretty good to me. And they win. Oh, my goodness. Today has been a great day of Fortnite. And to think we still have to go see how things unfold in NA West and Brazil. Fortnite fan, we hope you guys have enjoyed all of the action today. It has been such a treat to hang out with all of you and watch these games. Please give these two incredible gentlemen a follow. Levin, thanks for hanging out with us today. Give, of course, Reese and Monster D-Face a follow. Reese's Agent Peely is God tier in and of itself. Fortnite fan, we love you guys so much, and we'll see you soon for more NA West action. Until next time, we love you, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Visuals TV jumps in the box. Shots connected so far, but he's going to get traded out. Frist's going to finish up the elimination so far. The siphon materials come through. That's Miro that goes down. So that's the team that they need to pick up. Booga goes down at the same time. 2 eliminations for Frist at that point. Now goes down at the same time. So that's less Booga as a solo, and it's to the hands of Kanata, who's picked up the finish with 8 eliminations on Kanata so far. Ejin and Daedrus, one apiece being 10 total. They have been absolutely popping off. We know that the high ground has the heal-off blade down below. The chaos is starting to ensue. Ganzo picks up 1 in the feed. His teammates go down. It's Osp that he's picked up as well, which is crazy big for it. Frist now fighting for it with Ganzo down to the low ground. He's going to trade shot for shot, blow for blow. But Frist goes down as Ganzo now versus the high ground team. Day now picks up threats alongside Japper. He's popping off in the back of the tarp. They've got 5 eliminations apiece so far. The spray coming out from the high ground. 4 teams remain, 9 players total. They're looking up to hike the chop.
Nice.
And the big pump, the connects, and Japper starts to go for high ground.
They are under pressure here. They're going to be looking to hunt here soon. And 10 players have to go down. 1 HP left. Can Miro find some tag for his trio? He can! It's more points as well! That could be the difference maker! Booga's still going here! And down he goes! He has earned 7 points for his team there.
3-time champion in NA East and your World Cup champion, Booga! Yo, what it do, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. That's right, we just wrapped up EU NA East champions all across the land, but we still have 2 more to crown, and one of them is here in NA West. You know who I am. It's your favorite DJ Yonder, DJ Zeke in the building. And guess what? We have Kelly. She's back. And look at Panda. They're the same character.
Whoa, first of all, no, we're not. I'm the Dark Bomber, okay? So good knowledge there from Fortnite. You know, that's what you want to see from your... But honestly, Zeke, I can understand a little bit of the confusion because today has been an absolutely exciting day to see the 2019 World Champ once again with the OCE King win NA East. I understand that you're, you know, just confused right now, but Panda, it's so good to see you. Zeke, it's great to see you too. I can't wait to get into the final 6 games of NA West.
Listen, I'm excited too. There's no better way to wrap all this up in a bow than to see Arkham Rex and Epic Whale end up losing that king, that top spot. Reed, Snacky, and Fabs, they're here, baby. I'm not done. It's going to happen today.
Well,
but nice to have you back, Kelly.
Well, we'll touch on that in just a little bit. First, let's do a few things before we begin this very long discussion, which will lead us to champions at the end of it all. Let's talk about the overall tournament format. As you guys know, we start with open qualifier rounds. We go on over to semifinals, and now we end right here in finals land. This is day number 2. We started with 6 games yesterday, and now we will end with these 6 right here.
And what an incredible journey it has been from weeks ago with qualifiers 1 and 2 down to our semifinals, down to the absolute insanity that was our reboot rounds. And it all comes down to this 30 Tritos duking it out, trying to claim once more to get that first place spot in the lion's share of the prize pool. But the story is scary. I don't really know what to believe in anymore. If Arkham Rex and Epic Whale aren't the champs of NA West, then is this, you know, a Twilight Zone episode? I'm confused. I'm scared. But you know what's going to help me be, like, good is to see what the points are.
No, absolutely. And while we touch on the topic of points, we got to talk about it. Arkham Rex, Epic Whale yesterday hitting their first 0-point game as a trio throughout Trio FNCS. So points are going to matter for them, especially going into today, because there are only 6 games today. 6 games have already been played yesterday. Now the final 6 opportunities for them to continue to climb out of that 4th place spot and up to the top is here, but it's going to be vital. They're going to have to do it strategically. They need to make sure they are balancing a decent amount of eliminations with that placement to ultimately climb there up to that top spot. But Zeke, what are they competing for?
Panda, of course, it is a signed autograph of you specifically, and that you said you were going to give Reed and company if they did win. Oh, but there's also prize money, and I guess the Axe of Champions as well. Here we can take a look at all the prize money per region, and we can actually take a deeper dive into NA West, specifically $48,000 going over to the trio that takes that number 1 spot home. But even if a trio can't make number 1, I've said it all day, placing something like top 5 as opposed to saying coming in 33rd, very big difference here in prize money. So we're going to see a lot of these trios. They're going to fight to tooth and nail trying to make at least top 10 to try and see more of that prize money. Now, let's talk about trios to watch. But first, we got to talk about Brazil, because that's right, we have more winners. I know I just cut myself off. It's okay. Let's take a look. New champions, Opie, Faizin, and GSX, your champions out of Brazil. 313 points, 3 victory royales, 61 eliminations, and the average placement of 11.1.
I mean, this was all due to day 1. They did grab a victory royale in day number 2, but that great performance they had in day 1 was able to carry over and keep them up on top. But look at the difference between 1st and 2nd place. I can only imagine how much Opie, Faizin, and GSX were sweating, because that's a 1-point difference, Panda.
Well, you know, and it actually kind of played out very similarly to what we saw in NA East, right? Where Miro and company were just a few points away, and they ended up going down early. The same thing happens here to Opie and company. They ended up falling in 20th place with 0 eliminations on that 313 spot. And Pate actually had a pretty decent performance, scoring a 5th place with 2 eliminations, but it wasn't enough. Obviously, you can see one more elimination could have made the difference, could have ultimately got them that 1st place spot. But you know what? It happens. But congratulations to our Brazil finals champions. You got to enjoy that pickaxe. Let us know how it is.
Someday. we'll be able to experience something just as awesome as holding the Pickaxe of Champions. Really, I get to experience that already. I get to hang out with Panda and Kelly. It's pretty much the same thing. Guys, let's talk about trios to watch. And start us off. Okay, here we go. Kelly, I know you've not been around, and welcome back. It's great to have you back. We got to talk about Reet, Favs, and Snacky. Last week, I had production pull a clip of our good boy Panda here, saying he believed they were going to win. They did not do that, but they seem to be doing well today. So I have to see, or yesterday rather, I want to see how they do today.
I mean, I think you can kind of get an idea of how they're going to do today just by what we saw yesterday. Reet grabbing an insane amount of eliminations, but beyond that, to get a victory royale in Game 3, and then 3 subsequent second-place finishes. Clearly, this is a different team than we saw in the qualifiers, a different team than we saw in the semifinals, and I am so excited now that I get to be back here and watch them live, because although I may have picked Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in Qualifier 1, I definitely spoke to the positives of Reet, Snacky, and Fav. So, you know, Panda, I feel like you're going to say something to me and say how I'm wrong or whatever, but I was kind of right.
No, absolutely. I understand that you want to change your prediction now that we've gone through the first day and you saw how great they were. It's okay. But don't worry. There are 6 games to go, and there are chances for Arkham Rex and Epic Whale to climb up. But we got to talk about their performance yesterday, because it wasn't the normal team that we normally see. Now, again, like I mentioned before, it was the first time that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale got 0 points in a game as a trio in trio FNCS history. So kind of stunning to think about that fact, but it boils down to this, right? They know what they need to do. They are championship material. They've been the champions for 4 FNCSs in a row. But will they be able to break that out in stride and come into today and make something happen? Because we've seen in the past where this trio does, in fact, turn around and win it all. But after yesterday, I just don't know if this is the same team that can break through and win.
It's like, if you look at all the other games besides the 25th placement, they did the typical style that they do it, where they never place below 10th. They make it to every end game. They always grab a handful of eliminations. But when you compare that to someone like Reet, Favs, and Snacky, who not only is able to grab 13 eliminations in a 6th place finish, they're able to be the most consistent team in a 6-game series that I've ever seen. So I don't know. It almost seems like I'm seeing 2 different teams right now, and I'm excited to see how day number 2 is going to flesh out. Zika, is everything okay?
Kelly, last season, you were the one that pointed out the steady decline of Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. And so, I don't know. This very well could be the season where they are dethroned. Kelly did point out how they started the first time they won. It was by such a massive, like a landslide.
100 points.
It was ridiculous, right? I mean, we just saw that again happen earlier on today. And then over the course of these next subsequent FNCSs, that margin has gone smaller and smaller. Last time only leading by, like, I think 12 points, you had said, Kelly. So if it's going to happen right now, coming into today, Reet, Favs, and Snacky, they have a really great lead, but we saw something exactly like this happen last time. We saw Arkham Rex at Will going to day number 2. Weren't even really part of the story, and then they won. So we'll follow this more. We'll follow more of this later on. Let's keep going. We have a few more trios that I want to talk about. Krizix, Andy Joshua, and Jelty. Talk about this trio.
I mean, what can you say about this trio besides the incredible performance that we got to see in the qualifiers from them? They are a team that has been around forever, representing Latin America, so you know that they have so many fans repping them behind, and I'm hoping that they can take this momentum from what they saw yesterday, which wasn't a top 5 performance, but still quite incredible to walk away there with 139 points total, getting a 2nd place finish with 10 eliminations. But are they able to get into the top 5, Panda?
That's the question, right? Obviously, Jelty and Co., they understand how to come out on top. They are champs in their own right, but to beat these powerhouse trios we've just talked about, it's going to take a lot. But if any other team on the leaderboard has the opportunity to do so, it is Jelty, it's Andy, and it's Krizix. So I'm going to be excited to see how they perform here. And this is actually a good example of them going up against Reet & Co. That was their victory royale, and they did an exceptional job of clearing out most of the trio in that situation, but they just couldn't quite get the full finish. So look, regardless, we're going to see it's a new day, 6 full games of
pure NA West action to unfold. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm excited to see who, Reed, Favs, and Snacky get that championship axe.
I knew it. I was like, it's going to happen. He's going to say it, isn't he? There it is. Okay. One last trio for us. Ladog, James, J Roses, and Zinc. Another trio that we think could potentially be a trio to watch coming into the competition. They're starting the day in 8th place, right? It's not that far away, but if they do pick up the pace, they could very well end the day in top 5.
Yeah, they're clearly doing quite well being in our top 10 right now, but they're so hot and cold, right? When they aren't performing, they're only grabbing a little bit of points. And then when they do perform, like that Game 5 Victory Royale, they're able to grab a bunch of eliminations, do it from the low ground, which is not easy as far as NA West standards go. But for me, it's how hot and cold they are, Panda, that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, you kind of said it best here. They're almost 90 points away from that top spot, which speaks to how well, obviously, Reed, Favs, and Snacky did, as well as Symmetrical and company, because they are shortly behind Reed. But that is a huge gap to fill. And even Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are about 80 points behind top. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fill that gap or how they attempt to fill that gap. But as we saw earlier today, Cami, Seti, Teak, and EU, they just remained consistent here in day 2 like they were in day 1. And took it away in 11 games. There was no doubt at the end of game 11 that they were the winners. So it's going to be interesting regardless, but let's recap. Let's talk about it. Reeves, Fav, Snacky at the top, 47 eliminations and 136 placement points.
What's a bit bewildering to me is that 6th through 9th place, you can see everyone there has a Victory Royale. So this isn't kind of the consistent NA West that we're used to seeing. Clearly, Reet, Favs, and Snacky far ahead from the rest of the competition, with Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy just kind of barely behind them. 30 points is still a significant margin. But I can't believe I'm seeing Arkham Rex and Epic Whale almost 100 points behind Reet, Favs, and Snacky. Obviously, 1 VR and 15 eliminations could easily shoot you up 100 points or near that. So there are still possibilities for crazy upsets, but from what we saw yesterday, that's not going to happen unless these teams target Reet, Favs, and Snacky. Maybe if we get a hard West zone or a hard Southwest zone, there's going to be an opportunity for Jelty there, or Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. But as far as these middle zones are going, that is going to go to the way of Reet and company. They're landing Corny Crops, which is an incredible POI, and we know that rotating from there is quite easy pretty much anywhere in the map because you're right smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, look, especially when you have teams like Chicken, Kytrex, and Mekton, they're landing Bony Burbs, right? But they're only getting Bony Burbs. Reets, Favs, and Snacky, they're getting everything from the Guardian Spire north of Corny down to Risky Reels. They have such a odd split that I'm surprised they haven't been contested or anybody hasn't pushed up against any of the solo players in that split. But honestly, we know what would happen if anybody pushed them.
It kind of reminds me of the previous seasons where no one would land next to Believer Beach because Arkram's team was right over there. Obviously, with the crash site and Blezro dropping there, and how we kind of saw that play on Qualifier 1, where Blezro's team was actually doing quite well in that area, and just all the other incredible teams that are around them. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe everyone's afraid of Reet. Maybe no one is going to be chasing for first place. Instead, they're going to be fighting for 2nd through 4th. I don't know. I'm excited because although it is incredible to have the story of these 3 kings, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, not just win every trios event, but also win the duos and the solos. I want to ask you, chat, do you think that they should win all of the tournaments for the year, or would it be more momentous to have them finally defeated after this steady decline from a 100-point lead to a 50-point lead to 25, finally down to 10 points? Maybe it's going to be a 5-point lead, but I'm kind of leaning towards the way of Panda here that this might be it. Oh, what do you want to say, Zeke?
I'm down. That seems pretty cool to me. I'm down.
You're down?
That's all I have to say. Let them lose. Let them be dethroned. I'm down. I'm still too large.
And look, let me say this. I've always said that Arkram, in my opinion, is one of, if not the best player in the world, right? His mind in Fortnite is something that I haven't seen matched by any other player. But again, it speaks to how the region itself continues to get better over time. So, look, I'm excited, man. These games are going to be insane. But I'm excited regardless to see who is the champion at the end of the day.
I mean, what you say about Arkram, can't you say exponentially more for Reet, who is probably internationally the most decorated player in Fortnite history, and probably the most volatile and the most unique in a sense. And to finally see them, who during the qualifiers and semifinals looked like they were their typical team, to playing so completely different. I don't know if they just had the best VOD reviewing, if they had a strategy in mind. I mean, Panda, obviously you were here for the first 6 days. This isn't what we're used to seeing with them. So what happened?
I think this is one thing that I'll say, and I kind of broke it down with SBG over the last couple days. When we looked at their qualifier performance and we looked at their semifinals performance, they took every fight that they could take, right? And it was kind of unique, right? Obviously, it still worked out with them. They got their series points to make it to semifinals, then they ended up getting a top 4 in semifinals day 1, right? But again, up until that point, they really hadn't played for placement. It was all about getting those eliminations throughout rotations and whatever eliminations they could find. So I kind of came to the conclusion here with SBG that they were solely playing to get better as fighters, because remember, this is the first season this trio is playing together. So I felt like they used the qualifiers and that day 1 of semifinals to just practice fighting. And now that they've made it to finals, they're playing a more consistent game, a more methodical game. They're going for the end game. They're making sure they make their way there. We saw several times yesterday where they had like 800 damage above the threshold in Storm Surge, but they had 0 eliminations, meaning that they had a good understanding of what they needed to do and where they needed to be. And then ultimately they ended the games with several eliminations. So it's going to be interesting regardless. I'm excited to see this new evolved version of this trio, but will it be enough? 6 games will tell.
Well, let's remind everyone of our predictions, the trios we think could walk away trios champions at the end of the 6 games. And let's kind of use this to kind of talk about...
Oh, what?
Here we go. Kelly, did you change your prediction? Did you change it? Production, change it back.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about. I've always spoke to how highly Reet, Fabs, and Snacky are as a team. I, gave the idea to pick. I mean, I had the script last season, actually for like the last 3 seasons, so I decided to be a bit charitable, give Panda the script this time. So, his pick is my pick.
Oh, man, look. I understand, right? Obviously, you can't bet against them after that day 1 performance, but still, you can't also count out Arkham Rex and Epic Well there either, because they are an incredibly talented trio. We've seen them come back from huge deficits in the past, but I don't know. Something just feels different about this season. And the way that Reet, Fabs, and Snacky played yesterday, if they are consistent and play that way today, it's wraps.
Also, let it be known that I have consistently given a shout out to Symmetrical's team, so if they win as well, then that's pretty much like my choice too. So, I can't lose.
What? Kelly? What? No, you can't do that. You can't have an infinite number of predictions. Production, we gotta shut her down. She's becoming way too powerful, okay? We'll talk about this afterward. Yeah, we'll have to see. This could very well be a pivotal moment for NOS as a region, right? To finally say Arkham, Rex, Epic Well, you guys have had your time in the sun. You've had it for a long time. But maybe it's time to step aside. Maybe it's time to give Reet, Fabs, and Snacky that win, right? Maybe they're just gonna take it from you. Maybe there's nothing you can do. Nothing anyone can do. Maybe Symmetrical, Temple B, Wavy Jacob, they show up. They're only 30 points behind starting the day. That's really not that much. That's just a victory royale without elimination. So we'll have to see how this all unfolds. We have 6 games ahead of us, Fortnite fam. We hope you guys are ready for all the action. 1 trio left to crown in the FNCS of Chapter 2, Season 8. And then we'll know and have new trio champions across all the regions, which is kind of wild. But you see that timer. 5 seconds to go, which means we're about to jump aboard the battle bus. I call the spot right next to Panda, and I've got the popcorn, buddy. It's time. We're going in. We're going to hang out with Clay Sun. Now they'll be calling all the action. We'll be here between games. Let's get into this. Game number 1 of day number 2 of the finals. It's go time.
Thank you so much, Panda, Zeke, and Kelly. And what's up, Fortnite fam? 6 regions down, 1 more to go. My name's Sundown cosplaying as the Cuddle Team leader. We got Clay Stelling here, just bushing around a little bit as we hop into the games.
Oh, one of my favorite outfits, the Bush Ranger. I had to try to replicate it the best that I could. Hope we did a good job here, but you're right. It's 6 more games of NA West action. And of course, yes, if you missed it, this is our first place team after 6 games. But will they hold on or will they crumble under the pressure of being first?
I mean, the lead is not as substantial either. They opened up. I mean, Kelly was talking about some of the strongest and most consistent 6 games of Fortnite that she's seen in a long time. And I mean, I'd have to agree, but I also was watching EU this morning where we saw just Cammy City and Teague absolutely run through not only yesterday, but today. But speaking of running through, J Rose is picking up 2 very quick early eliminations to get us started and on the board early. Just look how much space that they have, Clay. This is absurd.
It really is. They've carved out this entire POI and little areas around it just by being that dominant, and that is respect given with, which we really haven't seen given over to Reap before. He kind of was always contested. Didn't really have the opportunity to land, but they wanted to play the game they did, and now this season, you see what happens. Moving over, though, contested drop that was last 6 games. Looks like it's going to continue to be this 6 games as well. Stealthy Stronghold. Noah W plays in Ranger, though, in an awkward fight because I don't think they got one of the players back.
Yeah, and only a singular build left on Noah W, so they need to be careful here. Lucky Pup and Bolts trying to close out the fight. Jagfear. Bumboy, though, closing in over the distance. It's a full another trio, so you can see Ranger Noah W trying to get aggressive. Don't forget, they were able to win a game yesterday, clutching up. That was one of Reed's 2nd place finishes going through. You can see Nigel picking up Macon in the feed. Rodrigo's going to get the finish, so just keeping an eye on the top left corner where we do have a bunch of solo players going down. No full trios out yet. You can see a Disengage trying to come out. This is a 2v3, remember, and Ranger actually oversteps. He's going to get taken out. Noah W trying to do everything he can. Will end up getting the knock onto Bolts, but again, with no builds, no real way to close this fight without a shotgun. I mean, he's just going to be cleaned up, and if he's not going to be cleaned up by Lucky Pump, Jagveer, Bumboy, and Batman Booga are just going to walk on in. They got the dustpan and the broom, and they'll pick up all the rest of these points here.
And that's so perfect for them, as they were towards the top of the leaderboard starting the day. They tried to keep that up. They tried to keep their pressure on it, but started falling a little bit shorter. But if you are, if they're about 100 or 90 points off of the pace of Reed, Fabs, and Snacky, this is how you get back up there. You go find these elims. You don't worry about Surge. You get this extra bit of loot, and boom, already so hyper aggressive from them. I love to see it, and I'm excited to see how they translate it into these next couple games.
Seen on West that not necessarily the amount of aggression we're used to. Largely that's because rather than having the full 33 teams in the lobby, it is just 30. A little bit more space. When you add that in, the fact that some of these teams who normally would be playing hyper aggressive, going out and kind of looking for those fights, aren't necessarily doing so. You're starting to see a lot higher numbers. However, compared to yesterday, we are at a little bit of a faster pace right now. We have seen 3 full trios go down, 81 players up, so no scragglers going out. Everyone's been picked up. Otherwise, it's full trios up on their feet. And we did get a relatively far south zone pull here, Clay. So lots of changes in verticality in play, but not too many tough rotations, as we're not necessarily over towards either side of the map, relatively pulled to the center. Like, we do have a little bit of an eastern skew to it, but right now we can see Nova, Salu, XLR under a little bit of pressure here. Bluz, Quito, and Oka trying to get the angles, and Bluz really has the opportunity to rain down some pressure, but XLR has a sneaky angle on Oka, and he's not paying attention at all. He's going to lose the entirety of his shield, but Bluz is immediately going to turn around to deal with that threat. So just an extended 2v2. If they're able to isolate Bluzro, though, they could potentially make something happen. And Nova does a great job picking up Quito. That's on the right side of your screen. Bluz tries to provide a little bit of fire, but the Siphon comes in very timely to keep Nova relatively at fighting HP. And XLR now is going to look to potentially just knock all of this down and force Bluzro in. One thing about this area, while there's a ton of mats, it takes a while to farm up, so they're investing a decent amount here height-wise. And we take a look, yeah, still 45 builds, so not necessarily hurting too bad, but it's a very thin base they're on.
One gas can or Firefly, there are some that spawn around here, just takes an entire base down. They do back down into this fight yet again. Nova gonna do when they hop onto. He's getting back to his teammates. That's exactly what they're trying to do. 64 builds. They'll have enough to stall this out. And luckily for everybody involved here, Zone's here. It's not too far away. It's about a 20-second run. they can stall this out. Normally when you see a fight happening here at Camp COD, there's nobody around. Nobody is even, or rather the zone is nowhere around. No one's either willing to fight down here either, or they do and they quickly grab one player and immediately back off. And now it's good to see that Oka and Bless are doing that, because they don't have the ability to fight down into this team. They're already hunkered down so much, it just would not be worth it.
With only 6 games left, you have to make every single aspect worth it. Every point, every interaction, every elimination, every placement coming through. And right now a team who, if they want to try and stick to that record, remember, it's back-to-back champions. You can see this is the furthest back fourth that Rex's trio has been after day one, but it's not just a regular fourth. They're down like 100 points, right? So again, it's not only do they have to do things right, something at some point has to go wrong with Reed and his trio, right? They have to have one of those games where they miss the early placement threshold, where they're under threat of Storm Surge, and so far it doesn't seem like that's really going to happen.
I want to see dominance from them. I want to see them play like we know they can, because it felt like there was some hesitation yesterday. It felt like they weren't ready to fully push for those elims that they know they could have gotten, to push for those tags that they know they should have had. As we move over, Jelty Physics and Andy will get 2 eliminations that they're unfortunately going to launch pad away. They're not going to be able to follow him. No, they are. Ooh, they're not. So that's a full trio up there. And they are launch padding away. They will be able to find this solo, just desperately trying, and it's going to be Nate, who 130 effective HP. There's not much you can do against this trio. They're sitting in a bush there, going to get tagged out. That's the damage coming through. Jelty should be able to find him, and a beautiful edit will do that for them. That's elimination number 3. Jelty Physics and Andy, who 10th place coming into today. They're looking to just try to climb the leaderboard.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of a pay bump. It all starts in match number 1. Don't forget, 6 games of Fortnite's a lot. A lot can happen as the story begins to develop, as it unrolls, as the script and the actors play it out. We'll see who fulfills the spot, who ends up winning that award level performance, and then who might get kicked to the curb a little bit. They're saying, no, you didn't quite read your lines, you weren't following along, and maybe might have messed up when they could have. They zigged when they could have zagged, and it tends to be the case here in NAOS. It all comes down to these small little decisions that then have this ripple effect. We've seen it happen around fights in Weeping Woods. We've seen teams just cascade on top of each other and having those leaderboard impacting moments. The question isn't if, the question is when. As we tune in here, the when could be happening right now as Reet is very far separate. Defiable, Salco, and Mojo trying to get the drop on him. Reet took a lot of damage. That's all of his shield. Defiable gets backed off a little bit, but Reet desperately trying to create a little bit of room. However, Mojo is also separated away, so this is the type of situation where as long as Reet doesn't get completely caught out, he's fine with that. They trade a little surge back and forth. Salco and Defiable aren't going to overchase from the high ground, right? So he knows as long as he's able to disengage somebody else who also over-indexes on shields a little bit.
And this stat just points to their performance there. Before, or rather this season before finals, they had 2 top 10 games. Day 1, they had 5, meaning only one of the games they placed outside of that top 10, which is a phenomenal performance. And really the only way anybody is going to topple them is for them to be too aggressive, for them to not make the right play, which we saw they did almost every single game, every single turn, every single opportunity. They made the right call, and we're able to just show it on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and you can see right now trying to get some kind of room around the map still. We saw that they got some tags over there on Defiable, but not necessarily enough, at least for that second Storm Surge zone. But right as I say that, Reed poking out, he's so accurate when he's able to kind of get a line with that AR, able to hit a headshot going through. So we've seen at least 60 or so damage be traded out from them, but it's very dangerous once you kind of get in that second zone surge. The first one, not going to be too bad when 3 trios are going to be pressured under, but once we get into that 5th zone, it's going to end up being a lot. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, that is Storm Surge. If you're new to competitive Fortnite, just watching us for the first time, popping around Party Royale and tuning in, or watching on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, watch.fortnite.com, on your fridge, it doesn't matter. We're everywhere right now. Thank you for being here. And Storm Surge is something that punishes the most passive trios in the lobby, so it calculates the amount of damage a trio has done. If you're underneath a certain threshold, you'll start taking damage in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zones. In the 3rd zone, it turns off once we have reached 70 players. In the 5th zone, it turns off after we've reached 50 players. In the 7th zone, it turns off after we've reached 30 players. So we're going to get a warning on the right-hand side here in a second, and we'll see which trios are above, which trios are below. And then, because we're at 78 players, 3 trios will end up being impacted. So kind of take a look around the lobby. We'll see who's who, who's where. We see Scissor, Eclipse, and Poffy. They're up above, and they're decently above, so they don't necessarily have to worry about it. I am curious in terms of Favre and Snacky, because now they're wall-to-wall with Kaboo and Nico, and that's a team that's not afraid of fighting. Midi will absolutely jump in and take that fight. Curious to see what their Stormster situation looks like. They're only 16 above. Yep, stay with this fight. Need to see what happens. Thank you.
They're going to have to go in and be aggressive because they know 16 is not enough. The damage coming through. This is where we will outclass them, though. That angle that you talked about, the spray, the beam, if he gets that line, they will just dominate and take off all of your shield in what seems like a second. I like that they're staying hip to hip. I like that they're not all going in one at a time. They're going in together if they're going in at all. Just trying to dominate all of the pieces as well, take everything over, and then make the decision. Now they can work their way back. Shots come through. That's going to be 24. They're 112 above. A lot of damage being done onto Snacky, though, down to about 150 HP. They still want more. They're not going to find more there. It's effectively even on the trade so far. So this really could go either way.
Midi, Nico, and Kaboo, no strangers to taking this fight. Midi, somebody who thrives in kind of that mid-tarp situation, and they're 300 above, so they have to assume that the team on the other side is getting a little antsy, but unless they hear shield breaks, I don't anticipate them going aggro, which makes this trade a little bit safer for Reet and Co. It's something we've seen before, where if you're boxed up next to a team at one of these Storm Surge thresholds, if the other team doesn't move, and they don't react, and they don't start opening, they don't start aggressing, you can kind of guess that they're above Storm Surge, right? And then you get a little bit more information based on that. You can either be like, okay, they don't need to fight us wall to wall, so we can shoot at other people, or we can kind of press our luck a little bit and maybe get some chip tags, knowing that they're going to play more defensive. But 1 second, Stormsters are going to turn on. Reet, Snacky, and Fabs, they're only 40 above, 23 above. That number's going to keep dropping down. They might get forced into a fight here, and they're starting to take a little bit more desperate ticks. And after I say that, you can see 23 damage below. Here comes the surge. It's going to be 25 damage every 5 seconds. That's the first tick trying to push forward. They will end up using a chug splash to negate it, but you keep seeing they're checking these left-handed peaks. The other team just keeps backing up, and Reet's gone instantly. Storm Surge coming down and clapping it out. When Storm Surge gets the last hit, you don't go down but not out. He will still have a reboot card on the ground, but he will go down. They will look to try and box up on top of the reboot. The other team trying to get the revive right. We see Fabs will take that. Lazy Lake is in place, so disengage isn't awful, but you have to think Fabs and Snacky potentially want to go aggressive here. But Midi and Nico, they're saying on the other side, they're like, hey guys, we could potentially look to go. This is a 3v2. We know that there's loot on the ground right now. They're trying to play defensive over it, but if I'm Fabs and Snacky, I'm getting out of dodge and I'm heading to the lake right now and getting Reet back up on his feet.
And in turn, if I'm Nico, Kaboo, and Midi, I'm going aggressive. I'm saying we get in this box. We just took down 1/3 of first place. We've got to go. And look in the feed. Rax getting elimination there. Rather just a knock. Might turn into Elim here shortly onto Shallow. But Nico and company need to get in. They really need to seek this opportunity and to capitalize on it, because look, that's how close the reboot van is. All it takes is one launch pad away, one disengage away, and Reet is back in this game. And if you are trying to win, if you are trying to take first place, it does not matter. You need to make them get out. And there we go, onto the wall, and it's coming through. Fab's gonna take a lot of damage. We're not gonna put enough back. Will Fabs be able to do anything else there? No, they're gonna use a chug splash again, another one invested. They didn't get anything out of it.
You can see Fabs even holding on to the epic and the legendary shotgun. You're probably thinking that's inefficient, but it's because they're going over for a reboot. Reet saying, hey, don't leave my weaponry behind, and they're now trying to get a disengage, knowing that, hey, they're not quite so sure what's inside the lake. The observers did a great job of showing us that the reboot was right there, but we also heard some players take to the sky and rotate away, so they might be happy with what they got, but Riverside and Co. are looking directly at that reboot. They're staring at it. Maybe not necessarily looking in that direction right now, but you can see the triangles who should be able to catch this rotation. And yep, they're going to start spraying some shots down there. And you see Midi, Nico, and Kaboo, they recognize, hey, one knock was already there. If they hear that, I mean, this is going to be such a hard reboot to stick. They're going to have to overinvest metal material. And you would think that the rest of the lobby isn't going to let this happen when they are right on the edge of the zone with so many cheers are coming through. But do you believe in miracles? I mean, don't even need one right now. Everyone left and looked the wrong direction. There were 3 teams boxed up staring directly at that van, and everyone was like, no, we're good.
But luckily, Poffy, Clips, and Size are able to see that. It's lucky for them, unlucky for Fabs, Reed, and Snacky. And Snacky just taking down really low, taking all the way down they go. Is it worth it? Was it worth it in the end? Getting Reed up for you to go down. That is the question we will answer here momentarily. Poffy trying to go aggressive. Will they find Reed? Will they find Snacky? Looks like they're going to do is Reed's going to go down pretty low, down to very low HP, but Snacky's there to back him up. Poffy running out of builds? No. Just wasn't able to build there for a moment. Will have enough HP to keep going, but Snacky and Reed have dipped down inside. They have a little bit of room to breathe, but they're running out of it. Luckily enough for them, zone pulls on top of them. They're gonna have to make a play for a refresh though, because they can't keep going on like this.
No, and Storm Surge is going to end up being a problem here. They've spent this entire time when they could have potentially been looking for tags, looking for trades, just trying to rotate into the zone. And honestly, that felt a little bit greedy, right? Like, they had gotten the reboot up. They could have taken a second to get together, but instead Favs kind of pushed out ahead, was using just the wooden builds, and he pushed directly into the one team who was still looking at him. If they'd taken a second and kind of gotten stock of their situation, they might have just been able to walk into zone, but now you can see Reed and Snacky being forced to make a play, trying to find the right hand. 74 damage comes through, but Snacky gets instantly obliterated. And right now, their saving grace is the fact that they got +5 points. But you talk about needing an opening, needing an opportunity. Well, as we open the second chapter here in NA West, those leaders, they stumble a little bit. They fall. They're not quite on their face, but there's a hitch in their step that wasn't there yesterday. Only a +5 game, far and away their worst game so far, and it's at the hands of Scissor, Poffy, and Eclipse, who are going to pick up 2 of them. But ultimately, it came down to that awkward Storm Surge fight that they had on the other side of the zone against Midi, and then them rotating and hawking that reboot van. So now my question is, right, if we're looking at the overall story of NA West and following just what's been going on in the region as a whole for the past year, what's going on with Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex? We saw them pick up a confirmation on the shallow. We know they've gotten at least that +5 points. If they're in a position to immediately make up ground here, a victory royale with some eliminations, they could cut that lead in half. It could happen right now.
It could, and this is where everybody that's in that top 5 has to just stay up and look for these points, because Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex are the kings of seizing opportunities. They're above Surge as well, albeit not much, but that's enough for them right now. Will they pull half in, half out?
Doesn't super matter. I would say, like, yeah, that I was about to say the only pull that really is super unfortunate for them is basically a direct opposite side. They did end up getting that, but because they're on the high ground here, you can anticipate one of those trios underneath you is going to use a launch pad. If they have one, they're going to wait a second to see if somebody else burns one around them, but it's a little bit of a game of chicken, right? It's like, well, somebody has to go, and the team that has to go is not the team on top. They can chill and wait forever. They can wait and place that last launch pad if they really need to put it down. We do end up dropping below 50 players. Storm Surge will turn off, so a quick little exchange going on there. But the thing is, there's already so many teams on that northern side of the zone because of the water and because of the formation of the land around this circle that going too late, you could end up with just a ton of rifles looking at you, and you can actually see a pad being set up over on the side, and they're going to try and get whatever shots they can on the players going, and that should have been a recycle. It looked like Arkham placed his own pad, though, and went over towards the side. I'm going to go back and double check that in my own bot, or maybe the analysts can let us know, but they're going to try and get together. We do see, again, over-indexing on the heels by a significant amount. 4 floppers in Epic Whale's inventory there. See Jelty hip-to-hip with Krizix, but no eyes on their other trio mate. Looks like they're just like a duo. You can see Riverson has been separated from Caleb and Tautai. Caleb and Tautai are the ones who own the high ground. Riverson just kind of poking around on the low ground, though.
This is going to be probably one of the most interesting games of these 6 that we've seen now, this being the 7th, because it is the first time where that first place is up for grabs. If Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy Jacob can do it, they'll move in. Again, they were only 30 points off the pace. And we know that there's already 5 points shared. So 24 more points they need to grab, which is more than feasible for them. As long as they get to top 5 with a couple of eliminations here and there, they will be fine. But they're being a little greedy there, opening that headed up, looking for players and tags onto these people. But look where that zone's going.
I mean, this is the shooting right here, right? This is the first time we've had kind of that top leaderboard spot drop super early on. Again, only the +5 points coming through for just making into the top 24. They dealt with Storm Surge problems. It's something we saw happen to Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. So the question is who capitalizes on it, right? We could realistically see Wavy Jacob and Co's team sneak right into first place, and then all of a sudden, the entire leaderboard is opened up. But regardless, that massive lead that was there before, we talk about the level of consistency and why it was so nuts in Europe. It's just because it never dropped. Well, here now, game 7, if you're Mr. Consistent and it goes away once, all of a sudden there's a little bit of a chink in your armor. And if you know anything about chainmail, once there's one chink, you better repair that link because you're only as strong as your weakest link, and you don't want to be sent goodbye here. It's not a game show. We're playing for tons of money in the FNCS. We're playing for the Axe of Champions. Symmetrical is playing for keeps as well, as he's going to get the Elam onto Kono. We're into the top 17. He's boxed up just above them. Temple and Wavy Jacob trying to catch up next to him. Arthur going down, but going to get the revive off Epic Whale. Will be able to stick, and he gets a ramp up right in his face. Talk about composure. Didn't even sweat. They have tons of floppers and the chunk splashes. We talked about them over indexing on heals. This is potentially why, making sure they're hip to hip and going to try and execute on a low pad. Good job putting the edited cone out in front of them to make sure they didn't bonk their heads above, but now they need to make sure they land on top of each other, as we're going to zoom back on in, looking to grab up that first place spot. Temple, Wavy Jacob, Counter Logic Gaming, Symmetrical. Temple doing all of the work right now. 4 eliminations on the board.
Not a lot of mats, so having to split it all back. Surge is active on so many different trios in the lobby. 8 players effectively getting hit. Where are the reigning champions? Right in the middle of your screen. That's who you're looking at. Middle of the top middle of the screen as well. That's Symmetrical. That's your second place. High ground looking good. All the way on low ground now is going to be Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. This is a dominant position for them, and if they can manage to just grab some space and grab a couple Elams here and there, they're going to win this game. With the shots coming through, that's going to be Poffy going down, and they are in third place. So fourth picking out third is so big. That's the Siphon coming through. That's going to be Epic Whale's second elimination, going in for any extra match that they can find, and they have a lot of them there. They're running out of time to grab this space, so that Elam let other players get in front of them, and I like they're going together. They are staying box to box. They are not making moves without each other, but look who that team was that ended up cutting them off there. It's going to be Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy Jacob. Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale do end up getting back. They're going all the way into zone to secure this Eclipse. Going down, Rex getting one more elimination. What more can they find?
Looking for more, looking for confirmations. Wavy Jacob finding one on the Bumboy, but Temple hops into the wrong area. The Temple guard was there, didn't have a silver medallion to get him, so he gets yoinked back, leaving his partner to try and run it out. It's Symmetrical now, but it's Epic Whale dropping Wavy Jacob. Hey, you want to talk leaderboard impacting? They say first place is down. We'll take care of second and third ourselves. They get knocks and confirmations on both of those trios. Midi still up on his feet as well, but working top down. It's another veteran group. Caleb and Towside adding the firepower. Riverson and Symmetrical opens up an edit, and he said, surprise, it's the scariest thing I've seen on Halloween there. So he gets absolutely bopped, but so far, 8 eliminations. Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale finding some room, already giving up the floppers to try and index for the heal. They're looking for a W, but this change in verticality is going to be brutal for the low ground team. They have to go up, and they have to go up now. If they don't end up changing layers, they can end up pinned against the ground, and this is what's happening on the backside. Rex ends up picking up Krizek. Stealthy finds one, finds 2. Can he get the confirmation? He needs to find the siphons, but he drops down an extra layer. Will it come through? No, he gets bopped instead. And now on the low ground, the slight change in verticality. Epic Whale looking for a challenge as Arkham ends up going up. Rex has already dropped. Epic Whale looking for some room. Finds it. Gets the 100 tag. No way. To get the siphon. He has 12 more maps, but he has no more room. He's pushing up into it. How well do you build? Trying to get the cover 90 push up. He finds some side. Epic Whale. So close, but so far. Arkham picks up 2 for himself, but Caleb, Tautai, and Riverson take match number 1 here on day 2. Match 7 overall. But the real story, Reet, Favs, and Snacky go down early for the first time, only +5 points. That monstrous lead, whatever it was, is going to go like this. And we're going to kick it on over to the desk. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, show us what's up.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much. Great first game on the day. My goodness. There's so much to unpack here. I mean, of course, Reet and that trio go down early, which just completely blows this game wide open, right? Even in this just few moments, you've got Jelty, who made it in that top 5. You've got Arkham Rex and Epic Will with 10 eliminations that make it into your top 5. And of course, Caleb, Riverson, and Tautai do pick up the Victory Royale with a handful of eliminations. This is good for them. But again, Arkham Rex and Epic Will, they might have just come online.
And I can only imagine if that zone was just a little different, if it didn't go up the hill, that could have easily been Arkham Rex and Epic Whales game right there. I'm wondering if I can talk to production about my predictions, because that was looking a little rough, especially for you, Panda.
All right, look, we're going to go ahead and change her prediction here. She's clearly cursed, Reet, Favs, and Snacky, but it's okay. She officially changed it. You heard it here. The curse is lifted. It's okay. They're coming back here in game number 8. I see it. But look, them going down early is impactful. But we got to talk about exactly how they went down, because this is really important to remember, right? Obviously, you see the fight here. They take a good fight. They end up kind of disengaging from the site, but not until they had lost Reet. So they get Reet's resources. They kind of gather themselves in Snacky and Favs. They separate from Nico and Hashira, right? And then it's about rebooting Reet, right? It's about getting Reet back in the game. So they take this chance here, and it's pretty risky, right? They didn't wait until the builds were fully built, and immediately, as soon as the reboot went off, the lobby started paying attention, and this is where you see the fall begin to happen as Favs ends up getting taken out first, now leaving Snacky and Reet by themselves.
And you could tell that Favs' team was a little nervous. They saw zone coming in. They could have just gone south a little bit where it was more of a dead side rotation, but instead they just went right into the middle of the pack. They already saw that there were so many teams there. So unfortunately, they kind of were a little, I don't want to say sloppy, but they just made some wrong plays there and did go down early. Now 235 points to Symmetrical's 232. That incredible lead they had. Now, as Cam loves to say, the shoopening has begun.
But let's just mention, okay, they're still 41 points ahead of Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. So look, there you go. There's your throwaway game. That's it, guys. Lock it in. That's it. Game 8, game 9, game 10, and every game after, I should say. Focus up. This is your opportunity. But there's a lot of opportunity on this board, because even teams like Chicken, Kytrex, and Mekton, they're not too far out of the top 10 and can easily find themselves climbing up.
Also, Caleb, Riverson, and Tautai, who were in 23rd place before that game with only 62 points, jumping all the way up to 15th spot, now 108 points. And that just shows that someone might have a dominant lead. Someone might be the team to beat, but one small misstep, one wrong play, and the leaderboards look completely different. So with game number 8 on the way, I can imagine that we're going to be seeing our leaders, Reet, Favs, and Snacky, changing up their plans a little bit. It wasn't even like what they typically fell for in the qualifiers and semifinals, which was over aggression. That isn't what we saw there. It was, I don't even really know. I don't know.
I think maybe it was a bit of a misplay with that fight. I think taking that fight on the edge of zone, they knew that they needed surge tags. It was a bit of a risk in itself, right? But if they had better prepared themselves for surge leading up to that moment, we wouldn't have seen that happen. So hopefully they identify that, they make those corrections to the gameplay, and they continue on, because they still have 5 more opportunities. 1 game away, that's okay. You know what? They're allowed to have a throw game after yesterday, but you can't afford any more.
Yeah, I do have to agree and say that that is really what it was. It was the storm surge tags. I think that got them a little nervous. We saw that they were only 20 points above and then below even after Reet went down there. So maybe it's because no one's trying to get next to them in the corny crops. Maybe it's just they were too confident and they went into zone 3 thinking that they were going to be easily able to do something with it. But you know what? That's just 1 game. We still have 5 more to go.
Friends, I don't know. They started with a 90-point lead today over Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. And after that game, the shoop that Sundown has so rightfully coined, I don't know. But remember, again, they fell early, right? So maybe if they hang on, they start directly impacting the rest of the lobby. The lobby's like, oh, they're still here. We can't operate as freely as we want to, but now, because they're still alive, we'll have to see. That was just the first few games. We have 5 more. Things might be okay. Kelly may have cursed us. Sundown, Clay, over to you. Good luck. She cursed us.
It's the time of the year for curses, but I don't necessarily believe in them. Like we've talked about before on the cast, similar to trains and angels that go one direction and it's inevitable. Since Panda called it out, since he, you know, was sitting there talking all that trash, he was like, look, Epic Whale and Arkham are outside the top 10. Well, they pushed up into 10th, then they pushed into 7th, then they pushed into 4th, then they pushed into 3rd. And now, too, let's call it out, Clay. I mean, Zeke's prediction of the field is looking nice because Symmetrical has been playing real well.
They really have. And we talked about them a little bit yesterday and how they're a snowball team. They build on this momentum that they get, and if they get it early, they keep going. And if you've never pushed a snowball down a hill, as it keeps going, it gets bigger and bigger, it's not going to be able to be stopped. So that's what they are. They've got to keep it going. And within 3 points, they see that that's going to be so much motivation here for them to just keep playing the game they've played every game before that. Uncontested Dirty Docks as well. Going to net them a lot of loot. It's a great setup.
And something to note, too, because we talk about inevitabilities, things that just kind of happen sometimes in the NA West Finals. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex haven't won a game yet, right? So I don't want to say that like that's a shoo-in, but over the course of 12 games, I generally expect them to win at least one, right? And assuming they get a lower amount of elims, let's call it 5, right? That's still another 40 points that's unaccounted for on them. So you can see a solid split coming out. Again, Dirty Docks uncontested, plenty of room. Only 30 teams coming through. We have had one full trio wipe right off the start. So coin flip not necessarily going their way this time on the drop spots. And with 5 matches left, still plenty of moving and shaking to be done. And we've seen that with the exception of EU, nobody has really been quite infallible yet.
Everyone has that moment where they could fall down the leaderboards, and maybe this game for a first place trio, we'll keep our eyes on them again. And they went out just after that initial set of placement points, so this could be another game where if they get a little bit too aggressive, they fall as well. Shots coming through. Tricks, it's an amazing beam there, taking that player down from 200 HP to 30 in just a matter of 2 seconds. Bolts, not even 30, 10 HP. What a great shot. And this is not a fight they can really afford to take anymore.
Yeah, but we saw them finally pull away from the stealthy fight over with Ranger. No W plays of Vanillas. They had enough of that third party coming over the hill from Jaguar. It's just not a situation where if you're not winning cleanly against Ranger and no W, and then you also have Jaguar Mojo just pushing like pretty much every single game over the top, it's really tough to get anything going. Like we've seen Lucky Pump Bolts in 2006 where if they're able to get in the mid game, they can make plays, right? Like they can hang in this situation, but when you never have the shields and the loot, when you're stuck always trying to just scramble, get a reboot, find a little bit of room to just get something going, maybe you switch the drop spots off. And unfortunately for them, what would normally be a relatively deserted area of the map, for some reason on West, we've pulled like 3 or 4 teams down towards this like crash site / lazy lake / misty meadows area, and it's just way overpopulated.
Moving over Dubs, McLovin trying to outstand the pressure of Antrax, G5RC now too, who we saw do. They had an okay first start to yesterday, and then I believe finished in the middle of the pack around 20th place overall. So a 30-point game from them right away is great to see. With, I believe, an 8th place jump there from Riverson, Caleb, and Taltai. It's definitely possible. Again, if first place goes down and the lead doesn't get increased, it's possible for any of these trios really to start to make their comeback as long as they're, I would say, within that top 15 really now. This team's sitting at the 15th spot. That's Taltai, Caleb, and Riverson, however. But How2 Interaction G5RC don't want to let this fight go. And they're rewarded a little bit more time because this is 2 different scavenger route trios coming together. No one's really going to be coming from Misty. No one's going to be coming from Sludgy. No one's going to come from Lazy over here. because these trios have already come from those directions.
And trying to burn down the car, utilize the explosion to create a little bit of environmental damage, potentially open up a gap. You see Altu is even just gonna, drive into the wall, get a little bit of collateral damage, move that car closer. So again, they can force some of the hard mats out, forcing the team to not build with the wood, which again, teams prefer to do in these circumstances because it's easily refarmable, but forcing them to invest a little bit more, and that's a lot of metal to be putting up right next to the gas, and immediately gonna have to throw it back up. And unfortunately, though, this fight has dragged out so long, there's a couple other tracers coming in. They need to be careful what's happening on the back. Altu actually gonna about face and recognize that some shots came in from over there. He's gonna inform his team of that, and they're gonna have to make a decision here, Clay. And unfortunately for them, it's not really a great one.
You can go back to the south, but then you're giving up so much ground. You can go to the east, but you run the risk of fighting that yellow triangle team of Bolt, Lucky, and 2006 born. You can try to dip to the west, but then everyone's going to have that natural high ground on you, so you don't really have, like you said, the best options. You're really stuck in a hard place, and now with everybody starting to congregate around them, this makes it even harder, because everywhere you could have gone is now going to start to be occupied.
Yeah, and this is a very popular spot for good reason. Like, there's generally a lot to refarm here very quickly at the gas station. This chain link fence, plus a nice little opportunity to get some fruit, maybe some floppers out of the cash register that's right over there. But if there's already teams posted up in this area, rotating past is really obnoxious because it's basically steep change in verticality, flat plateau. Steep change in verticality, flat plateau. Steep change in verticality, flat plateau. And on top of each one of those steep changes in verticality, there's going to be a team posted up. You can already kind of see it in the bottom right-hand corner where we have so many different of those colored triangles on top of each other. And now you've invested so many mats in here, and so does your opponents, that even if you eliminate them, your mat count's not going to look great.
Oh, you really wanted this fight to end about 2 minutes ago. This is a fight that's gone on now too long, and it was okay because again no one was rotating in, but now it's not. What's okay seeing the feed if you're rooting for them is Arkram, and a fight is going to get the elimination there. We definitely have to hop over and see if that was a long range thing. No, it's going to be right on top of that. 50 cal fruit going to go down. Delta going to go down as well. Now only Alex remaining. This is what we want to see. This is the dominance we know of them, and they wipe a trio within 45 seconds. They're back, and hey, even if this trio does come in, even if these arrows do want to commit, they are fine. It doesn't matter. Look how quickly they are back, ready to go. Arkram, Epicwell, and Rex have had a fire lit within them, and now they're looking to just keep climbing the leaderboards. And for Jelty, Andy, and Krizix, they've got to be very careful, because if they get a shield break, I don't think they're going to stop going.
Yeah, and again, something we've talked about, that when they get eliminations, they get these refreshes, they will then utilize the resources. So now they're like, okay, how many extra minis do we have? How many extra big spots, chug splashes? Like, you see, they're doing it now. They're dividing it out, and they're like, okay, can we rotate? Can we go potentially get aggressive on someone? Can we use some of these extra mats and go? And one thing I kind of have to ask the general question, especially in that costume, I feel like Beat of Sweat probably just ran down Panda's face right now, just a little bit. He was sitting there, he had that chest all puffed out, he was talking real big. I'll give him that, at least he said it with his whole chest. But right as I talked about that, Snacky actually getting a little bit of revenge for the past game. He's going to knock and a confirmation there onto Midi, so he'll take that fight back, and he'll say, well, Sundown, maybe Panda deserves to kind of puff out his chest a little bit. We still got a little bit of swagger. They are 3 points clear. Symmetrical, Wavy, Jacob, and this trio. But also keep an eye on the winners here as the fight, again, still wall-to-wall. Snacky and Fabs trying to get onto Salco, Mojo, and Defiable. That's another trio who's boxed up directly on top of them. Reed, though, lots of effective HP down. However, Fabs' inventory looks fantastic. Wall-to-wall, 87. Huge tag.
They're going to keep that pressure up with that legendary SMG, trying to grab all of the extra. Again, they are going for the min-max on the loot as well. Can we grab that pepper? Can anybody grab these extra mats here? No, they're going to go back. And honestly, if they can get Wavy Jacob to keep their focus on Salco, Defiable, Mojo, they can get those eliminations. But if once that pressure swaps off, once it goes on to Reed, Snacky, and Fabs, again, that pressure, the firepower goes away. Their lead loses. And we saw that last game, and I wonder what their surge looks like. If that's where they're pushing again, that's why they went for Midi. I wonder if they're above it. This team nearby is below it. Are they above it? Is that why they're playing defensive?
Where are Midi's teammates? Like what? I'm very confused as that there's a whole trio over on the side, unless that was the last part of the knock and Salco and Defiable ended up coming and cleaning it up. Just an awkward situation for them to only be able to pick up one elim, because normally one elim you'd feel pretty comfortable with that being over Surge, but with the numbers and the fact that this is finals and people are really looking, you might not 100% be guaranteed. And also the fact we got pushed back, so they didn't necessarily have the time to bin max on it. However, the high ground pressure that you're talking about is automatic relief now, as Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical are going to rotate. They're going to get on and head towards the zone. Unfortunately, Symmetrical eats headshots from both sides, so real quick, just trying to get his 5 skill on, spin around as fast as he can, throw a box in his face, and be like, all right. Luckily, got some big pots there. He'll be fine.
That hurts. Have to use the big pot that early, but what's gonna hurt more so now is the zone. We're going to the mountains, not the highest mountain in the game, but one of them, and there's a lot more smaller elevations around this side than the one over by Caddy. Caddy is steep. Caddy is an instant incline. Misty, more gradual, but there's a lot more of it all around. A Symmetrical, Wavy, Jacob, and Temple will set up on top of one of these destroyed saucers, trying to look for any sort of tags, because it seems like they're not comfortable with their Storm Surge levels, and Symmetrical is going to take unnecessary again. As we move through, though, I was going to say, I don't know if they don't have big shields or they're waiting to use them because they're rotating through. I definitely think now, seeing the inventory, they're just going to chug splash it back up once they get inside zone. But well above Surge, they're up. They're just on the outside edge of that initial placement points. This is where they fell last time.
Yeah, one might say the perfect amount above Surge, given the holiday. Happy Halloween, everyone out there. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you celebrate safe and responsibly. Don't eat too much candy. And again, if you have to ask yourself, do I need that extra bite? The answer is probably no. It's a lot of sugar. Trust me. It'll last for a while. It'll be okay. This is coming from somebody who sat there for a while with a couple of 5-pound bags worth of candy next to their desk. Just take it slow. It's okay. It's not worth the stomach ache. We see the quick stat on the left-hand side. Riversun's trio doing a fantastic job in terms of converting on eliminations where it matters and against those key trios and being able to pick it up. And right now, exerting good Storm Surge pressure control. You see that coming in, being able to about face. And I think something else that needs to be said about Riversun is it can't be stressed enough, his versatility in terms of plugging in with other duos, other players, and still being able to find success. He found success when he moved over to East. He found success when he came back over to West. Seems like every single FNCS we see him in the final with a different duo surrounding him.
And they mount a good performance on the side of Bumboy, Jagver, and Batman Booga. 7th place with 6th place out. That means they've got a chance to keep moving up. And again, we stress every single finals, it's about that first place, and it is. But for everybody else, it's about making it into the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, where those prize, where that prize money, rather, it just is a little bit more, as Andy, Physics, and Jelthy getting pressured by Surge and another team on the other side. Looks like they may fall down here. Physics able to get a couple minis off there. Andy trying to pop some big shields, but doesn't look like this team is going to let them go. Krizix is getting a lot of shields off. Andy going to fall. Not much they can do. Krizix can only take 3 more tags of that Surge. Going to be above 52 effective HP. Going for the edit still, but honestly, he's got to go for the revive. I don't know if they're going to let him, and I'm glad that he didn't immediately go for it. Because you saw immediately somebody said, hey, no, confirmation on that elimination, got the siphon. But somehow Krizix is still up.
2 HP, 50 shield, a little bit of space, trying to disengage and create some more. Looks like he's finally able to work around the side. If he does have time to get the med kit up, he should be able to hold on, but the 5 placement points haven't even come through yet. Storm Surge has turned off, but we still have 25 trios up on their feet, so number of solos and duos doing their best to just try and hang on, get the kind of first round of placement points, at least tick that box off in this game. As you see, Kimchi will end up getting taken down. 69 players left now as Krizix is just trying to avoid, but unfortunately for him, he has to move. He has to go. The zone is at his back. This is going to be taken up. You can see trying to find a right hand, does end up trading out a 50+ shot. That's a charge on the opposite side of it, so he knows he's able to isolate that player, potentially win a box-to-box fight, but if you take one wrong step against that charged up charge with 150 HP, you are not long for this game. He gets sent back to lobby rather violently there.
Second place and first place right on top of each other. Second place always prioritizing that high ground early, and then we don't really see him go for it later. They would definitely if they had the opportunity, knowing Symmetrical. Wavy Jacob operates in those low ground, mid ground, chaotic environments so well. I mean, but also at the same time, he was one of those players that seasons ago with his whole teammates would pop off on high ground, would find it if they had it and win it with it when they did. But now finally in a trio, I feel like that fits their playstyle just a little bit more with Temple and Symmetrical. They're able to play everybody's playstyle in one. We get a nice 3-box there. On the top is our second place team of Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical. Bottom left is going to be Reap, Favs, and Snacky. That is going to be our first place trio. And bottom right is the defending FNCS champions for 4 straight seasons. They are in 3rd place.
Epic Whale trying to make his name NRG. Epic Whale 6x. Yes, they are 4 times in a row defending champs, but they're all each individually also 5-time champs, with a duo and a solo being picked up by the split parts of the trio. Again, none of them are slouches in any one of the game modes. You can see No W play being no slouch, and honestly, Noah and Ranger have really impressed me playing at this level. I wasn't necessarily sure whether they'd be able to come into the finals and execute on the same part, but not only have they been able to win a game, but they've forced people away from the drop spot. They've been making these end games rotations, and they've been sticking together and playing hip to hip. It's been very well done, but we see that's the first place team rotating and second place team taking pot shots away. Actually, no, I think the angles are slightly off. Yep, I lied. They're taking shots at somebody else. Snacky and Reed are just going to be able to kind of tarp their way in. However, now they're pincered between 2 teams, so if they do get lobby chosen, things can get interesting very fast, as the observers not going to give us a nice little wide shot. You can see where the 4X are standing over on the side. Quinn and Co, though, have a nice little view over the top of the lobby. Let's take a peek and see what's going on, as they are going to pop one of those chili chug splashes as a group and just head right towards the edge of the zone. You can see where they have it marked out, Clay. They want the priority positioning right on top of this little gazebo, but they need to be careful, as Antrax and his trio posted up directly underneath it and farming it out very quickly.
They invest a lot of metal, but it seems worth it there above Surge, and with half in, half out right over Misty Meadows, anybody could pull this zone. Anybody could grab it. We'll find out in 40 seconds. And luckily, again, their early aggression is going to solve one of their biggest issues from yesterday, Storm Surge.
Yeah, need to avoid that pressure coming down right away, but we can see wall to wall here, potentially looking for a fight. Informer out of shields, and you know what? This might not necessarily be the worst fight here, but you see on the right-hand side, there's going to be a lot of trios impacted by the Storm Surge. We still have 66 players up. That's 8 trios who are going to end up getting hit by it. Symmetrical goes down. That's Nitrix, and they pick it up. We're going to switch over. Wavy Jacob also being knocked. It's just on Temple, and all of a sudden, second place might be taken out here with only the +5. No additional elims. Temple looking for a little bit of room, but a fight happening underneath. That's Mojo going up against Salco and Defiable. Or no, Mojo trying to make some room. That's Nitra, Kako, and Angel on the other side of this. Keto gets involved. Temple ends up dropping down. He's trying to isolate himself into a 1v1, but instead just finds a little bit of room, utilizes the chug splashes and the rotation. It's going to drop the zone right to the side of Epic Well, Arkham, and Co. So they should be fine over there, but Temple fine in terms of Storm Surge, not fine in terms of basically everything else.
Literally everything else is not going in this man's favor. He needs to grab, and honestly, popping a big shield for 25 HP for him, I think is worth it, because as a solo, you're not really going to have time in this moment to get that off. So get as much HP as you can. And they hear these surge tags coming through. They hear these shields cracking. All they got to do is get a couple tags on this, and boom, they're back into this. That's going to be Buzzro falling down there. Temple will hear that elimination come through, but not able to capitalize on it as Oka just on the other side. this is perfect for Temple. If Oka decides to go aggressive into him, that's a free Elim, gets all this loot back, and they need it for Surge as well. Only now 96 above. Next zone is going to be that much harder, and boom, they're going for it. They're going, trying to get into this player's box, try to find them before Surge. All they find is loot, and oh, what a little greedy loot goblin, but honestly, the perfect one.
Yeah, it sounds like he had heard the recycle pad and was able to dip back on in. We do still have one full trio being hit by that storm surge due to 51 players above. Let's kind of take a look and see who's still where. Rex, Epic Will, and Arkham trying to scout out, see what's going on all the way up on the high ground. It's high, but not too high. Definitely launch pad takeable right now. Chicken Mech on that Kaijux's very low on shields. Looks like they were the subject of that storm surge for a while, but Oka will end up going down, turning it off there. So 5th zone, house close. We're into the full moving zone here in match number 8. We'll have 4 more after this. We can see our current leaders, they're looking to potentially go up for the high ground. They have the pad set. They're looking ready to go. They're pinging it out. They're saying, hey guys, we can take advantage of them. The Chili Chug Splash is going to get ready. It's either going to be a pad or it's going to be a Chili Chug Splash into a quick take. What will the answer be as we see Epic Will, Arkham Rex trying to get a triple spray down, but not necessarily finding success yet. Still sitting on the number of Elims. We aren't into the cascading placement points yet. One more trio will need to fall, but look at the zone play. We're pulling back towards Misty.
A lot of old builds coming through. Reet are going to go for the high ground there. They are landing on top of it, but the question is, do they continue to fight for it there? We got to hop up there just to see Temple 108 below. We know there's not much they're going to be able to do unless they find a lot of damage like that right there. Looks like the high ground fight has subsided. I don't see any names in the feed, but who is the one that came out on top? Who ended up taking it? It's still going to be Kytrex, Chicken, and Mechton. They dissuaded the pressure from now, but it's still a launch pad's worth of height away. You see everybody nearby launching for it. Reet wants it. They're trying to look for it. They're going to get it down. They're going to knock somebody up on a high ground. It's going to be Kytrex going down to Saki, and just like that, there's the Chili Chug Splashes. There's high ground coming through, and now they have control.
They have control, but they're also still dangerously below Surge. Yeah, just now being able to tick back above with the confirmation. But if challenges don't come out and players actually dip down, they're going to be in trouble because that Surge number is absolutely going to be driven upwards here in a little bit. You can see now somebody else below Surge, and they got a minute. No, as I say, they don't have a minute. The Surge is going to come through, and it's going to come through right now. We are in that 7th zone. You can see it happening in the bottom right-hand corner. There's 25 damage, 33 below. Needs to start finding tags. He opens it up. He finds the tags, but he finds some back in return. Chug splashes from his teammate, topping Arkham off, and a great decision there to open up and trade a little bit of HP. Snacky, though, going to find a knock in the feed onto one of the user players. Can they convert into more? We have our top 17. Placement points are now going to start coming through on the high ground. Fabs, Reed, and Snacky, and you see Storm Surge not hitting them anymore on the low ground, trying to keep an eye on Epic Will, Arkham, and Rex, see if that number ends up going through. And Arkham takes a ton of damage, but he gets a knock and a confirmation onto Dog, so that's going to end up being huge. They're well above Storm Surge now. Do have to eat a couple Chug Splashes and a flop, but Arkham, that's the 3rd elimination. They're up to 5 total, 67 points now, so we're into the 14. Top 30, so Storm Surge will drop, but this zone pulling back away, and oh, it just bounced away from the craft site. If it had pulled through, it would have been near impossible for any of these teams to rotate. Vanillas goes down, and Arkham finds his 4th, up to now 7 for the trio.
They really got to do something, though, about Reed still being in this game. Again, every point they get doesn't matter if Reed and them are there. They just have to out-frag at this point. Beautiful shots together there, but Arkham and Epic Whale are playing outside edge of zone. Gonna go down because of it. Epic Whale in the zone does have floppers, does have the Chug Splashes. His teammate Rex going to be right above him. Arkham will fall to Poppy. What a big elimination there, but 3rd place is right around the, or rather 2nd place is right around the corner. They can take it from Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy Jacob, but 1st place up above looks to secure it. But if they're not getting Elims, that lead still gets cut into. That lead still can get taken away. Arkham, we're not going to be able to do anything there. Epic Whale and Rex have to try to fight hip to hip, box to box, and move together, think together. They need these Elims because look up above, only 4 Elims. They don't have as many points. Again, this is great for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, as we see Rex having 2, Arkham with 5, Epic Whale with 1. They are operating on this low ground. They have it secured out. Not a lot of builds remaining. They're going to have to find a refresh, and they're going to have to find it soon. 40R looks to be the one they could do it on. Puffy, Eclipse, and Sizer are just too far up above.
Yeah, but they have the ultimate low ground control. Somebody's going to have to drop in. Actually, Eclipse is looking to potentially chop, but as I say that, we'll get the edit going on, trying to own a little bit of space as we are going to go up just a little bit jutting the hill. You can see Epic Whale trying to adjust the layer here. This is where they will run into 40-yard storm in a second as Zone is pulling just over the side. Reek going to find a second knock, maybe even a third in the feed there, as all of a sudden they went from 4 elims right up to 7. If they get the confirmations on there, that should be 8 ticking over as well. Boom, there it goes, 8 and 9. Why not make it 10? But instead, Reek gets taken down. It's just gonna be a Snacky and Favs, and they might be able to pick up a bunch of eliminations. Snacky ends up getting it. He's fighting though in the zone, needs to get the siphon, will push through, and he gets not 1 but 2 siphons tick over for him, and all of a sudden it turns to 12 elims. Rex and Epic Whale, it's a 2v2. They need this win. They need to push through and they need to find the zone, but Favs is gonna be able to get a med kit. They have the chili chug splash as well. Epic Whale trying to find something, and he found it. Epic Whale says not quite yet. They steal away the victory royale. They steal away the points, but you can't wholly celebrate because they sent Reet and Favs back into the zone, and what looked like maybe a kind of mid to lower-ish elimination game turned in very quickly to still a double-digit elimination game from our current leaders. The 4 times defending champs pick up the victory royale, Clay. I mean, they're trying to close the gap.
Oh, and I think they've closed it a little bit, and now they've got a win under their belt. And that is huge. That is momentum that you can't take away, and it's inevitable. Like in this break, we're going to have to throw it to Zeke, to Panda, and to Kelly.
My goodness, I'm so thankful that they did not catch my reaction to that game because I got out of my chair. I was freaking out. The problem is, yes, they got themselves a victory out, but remember, Fav, Snacky, and Reed, they got 12 eliminations, while Arkham Rex and Epic Whale got 9. So they still lead by 2 points, right? So even the victory out, Babs and company, they still come out a little bit ahead, but really not by much. I can't believe we just watched this happen. This is your returning Trios champions fighting off who we believe could be the new champions after today, and it goes a certain way. I'm just ridiculously impressed. That shot onto Fabs, how did he know, Kelly? That was like the craziest shot.
I want to apologize to our casters because I audibly gasped so loud when I saw that happen. What an incredible shot. And who better to do it than Epic Whale with the big X5 on his name, showcasing why he's here, why he is arguably the best. And especially when you had it go down to the 2v2, the 2 best teams in North American West are arguably the best. I am so happy that I am back right now because that is the exact game that I want to see here coming out of NA West, Panda.
Look, we've been talking a lot about Reet and company. We've been talking a lot about Arkham and company as well, but we got to talk about Symmetrical, Wavy, Jacob, and co. This is another team that is in contention to dethrone the Kings here, and they've done a good job so far. Just looking at the abilities that they have as a trio, they work together, they play together, they know how to get the eliminations, and ultimately that's what you need here to be on top.
Yeah, the way that they're able to play this game right now, like obviously Timblebee does go down, Symmetrical and Wavy Jacob kind of able to clean it up a little bit. The way that this team works, regardless if they're in zone, the kind of issues that they're facing here, you can see Symmetrical bringing up Timblebee. Just, they work so well as a unit. And when they do start getting attacked, they box up, they communicate. They're able to just kind of have this synergy that a lot of teams struggle to have.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They understand how to overcome adversity, and that's why you see them here still in the top 3. But we got to talk about it. Reet, Fav, Snacky still a little over a 40-point lead over Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, but now they've climbed. They are now in 2nd place following that victory royale for them. So it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, Symmetrical, Timblebee, Wavy Jacob, they're still very close. But like Sundown mentioned, could we see this gap begin to close? I'm so stressed. I can't even imagine what's going to happen next.
You know what's even crazier, though, is that we saw Reet and Arkram's team both be below threshold around zone 7. So to see them be in that position, just kind of brush it off and not have any issues with it. Also, we rarely get to see Reet, Fabs, and Snacky hold height. Typically, they kind of dominate from the low ground, especially Arkham Rex and Epic Whale dominating from the low ground as well. So to see them grab height there, walk away with almost walk away with the VR, but walk away in 2nd place. I mean, it all comes down to the end game, and I don't think I've ever seen a better end game than that.
And one thing I want to add, right? We actually saw this yesterday. Reed and company have made one mistake twice now, where that led them to getting second place. They left themselves open in a position that ultimately could have been covered, and they would have been able to get the heal factor, right? So we saw in the inventory there were chug splashes there. There were more to it than just the med kit. And on top of that, when he was taking the med kit, he left himself open to a shot, which ultimately led to them getting second place, despite them having the heal advantage, which is huge, right? So Epic Whale was able to take advantage of that and get the victory royale. We saw it yesterday with Jelty and Co. able to pick it up in a similar situation where they were pretty weak. It was just Reet left over when they had the heal factor. They had everything going in their direction, and ultimately they got caught out because they made those mistakes. So they need to clean those little mistakes up, or they're going to end up falling.
And it is those little mistakes that will cost them, right? And it just did. So you know that slap on the wrist is like a wake-up call. Like, okay, guys, if we run this back, if this happens again, we can't make that mistake again. Because if we do and we get put against them once more, we know this has already gone a certain way. We have to be really careful about that. But that's enough from us for right now. We'll come back. We'll talk about a few other things later on. But for now, we're going to go back over with Clay and Sundown for the next game here in the finals.
Thank you so much, Panda, Kelly, and Zeke. We got 4 more matches left. The lead keeps getting cut down. And again, I talked about at the start of last game. Call it out again. Every single time we've looked at that leaderboard since they dropped out of the top 10, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, they just keep going up. One more spot, haven't slipped down. There's only one more spot left to go. And that's to the top. The question is, with 4 games, can they muster the comeback? There's so much on the table, Clay. The question is, what are you looking at first?
I'm just looking at how big the split is from Fab, B, and Snacky. Look, all alone. If someone decides to just turn around and look, if the dog says, hey, you know what? Wait a minute. Just saw a solo at Risky? That's Fab's going down. The lead is 43 points. We saw in that first game, 46 from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. So it's doable. It's closable. But they need Fabs. They need Saki. They need Reed to go down again before placement. Or even then, very early on into the placement for it to be possible, because yes, they can play this back and forth first and second place game, but if the same thing happened, they're just going to inch away from them because they gain 2 points, right? So they need them to go down early.
Yeah, I'm not over talking about how big this split is and the fact that it hasn't been taken advantage of. And it's not like this is the Cammy split over on EU, where the reason you can't really push it is all of those drop spots where they land are so absurdly unpushable that you're basically 50-50ing over a flare drop or a chest. It's really tough. Quick step left-hand side. Rex has a positive win rate against every other, positive fight win rate against every other player competing today. And I don't think that's a shock, Rex, when it comes to just winning fights. If you honestly needed somebody to win a fight and you're never allowed to play Fortnite again, and it was a 1v1, it was one fight, I'm trying to think of people I would pick over Rex, and maybe a couple of EU players could potentially come to mind in that regard. And even then, I'm still probably going to pick Rex.
I just pick Rex every single time in that moment. He's clutched up so many different times. He's just put on such a performance. I think every single season we watch, there's at least 1 or 2 pop-off moments by Rex alone. And this side again happening down here at Camp Cod. This is more of the zone that we're used to seeing, where they have to pull away. They have to make these decisions quicker. And that's what they're doing. Solo is already so low on HP. They're running out of time.
So low on HP, so low as a player. So long, farewell, and no thanks for all the fish. Didn't have time to get any floppers in the inventory. Instead, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, maybe come up with a better plan to escape before that highway ends up coming through. You can see, what? That's a nice little dichotomy right there. You get a nice little howl going off. The lion in the background. I'm a big fan of lions. I think lions are pretty cool animal, you know, king of the jungle, etc., etc. Even though lions are much more, they're a little bit less native to jungles as they are to desert plains. But c'est la vie. As now we swing on over to somebody who wishes they were the king of the jungle, but so far have felt more like prey than predator. Antrax, Alto, and G5 RC. A little bit of the middling of the pack performance when I expected them to be towards the top half. I had high hopes for this trio.
I did too. After they played, they had some great showings during these qualifier runs. I expected them to be, I agree, a little bit higher up. And maybe they're going to mount this run. Again, they've got 3 more games after this. This last one marked the halfway point for everybody. I just want to see them be more decisive. I think that's the difference between a lot of these trios coming in is Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. If they want to take a fight, they're going to take a fight. Reed wants to take a fight, he's going to take a fight. Some of these trios that are a little bit newer to this set lobby environment, they're back and forth. Yes, we'll take this fight. Yes, we won't.
So I would say normally we have seen Reed be like, I'm taking this fight, you better follow me. I think this set of matches has been the one exception to that. And I would say I prefer this Reed. I prefer the Reed that's like, oh, I'm going to go like kind of stick my head out and get some tags when I need to, but I'm not going to overcommit to a fight unless we have a huge lead. Right? Like that Reed looks much more dangerous. I kind of bring it back to the king of World Cup days. Back when he was just mechanically better, he could win the fights. But if you take a half second to just stop and think and you're like, yeah, I could absolutely take this fight and I win it 7 times out of 10. Normally that's really good. But if you then just only take the fights you win 9 times out of 10 and you ignore the ones you win 7 out of 10, you become that much better of a player.
That you do. That he's honestly just become better every single season. And I think Panda said it well. The qualifiers for Snacky and Fabs were just about feeling out how they would fit together, what they wanted to do. If they could get their communication to a point where it needed to be in first, and they did it. But Arkham, Epic, Well, and Rex are tough to topple.
I'm not so sure how I feel about that narrative, because Reed, when it comes to qualifiers, has always been a mixed bag, but he's had mixed bag performances in all of the set lobbies. I think I would equate this more to you're adding in a little bit of the consistency that Snacky brings to a trio in almost every single set lobby format. But you slapped in a little bit of those, I don't want to say almost unlucky qualifier, but it's a little bit more loosey-goosey qualifier, right? Where Reet and Favs, like, they kind of know they're going to make it regardless eventually in some way, shape, or form. So you can be a little bit more laissez-faire in terms of how you're pushing, in terms of what you're doing, your resources in that regard. But Snacky, when you get into these set lobbies formats, when you get into money on the line, he doesn't let that fly, period. End of discussion. He will keep the trios together. He knows when he can go. He knows when you're not allowed to go. And right now, Jelty is saying, go, go, go. On top of this, of the LATAM trio, trying to get a little bit of space for himself because he sees the pressure coming through from FJ on the side, wants to get back on top of his duo because the pressure from Moni, FJA, Shallow Sharp on the side with Fruit, all laying down shots. If you don't get that revive off, this is one of the spots on the map that you can actually push relatively easily. Any way you jump into that stream will take you right to the top.
Moving over to our second place trio. They're fighting yet again. Nate going to be down. Only Blizzy remaining. They're trying to run away to Regulator, who's still up, but this is great to see for them. This is how they solved their problem seasons ago. They just pushed in this early game. They looked for eliminations on the players. We're not expecting them to be there, expecting them to push, and this is great. This is what I want to see from them, and I wanted to see it yesterday, but we didn't see that much, and they're looking for that. They're looking for the knock. They got to go back and find it there so they can get that shakedown, get that loot. And then, of course, we talked about they go for that min-max of, hey, how many minis do we have? Do we have enough mats to take this? Can you grab this? Can you grab, like, and it's just beautifully done. You got to be careful. Epic Whale, ooh. Okay, luckily was able to figure out that trio was there in time with Arkham providing some cover fire.
Do need to be careful if we see a bunch of trios coming over since the knock does end up converting. See, Epic Whale is actually going to be the one to get that, so weren't able to get some damage onto the down body. Missed out on some Storm Surge there. We'll see if that ends up rearing its head as the 5th and 7th Zone Surge have played to the factor. Closing in on the halfway point of today. Don't forget we played 6 matches yesterday. We'll have 3 more after this match. We've seen a decent amount of shakeup at the top of the leaderboard right now. Lots of fighting going on by the crash site, just kind of to the northwest. Sludgy Swamp, you can see it there over in the distance. Zoom on in. Xe, Moni, FGA, they're pinned between Delta, Fruit, A1, Alex, and then Busy, Daddy, Schmuck, and Clucks on the other side. Got Chicken and Mekton also down in this little bit of a valley. However, everybody's just kind of posturing up a little bit, making themselves look big, throwing some rifle rounds around. And I was about to say, nobody's really committing to a fight, but Xe somehow ends up getting dropped down completely away from his teammates. FJ is going to try and get down to end up covering him, but this is an awful situation. Stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of duos on either side. And Moni trying to get the cover, but Xe will end up getting converted. Moni going to throw a shot out there, not necessarily going to find it. Tons of shots coming through. No light ammunition to keep the pressure there with that legendary SMG. And now FJA is going to be forced to play as a solo very early on.
That's unfortunate, but just like that, the drop of the hat, everybody around is fighting. I think we've got 4 different trios here. Jelty, Krizix, and Andy trying to get involved, trying to grab any of this extra loot. They'll grab one. That's going to be Delta going down there. Krizix will claim that elimination. Jelty backs out. They say that's too many ARs, too many unknown variables. I don't want to have to do math while playing Fortnite, so he backs out. He gets away. He's letting people disengage. Haka will take down NoAW, and boom. I like this. The immediate decisive action of, hey, we know you're rotating through. Let's go for it.
Fortnite is nothing but a math game, Clay. The entire time. Fortnite is nothing but geometry, input, min-maxing, doing math. Like, you don't go to think about it. It's all about angles of the side. And it's one of the things that I always equated even back when I was in school. If you're playing games at a competitive and a professional level, let alone the mechanics that end up coming with it, but like the level of skill that's required and the level of knowledge to not only understand what's going on, but how to do the things when the pressure is on you, that is an absurdly valuable life lesson. So it's like, yeah, doing math is hard. Well, when you're trying to instant reset a window while also placing a code inside of somebody's boxes and communicate your teammate they need them to then open a window so you can have a shot in the span of 2 seconds, like, you're doing a whole bunch of math in your head. Like, there's trigonometry in there, so like, I don't want to say like don't discredit, but give yourself a little bit of credit too when we're breaking all this stuff down, and give even more credit over to these players who make it look so absurdly easy.
They do. As we saw in the feed, Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex pick up an Elam.
Another one.
Yeah, another one. Exactly. And that's what they need. They just need more. Especially because we saw Reed, Vaz, and Saki are just playing for endgame. You say it the most. Tournament management. Well, they were in tournament management since game number 1 today. They don't want to go down, and I believe Arkham, Epicwell, and Rax are in that little conglomerate of players to the northwest of this minimap, that little hill right outside Weeping. It's got 2 different trios on top of them as we swap back over to our 9th place trio. They did drop 4 spots, unfortunately, after that last game, but the way they're playing, they're looking to get it back into their favor, hop back up into that top 5 so they can make a shot for it, as well as the observers give us a nice spin of everybody there. Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex seem to be swimming or driving their way on down. A great rotation, but hey, it's West. We know West does one thing with Weeping, and that's they burn down all of the trees, so I'm surprised that Krizix, Andy, and Jelty chose to rotate where they did.
Just trying to pull towards that center part of the zone. You can see the 4X also doing the same, riding right along the river, using the kind of riverbed in the broken up line of sight to avoid taking too much damage to the car. Also taking a sizable amount of it, not too many shield picks coming through for them. See, Epicwell has picked up a pair of Elams, so it's an additional 4 points for them. They're well above Stormster, so don't have to worry about that. We can see them trying to find a little bit of space. Ideally, they want to get up and above this side of the cliff after the rotation has occurred, but for now, they're going to be content to just throw up the walls, throw up the hard mats, because this cliff to their back will end up breaking the line of sight, and because nobody's boxed up directly above them, they're relatively safe. Next zone should also probably pull a little bit closer to them, just based off of where the current ones has gone. Again, there's a chance that it doesn't, but the patterns should put them right around towards the outside of the 4th. But Defiable isn't going to get a chance to see that zone, as Wavy Jacob, I believe, picked up one of those, or maybe got a different one in the feed. This is Mekton, Kytrex, and Chicken just raining shots down. Jaguar also going to end up being knocked back. Boga trying to pull some space away while Bumboy does his best to play some defense. He should be able to back up and reset a couple walls to create an extra layer. They're well above Surge, and only one more player needs to drop down, but got to find an opening on the backside. 84 will get the reset. 86 right after. So some great shots from Bumboy dealing with the adversity. This again, another 84. And this is with a common shotgun. Hello? Give this man a real weapon and see what he does. Don't call him Jax. As Bumboy finding it with just the gray shotgun. He wants to push in and try and get the upgrades, but turned what was an awful situation into a pretty big dub there.
I was carrying the team to allow Batman Booga to get some of those elims, because I ain't hitting those shots with that weapon. That is so hard to be able to do, to get almost essentially a max damage shot with a common shotgun. Able to upgrade to that uncommon. Yeah, it was 3 in a row at that as well. Bumboy is here. Bumboy wants to get back up into that top 5 because they were up there. Coming into today, they were in a great spot. I'm dropping down into 8th place. Still overall, it's great for them, but now looking to rotate through is Symmetrical, Temple, and Wavy Jacob. They dropped down 3rd place, but only off 3rd by 5 points. And again, everybody's looking at that 1st place spot.
Oh,
what?
Great angle coming out from Symmetrical. Sometimes when you just get a bead like that and the players are not necessarily able to react, whether they're pinned up against the side, you just take a little bit too much. But luckily, again, we kind of talked about why some players opt to run the pistols over the AR. Max damage fall off, so only 20 damage going through the headshot is a 1.5 multiplier. So even with 3 straight headshots, it's still barely enough to kind of break through the mini shield, so a little bit of extra damage. You'll feel happy about it, though. That's going to keep them moderately safe from Surge. Swing on over. Our current leaders, they were looking untouchable, but after that, maybe there was a little bit. We saw the first chink in the armor. However, last game, despite not picking up the victory royale, still 2nd place and the highest points earners because of the eliminations that went through. We saw just the absolute scrum that Reet and Favs dropped down to, and I mean, that's where they thrive.
It is. But they've got to just hold the course. Just not be too aggressive. And they've done that. I mean, we saw last game, though, that yes, they did go down because of the need for Surge and other factors there. They got a little bit too over-aggressive, but I haven't seen the read that had made me worried many seasons ago. I haven't seen that read play today or the games yesterday. It's completely different.
He's on a leash. He's on a leash, and Snacky's holding on to it really well. He's been doing a good job. It's something he's known for in his trios, but right now, they need to be careful. We talked about going too early or missed timing, and I was wrong about the zone. We pulled away from the south. We went relatively far north. It's right over the side, and they dropped down, but now, all of a sudden, 2 different trios looking at him, and Reed, you talk about it, 3 different trios looking at him. Reed, tons of damage going through. Somebody saw a shield break. Snacky also taking a bunch. Numbers are being called out all over the place. They're going to group up, get back together, use some chug splashes, but this is very dangerous. If they're not able to really push out, the other teams are going to be happy with the Storm Surge tags, but honestly, they need to start shooting at Poffy and Eclipse and try and get some of the other teams to shoot back. And Zinx is going to try and do that by cutting off the space there. Dog and J Roses could potentially look to shift, but you see the tag directly down on top of them. You also see some trees being broken over in the side. So this cluster of 4 trios, 2 of which are in the top 5, 1 of which being the leader. Lots of stuff is going to shake down here, and you can see them now trying to influence the lobby a little bit, trying to throw some shots, but realistically, they have to play a dangerous game because you can only shoot so many times, knowing that there are 4 other trios who have already had a beat on you. We will get a Storm Surge warning and see who is where. 269 below. We'll see if an update ends up coming through, and no update. Nope, yep, there it goes. 581. So Eclipse, Cyberzer, and Poffy, they're going to be fine. Very curious to see Favstreet and Snacky, as well as Epic Will, Arkham, and Rex, Symmetrical, and Co. If all 3 of them are above, then show us whoever. Yep, there we go. Those guys are above. If our top 3 are all above, then we're good to kind of move on to the next one, and we'll look at people who are below. There we go, 176, and with a decent surge going through here, they should be moderately safe once that number dips into the lower double digits. So we kind of got to start to think about it, which even then, they maybe have the question in their back of the mind, is Symmetrical picked up a knock in the feed onto Trix? We'll see if a confirmation comes through. If so, they might start closing in on flipping that 2nd place right back over. Yep, Trix ends up going down. 3 teams now potentially under Storm Surge pressure.
Under Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex going to do this in game. We saw him play for high, we saw him play low. They were in the mid ground and dropped all the way to low. So I'm excited to watch what they do. But what's even more exciting is that Refabs and Saki are going to pull zone. They get a chance, stop rate. I was going to say they have a hard rotation ahead of them if it doesn't pull their way, but they pull it. So I'm excited to see, are they going to go straight for that high ground again? Or are they going to wait to try to go for that launch pad take? As we move over, symmetrical tempo Wavy Jacob look to find both of the users here as they know they're already weak. And that would be 4 free points for them. Again, reminder, the second place gap was 5 points coming into this game.
See Storm Surge still hitting a trio in the top left-hand corner. 52 players up on their feet. It's over in the distance there. Just towards the zone. Quinn trying to potentially hawk out somebody. He's got the ping down, knowing that there's a potential launch pad. Instead, they're going to low pad, try and get as far ahead. But because they're low padding off of the height situation, they're still going to have a relatively long glide, but good on symmetrical tempo and Wavy Jacob. They're actually just going to opt to walk it, which interesting decision. They're opting not to recycle that low pad, even though they saw it there. Tempo going to attempt to throw some shots, but instead they're just going to slide on down the side. It's electric, and they're going to be able to find a good little path towards zone. And I was going to say, it looks like they're attempted to do a high ground take, but Temple probably looked at his hard mats and decided that was a poor decision. Stuck on absolutely nothing. That's up on the high ground. Reet, Favs, and Snacky, they're looking just fine. The question is, where does 6 zone pull? Because if they don't necessarily have the materials, they weren't great on that second zone surge. We haven't seen them throwing out a ton of shots. It could be a tough situation.
And they did it. They went for it early. 66 builds on Reed, dropping him over. Just a little bit there, just to top off his teammates. He won't be the one at the front. Oh. They pull zone. High ground will be theirs for now, but symmetrical, you can tell wants it. They could go for it, but you're right. The high ground mat control will not be there for them. They will lose ultimately in that creative fight that will end up happening. Whoever goes for the high ground. Now, where are Arkram, Epicwell, and Rex? They're going to be middle of your screen right now. Observers already know what I was about to say. We're hopping on board with them. Launchpad going to come out. They got to be careful about that team right there opening for a pump, but minimal damage going to be taken. They're below now, but it'll update here in a second, and still going to stay below. They're looking for any tags. Only 6 below, but already sundown. They're looking for that high ground.
Looking to go up, trying to see what's above them, looking to about face. They see that there's a pad back there. They're actually going to use their own pad. They're going forward to the front. They're only 16 damage above, so instead of going up towards the high ground, they're going to go all the way towards the front, but Snacky pick up a knock onto Krizix. Additionally, we're inside of that top 17, so placement points are going to start ticking over. Snacky gets his confirmation as well. That's the first Elam up on the board, but Fabs is down to just a sliver of HP. You can see him desperately trying to get any amount of shields onto himself. Maybe they have a med kit as well. If not, Chuck Splash is going to have to be used. Bottom right hand corner though. Wavy Jacob finds one, finds 2. That's 3. No, that's 2 going over to his trio. That's a duo wipe for them. No, that's 3 going over. 5 going over to Wavy Jacob and his trio in the bottom right hand corner. So a quick 10-point swing as well as a placement point through. So they're going to be happy about that. Arkham in the top part of your screen. We have our first, second, and third trios. We're hopping aboard with second place as they are below Surge, and Surge is ticking onto them. Only 66 below, trying to find some room, but Arkham gets instantly obliterated. He's gone, but Epic Whale will return the favor. However, because it was an insta elimination, he doesn't have the ability to get any extra damage. They're still below Surge. Only one more player will need to go down. There it goes. It will turn off. There won't be another tick, but Epic Whale looking to find the shots. He's currently doing all the work. 3 eliminations for his team, and he is separated from the rest of the duo and up on the high ground yet again. Snacky Wheat and Fabs are saying, let's stretch that lead out a little bit more, boys, as they rain shots from above. Epic Whale on the far right side of your screen. Rex is also with him. Epic Whale finds 1, he finds 2, and he is just doing everything on the side there. 4 eliminations for him now. As you can see, still just trying to carry it on, and Rex is separated. He's on the backside of the tarp. Team's trying to drop down. Looks like he has no more builds, but Fabs and Snacky, they don't care about builds. They're pulling back over their old one and just raining down shots as we're going to zoom on in. Our current third place trio, they're up to 6 eliminations. Wavy Jacob now trying to do all the work. Is symmetrical. Has been down. They're going to yeet him forward, potentially look to stick a revive. Or someone around the side. Temple going to pick him up. Top 10 trios, 24 players left.
Looks like high ground may win again, but no. Boy, Batman, Booga, Jagger do look to shoot their way up. They do take some shots from him as well. Epic Whale gonna do a lot of damage. What more can he find? Nothing but the lobby screen is waiting for him right now as Rex looks to try to find any sort of angles, any sort of shots. I like that they went as far front of zone as they could to try to pop this big shield. No one really knows that they're there. Luckily, Jackville will drop down, and now they have an opportunity to go for a solo. Hawk going to take a lot of damage, though. Rex on the other side looking to pop the medkit. At one point, that's going to be Jackveer all alone by himself. He does. He gets Jackveer. Can he find any room to operate with the builds that he has? They drop in. Is he going to shot? No! Gonna go down. The points are there, but it's not going to be enough. Symmetrical, Wavy Jacob, Double B still all up as well, but Reed and Wave, everybody operating so well on the high ground. They're dropping on down. They're trying to get Elims, but Wavy Jacob, Symmetrical, and Temple now sitting on 9 eliminations. Another one maybe right here on the other side. Reed will take down Bumboy. Temple gonna take down Jackveer on the other side. Nice Elim there for them. Wavy Jacob goes into zone, takes an unnecessary tick, but grabs the extra loot, and Aiden gonna take him down from the backside. They do end up getting the elimination, so the point will go over, but now it's a 3v2v1. Batman Booga trying to play spoiler, trying to fight anybody on the high ground, but Reed's gonna take him down, and they look to close out this game. A 3v2. It's third place versus first place up above. Temple getting dropped down very low. Symmetrical looks to try to find something. He is gonna find Saki. Can he find another one? Trying to get fast there. He will, but will he get back in the siphon? Will he get the siphon? No! Reed's gonna close it out. Reed gets to the dub with 6 eliminations as well.
We're almost there now with a victory royale. They had second place before. They had 3 second places to close yesterday. What an incredible performance from Reed, Fabs, and Snacky taking the victory royale here in match number 9. I mean, it was so good. They blew my hood off. Just absolutely astounding. We're going to kick it on over the desk. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, show us what's up in the last 3 games.
Thank you so much, friends. Absolutely, cast is on point. Just the best. Absolutely great stuff. I can't believe this. Reed, Snacky, Fab, 6 elimination victory out. Now, of course, the 6 elims is like a little low, but still the fact that Arkham, Rex, and Epic Will did fall a little bit earlier, right? They got the eliminations. They're moving. They're starting to separate themselves once again, Panda. Look, I have to be neutral as the host. Come on, Panda. I got to try and, build this story back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Kelly, why don't we go to you first before we go to Panda?
Well, you brought up 2 incredible teams. They're obviously kind of the 2 main characters of our story, but also Symmetrical's team just dominating on the low ground there, grabbing over 10 eliminations towards the end there, and it does go to the way of Reet and Fabs, and you gotta kind of look at it being the fact that they do have height. They play that a lot smarter, and obviously they learned from the previous game to not go down too aggressively, have one person stay out on height, so they were able to walk away with that VR. But just like you said, only with a handful of eliminations, which does typically happen from height, but not typically from Reet's team.
Yeah, and this is one thing I'll say. I think a lot of that plays into the actual drop that they have, the early game that they've been able to create for themselves. It ultimately gives them that successful environment throughout the rest of the game, right? Obviously, your early game is so important, looting up, getting what you need, and then going and positioning yourself in zone. They have all of that pretty freely. Now that they fixed the surge issue that we saw them face in game number 1 of the day, I just don't see them slowing down. So it's looking pretty good for the boys.
All right, okay, so we're going to take a look at the standings in just a moment. First, let's use the battle map, an in-game tool, to catch up on how these certain things happen in the early game. Now, keep in mind, we're going to see some yellow lines on the screen. That is the path the players have taken to end up where they were. So, I want you guys to break this down for us. I'm really excited about this battle map.
We're actually going to be using the battle map to break down Reed, Snacky, and Fab's drop. This split is a very unique split that we see here. You actually see, Fabs, or Snacky, and Reed land over here closer to Corny Complex. Now, as the game continues on, you'll see, or you'll wonder, where's Fabs, right? Where can Fabs be? Well, Fabs is actually over in Risky Reels, and we'll look at that in a second. But Snacky and Reed quickly loot up these 2 different split areas and immediately then go to reconvene with Fabs, which finds himself over here in Risky Reels. Now, the important thing to mention in all of this is the pathing. You see this blue line actually shows where Fabs flew in. The yellow line represents the way that he moved around the POI and shows genuinely how efficient he was with his time. So looking at this all together, now you have them as a team reconvening just south of Risky Reels and then find themselves towards the convergence. You see all the rotation that they take here around the convergence and ultimately get a really solid position. This is going to be super important to their gameplay and how they remain successful. And here it is. You see why they've been successful so far. 327 points on the board, and a lot of that has to do with that drop.
And of course, a lot of it has to do with that VR that we just got to see, now bumping them up to 2 victory royales. But of course, Symmetrical Temple and Wavy's incredible performance with second place and 11 eliminations, going to be bringing them up to 285 points. And, you know, I have to say it, and this tends to be what happens every NA West, but our top 3 teams are slowly starting to break away from the rest of the pack right now. And to me, the big story is Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale right here. How they performed yesterday compared to how they performed today. They averaged around 8th. Obviously, we got to see their first 0 game in the finals out of, 50 games that we've always seen them play. So definitely having a better day today with an average placement of 4th. But I think that might have gone up a little bit in that last game. For whatever reason, they definitely are having some issues with Storm Surge here. We saw that Reet, Fabs, and Snacky were able to kind of fix up that issue from game 7 going into game 8. But Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are having a bit of an issue with that, and I'm wondering if that has to do with these zones. Not a lot of wet zones. A lot of them are going south and east, so they are known to do their car rotations, able to go into the zone really early. So hopefully they'll do that just a second earlier so that they can box up and grab those tags that they need.
I'm not even worried, right? 3 games left. That's plenty of games so they can come out. Of course, they're right around 50 or so points behind, but that's still 3 games, right? We'll have to see how this continues to unfold. And I really think Symmetrical and his trio can actually make a run at first place, right? It just depends which of these 3 trios falls earlier, what mistakes are made with these 3 remaining games. But that's enough from us for right now. We're putting it back in the hands of Clay and Sundown to take us into the next game.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Panda, and Kelly. 3 matches down today, 3 more to go. 9 through total. Welcome to match number 10 here in NA West. We've seen all other 6 regions have champions crowned. You can see Shallow, Asian Feeds, just a little bit landing to the west side. Gonna hop on board here to see what goes on with the loop path of Arkram, Epic Whale, and Rex over at Believer Beach. So we're gonna fly in on the leaderboard on the left-hand side. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling, calling all of the action here.
So what do they need to do? I mean, they're pretty far off the pace right now. It's about, I believe, 60 of my masters, me right there, around 60 or so points. So that's just a really good game of Victory Royale with double-digit eliminations. But of course, they need Reet, Fabs, and Snacky to falter, and they've only faltered 1 game. That's hard. That's a hard and tall order to ask.
Right now, tall order is them winning this fight as well. I actually see Nova say he's going to hop on, do his best Bizzle impression, try and take this guy, get some shots off with that turret. We'll find a 40 tag in the air, just have a little bit of the overheat, so going to wait for that, but we'll be happy with whatever damage he ended up getting off, because he didn't end up taking any return. They're going to try and max the damage out onto Oka as he ends up getting taken down, and actually take to the sky to try and chase Blesser off. So XL are going to try and follow the split. One will go to the right, the other will go to the left, and they'll try and meet back in the middle, and they should be able to tag out where he is. Yep, you can see the shots coming down from the side. XR will pick that up, and that's 2 elims for them.
Great rotation out as well. They're going to be able to get back a little more mats and just a little bit more loot, because they don't got a lot. And this side of the map will have a lot if they go for the fishing route as well. So it's good. I mean, and again, while first place may be out of reach for some of these trios, again, there's still prize money that goes up every placement point that you get past certain thresholds. So it's still worth to play your best Fortnite, to play your best games, because that money is thousands of dollars, and that is life-changing money. So even if you are in 19th place right now, or even if you are in 14th place, you can still get a lot more money if you just keep playing well.
Yeah, nice little upgrades for Jelty there in the form of that legendary assault rifle as well as a rare lever action shotgun. The format on the left-hand side, 30 points for the Victory Royale. Placement threshold starts ticking over at top 17, and you get a first placement point at top 24 for basically making it through the first phase of the game. We are over in NA West. The players are competing for their share of just over $220,000, with the winner getting the lion's share of that, as well as the Axe of Champions and all the clout to say they are the Goliath Destroyers. The quick set on the left-hand side. We and Snacky are first and second in individual elims, respectively. I want to say no real surprise there.
Not at all. Not with how they're playing. And it's just so interesting to me that this split has not been punished at all. No one has decided to try to take back Risky. No one has decided to take back any part of Corny. Don't want to do it.
Like, Risky is such a good drop spot, like over by Zate Hill. Like, there's so much available in that area and in between. And like, you can almost sustain an entire trio off it and yourself, and generally in a full 33 lobby, it's almost expected to, right? And the fact that they're getting all of that plus all of Corny, I mean, as long as they don't get messed up on their Storm Surge tags, there's no reason they shouldn't have the best loot in the game. You can do anything with that split. You basically actually have enough to utilize some of those absurd upgrade prices as well, because there's so many safes and gold and quick quests in the area.
There are, and it's just so much more loot than anyone else is getting. You just have, it seems like the entire loot pool at your disposal, and they're making it work. We move over to our second place trio of Symmetrical Temple and Wavy Jacob, who leads second place by 14 points. Still well within contention of taking home that first place, but again, they need quite a big task to happen. They need Reet, Fabs, and Saki to go down, or at least just have one of them up in those final moments where they can't impact the game the same way. That's hard. We move over to Hydro 16, McLovin just holding on for their life, trying not to be eliminated with what is 10 HP and a dream. They hold on. Batman Booga not going to be able to do so. Is Yumi going to be the one to take him down? Squishy and Kono all by themselves over in Koro, and oh, there's another trio coming in as well. Bumboy really just trying to swim away. As you see the arrow above him now, really needs to use this launch pad to disengage, because that player does not want to let them go right away.
I'm not positive that player knows they're there, and yeah, in fact, those Kono, they actually just ended up trailing them off there, so good job leading them towards the other tree and then saying, nope, I'm out. I was about to say the better situation here might have been to not even swim at all and just sit next to that waterfall, considering he was in kind of a light darker blue outfit. Like, just hope nobody happens to look down and see the shape there, but instead, Defiable will end up picking up Yumi Salko, trying to get on the backside here, but not covering his back and had to edit there. Finds the 74 headshot, but will then immediately be returned out. He's giving call out to Mojo that his teammates are low, but the siphons are going to end up coming through. So Mojo, despite connecting shots, not going to be able to find anything. He has tons of builds, but now all of a sudden it's a 3v2, and they've been pushed back a little bit. Yumi is down, so will actually be a 2v2. Defiable and Mojo are able to get together and kind of put the pressure on them. Effectively, they could turn it into a 2v1 if one goes for a revive, but Defiable a little bit careless there. That should have been a situation where it actually had the charge out and would have punished that trade significantly. Instead, forced to pop one of his last two minis. I would not... Oh, never mind. There's extras there. I was going to say, if he pops that last mini for only 5 shield in this situation, that's it's very greed. But they saw plenty of loot still down on the ground, so make a much better decision. That's why we never call out the players and tell the player what to do, i.e. see Zexor pop a bandage. But we will see Reet, Fabs, and Snacky trying to tell this other trio what to do. But if anybody is not afraid to take this fight, it's Dog and his trio mates.
They have that same kind of vibe that Reet did back in the day. Their entire trio has that vibe of, hey, we'll push you. It doesn't matter. If we want these elims, we want them. And Zinx is looking for it. If they can catch one, then this is where first place is obtainable. If they go down here, if they make a mistake here, well away from placement points, not even first zone close, they have to be careful.
And that's not necessarily being careful. It's not the worst of the world, again, because we kind of talked about the shift in meta this season. If you are just watching for the first time, whether it is on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, watch.fortnite.com, or what's up, Party Royale, hit me with your favorite emote right now. You can see, normally when players walk around the top like that, we're all like, what are you doing? Get down, a stray bullet will come through. Well, there's no more of those bolt-action sniper rifles. There's no more of those mechanical bows. All of kind of those one-shot down, one-shot elimination weapons have been pulled out of the loot pool. No more triple grenades, no more clingers. So the worst thing that happens when you poke out there is you have 3 people focus you, and even then, these players are good enough to be able to hit that crouch button or back up or throw a roof above them or whatever to avoid really taking that down but not out amount of damage. Seems like we're just chilling, and it might be that it's a little quiet right now, and you're probably wondering, you're like, what are you guys doing? What's going on? Well, this is exactly what's going on. This is what every single trio is doing right now. They have so much time, they have so much room to be able to just look at the sides, and right now you can see they're just raining shots over towards the side, and they're trying to end up putting some shots over. And currently, everyone's just posting up. The zone's dropping right on top of Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex. And we will get a look in to see the Storm Surge warning here in a little bit.
Where do they position? Are they going to be a little greedy and go for that rotation? Or are they going to play it safe and stay at this hotel? It looks like that's what they're choosing for now. They may move in third zone because, again, that zone more likely going to be concentric there. And, that's why they're staying on the edge. There's not really natural high ground in this zone. There's not really an opportunity for anybody to take it. Yes, maybe on that destroyed dish that we see, maybe the edge by that cliff house, but Believer is one of the better areas right now because they can look at everybody rotating in.
And especially looking towards kind of the top right part of the map on the left side of your screen. Sorry, I know there's a little bit confusing. Look to your left, and then look at all the teams who are going to be forced to rotate towards that right part. Majority of the trios, yes, they are on the bottom side, but most people are going to know that. So they're the only team post up in that northeast. They're going to have great lines of sight. Also, the thing to note with how this zone has pulled, yes, majority of the west coast is water, but zones have a tendency to have a little bit of momentum when they're pulling. So there's a more than likely chance that we keep going a little bit more west or a little bit to the center. It's very rare that it's going to pull all the way back over to the eastern side. It happens in maybe 10 or 15% of the games. So Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex are going to have an opportunity to pressure these teams right now, but then they're going to be forced to rotate regardless of the situation. So these next moments are going to be very critical for what happens towards the outside part of the map.
75 below for Babu and Nico. They don't have Midi there to help them get that damage. And they were looking on to Reed, Snacky, and Favs to get it. We already see Reed down to 150 HP. We already saw them take a lot of damage and have to invest big shields earlier. So my question is, do they have a lot in their reserves? Do they have enough? And if they don't, are they going to be aggressive for it?
I mean, they're below Surge. They're without Midi, who... I don't want to say it's a knock on Kabu or Nico, but I would say Midi is definitely more the playmaker out of this group, the one who's able to kind of hit those big shots when needed. And it's not adding up necessarily in their favorites when you're going to roll the dice and you already know 1 or 2 of them are going to come up 1. Like, yeah, 6 on the end would bring your average up pretty good, but we're still struggling there. As we do see our current leaders, the question is, how are they doing? We haven't checked in with them in a little while. They are going to send a rotation. They're fine in terms of Storm Surge, so all about positioning, but they're not doing so great on Matt's Clay, which isn't something we've necessarily seen out of them. They're also in a spot where it's going to be really rough to refarm. In addition to that, they're also in this absolute clown fiesta group of trios over on the eastern side of the map. Like, there's like 14 trios stacked on top of each other. Fortunately for them, It's Alex and Co right on the other side, and they're going to be more than comfortable to take this fight if they need to. But it looks like this other team might be underneath Surge, so trying to get some aggressive angles, setting up the right hands so they know they're going to be able to go for it. And yeah, you hear the Surge hitting on the other side. We can hear it. They can't hear that. So they should be able to at least take an advantage fight, knowing that the other team has to go.
Can Fabs and Saki just hold on, or will they go for these shots and be a little too aggressive? They want the damage though, and it doesn't matter if you're going aggressive onto a team that has Surge hitting them, because you're almost always going to win that fight. Those are 3 quick illuminations for them, and they are going to get as much match as they need to get back in. You saw the other team decide, maybe, no, never mind. We saw the names, we're not going for it. We don't want to be involved in that, and look, just like that, back up to max materials. They've got a lot of shields as well. 2 launch pads being dropped over, so they're chilling.
Very fortunate for them that the team that boxed up next to him was one who was underneath Surge. They needed that reset, but hey, sometimes you need all of the cards to fall your way, and not only did they fall, they fell right on into their lap, and they placed them up on the table. Nobody noticed. Going to be able to rotate back in the zone. We're going to swing on over. Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex looking to try and find a little bit of room. Like I said, that zone did pull further towards the western side with a little bit of center spin towards it, so almost no natural high ground in play, and they're going to loop around the backside of the zone. They should find very little amount of contestation over here. Potentially the opportunity to jump on a team, but that's symmetrical. Temple and Wavy Jacob, they could have our second and third place teams boxed directly on top of each other.
They're gonna do it. They spread it a little bit out, so they've got some distance. About 3 boxes away from each other, but if Arkham Epic Well are actually able to take down Symmetrical Temple and Wavy Jacob, that's got to be the motivation they need just to keep going, and shots will come through that. Some great aim from Rex, and I expect nothing less, but you've got to be careful when they're opening that many windows one direction. You need to have someone back looking the other way, and Arkham is doing just that, watching and waiting, trying to find anybody on the other side. Maybe Jacob Spencer, but Temple rather going to just be joining in the spray, trying to get these players down, and you already see one of them. That's going to be Regulator, unfortunately falling.
Watching, waiting, anticipating, but they say that they will not go. They want to carry the title home, but right now it's in Reed's hands. They're going to have to snatch it away, and these are the 2 trios who might be able to do it. We do see our match number 1 winners from yesterday currently getting lobby focus. Everyone and their mother throwing bullets over towards the side. It looks like they're trying to take an outside launch pad, but as they do that, they actually hit a direct line of open space towards the second and third place trio, and those guys are not going to miss the shot. Symmetrical gets the conversion onto Blizzy. Wavy Jacob looking to try and harpoon away any of the extra materials. Spectacle actually going to get the one onto Nate. So the first one they didn't get points for, but they'll be able to get the refresh. However, if there's no white heals in there, this could get awkward. Good use of the harpoon by Wavy Jacob to pull his teammate in as we cut to a 3-box. So bottom right hand corner, current leaders, extra Reet, extra Snacky, 33 Fabs. Top, second place, 33 Wavy Jacob, CLG Symmetrical, and Temple. Third place, our 4-time defending champs, 5-time across the board, 100 Thieves Rex, 100 Thieves Arkham, Energy, Epic Well, all 3 still up on their feet. 4th zone did pull a little bit back inland, so we're going away from the water here in match number 10. We'll have 2 more after this, and the top 3 have definitely separated out a little bit, but I also don't want to forget about Poppy and his trio. They've quietly been inside the top 5 the entire time.
Movement comes out of Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex, and they're moving right towards Shallow. Reet right there as well. They're going to get sprayed at. Reach a little bit further away, a little bit more in the center of the zone. Now, what I want to see from Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex is the decisive high ground takes that we've seen from Stacky, Favs, and Reet, because that's what won Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex so many of their FNCSs, is that they won it from high ground. They saw an opportunity and they took it. They did not hesitate at all. And that's what Reed's doing now. Every time there's an opening for high ground, it seems like they just take it. They just run with it.
Yeah, I think they're focusing almost a little bit too much on keeping their entire team up. We've only seen them challenge for height once or twice, and when it wasn't that successful, they're like, nope, we'll just know there's another opportunity. But because so many other people aren't going for it, if you're able to get a super early and established high ground, it makes it that much harder to take, especially when the high ground we've seen so far in West have gotten some pretty fortunate zone pulls when it comes to 7th or 8th zone. It's been very rare that we've had 7th or 8th zones continuously pull away and really burn out the maps and the utility on the high ground. And what that enables them to do is kind of just focus on playing the rest of the lobby, whittling down shots, and gives them a better chance of winning the game out when you don't really have to extend your builds. We will have at least 2 trios being hit by Storm Surge here in just a second. We have second and third still boxed directly on top of each other. First place is a little bit central with plenty of room. We just see Storm Surge running on the right-hand side. Rex, Epic, Well, and Arkham don't have to worry about it, but it looks like they're potentially looking to try and make a play. We see Riversong getting a knock onto Counter Logic Gaming Matrix in the feed. Shallow, Sharp, potentially looking to drop down as well. There's the Storm Surge running. We'll see who starts throwing out shots.
Oh, and how big would that be again? That team above them took second from them, and they want it back. They want first back. But it's baby steps there. Reed is going to get an elimination onto Hako in the feed. That's another 2 points over them. More Storm Surge over them. And look where the zone is coming. Got quite a bit of a trek, but you're right. They've got 4 eliminations, 3 solely on Reed.
So that's at 3 points. That was a 3-point swing going through right there because it pushed us into those placement points. So getting the full elim onto Haku is fortunate. It wasn't a down but not out, or yanking that elimination over. So gets the 2 points, then gets the +1 for the placement. So going to feel good about that, making it in the cascading placement points again. But symmetrical got swatted out of the ground. Luckily for him, he's able to get a little bit of cover there. Wavy Jacob and Temple collapsing on him right away, but Wavy Jacob then accidentally gets yeeted over the side. Not sure if that's a missed movement, but Symmetrical's body gets boxed up. The veteran gets pulled away, and he's going to get taken down. Snacky also took just a ton of damage on that rotation. Everyone is packed in on the western side, so they need to be very careful. But at the same time, anybody who opens up on them on the low ground has to be careful because it's Fab, Snacky, and Reed.
It's not who you want to fight against at all, but look at Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex. They're going aggressive on this team right above them. They're trying to get the shots. They're trying to drop them down. They do get the damage. And they find more than just that. Can they find the eliminations? Reed looking nearby as well, but they're in the opposite direction. Wavy Jacob and Temple nearby at first, second, and third, all split up between each other. Where is that 6th zone going to go? It looks like it's possibly pulling towards Riverson. It is actually going to pull straight back. Everyone in that top 3 is going to get a favorable zone for now. What are they going to do with it?
A little bit of space here, a little bit of time, a little bit of a breather. We'll have a Storm Surge warning pop up. We will have 6 trios who will be under threat, but also expect the number to drop very quickly as we only have a minute for this rotation. We made players take on the sky. Wavy Jacob going to clear his top. They're going to check up on the high ground, potentially look to challenge, but realize this doesn't quite have the height, so they go towards the front. And again, they're also just a duo. This was our 3rd place, or our 2nd place trio, taking it back from Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex just after the last game. Up on the high ground, Kytrex, Chicken, Mekton, sizable control. Good back to front situation, but it is only a solo tarp. As we zip on down the low ground, we have 1st and 3rd side by side trying to get some spray on the wall, but Epic Well doing a very good job of covering that and making sure they cover the top. They are going to launch pad, and they're going to go up. Here's the challenge. You asked for a play, and here it goes. Arkham, he finds the first shot. He gets the box coned in. Not going to be able to find the conversion as he does have his teammate covering his back. Good separation from Kytrex and Mekton, and right away they challenge, and then they opt to drop. They say, hey, we went up, we saw it wasn't there, but who went up and saw it was there? Babs, Stacky, and Reed, they try and go, and Chicken gets swatted down. Babs does a great job of drawing damage. Reed, though, takes a ton of damage trying to go up towards the top. You can see only 15 builds, so while he has high ground, Temple was able to pick up bolts. You can see Kytrex is separated away. Babs has also been separated, but high ground control is there. The question is how many mats, and does the pull go back to his old builds? It does, so they're going to be gifted that away. 2nd place falls, so Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex going to get a little bit of room to take it away. Nova ends up going down, and he gets confirmed, but Arkham loses all of his shields. He doesn't even turn around. His teammate will cover his back. He says, hey, you got my 6. I'm going to keep running forward. Good job creating distance, and he's going to about face. That's a full elimination coming through. Harpoon trying to pick it up, but still up on the high ground. Number 1 team looking for the number 2 victory royale from them. So many 2nd places under their belts, and right now, looking for victory round number 3. They had 1 yesterday. So many 2nd places with all of their high ground control. Right now, though, priority position on the bottom. Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex, priority position on top. Fab, Snacky, and Reed.
and they can't win this from the low ground. Yes, you can win the game, but if high ground ends up being the team you're fighting, they're just going to keep that lead. So someone's got to make a play. It may need to be them. They're just trying to survive right now. Seems like they may be comfortable just getting the second place, maybe getting the victory royale, and then going for the last game. But when you get there, when you get into these last two games, if the lead is too much, you got to be careful. They don't really have a lot of builds, but they've got 3 eliminations. Where are the players that are and on top of them going to drop down? Will Kimchi, will Garbage Truck, will Zoo start to make their way on down, or will high ground pressure be too much and they go down up above?
And they're still just raining shots from above. Those elims will eventually start to tick over. They'll start to add up. Favs is hitting his shots. Rex picks one up on the low ground, but they already end up having 7. The one thing I've noted, we're starting to see thinner builds. We're starting to see thinner tarps. We're starting to see them having to drop down. And when you're dropping down into this. You don't want to drop down into the era of Epic, Whale, Arkham, and Rex, the 100 Thieves duo, and the energy cornerstone of NA West. But as I say that, continuing to just rain down elims from the top. Basically, they're trying to turn it into a 2-team race, but if they keep getting first and seconds, you can only close the gap so much, as we saw in match number 9, where despite winning, they didn't gain points. They lost ground on the second place team. We now have a 3v3 v2. First and second going up against each other, but 8 elims for Snacky, Reet, and Favs. We have Yubi and Squishy in between, potentially trying to play spoiler, but Yubi instead just going to give more points over. They're going to Yayi them away. Look to pick it up. 3v1, v2, and now we got a 3v3. 10 elims already up on the high ground, 7 on the low ground. They end up finding the first knock. That will come through. They'll get the conversion as well. Now it's a 3v2. Epic, Whale, Arkham, and Rex for the second time today, and if they want a chance, if they want to bring the tiebreakers with them, they have to win this game. It's a 3v1, but can Reet put an end to it? He's going to try and find it on the side. They'll match the 10 eliminations. They'll get the victory royale. They only pick up an additional 5 points, though, to close the gap. Clay, I mean, it's going to come down to these last 2 games, but it's a 2-horse race at this point.
It really, really is. And these last 2 games, what needs to happen if you're rooting for Reet, they just need to stay alive like they're doing. If you're rooting for Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex, they've got to go for high ground because that's where Reet's going to be. We'll find out after we send it back to Zeke, to Panda, and Kelly to break it all down.
This is the craziest boxing match, chess match, professional sports game. I like the boxing match analogy in my head because it's like for every one punch thrown, the other side is like meeting that punch and like responding. But then by that point, the first person or trio is already setting out the next one. I mean, it's wild to think that this is now the second time this has happened. We see the front runners and the returning champions go head to head. And though in most circumstances, the trio that's like trying, like not necessarily the underdog, but the trio that we expect to win wins, but it's like, what did they really net out of that? Because the other trio is doing the exact same thing. They're literally sitting there being like, okay, yeah, we'll just, if you want to win, that's fine. You can have 5 points because we did the same thing.
I mean, we kind of made some commentary about Reet and Favs the last time that they had height, that they walked away with only 6 eliminations, saying that that's not typically what we see from that team. But to see them steal height, well, first of all, let's spell out the story there. Chicken and Kytrex and Co., they had height pretty, solidly, although it was zone 6, which is always a bit iffy. And then Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale looked like they kind of land second height, but try and steal. And then out of nowhere, a comet lands on the ground, and it's Reet, and he just builds all around them, taking down Chicken and Kytrex's team, and then holds height from there. And there, I was like, okay, now they're going to play passively. No, aggression upon aggression, all the way coming down to another 3v3. Panda, this is what NA West is all about.
It's absolutely absurd that the 2 main teams we've talked about continually find themselves going up against one another in the final moment. This is the second victory royale, though, for Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. This is a good sign if you are rooting for them. That's the one thing I do want to say, because they didn't get any VRs yesterday. But I think a lot of this plays into the fact that they've changed some things in their game plan and ultimately changed the way that Surge has worked for them, because with this West zone that they just had, it's definitely a bit of a different game.
Yeah, without a doubt, the last few zones from games 7, 8, and 9 today have all kind of go down to south, southeast, which is obviously very far away from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, and they needed those Storm Surge tags, so to see it go all the way to the west zone clearly was favorable for them. And then we have to talk about Wavy, Temple, and Symmetrical, who are all the way over in Dirty Docks and had an incredible rotation early on to Believer Beach before really anyone could see that they were there. They did end up going down, but these rotations into zone is what can make or break these teams. We've seen Reet, we've seen Arkham's team be below Storm Surge several times now today. Obviously, with the zone going to the west side, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale were able to turn that around and use that to their advantage, but I kind of want to say that that doesn't bode well for them. Reet, Favs, and Snacky are able to be in a dominant position regardless of where the zone goes. Clearly being towards the middle of the map, you do have that advantage. But Arkham Rex and Epic Whale seem to only thrive as far as Storm Surge goes if they have that west zone.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think that kind of speaks to them and their character and what they're able to accomplish. But looking at this, it's going to be tough. 373 points, 75 eliminations for Refabs and Snacky, but second place being only 321, and that being Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. It's going to be tough. 2 games remain. Will it be enough for them to come back?
I definitely think that there is more than enough of an opportunity for them to come back here. We saw Symmetrical, Templebee, and Wavy Jacob that were in second place go down pretty early there with not that many eliminations, which is why Arkham Rex and Epic Whale jumped all the way up. But the thing that we're not seeing, we saw the crazy split from Reet, Favs, and Snacky. No one is punishing them. No one's even near them right now. So this isn't about who can do better, because we just saw Arkham's team grab the VR. It's can Reet and Favs and Snacky be punished, be taken down for that opportunity for Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, because if they keep making it to the end game, it's going to be Favs' team.
52 points. 52 points stand between Arkham Rex and Epic Whale and another title championship. This would be their 5th one. Okay, and we're not talking about like, you know, the all-star champions and like this duo tournament over here. This would be 5 titles, 52 points, one last game here in NA West. Will they hold on? Will they overcome the 52 points? Will Symmetrical show up and steal second place from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale? There's a lot to play for and a lot of prize money on the line, Fortnite fam. Buckle up! This is the last game of the FNCS. Play, Sundown, let's do this one last time.
Here we go, onto the bus, but Zeke, I think you're confusing the word ultimate and penultimate. We got 2 more matches. 52 points, we saw what happened in game number 7. We got time, we're chilling. I'm not stressed yet. I'll be stressed after this game if it's still 52 points, but let's peep on in and see what our current leaders are doing. So we have Reet and Snacky over on the side. Fabs is on that split. We do see a team a little bit closer to the north as we get our leaderboard flying on the left-hand side. Just for a reminder, our top 3 are really the only 3 who are in striking distance for the top. After that, there is a fall-off. Poppy, Outcast, Scissor, and Pulsar. Eclipse kind of being the guardians. And then you can see as we flip on over our next 10. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling, calling all the action.
So that damage came in from flying in. It seems like it just interesting there. But again, no one's punishing them. It's so interesting to me that no one is saying, hey, we know they're landing there. We know it has been 10 games of them landing there uncontested, and we know they are so split up. And no one wants to try. That's how scary they are.
I mean, if I'm Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, I would have thought at least at some point in one of these games, I'm grabbing my car and rather than driving south like they typically do on the rotate, just head due east. Just start driving east. They've headed inland every time. They are being a little bit wary about it, but like, go take that fight out there, right? Like, you've beaten them in the end game fights. That's fine, right? But if you're not impacting their score early on, you're not going to be able to win the game. And yeah, that's a little bit more of a risky play. But at some point, you have to look at that leaderboard and say, if somebody else isn't going to do it, do we have to take it into our own hands? And if they're not going to challenge them then the other opportunity, as kind of called out by the desk, is they have to go up and they have to challenge them on high ground, right? They, rather than kind of waiting for that one opportunity to go, they need to go and try and establish it and then swat them down when they come up and make a point of finishing off those eliminations, as Bumboy, Jagfear, and Batman Booga have made a point of cleaning up Stealthy pretty much every single time they've rotated through.
That's how you kind of rotate into a POI. They're showing how you do it and how you do it well. This team is just running away as Batman Booga is finally getting back over Noah W plays of Vanellas. They did have a great day yesterday, put up a great fight. They were able to pick up that victory royale. And while the fights are not going their way, they're still putting up a good effort. Vanellas down very low. Noah W plays will go down. Now they've only got 3 shots left. They have the SMG, but not going to be able to follow it up as they go down. Batman Booga, Jagfear, and Bumboy win again at Stealthy.
And it feels weird to see they're winning at Stealthy because they're not landing anywhere. I don't want to say they're not landing near Stealthy, but they're basically landing in the crouch site just a little bit to the south of it, a little north of Pleasant, and then just sprinting in and being like, hello, is anybody home? And they have no problem kicking in that door. Don't even knock ahead of time. Just give a quick little shout, and then they're there, and they will use the launch pads to chase it down. We're going to hop on board. Nice little piece of control on the llama box. 210. Got it. Good job. Good communication, making sure to get all the supplies from there. And I mean, hey, if you need a way to start off a game, a llama right on the side of Believers Beach, put some natural cover. That's about as lucky as you can get.
It really is. And it looks great for them. But last season, after 10 games, Rex's trio was 40 points behind Favs and Snacky. Today, 52, and they still won. So there's a mountain, but they've climbed that mountain before. They know the path. They know what they need to do. Now they just got to do it.
With 2 games left, I mean, you're running out of time. You got a very thin line. If it's a tightrope, you're walking across the 2 buildings. All of a sudden, that building looks a little bit farther away. And again, they've done enough where any other region, any other time, they would probably be looking at a solid first-place performance. But Reed and his trio have played so good and so consistently and put up numbers that now all of a sudden they're looking at an outside shot of maybe even being able to compete. And it could be over after this game, right? They have a 50-point lead. If they open that lead up anymore, we're then talking a record-breaking game, which, I mean, we've said it before on broadcast. You know, when you kind of sit there and have that conversation with your friends, it's like, yeah, well, I would have qualified for the World Cup if I had just gotten a 35 elimination victory royale in my last game. And I'm like, yeah, and I might maybe win a game in a Cash Cup eventually or something. Joke's on me, I'm not allowed to play ever in those, being a Epic employee. But you know what I mean, going through there, like, it's just not going to happen in that regard, right? So getting kind of close to that line.
We're towing it, but if anybody's going to be the one to do it, if any trio will be the trio to make that impossible possible, it's Art from Epic, Whale, and Rex. They've pulled off more impossible things before. As Rodrigo is just going to get beamed rotating through, and that's the danger. Hey, we talk about how strong these sites are, these slipstreams are. If you're just zooming on through trying to get away, it's a very predictable pattern for your enemies to just beam you with. And look at Trix immediately going for the piece control, going for a different pressure, and that was beautiful. The team down below, though, will hold them off for now. And again, every fight that you see now from a team that's outside the top 10 is trying to make it into the top 10, because they know, hey, we're not having the best of games, we haven't had them. What can we do? What can we shake up to try to get as many points as we can so that we can get to the top of the leaderboard and make more money?
Yeah, don't forget, it's not just about first place. Of course, that's where we're going to focus the story, particularly in NA West, when the victor has all been said and done for the past 4 seasons. Well, now it looks like things are cutting it a little close here, with our victors playing catch-up, or defending champs playing catch-up right now. However, every single little one of these fights ends up mattering. Every little change in placement ends up being a bump at in prize money at the top of the leaderboard, and you don't really want to let that slip, especially when it's just the difference of one elimination. Maybe a tiebreaker coming through, maybe getting that one victory royale in the last game. I mean, I always throw it back to the World Cup solos. Everyone kind of misses the little story that happened in the final game. Yeah, Booger held on and ended up getting his huge W. But just Crew able to just run through and end up picking up a 6 elimination victory royale. The last game went from 66 to 6. 66 to 6, a $50,000 payment into upwards of $600,000 that happened. So when we say every single little game matters, every single interaction, just that one moment can change. You never know, particularly in a leaderboard like this, where so many of the points have been allocated to the top 2.
And it's so interesting because it felt like for a moment there it wasn't going to be this 2-horse race that we've seen before, right? We've seen it I believe last season, the season before that as well. It ended up coming down to those top 2. And it felt like in game number 1, it was going to be really up to anybody there. But then that last couple games kind of ran away with it. And now, with so many eliminations being taken off the board as well, right? That's other side of the coin. Yes, everyone's going to be more aggressive, but that means less points for you. And I say more aggressive because we're seeing a lot of fights, but not really many of them are resulting in elimination. In fact, the only people that have been eliminated are from the same trio.
Yeah, we've seen one full trio go down, and right as you talk about it, there you go. There's some action in the feed. 33, Andy Joshua picking up bolts. Confirmation comes through from Krizix, the LATAM trio, trying to get their teeth cut a little bit on that side, get the picks going on. But we do have our 3rd and 4th trios boxed up on top of each other. We're also take a peek at Reed, Snacky, and Fabs, because again, we kind of talk about the winning moments, the ability to clutch. These guys have played fantastically. I believe they're up to something like 5 second-place finishes now, coming through 3 yesterday, 2 today, 2 victory rounds to end up going with it. Only one really poor game in there. I mean, they could close it out here right now.
They're getting pressured at an awkward angle. Look at them already losing a lot of HP. They have enough shields to heal it back up, but this is unusual for them. And this second zone getting pressured out. They're continue to come through. Getting dangerously low.
Yeah, and they're in zone 2 right now, so there's no real reason for these shots to necessarily be taken, but they're burning into a bunch of their utility, and they don't have the best of mats, so this is another situation where they could be forced to look for a refresh, and I don't necessarily think I've seen them be trading shots, but here they are going to try and get the jump on the hand, trying to jump right in. This is very aggressive from them. The most aggressive we've seen in an early moment without Storm Surge running going through, and they're just going. They're full sending up into this attic, and I don't agree with that decision at all. Snacky gets back down completely. No shields. He pokes his head up and above, and they're trying to own everything underneath, get some form of control and real estate here. But Defiable, Salco, and Mojo saying, hey, we've been on the other end of this push before. We want nothing to do with it. And honestly, I'm fine with that. If they were able to get some damage out, it looks like they got some on the Mojo, and they were potentially just worried about Storm Surge, but they ate a ton there. Now they're turning the attention over to Quito, Blizzro, and Oka, and Reed's going to cut them off right away, saying, no, we know everybody wants to rotate him to rear farm up. This is our cabin.
And if Mojo and them are aware of this, they need to get involved. They need to keep putting that pressure back down. They need to be the ones spraying on top, either teams, right? If they want to be the ones that take down Reed, they spray it directly down. They keep them from being there. But Reed and them have found a trio that doesn't have the shield, doesn't have the HP to withstand them, is not going to be able to do so. That's going to be enough surge for them, because they're going to take down Bluzro there, who is trying to crawl away, but Reed's going to find him. More damage coming through. They desperately needed that. They wasted a lot of mats getting into zone. Reed back up to full. Kytrex, Chicken, and Megtud coming over. They're looking nearby. Could get involved here as well. Quinn, Wave, and Cool have angles, but the Firefly's going to come through. It's going to burn that base down. Luckily, they're in fully built metal.
Fully built metal also have put the floors down, and I have to worry about the floor catching on fire, because the ground will end up transferring that over. And I mean, it's just waiting for something to go wrong for this trio during one of these early pushes, but it seems to not happen. The push in the cabin was a questionable one, but Salco, Mojo, and Defiable weren't in a position to really fully take advantage of it. Now we do have our 3rd place trio heading over, and they're going to ramp up above. They're just going to take high ground away, and Mojo, Salco, and Defiable really being a little bit submissive in this regard. Like, they're just kind of content to be like, nope, you're good. We got it. We're fine. Don't need to contest. You can just walk right on top of us. You can rotate around us. You can push into our base. As long as you're not actually taking down our trio, that's fine. Right now, Epic Whale, Rex, Arkram, they are very split, but they're taking this fight. There is, this is the only other trio over here, so it is isolated. Nice little 42 tag that's basically going to be traded back evenly through. So Epic Whale going to shield up Reed, picks up an elimination in the feed, closing the gap so they know they need their foot on the pedal a little bit. And this might be a situation where if you can get a couple of eliminations, back off, beta reboot, maybe get a couple more, just really try and min-max on the fights over there. Meanwhile, Javier getting any elimination in the feed. We will have Storm Surge start to take over right now. Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale, only 87 above him with 4 trios who are going to be hit. 87 is not guaranteed safety. You can see Garbage Truck trying to do his best to create a little bit of distance. Arkham hits a huge shot on the Zooks, so that's going to make them more than safe for this Storm Surge. Zooks and Co. are not safe, though. They're taking damage right as I say. Garbage Truck able to trade one shot back. He's almost able to get them above, but this should be 3 eliminations for Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex if they play it correct.
They have to keep the damage onto them, though. They don't want to let him get back and heal, and then that damage counter go off, and they end up going down to Surge. But look, they're pinching him. They've got 2 going from one way, 1 going from the other. Zooks very low, Kimchi very low, Garbage Truck low. They just need to go in. They just need to get a couple more tags of damage. It doesn't really matter what they end up taking there as Epic Whale is going to take a big shot there. Garbage Truck is going to get a nice shot on the side from Arkham. They will take them down. They're going to throw him off. The shakedown may not even be able to come through as that Surge is going to keep hitting. No, it will come through. We saw one of the players try to slipstream away, but they couldn't. Surge is going to get all of them. And that's 3 more eliminations. But at the same time, we saw Reed get 2. So how many are they on? Is it even going to close the gap at all? Yes.
2 points. 2 points gap closed. You can see top left hand corner. Still 72 players up, so 1 trio is being hit by Storm Surge. 25 trios on their feet, so 1 more will need to drop. And we'll have those 5 points being given out, basically saying, here you go. Made it through to that mid-game moment. Storm Surge does turn off. We'll see Reed snacking Favs doing a good job in terms of tournament management mode. They're going to head just interior enough, probably get this little Pueblocita over here. Get in, just try and get whatever amount of brick that they can reform. You're safe using the natural cover to turn around. It's really difficult to get line of sights here. The only people who could potentially contest are Sharp and Shallow, and they definitely have not been doing that so far today. So they're in a great spot to really make it into another round of those cascading placement points. And again, if they just hold on and the gap doesn't close this game, we could talk about this being the clincher play.
We'll find out. And it feels like just a moment. If they make one critical error, though, that's where it becomes anybody's game. Because right now it's theirs. They just have to stay up. As we move over, Symmetrical could not do that as they are going to go down. Reboot, not an option in this zone. We talk about reboots on West. We haven't really seen any of the finals. No one really prioritizing that. But look at just how open it is. It's a completely different playing field. You're used to going into Weeping in these surrounding areas, and there being just an abundance of trees, an abundance of cover. But look at that perspective. It's open.
Yeah, you'd think we'd be playing on EU with the Scorched Earth policy that's going around here, but instead we're kicking it. We're going up towards the northeast side. All of Weeping burned down, so you get a little bit of a different look at the topography. And while it's pretty smooth, the couple of changes in verticality are a little bit rougher than you'd expect because they're in awkward spots on the grid space. And what I mean by that is when you build in Fortnite, obviously you can place walls and you can place floors, but there's some spots, right, where like the floor is almost completely inside the floor and you're right towards the side. And these hills are very awkward length. Some of them like 1/3 grid spaces, some of them are a little more. And you might think, oh, Reed took a ton of damage there, but he knows what he's doing. This is very much intentional. If you leave that open, more often than not, he's winning those trades. It just happens to be the first time we've seen him lose one in a while, but this is how they're trading for Storm Surge.
We swap over to the backside of zone. A trio all alone rotating through low ground. Nobody there. Nobody looking.
This has got to be a high ground game. Has to be. Look at the loadout on Arkham. He has the sideways minigun. You do not pick this weapon up if you are anticipating playing low ground. It's fine down there, right? But it is much more efficient when you are working top down and just ripping shots through your opponent. To me, this screams like, hey, we're going for this.
How will they grab it though with that natural high ground in? If it pulls towards Weeping more, they'll have more of an opportunity. But with that Guardian Tower looming up above, they have to be ready for a build-up into a launch pad. 34 below, though. We may see them go for it a little bit sooner than we thought. They're posturing. Arkham's got that minigun out. Looking for any sort of tags there. 34 still below. They need to start as the minigun going to come through. They're going to be firing it at the wall, trying to break it. They're trying to break those cones. See if anybody's inside it. Not going to get any damage. The triple spray going to be there. But look, that's a beam that goes back onto them. Now 46 below. They got to make a play. They got to make it quick. They've got to make a decision. 111. Got the shields out. Heelless with 20 seconds remaining. He need more. Reed's going to find elimination on the other side. That'll count over for Favs as Temple the only one remaining for his trio.
And this is it right now. 10 seconds, Storm Surge turns on. We know Temple is low. That's third place. We'll assume he's well below. If Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex cannot pick up and get above the Storm Surge, if they go down, the West has been won. Panda will have been victorious, and Reet will have won his first FNCS ever. It comes down to this fight right now. The 4-time defending champs, the 5 times overall. Did they manage to get above the Storm Surge? What is their plan? No, they didn't. They're grouping up. It's going to be chili chug splashes, and then they're going to have to go. You see them editing out. The damage is coming through. 75 below, but only 2 players need to go down. They're looking to see, is anybody going to open a ramp? 4 out of the 9 teams Fazico have eliminated today have been by Rex's trio, but none of that matters right now. 75 damage. They're still going down. Chili chug splashes are still there. They're in a staring contest with their opponents, and they got above. They ticked over and above. I didn't see any damage go through. I assume one of the players who got knocked must have been above Storm Surge. That was enough. And the patience to hold on and just wait. They saw that trio launch pad as well. And they're good, Clay. They sweat. They pass the test. We're into the cascading placement points, but now can they make the rotation safely? Tons of rifle shots end up coming through, but not quite breaking any of the shields. A nice little sigh of relief. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take a look at that 3 box. Did Temple end up making it through? If not, we are truly in a 2-team race with Reet, Snacky, and Favs together there.
Temple did not. He fell in the rotation. So now for first place, it'll all end up coming down to Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex in second, trying to challenge this team right here. Reed, Snacky, and Favs, who have played an incredible game, but this is why they're doing so well. Immediately, it's not even that 6 zone showing yet, and they are looking to take high ground already. They are posturing for it. That is what we saw so many seasons of Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex doing, and now just look at the difference. They're on low ground, but you're right. They've set up for it. They have the inventory for it from Arkham. They gotta get there, though.
They have to convert. They can't wait. Our 4th place trio, yeah, they're on the outside looking, but potentially look at a challenge up to its 2nd and 3rd. First, a little bit out of place, but haven't talked to them about them enough because they've just been sneaky, a little bit consistent. Outcast Eye Razor. Coffee, Eclipse, they'll take to the sky. Look to connect, and they do, so now they will have a very definitive high ground position. And this makes things super interesting because you can't super challenge that. You can try. I don't think it's going to go well for you because they went so early and found the right tag that they're way above. You can see Snacky, Reet, they're going just towards the backside. Snacky has no effective HP. They realize they can't go up. Instead, they're going to be forced down, and this makes this game much more interesting.
And they're really low, too. They just got a lot of damage on rotation. Now, Arkham going to look to try to take high ground and to beam them with that sideways minigun. But you're right, they are so far below. They have found no damage on these rotations. They're going to try to get into zone and out, heal it, but they really just got to hop into a box and try to eliminate some players as Once again, look, they're going for the high ground. They're looking for it, rather, but the low ground drop comes through. They can't get it, so they go for the launch pad. Are they going all the way up? Yes, they are. They're landing on top. This is it. This is the decisive decision they needed to make. Can they take it from the team up above? Do they go down to Storm Surge here? Because in 3 seconds, it's going to start to tick. They get enough above. They keep the high ground. Rex and Epic Whale are there, but they have to find more damage. Epic Whale going to take some there from the low ground, but they have high ground. They're below. They need to find more. Arkham can only take 2 more ticks of it. That's going to be 30 damage. Is it going to put them up above? Yes, for now, 5. They need to find more. Their tournament hopes are hanging in the balance right now. Rex. The FNCS is hanging right here. They're going for Rex. It's switched back over. They don't have enough damage. Arkham can only take 1 more tick, but it's back over again. It's back and forth. 5 damage above, 5 damage below. They're trying to find more. There's 122 above. That should be it for now, and it's an elimination, but they don't have a lot of builds.
They're almost out of builds. They went for the high ground, taking low on the low ground. Read down, Snacky, down. That's it. They're done. They're out. The door is open again. They only got 2 placement points. They saw that in the feed and high ground. All of a sudden, they said, hold on, close that. It's not sealed, and yet nobody said I do, because they say I don't. We want 5 in a row. 4 eliminations on the board, and Arkham all of a sudden has 50 builds. We're pulling out and away. They're getting about face. Clay, it's going to come down to the final game. There's no way they're going to let this slip. But Mitty, Nico, and Kaboo, they looked for a second, and they said, nope, we're good. They're going to drop down, and you called it. They need hype, but they need to convert. They have to, and I mean have to turn this into a win. They need every point possible to close the gap, because you don't know if you're going to get another opportunity like this next game. Cyrazor picks up Yumi as we close in. 12 trios left. Rex trying to do his best to connect and be as efficient as possible. Arkham is the one who leads on builds, but he's the one who also has that sideways minigun. Down to only Wood, and the zone pulls back. They get high ground control.
This is what everyone wanted in that moment. They wanted it to go down to the final game. They need to find these elims. The gap is big, but they can close it. There's still so many players up above. They don't have as much builds as they used to, and that they have in past, but it doesn't matter. It went over enough builds. Shots come through. Epic Whale getting to beams. They've got 4 eliminations. They still have enough mats there on Arkham. They're going to find more. Lou, look at that. Harpoon may be able to come through. They're sending Rex down to try to find any extra loot. Shields, mats, it doesn't matter what it is. They want it. They need it. And look, they're going to have such control. Everybody on low ground is running out of HP. All of a sudden, they are disappearing. The lobby is going away. Jackveer trying to stay up, trying to stay alive, but it doesn't matter, because Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have just won their 3rd game today and have closed the gap substantially.
211 points on today at all. But Clay, they needed to send somebody down earlier. They got no additional eliminations. They weren't able to pick it up, so they get 38 points going through. They closed the gap a little bit, but we talked about it. They had done enough to really open up. It's going to come down the last game, but it's a 2-horse race. Let's kick it over to the desk. They're going to show us where those horses are at and where the field is.
Well, Sundown, that's not entirely true, because I didn't even know that this was actually the last game, because I got ahead of myself. Like a DJ would. I'm just dropping too many hot beats that I don't know what time of the day it is or week or wherever we're at. Hi, I'm Zeke. It's great to see you guys. My goodness. So remember, going into that game, they were behind 52 points. And now, Kelly, with that is going to be such a small number. Maybe 20, maybe 30 tops, but this is exactly where they want to be. And of course, you mentioned this like before in the back. You were like, man, you know what I want this? I want this to come down to that last game. I want to see them go head to head. I want them to battle it out for the title.
I mean, Jacket, that was a record scratch right there. It's exactly what I wanted to see. I was talking about it in the green room that, you know what? Refabs and Snacky, they deserve the win, especially Snacky in the journey that he has had in 2nd place over and over and over again, picking up new players, trying to experiment with his team comp, and now they're so close and they go down early, which is heartbreaking, but that's the story you want, right? You don't want it to be a 50-point lead. You want it to be neck and neck, and that is what we're going to be getting for our final game, Panda.
We are. Look, I obviously got to commend Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. The consistency is unreal today. 3 victory royales on the day, but it's going to be close. One more game remaining, Zeke. I can't.
Production, just be ready with that clip like I told you to do, just in case.
Okay.
I'm just saying, production, just be ready. That's all. Guys, let's talk about the top 3 trios going into this final game. Because though first and second are battling it out, I mean, it's also possible this third place team very well could make plays.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into Reet, Fabs, and Snacky here, and this is actually not when they grabbed a VR. This is when they grabbed 12 eliminations in that second place finish there. An incredible performance, because regardless of if you're able to walk away with a VR or not, it's about those eliminations that really separates Reet's team from the rest of the pack. Of course, Symmetrical's team here having an incredible performance as well, grabbing another second place finish right here on the low ground, actually versus Reet's team with the 6 eliminations.
Yeah, and look, this is what we're talking about, right? It seems to be these 3 teams battling out in the final moments, but here it is. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale go up against Reet, Fabs, and Snacky, and Arkham and company do what we thought going into today would be the unthinkable, which I don't know why I would think that. It's Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale coming out on top here, getting the eliminations onto Reet & Co., and getting the so desperately needed VR, 1 of 3 that they've gotten on the day.
Okay, 30 points is still a lot. That is a big separation. I think Reet, Fabs, and Snacky clearly coming in here as the favorites. And to be fair, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in that last game that we just watched almost lost height very early on. In fact, Panda, a situation that they seem to be falling into quite frequently is that they had Storm Surge in Zone 7?
Yeah, you actually watch them go through not just some, all of their heals due to Storm Surge, and it actually put them in a pretty compromising spot when they went to go for the high ground. They still were able to come out on top, but it was extremely risky in the way that they were taking a fight. They are going to have to adjust the way that they focus on Storm Surge in this final game if they want to be successful, because again, you cannot find yourself coming out on top in this final game high pressure situation without having some heals in the inventory in those final moments.
I love the spotlight that always targets the opponents. A Limbs versus Fabs' trio 3, but you got to look at the Limbs versus the top 10 right now. Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are a beast, and they kind of always seem to be in a different layer than Reet, Fabs, and Snacky. In fact, their rotations rarely have them facing up against each other, but when they're on the low ground, which Arkham Rex and Epic Whale seem to find themselves to do a lot, except for that last game that we just watched, they are able to clean up the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, look, Arkham specifically, his solo impact points, 57. That speaks to the impact he has had as a solo player. If you don't know that at home, that could be points that he got from being alive. It could be eliminations that he got working as a solo player. So Arkham, definitely the heel of this entire trio, but will it be enough? A 30-point deficit going into this final game. Can they make up the space? It's going to be tough for them, but it's not impossible. This is so close, Zeke.
There's just not enough words to quantify and put together how close this is. This could very well be the 5-time back-to-back 2 more times champions, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, or this could be the dawn of a new era. It's time, Fortnite fam. For real this time, one last game in NA West, the final game of Chapter 2, Season 8 FNCS starts right now.
The actual final game. We have seen 6 regions play out in our 7th region, 11 matches so far. And in any other circumstance, you would feel Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex would have done enough. 3 victory outs today alone, 211 points. But I mean, Clay, I can't help but feel like the opportunity was there last game to close the gap a little bit more. We're going to tune in with our current leaders, as all they have to do is hold on to close out this wild ride.
And I'm going to say it again. I'm so honestly surprised that no one, out of all the games, and we saw it all the way back in World Cup, Booga changed up his drop last game, because he knew someone was going to come. Someone was going to try to play spoiler, but nobody here in NA West once that title of spoiler, they wanted to go down to the last moments of the last game, so we will get that Korea, Favs, and Snacky. We've got to play perfect. We saw last game they faltered, and Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex took advantage of that. We move over to the Kings, to the Titans, and give them many names. They're the 5-time, many different FNCS, the 4-time back-to-back here in Trios FNCS. And with Trios coming to a close here soon this season, they want to be the 5-time back-to-back. They want to be able to say, we've won 6 FNCSs on every single member of our Trios. Like everyone talked about, there's a 29-point difference. So if they win the game and no placement points go over to Reed, they will win solely based off of that. We know Elims are going to come through for both Trios. So when we say it's coming down to the last minute, it literally will come down to the last possible minute here.
With the exception of the All-Star Showdown, Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham have won basically every single major competition on West this year. Will that streak come to an end? Yes, we have Grand Royale right after. They could potentially stick it around, but as we keep an eye, don't forget, this is it. And not only is it, but they have to push the pace, right? It's not good enough to just win. They have to win, they have to get eliminations, and they have to see Reed's name on the right side of that elimination feed. They need to see him going down. Yes, his whole trio will need to go down, but if Reed is up, he always has a chance to make plays. He always has a chance to eke out just a few more points. And again, something else to consider, Clay. I'm pretty sure, are they tied on victory royales? No. Epic Whale and Co have the advantage. Reed and Co only have 2, right? I would say only 2, but
yeah, only 2, only 3 is so. The fact that almost half of the games have gone to them really have shown how dominant they are, dominant they have been playing. And so we know they're not going to stop anytime soon.
Last season, after 11 games, there was a 20-point difference. Favs and Snacky had a lead over Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, 383 to 363. Coming into this season, 29-point difference. Favs and Snacky, with the addition of Reed, they've opened up that lead 9 extra points. We saw the heroics in Game 12 last season. Will they be able to do it one more time? The stealthy fight now, there'll be a little bit of a resolution. We're just peeping around, seeing what kind of early engagements are going on. But as you all are watching and been sticking with us the whole time, first of all, thank you so much for tuning in, catching all the action, spending your Halloween with us. I hope you got plenty of candy. Hope you dress up and got the costume. And if you didn't, I hope you watch your favorite scary movie. If you don't celebrate, well, you've had some amazing Fortnite to at least keep you entertained. As Bumboy, Jackman, and Batman Booga still continuing to try and exert their pressure over the stealthy stronghold play, but Noah, Vanillas, and Range are putting up a much better defensive fight this time.
And every fight matters so much because it's worth so much money. It's about where you end up at the end of the day. Jack, they're just going to bait that shot out. Easy shot coming through, but the follow-up not going to be as easy. They're going to have to keep pressuring through the entire trio. If they bite off a little bit more than they want, that trio's going to hop onto them. They're going to box them. They're going to piece control, and they're still trying to go. And you see the edits coming through, and there's no shotgun shot going to connect onto Ranger. They're already so low. He knows that the rest of them don't have that much HP. We'll go for the immediate siphon. And the team seems to disengage. They get a chance to go away, launchpad away, and I'm kind of surprised that Jackveer did let them launchpad out, but Batman Booga's not letting anybody get away.
Saying, get over here, trying to run him down. Where is he? Well, he's right in front of you, and Batman Booga taking a second, trying to line up the shots, but doesn't necessarily have the composure he needed right now. Again, a stiff breeze will knock Vanilla over. He's less than an extract right now. I mean, it's a drop in the well to be able to take him down, but one of the harder things in Fortnite is when somebody does take the air and they get in these rolling hills, they break line of sight. Following them's a little bit difficult, and they need to be careful about maybe overextending, because we've seen that Rex, Epic Whale, and Arkham, they're going hunting after their initial route, right? Like, they're not necessarily worried about just kind of like going and looking tags. They've been boxing up on trios and just fly.
And they need to keep doing it. That's what's gotten to them to where they are. Look at where they are now. Near Noah W plays and near Vanilla's, they should be able to hear the boat coming through if they come their direction. Teams for now, they're just focused on getting back to full mats. Noah will drive the other way. And with no one nearby, you have to wonder where their storm surge damage is, where their tags are. Yes, they can sit up here, and if zone pulls to them, great, they'll have it, but we've seen how they've struggled to deal with that as Rex is going to get Vanillas.
I'm not sure if no, he's not getting credit for that. He would have already ended up getting the point coming through. So no additional 2 points going over. It's okay. Sigh of relief, but that is some additional tags. However, I'm going to question the game plan here. It might make me look stupid. You can click this if you want. But if I'm these three, I'm not posting up right here. I am continuing to move inland, and I am looking and I am trying to hawk and maybe not start a fight with Reet and his trio, right? But try and get some other people to shoot at them as well, right? The 2 times you see them go down or be in tough situations has been when they've been loggy focused or trying to make these interesting decisions in terms of rotations or being a little bit lackadaisical in them. And if there's one thing that Rex, Archer, and Epic Whale know how to do, it's how to understand rotations and manipulate the lobby into doing what they want. Now we're going to swing over. Quinn, Cool, and Wave. They're close enough to make this a little weird. Quinn trying to trade some shots, being a children of the corn, but doesn't want to get sight down. Here's Fav, Snacky, and Reet. They're posted way up top. They are much less split. They're able to kind of consolidate a little bit quicker, which you can expect here in game number 3, right? Or in game number 12, excuse me. Everything is on the line. The final opportunity. Here's our third place trio who, in reality, they're out of contention for first, could potentially look to swing in for second, but overall, they're just trying to secure their biggest payday possible.
And the best thing about Fortnite is, unlike conventional sports, you usually have that one team that can play spoiler on the run to these big playoff games and such. With Fortnite, if it's a 2-horse race, there's 97 other trios that can look and try to find, or rather players that can find you and take you out. It can remove your chances of keeping it there. There are so many different variables, and they have to be ready for that. Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex are going to find a duo on the other side in the bush, but they're not going to go for it. A zone is going to pull right back to Believer for them. They've got the setup again. They don't have the sideways minigun. They have launch pads. They have all of the loot, and they pull zone. Do they have damage? Stay up.
So, looking at the situation, knowing what's on the table, if you are just tuning in, what fantastic timing. Welcome. This is the final game of NOS. My name is Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling. You're catching the final game of the FNCS season of all the regions. 6 other trios have already claimed their acts of champions. It comes down to Reet, Snacky, and Favs versus the 5 times, the 4 times defending champs of Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. And their game plan is to simply win the game. They are playing to win. They are not changing their strategy. Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex say, hey, the win is 30 points. We know we'll need to get aggressive if we're in that situation, but we need all the placement points. They're taking it a little bit out of their hands in terms of the control and going and trying to deny Snacky, Reet, and Fabs. But this is a situation where we've seen them go down before, and there's a number of trios who are hawking them right now. So this rotation is not safe for them. We will get a check-in on Surge here in a little bit. We see Nico is taking out Moose there in the feed, so we're down to 74 players, only 2 trios who will be impacted by it. But this is a situation where they need to be careful because there are 2 trios hawking their back. We've already seen Quinn has been trying to look for where they're going. Kenzo, Healthy, and Former have a great line of sight to him, and they've already bled through a decent amount of their over 50 shields. What do we mean by over 50 shields? That's shields that can be applied when you're already above 50. So things like Mini don't count, but Chug Splashes and Big Pots, those are very valuable. Shieldfish kind of fit into that as well as some other natural healing things, but a good line of sight from Reet and a couple of extra tags is going to make him feel just a little bit more secure in terms of that storm surge.
Getting to that moment where in West, everyone's so focused on rotating. A surge pops up, we're going to wait, and they're going to be above. 359 of them. They won't have to worry. They won't have to make edits like Reed was making there, but he's going to go for him just to secure their placement on that totem pole. Bottom right, 400 above for Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex. Symmetrical Temple actually going to be the ones right above Pavs and Snacky. And I talked about how if you want to play spoiler, that team right there is one that can do it. Symmetrical, Wavy Jacob, and Temple could box fight them better. This is big.
Yeah, but the one thing to note from Symmetrical Wave, Jacob, and Temple, when they ramp over teams, they're not looking to fight them, right? Like, they don't care about kind of pressing the vertical advantage. The one thing that could get weird, right? You see the danger pings coming out right now from Temple, is if XLR and Nova get on this wall. If this turns into a three-way fight, if I'm Snacky and Favs, I am running. Like, I am not staying anywhere near this. I'm not trying to peek through. I might even burn a launch pad and low pad away, because that's one of the situations you just don't want to end up stuck in, especially when you have Dog right on the other side being able to get a line of sight on you. You don't have great power position to be able to punish either one of these trios. You could look to maybe get a cut down because the ramp isn't that strong, but doing so is just going to open you to any potential return fire. What matters right now if you're that trio? It is winning this tournament. It is walking away with that Axe of Champions. You are not in Storm Surge threat. You are not in danger. Don't open a single one of those hard mats. Don't peek your head out. Don't think maybe if I just get that elimination or get that, eliminate the worst case scenario and make Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, make them win it. Make them take it away from you. Make them make the miraculous play.
They're looking to do it. Team launch padding over is going to get sprayed out of the air. Are they going to hit their shots? 49 for Epic Whale. What more did they find? Player down below, they can go on this if they really, really wanted to. Zone's moving soon. I see no reason why they can't. They've already got them so low. Another team spraying at them. They're actually getting hit by Surge down below, so this is perfect. They can just outweight them. They can drop down. This is 3 eliminations that they won't have to worry that much about. Nitrix is trying to go for the spray onto them, but defensive hold coming in. They know, they hear the Storm Surge shield cracks coming through. They're just going to spray back. They are just waiting because they know, hey, we already got damage on these players, but they need to make sure they got it onto every single person in the trio because they don't want an elimination to slip away, because 2 points right now means everything.
And if anything, I think they need to go and take the fight. They get the knock on the Angel. Nitrix is going to end up getting converted on as well. I wouldn't finish Angel there. Let Storm Surge keep hitting him, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get that. Rex will get back up on his feet. Good revive. Good little swing for them. We're into the top 24. But Reed, Snacky, and Favs are still up. So the 5 points from that placement, that doesn't matter. It doesn't go towards that 29-point delta. They did, however, pick up 3 eliminations. So keeping an eye on the difference, the gap is now down to 23 points, Clay.
Cutting it down every chance they get. Look where Reed, Favs, and Snacky are. This is concerning solely because every time we've hopped in on Favs, Reed, and Snacky around this zone, they're usually looking for surge tags onto a team that needs them as well. They usually already have an elimination or 2. And right now they've got nothing.
They've got nothing, but when we checked on Storm Surge, they're still 400 plus above. So plenty of damage going through. The more dangerous thing is here. They have an awkward rotation, and Former in his trio that we called out at the start have a great line of sight on all 3 of these guys. The Favs and Snacky, they can't go first, right? If they go first, all 3 of these trios, as well as the duo behind Salco and Defiable, are just going to rain shots. So now they're going to start trying to build builds. But, oh, this is so lucky that Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical looked over at Defiable and Salco, and instead you can see Favs, Reed, and Snacky were able to just walk straight forward. No shots being thrown out. So right as I say that, actually, Favs takes a bunch of shots. Reed takes a bunch of shots. Favs shield is broken. This is a situation we saw where they got caught before. Don't forget, there is still another trio directly behind him who's rotating in. They're going to try and ambush them. This could be the FNCS right here. Symmetrical Temple and Wavy Jacob wall-to-wall over on the side. Dog, J, Roses are looking to potentially get an ambush over here with a little bit of help, but no need to build it up here. Deep breath for everyone. Calm down. We'll just pack in. We'll share real estate along the outside. They're wall to wall, but there's no reason to go aggro, and they're going to get some refarm up. Are they in the best position? No. Are they in a position where they can still absolutely rotate out of this? Yes.
That's what Reed's feeling right now, just a breath. They made it in the zone. They got a favorable-ish zone, not too bad. And that's even better. Those shields just got broken in front of them, onto Symmetrical, on the Temple, on to Wavy Jacob, and now they're going to go aggressive. This is usually where we see them.
Don't go. Why? Don't go. Stop. It doesn't, like, again, you might think, oh, this is an opportunity to get that refresh and get any points. You don't need a refresh and you need points. You just need to stay in this game and maximize your chance. Yes, you could guarantee it with a fight there, but even if you win that fight 99 times out of 100, if this is the one time you don't, you didn't get enough points. And if there's anybody in this lobby that you're going to be pushing and say, hey, we can capitalize, I don't think you want to be Temple, Wavy, Jacob, and Symmetrical. I can think of maybe one other team I would want to push less right now if I am Reet, Snacky, and Favs, and they're going to do the smart decision. Let them go out. But this is where things get a little awkward because real estate right on that edge zone is very precious. And Clay, they've waited so long that they're the last ones to go. They need to pad and change the angle right now. I don't think
they're going to have to invest this in, but no, they're going to go for the rotate on foot. And luckily enough, there's no one on the other side, so they have time to do this. They did go for the layer change, cutting off this the line of sights there that Salco Defiable had. But again, that's only a duo there.
Kinzo, Former, and Healthy had few of them the whole time. Just nobody was looking. You have 3 members, and all 3 of you are checking the same 2 sight lines. There's no reason they should have been able to just casually walk in there, but they're below Storm Surge. They're below Storm Surge. They're going in on the duo. They're diving in. If they can fight defensively off, this could be huge. They still have plenty of time. It's 45 seconds, but they're trying to take the 3v2, and Reed ends up taking a bunch of damage. Are they able to trade it back? Reed gets back down. Valves gets back down. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O, this could be it.
Oh, no.
The pressure. Reed almost down. His shield's broken, trying to push through, trying to find it. They're still down and below. It's not enough Favs with a sliver of HP. They know the aggression is there, and if I'm Defiable and Salco, this is their opportunity to get back in the game. And another little bit of breath. It could have fallen. It could have been the one opportunity, and Reed finds Salco. Reed finds Salco. He finds an Elam. He opens the gap back up. He gets them above Storm Surge, and Reed says, you can hold your breath for a second, but if you wait for too long, I'll find it. But now the lobby seems to have chosen them. Defiable's over on the side. The spray is coming over. And if you're Temple, Symmetrical, and Wavy Jacob, you know that's them. You heard the shots. You heard the Elam get confirmed. You see them looking for an angle, looking for refreshes. Do they go?
Defiable's going to have to zone pooled, actually unfavorable for them because they have to go up. Epic Well going to get Elam in the feed. Church will turn off here soon. 7 players need to go down. They are above 65. It's ticking down. It's trending not in their favor. They are going to have to go. Rex, another elimination in the feed. They
21.
Are looking for anything. They're 65 above. Can they find? Defiable needs to hide. Defiable needs to not move. There's another Elam, it looks like, for Arkham. Epic Whale and Rex. More points going over there, cutting into
19.
that lead. What can Favs and Snacky do? Are they going to be able to find the solo that is below Surge? Or are they going to have to make a play, go all the way around here? No, 309 above. Somehow found a lot of damage. That or someone up above. It ended up going down. They take the pad, and they're going, trying to make it over, but it's scuffed on the way there. They're not able to make it all the way through. They're not all together. The team above and below is spraying at them. They are separated. This is not good. Reet and a launch pad away.
Taken to the sky, trying to dodge, trying to do his best. Takes a couple of ticks there, but they are valuing just getting back together, getting to the cascading placement points, and we talk about it. If every single elimination that we've seen from Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex has been confirmed, was there is a 19-point difference right now. They have a team on their wall. They're 326 above. They're fine for this Storm Surge, potentially fine for the next one, which shouldn't be a factor for Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex either, based on the number of eliminations. But you can see now, about second Reed trying to open up on the side. They have trios above and below them. We're going to tune in second place, and yeah, they're sitting on 5 eliminations, 226 points through 5 games so far today, and trying to find more, trying to find the rifle shots on the side, doing a good job of flicking the ramp above, not taking any risks, and they pulled the zone. The zone is coming back to them, and more importantly, it's going back above Bav, Snacky, and Reed, where they already had to burn 2 launch pads to even get together. Healthy, Kazo, Informer have the priority position, and Temple, Wavy, Jacob, Symmetrical are already in between. We're tuning in, still only on 1 elimination. We will get a Storm Surge one on the right-hand side. Rex picks up an Elam, but Reed also ends up getting 1. That's 2 points that are going to end up being matched. So the difference is still at that 19 points. We'll keep track as best we can for you because it's coming down to the wire, into the cascading placement points. Launch pads will take off to the sky. The rotation comes out. Match number 12 here in NA
West. It's David versus Goliath, but Goliath has had an eye poked out. His Achilles is torn, and he's desperately trying to squash David with his fist before he keels over and gets eliminated at the last moment. Our leaders take to the sky. Reed, Babs, and Saki finding the box. They're in the box. They find an Elam. That's huge. They open it up. There's a wall on the other side. They will trade it out. Jack Fury ends up going down, but Reed takes a bunch of damage. All of his shield's gone. Creates some room. Babs goes down. Babs is almost all the way down. Snacky finds a little bit of room. They get a little bit of respite, but will it be enough? No. Snacky is confirmed. Reed needs to hold on. Babs is going to be the only one. Reed almost gets the shield broken again. No builds on Reed. If there's a time to do it, if there's a time to clutch up, if there's a time to prove that you are truly the best of the West, you need to do it now, son. What can he find? Elimination gonna go through fast. Gonna be the one to do it. It's unidentifiable. Where are Arkham Epic Realm Rex? Are they still here? Are they still operating? It looks like they are. Faz will find that Elam, but he's gonna find a lot of damage onto Reed. 3 HP. He barely gets away. Player on the backside. Reed's gonna find it. Will get Chelsea. Will get the siphon just enough, but look at how low they are. Can they find more? Reed's gonna find it. Yes. He's trying to pop up, and he is doing just that. That's gonna be symmetrical. Going down, but they're out. They are out. And where are Arkham Epic Well and Rex? They're still here. Again, the gap was low enough. They closed it enough. This is the run. This is it. Can they do it? Can they come back from what seemed like an insurmountable lead? They need to just win. If they win right here, it is definitive. It is theirs. There's no way the gap was anywhere big enough that would be too far gone. They need to find something. They found a lot of eliminations. They're running out of time to find more. They have to drop down, and I love that they claimed the low ground. They're going down to the low. They want the space. You can see Rex has the power position with that epic shotgun on the side, trying to isolate targets, calling it out. But don't forget, Reed and Faz were able to pick up a couple eliminations on the backside of the zone. They closed the gap a little bit more. The Victory Royale tiebreaker is over to Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, but they still need every point possible, but they need the win knowing so. They're looking and trying to find whatever they can on the backside of the zone, but players are dropping like flies. They're dropping into the side of the zone. They have a great angle. Look at him just opening up, getting the confirmation. Players continue to fall. Top 5 going through. Rex goes down, but he takes a bunch of damage. All shields are still up on Arkham and Epic Whale. 242 on the day so far, and players are still dropping. It's a 3v2v3 to close it out. A top, oh no, there's more players up, still back in the zone. Ignore me right now. You can see still 5 trios up on their feet. They need the eliminations. James gets one onto Busy there. That's Dog finding it, trying to get the knockdown. Rex finds another Elam on the backside of the zone. Is it going to be enough? NA West to the final moment. Will they win 4 out of 6 games on the last day? Will they put a stamp and make it 5's time? Epic Whale ends up finding the knock on the side. Rex gets another. They have it. It's a 3v3 to close it out from the low ground. Kinzo Foreman healthy, but it's going up a hill. Do they have a change of verticality? This is it for the FNCS Championship. No builds, no angles. They have a launch pad, but nothing to place it on. The flopper is eaten from Epic Whale. He's looking to find a way up, trying to find a change in angle. Rex is the only one to do it. Can he find the shots with only one build? This is it. They drop down. Rex gets cornered off. He's not able to find it. Rex goes down. It's all on Arkham, and they get it taken away. Second place, Kinzo, former and healthy, run out the high ground control. The valiant effort from our 4-time defending champ. They ride it out into second. We saw that Reed and Fabs picked up from Elams. We know the difference right towards the end was about 19 points or so. They went down, I think, about 11th, 12th, 13th. It might have been enough. The tiebreaker is with the era. That's it for me and Clay. Thank you so much. Production, all the other talent, the crew, the players. But to figure out what actually went down and the final call, we're going to kick it on over to the desk. I mean, Zeke, Panda Kelly, I don't have words. I don't have a voice. Take us home.
Sundown and Clay, thank you so much for putting it all on the line there. Those final moments of this game. We're going to take a look at the standings in just a moment. We are all sitting here waiting, trying to add up the numbers. I can't do math. I never learned. We'll get to the standings as soon as we can. But this is it. We stand on the precipice of something incredible. Either Arkham Rex and Epic Will are your 5-time back-to-back champions, or Reet has finally taken them off the throne, and him and his trio have walked away the winners in those final moments of that game. So much has gone into this very moment. So many trios have put everything they could, qualifier to semifinals to finals. Reet has poured his entire heart and soul alongside Snacky and Fabs into this very moment. Kelly, Panda, we saw this exact thing play out last season. 11 games, a 20-point difference. First place, Fabs and Snacky go in with a 20-point lead. The same thing happened here. The question is, was it enough?
I mean, just look at the VRs that we're watching right now. You just see the same two teams over and over and over again. Arkham Rex and Epic Will grabbing 3 VRs today, and as well as a bunch of second place finishes. But was it enough? Fabs had such a strong lead. Panda, I don't know what to do.
I don't know either. I don't know if I'm crying myself to sleep tonight or if I'm reining in the champs. But here it is. The moment we've been waiting for, the final VR commences, and our champions are Reed. They took it over!
I can't believe this is happening! It's always darkest before the dawn, friends! We are seeing it by a ridiculous 15 points. Kelly, last season, it was 12 that separated this trio. And now Reet is back. Fabs and Snacky up by his side. And they have said by 15 points, we will now take control of your X. We will deny you the 5 times title. And now we are kings of NA West.
What an incredible day of Fortnite this was. To have the 4-time champs Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale climb up the leaderboard after a rough day 1, facing off against Reet, Fabs, and Snacky in pretty much every single in-game. To have them up by such a lead, to have Reet, Fabs, and Snacky go down early in the final game. But it was that last moment. You know that I'm at a loss for words right now, Panda. This was such an incredible day. All of these teams should feel proud about the performances that they had, because this right here is what it is all about. Congratulations to all of the champions that you see on the screen, and filling it out for the final region, it's Reet, Fabs, and Snacky.
And I gotta say, it's been an incredible day of games, right? We started with Europe with Seti, Cammy, and Teak, showing that staying together and having that great chemistry can get you that dub. Then we switch over to East with Muzz, Miro, and Booga being interesting champions in themselves. Muzz being the first 2-region FNCS champion, Miro being the 3-time, and then Booga getting his first FNCS championship. And then finally, Reet, Fabs, and Snacky dethroning the Kings of West, Arkham Rex, and Epic Whale for the first time in trio FNCS. I'm still lost. It's amazing. I'm excited. Look, me and Peely, we're about to have a good night tonight. It's going to be good. I'm pumped. I'm ready. Thank you for making this an amazing, amazing weekend.
Well, I told production to save this moment, savor this clip. Production, you want to roll it?
And that's why I am so confident about this choice. And listen, clip it now, because at the end of finals, you guys are going to be like, man, Panda is a wizard. I don't know how he was able to guess that, but no, it's going to happen. It is over for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. It is Reet season now.
Man,
your wizard is here.
I don't know how he guessed that. That's crazy. Wow. I am in shock. Of course, a valiant effort from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. They're still 4 times champions, right? Just because this is a little bump in the road does not mean they may not come back next season to win it all and say, okay, we let you borrow the Axe of Champions for a season. That's ours now. Thank you. Okay, bye. I mean, this was a great day. I could not have had more fun. Kelly, Panda, final thoughts before we say goodbye.
Panda.
And real quick, I want to say, don't forget Grand Royale. Right around the corner, there's that opportunity. We see this fight take place again here in just a few weeks. So this is not over, right? By any means. But man, what a way to do it to. So close to the final moment. Even Kelly behind the scenes was maybe hoping Reed and company fell a little bit earlier to make it a little bit more interesting. I'm not calling Kelly out here the Dark Bomber,
my prediction was Reet, Favs, and Snacky, so I'm right as well. So listen, this is a long time coming, and although we talk a lot about Reet and a lot about Favs, Snacky has been in the second place position for so long and has tried out so many different teams, given up their auto qualification spot to try out a new player and to pick up Reet, who doesn't mesh well with a lot of other teams, to focus on his strong points, which is grabbing those eliminations, going crazy to find the synergy between these three players. They deserve it without a doubt. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are clearly still incredible players in NA West, but it is about time. This was gonna happen, and I'm so glad that it goes to the way of Snacky, Favs, and Reet.
You know, and I joke about it, right, with Kelly, but Kelly had kind of predicted it. She talked about it season over season, how the points continued to dwindle down. So, listen, Kelly made my pick a little bit easier, but going into the season, I knew there was something about this trio that was ultimately going to cause the upset here on West, and here we have it.
For the first time ever, new champions take the stage in NA West. Congratulations to all of our new champions across all 7 regions. And to you, Fortnite fam, thank you so much for hanging out with us, for taking this journey with us, for letting us be part of this crazy thing that is Fortnite and Fortnite competitive. We truly appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. As always, please give Clay and Sundown a follow. Give these two incredible humans a follow. Without them, it's just not possible. The next time you'll see us is the Grand Royale. So until then, we love you, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Final beep beep of the season. Beep beep.
Epic Whale looking for a challenge as Arkham ends up going up. Rex has already dropped. Epic Whale looking for some room. Finds it. Gets the 100 tag. No way. Get the siphon. Favs is going to be able to get a med kit. They have the chili chug splash as well. Epic Whale trying to find something, and he found it. Epic Whale says not quite yet.
That and Booga trying to play spoiler, trying to fight anybody on the high ground, but Reed's going to take them down, and they look to close out this game. But it's back over again. It's back and forth. 5 damage above, 5 damage below. They're trying to find more. There's 122 above. That should be it for now, and it's an elimination. But they don't have a lot of builds. Everybody on low ground is running out of HP. All of a sudden, they are disappearing. The lobby is going away. Jackbeard trying to stay up, trying to stay alive, but it doesn't matter because Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have just won their 3rd game today. But he's going to find a lot of damage onto Reed. 3 HP. He barely gets away. Play on the backside. Reed's going to find it. Will get Chelsea. Will get the siphon. Just enough, but look at how low they are. Can they find more? Reed's going to find it. Yes. He's trying to pop up, and he is doing just that.
5 trios up on their feet. They need the eliminations. James gets one onto Busy there. That's Dog finding it, trying to get the knockdown. Rex finds another, either on the backside of the zone.
And our champions are Reed.